cultivating immortality in pursuit of eternal life, with fervor and freedom, treading on lotus blossoms, gliding through waves, cleansing the essence of the sword, riding the winds. To forge a sacred soul, Chapter 1. Anger. The turbulent waters of the Nyalong River flow relentlessly down from the summit of the Huin Mountain, winding unceasingly around Shuja village. It is August, and though the autumn chill has not fully set in, a sense of coolness is already palpable. Beneath a mottled old sycamore, a group of villagers gathers around a scholar, intently listening to his words. The scholar, around 18 or 19 years of age, possesses a prominent nose and striking eyes, yet his complexion is pallid, akin to one afflicted by illness. He is clad in a faded linen robe, which clings to his form as the wind stirs, revealing a physique that is not without strength. He strikes the two pieces of pear wood in his hands, producing a rhythmic sound, then raises his voice, clear and resonant. As his song concludes, the audience falls into a profound silence. The tale he recounted was that of a fox spirit and a scholar, a narrative of mutual affection ultimately severed by the heavens. The poignant lyrics that accompany the story moved the crowd to tears, even leaving the uncomprehending children in a state of stunned silence. After striking the wood once more, the scholar rises, holding a battered wooden bowl, moving among the audience to collect donations. In no time, the bowl is filled with a generous amount of copper coins, with a few silver pieces glimmering amidst them. In the prosperous Guang'an prefecture, where resources abound and the populace thrives, even the villagers, though humble, are generous in their appreciation for the scholars. Storytelling, which serves as a rare form of entertainment in the countryside. Having gathered his earnings, the scholar bows deeply, announcing the next venue for his performance before departing. This young man hails from the nearby Shuja village and is named Su Yi. At 18, he has risen from obscurity to prominence over the past 2 years, thanks to his captivating tales that have garnered him a reputation across the region. Walking briskly, Su Yi reaches the entrance of Shuja village just as the sun reaches its zenith. Under the golden rays, the verdant Huin Mountain stretches forth like a colossal dragon's spine into the distance, with crooked wooden houses scattered at its base like fallen chess pieces extending for miles. His modest wooden cottage is nestled in the farthest corner at the mountain's foot, having aged and leaned over time. Although dilapidated, it remains his home, a source of comfort. Woof, woof. As Su Yi approaches, an old yellow dog comes bounding towards him from a distance, barking joyfully. Upon reaching him, the dog places its front paws on Su Yi's shoulders. This old yellow dog has been a member of the Su family for nearly 20 years, having become an integral part of the household since Su Yi's parents passed away, leaving him. Without siblings that in many ways, the dog is his only family. Every time Su Yi returns from afar, the old dog is sure to greet him. He affectionately pats the dog's wrinkled head, feeling a wave of warmth in his heart. The man and his dog stroll slowly along the narrow mountain path, which is overgrown with thorns, barely allowing passage for one person. Yet, the old dog insists on walking alongside him, causing Su Yi to yield to the narrow trail, while the dog weaves through the thorns, resembling a caring elder guiding a younger kin. Upon reaching home, the sun has already passed its peak. After a busy morning, Su Yi feels a burning hunger in his stomach. He swiftly retrieves several pieces of crimson pickled meat weighing around 6 or 7 pounds from a broken jar in the corner. He steps outside to the earthen stove beside the wooden house, igniting a fire beneath 2 black pots. The front pot is dedicated to the meat, while the back pot is prepared for rice. The lush green mountains surround him, and a gentle breeze wafts through, bringing a sense of tranquility to his heart. After a while, the enticing aromas of meat and rice begin to escape from the pot, mingling with the curling smoke that drifts into the distance. Just as Su Yi sets down his book and prepares to lift the pot lid, a sudden jolt makes him pounce onto the old yellow dog, pinning it to the ground. In that instant, a thunderous crash echoes, as if the stove were struck by cannon fire, collapsing with a shower of dirt and debris. Then a coarse voice calls out, a 30-pound grinding stone thrown 30 yards away, hitting the mark. Young master, you truly possess remarkable strength. It seems you're not far from breaking through to the later stages of body refinement. Su Yi scrambles to his feet, turning towards the source of the voice, his expression turning icy as he swiftly tosses the old dog inside the house and closes the door behind him. Standing firm in the pavilion. Such a delightful aroma. Haha. It is said that Su Yi has recently flourished. It appears the rumors hold true. You consume meat and drink daily, leaving me envious. remarks a dapper young man, flanked by two burly henchmen, one with a full beard, exuding ferocity, and the other resembling a towering iron pillar, both clearly formidable figures that do not jest, young Master Zhou. I merely rely on my wit to spin tales for a living. How could I dare to compare myself with noblemen like you? Su Yi replies calmly. Compare yourself to our young master? You are unworthy. The bearded man strides forward, halting just before Su Yi, striking him lightly on one cheek with a sneer. Listen closely, boy, you understand our purpose here. No need for our young master to say more. Just handle the matter swiftly. Rest assured, young Master Zhou, the land deed has already been submitted, and the authorities are reviewing it. Let us meet here at this time tomorrow, and you may send someone to collect it. Su Yi remains composed. Young Master Zhou laughs heartily. You are perceptive. Tomorrow, I shall be hunting in Hui Mountain. Just wait by the roadside, and do not disappoint me, or you know the consequences. By the way, I hear you have been practicing your martial arts lately. Perhaps you could demonstrate your skills to my subordinate. Before Su Yi can respond, the bearded man laughs and seizes him by the collar, hoisting him into the air. Indeed, you should give your elder a proper lesson. Before the words leave his mouth, a fist like a hammer crashes onto Su Yi's shoulder with a thunderous thud. Su Yi is sent flying over 3 yards before hitting the ground, his face paling, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Ha! Young master, is this fellow even fit to practice martial arts? I could crush him with a single finger. The bearded man laughs uproariously. Young Master Zhou casts a disdainful glance at Su Yi before turning to leave, his voice echoing from a distance. With descendants like you, the spirit of Ming Dagong must be enraged in its grave, especially since his tomb has been converted into a pigsty. Chapter 2. Anger strikes the heavenly gate. Watching young Master Zhou depart, Su Yi remains motionless on the ground, his hands buried deep in the earth. Though he has only inhabited this world for 2 years, he has fully inherited the memories of this Bodhi's original owner. The words of young Master Zhou pierce his heart like steel knives. It turns out that Su Yi and young Master Zhou are sworn enemies. From Su Yi's great-grandfather's generation, the Su family produced a remarkable martial arts genius, Ming Dagong, which led to their rise in prominence. Conversely, it was during this time that Zhou Gongzi's ancestors, fleeing hardship, became servants to the Su family. Generation after generation, the Zhou family remained in servitude to the Su family for 3 generations. In Su Yi's grandfather's era, a remarkable son emerged from the Zhou family, Zhou Daoqian, a martial arts prodigy who achieved greatness by the age of 30 and subsequently joined the prestigious Lingxiao Pavilion, liberating the Zhou family from servitude and establishing their esteemed lineage. The Su family had treated the Zhou family with kindness. When Zhou Daoqian displayed his martial prowess, Ming Dagong had already passed away, and the Su family had no heirs. Su Yi's grandfather generously gifted Zhou Daoqian the martial arts texts left behind by Ming Dagong and provided financial support, enabling Zhou Daoqian to become a formidable warrior. After all, human effort has its limits. It is said that while the wealthy are skilled in martial arts, even the most gifted talents can become ordinary without the resources to obtain rare medicinal herbs and martial training texts. Indeed, the assistance provided by Su Yi's grandfather was not entirely altruistic. It stemmed from the desire for Zhou Daoqian to achieve longevity in martial arts, as the Su family would undoubtedly reap the greatest benefits from such support. This mutual reciprocity is but a common human sentiment. However, Zhou Daoqian possessed the character of a treacherous wolf. Once elevated to a position of esteem, the bitterness of his former servitude gnawed at him like a venomous serpent, intensifying his resentment towards the Su family with each passing day. At that time, Zhou Daoqian had already become a member of Lingxi Age, enjoying a prestigious status, while the Su family lacked any formidable support. Zhou Daoqian's ambitions turned towards the Su family, sealing their fate. Through a wrongful accusation, the patriarch of the Su family succumbed to the stress, leading to their complete downfall. Over the ensuing 2 decades, under the oppressive weight of the Zhou family, the Su family's fortunes declined precipitously. Eventually, the Su family's wealth was entirely depleted, and Su Yi's parents fell victim to the Zhou family schemes, suffering under the state's harsh labor until they perished. With the Su family's decline, Su Yi found himself unable to pursue martial arts, dedicating his youth to the study of classics and history. By the age of 16, he had secured a position as a teacher in the village school of Su family village. Yet, upon learning of this, The Zhou family swiftly extinguished this solitary means of livelihood for Su Yi. The Zhou family was merciless. In a fit of rage and despair, the scholar Su Yi met his untimely demise. However, just as his body lay cold, another soul traversed through time and space, giving rise to the Su Yi of today. With Su Yi's rebirth, the Zhou family continued their relentless pursuit, now coveting the scant remaining acres of land belonging to the Su family, thus igniting the current turmoil, the slaughter of ancestors, the murder of his father, the harm inflicted upon his mother Su. He harbored an unquenchable hatred towards the Zhou family. He placed his hand upon the ground, twisted his torso, and sprang to his feet with remarkable swiftness. Spitting out a mouthful of blood, he revealed a significant gash at the corner of his mouth. He opened the door to release the old yellow dog, retrieving boiled meat and rice from the overturned but still sealed iron pot, and indulged in a hearty meal alongside his canine companion. After finishing his lunch, Su Yi refrained from venturing outside again, instead tending to the stove, retreating into the mountains where he hunted several wild animals, meticulously preparing a feast for himself and the old yellow dog. Closing the door behind him, Su Yi took a decisive step forward, swiftly entering the depths of the dense forest, seeking a place amidst the elm trees to practice. With deep breaths, he began his rigorous training, moving with a deliberate slowness, every action imbued with immense weight, akin to a powerful ox, sometimes charging forward, sometimes raising his hooves, and, at other times, crashing into trees. Repeating these movements, he practiced merely 3 techniques for a duration of 2 full hours, only pausing occasionally to consume a few dark medicinal herbs. As he continued, his pace gradually slowed, as though he bore the weight of 1,000 pounds. The vigor within him surged ever faster, igniting with fervor. Suddenly, Su Yi reached a profound state of transcendence devoid of pain or fatigue. All his vitality was concentrated in the fervent flow of his blood. With a final surge of strength, he executed a technique known as raging charge, forcefully pressing his back against a pine tree as thick as a rice bowl, producing a resounding crack as the mighty tree splintered. With a thud, Su Yi collapsed to the ground, utterly exhausted, akin to a shrimp with its tendons severed, yet overwhelmed with boundless joy, akin to a mighty river converging into the sea. He was acutely aware that his last push had exhibited a force of at least 100 pounds, a hallmark of reaching the pinnacle of body refinement. After catching his breath, Su Yi rose, wielding a sturdy piece of wood, and with a swift motion, it snapped in response. He took the sharp end and fiercely grazed his arm, leaving a long, deep white mark on his skin, yet no blood appeared. With a powerful fist, he struck a boulder the size of a millstone, shattering it into fragments. Skin as tough as leather, bones as hard as iron. The peak of body refinement is indeed not a hollow title. Su Yi murmured as he gazed at his own calloused hands. Yet, having attained the pinnacle of body refinement, Su Yi did not dare linger in the forest for long. In the aftermath of his initial breakthrough, it was imperative to stabilize his newfound realm. The previously tumultuous surge of energy began to coalesce, gradually infusing into his veins and sinews. Upon rising, he found the water in his bathing tub to be murky and unclean. Upon inspecting his body closely, he observed that the once somewhat rigid contours had reverted to a softer state reminiscent of his pre-training form. However, within this softness lay an astonishing reservoir of energy. Chapter 3. The Might of Qilin. Dressed in coarse cloth, Su Yi secured his hair with a wooden hairpin, his gaunt face radiating an unprecedented aura of menace. His gaze suddenly fixed upon 2 pieces of ginger on the rickety wooden table, and his thoughts began to soar. The humiliation of 2 years and the inhumane torment of 2 days flashed before his eyes like frames of film. Only he knew the extent of his suffering during these 2 years. He had to endure rigorous training while swallowing his pride, maneuvering through the intricacies of the Zhou family. The 2 pieces of ginger in his hand served as tools to dye his skin yellow. He could hone his martial skills, but he must never reveal his accomplishments. The Zhou family would relish the sight of a foolish donkey making a fool of itself, but would never allow a martial genius to flourish. 2 years of careful restraint had come to an end. With a swift motion, he tossed the pieces of ginger into the air, which soared in a stunning arc, disappearing from sight. The distant sound of a clapper echoed, signaling the second watch of the night. After standing by the window for a long while, Su Yi moved. He gently patted the old yellow dog sleeping by the bed and reached beneath the low bed to retrieve two roosters. Grasping their necks, he dashed southward into the mountains. Queen Mountain was the only significant mountain in Guang'an Prefecture, stretching over 10,000 miles from east to west and 5,000 miles from north to south, crossing 3 prefectures. Within the vast territory of the Great Yu Dynasty, it was somewhat renowned. The deep night in Queen Mountain was terrifying, with the cries of owls and ghostly whales filling the air, making it impossible to discern one's own fingers. Standing in the forest for even a moment would send chills down one's spine. Yet, Sui disregarded the darkness and chill, skillfully dodging every tree in his path. Sprinting swiftly, along the way he encountered a giant python, as thick as a bowl, launching a surprise attack from a towering tree. However, Sui, prepared for such an eventuality, struck the python's head with a powerful punch, sending the 1,000-pound creature crashing into a tree, dazed and unwilling to pursue him further. The overwhelming strength brought Sui an unparalleled sense of exhilaration, as the forest wind whipped through his loose clothing like a flag. After running for nearly the duration of an incense stick, he reached the edge of a grove of shadow locust trees. Estimating the time, he realized it was almost a third watch. Sui took out 3 black incense sticks from his pocket and lit them, planting them in the soft earth in a triangular formation. Soon, a dense black mist emerged from the largest shadow locust tree, taking on a human form above the 3 incense sticks. With a high nose and deep-set eyes, the figure was robust, its large head bald, and a coarse string of prayer beads encircled its neck, each bead the size of a chicken egg, a fearsome foreign monk. Upon witnessing this terrifying transformation, Sui felt a surge of joy, ready to call out when a misty figure began to dissipate. Alarmed, Sui swiftly broke the necks of the 2 roosters, spraying their blood towards the disintegrating figure, which finally stabilized. Sui then noticed that the fearsome monk had a gaping hole the size of a bowl in his abdomen. Master, we claim it. Tanyue had repeatedly mentioned that Liaochen was already dead, so how could there be a master-disciple relationship? You protected the soul of Chun, and Liaochen imparted the body-forging technique to you, which is the result of Tanyue's good karma. Moreover, Tanyue's 6 senses remain unpurified, rendering him ineligible for the Buddhist path. Liaochen clasped his hands together, transmitting a divine thought. Sui responded, Master has taught me the techniques and resolved my doubts. Your grace is akin to rebirth. Even if you do not acknowledge me as a disciple, I shall regard you as my master. His face was filled with sincerity. Interestingly, during his 2 years in this world, Sui's closest companions were a dog and a ghost. His bond with Liaochen began on the evening of the 3rd day after his arrival in this world. That night, the weather was dreary, thick clouds obscured half the sky, and a fierce wind howled, heralding an impending storm. Sui sat on the threshold, staring vacantly at the swirling mountain mist when Liaochen's soul stumbled past his door. Upon calling out, Liaochen stopped in surprise, exclaiming, You possess the innate eyes. At this revelation, Sui jolted, suddenly realizing that the imposing monk before him was not of the mortal realm, his body ethereal and drifting. Fortunately, having experienced death himself, Sui was not afraid of Liaochen and invited him in to escape the rain. After the storm subsided, Sui gained a preliminary understanding of Liaochen. However, a ghost could not linger long in the world of the living, and when they reached the foot of Queen Mountain, Liaochen's spirit had grown weak, on the verge of dissipating. By chance, Sui called out to him, and following Liaochen's instructions, daily offered rooster blood to help restore his spirit. In gratitude, Liaochen imparted a body-forging technique, leading to the Sui of today. 3 months prior, Liaochen's spirit had barely stabilized and contemplated moving on, yet he knew that as a ghost, he could not remain long in the realm of the living. Unexpectedly, Sui arrived as promised, but Liaochen's spirit had dwindled. Before Sui could inquire, Liaochen spoke, It is time, it is fate. I have unintentionally stumbled into a calamity. Although I narrowly escaped, my spirit is severely diminished and will dissipate today. Fortunately, the heavens have been kind to me, allowing me to encounter Tanyue. Master, there must be a way. Sui's eyes brimmed with tears. Liaochen reached out, attempting to pat Sui's shoulder, but his ethereal hand passed through without contact, and with a sigh, he said, Tanyue need not grieve. Life and death are fated. I am a sinner and must face this tribulation. Time is short. Let me witness Tanya's progress over these past months. Su Yi opened his mouth to speak, but Liao Chen gazed at him gently, his eyes filled with anticipation. Without uttering another word, Su Yi assumed his stance, bending his body. Left fist clenched and right fingers curved, drawing energy from his dantian. Devilish ox treads heaven. Fury crashes the celestial gate, freely roaming the celestial demon. With only 3 techniques. In the vast forest, it was as if a bull demon was unleashing its might, and in the blink of an eye, dozens of saplings as thick as bowls were broken and sent flying. After completing his series of punches and kicks, Su Yi stood firm, unflustered and breathless, with an imposing presence. Liao Chen's eyes widened in shock, his ethereal face filled with astonishment. Chapter 4. The surge of anger and the aura of death. This set of techniques, the devilish ox power fist, was the pinnacle of body forging methods from the Tianshan Temple of the Western regions, not to be lightly bestowed upon those who were not direct disciples. Liao Chen had gained the opportunity to learn this fist due to a fortuitous encounter with Master Jiu. Grateful for Su Yi's act of salvation, he passed down this technique. However, Liao Chen never anticipated that Su Yi would master the devilish ox power fist to its peak in merely 2 years, whereas Liao Chen had taken a decade. Liao Chen's junior, Bei Chen, had achieved a breakthrough in 3 years and was celebrated as a genius emerging once every 50 years at Tianshan Temple. Liao Chen was well aware that Bei Chen's rapid progress was not solely due to the devilish ox power fist. The consumption of various precious medicinal herbs was immeasurable. Achieving such a milestone in just 2 years was nothing short of miraculous. Tan Yue was exceptionally gifted, and Liao Chen had never heard of such talent. Previously, he had transmitted the devilish ox power fist without authorization, and now, witnessing Tan Yue's remarkable aptitude, he believed that even if Master Jiu were to learn of it, he would not reproach him. Liao Chen's face was filled with satisfaction as he clasped his hands together in reverence. Su Yi replied, "Disciple is naturally dull-witted. All I possess is diligence. While others practice once, I can practice 10 or 100 times. I believe that diligence can make up for my shortcomings. Diligence can compensate for shortcomings." What a marvelous statement. Your ability to articulate this reflects your heart's nature. Very well, Liao Chen has little time left, so please allow Tan Yue to listen intently. With that, Liao Chen began to recount an old story. It turned out that when Liao Chen was 30 years old, he broke through to the pinnacle of body forging, reaching the Qi-Si realm, and was subsequently appointed as the steward of the scripture repository at Tianshan Temple. In the years that followed, Liao Chen's life did not change much. He devoted himself entirely to martial arts, cleaning and organizing the scriptures, and time swiftly passed, totaling 15 years. One day, news spread from the scripture repository that Liao Chen had stolen sacred texts and fled. The higher-ups of Tianshan Temple were enraged, and a massive manhunt ensued. Liao Chen, having escaped from the western regions to the central plains, found himself in Guang'an, where he tragically met his demise amidst a fierce struggle. This led to the fateful encounter between his ghost and Su Yi. Initially, Liao Chen had no intention of revealing this secret to Su Yi, but now, faced with the imminent dissolution of his spirit and burdened with a significant request, he divulged the entirety of the circumstances. As he spoke, Liao Chen prepared to kneel. However, Su Yi, as his disciple, could not accept such a grand gesture and stepped aside, insisting, as commanded, "I shall comply without question." At that moment, a violent gust of wind swept through the forest, tearing away the last remaining arm of Liao Chen. Su Yi stood motionless for a long while, sorrow welling within him. His gaze fixed upon the Yinhuai forest, now eerily silent, shrouded in a thin mist, with no trace of Liao Chen to be found. He cried out in anguish, his mournful wails echoing through the vast mountains and forests, reverberating endlessly. As dawn broke, birds emerged from the dense mountains, tigers roared in the valleys, and the cacophony filled the air, yet Liao Chen's spirit failed to return. Suddenly, Su Yi fell to his knees, tears streaming down his face. His mind flooded with memories of Liao Chen's visage and laughter. He could not tell when the first rays of morning light pierced through the trees, but eventually, he composed himself, hewing wood to mark a grave and mounding earth to form a tomb, casting 3 incense sticks into the burial site, doing his best to honor Liao Chen's resting place. Half an hour later, Su Yi appeared at the foot of Huyin Mountain. a wild boar the size of a calf slung over his shoulder. Having reached the pinnacle of body forging, he relished the newfound power coursing through him. A sensation of total mastery. In the past, he could hunt in the mountains, but never with such ease, crafting arrows from branches and shaping earth into projectiles with reckless abandon. Looking up at the sky, he noted that it was just past the hour of the hare, the sun rising higher. In the distance, countless farmers toiled in the lush, terraced fields, some wielding hoes, others guiding plows or leading oxen, moving gracefully through the verdant landscape. This picturesque scene somewhat tempered the tumult within Sui. Just then, he noticed a thick plume of smoke rising from the northwest. He glanced over, casting the wild boar aside, and darted toward the smoke with the speed of lightning. To his horror, he discovered that the source of the smoke was the small wooden house where he had taken shelter, a home that had been passed down through 2 generations. Before he could run more than a few steps, a heart-wrenching bark echoed through the air. "Oh no, it's De Huang." Su Yi's eyes widened in terror, his blood boiling with rage as he sprinted forward, his legs moving like a whirlwind. Within moments, he covered the 10+ miles, but alas, he was too late. The house had been reduced to ashes, not even a skeletal frame remaining. In the clearing before the charred remains, a cross was erected, and De Huang lay there, his limbs pierced through by sharp wooden stakes nailed to the cross. The skin on his head had been torn open, exposing the gruesome red and white of his innards. Despite such grievous wounds, De Huang was still alive, his eyes, stained with blood, gazing up at Su Yi, tears welling up like pearls. "Oi cannot be seated, De Huang." Mourning silently, his gaunt face marred with veins, his eyes bulging, nearly bursting with pent-up rage. Pressing his hand on De Huang's battered head, he silenced the dog's cries. Though a beast, De Huang was like a brother and father to Su Yi. Heartbroken, he cradled De Huang's lifeless body, tears pouring down like rain, consumed by immense sorrow. He took off running. Through the verdant mountains and forests, he resembled an ancient beast unleashed, trampling everything in his path as if a great plow had passed through. He dashed up peaks and plunged into valleys, oblivious to his surroundings, his mind a chaotic void. Time passed unmeasured until fatigue overcame him, his cries subsided, and clarity returned. He dug a grave for De Huang, wiped away his tears, and resolutely descended the mountain. Chapter 5. A poorly brewed soup after another half hour. He halted at the banks of the Tanshi River, bending down to immerse his head in the water, drinking deeply. He then fashioned a fork from a branch, and, with swift motions, pulled out several plump, lively red carp, a specialty of the Tanshi. After scaling and gutting the fish, washing them in the stream, Su Yi devoured them voraciously. Having reached the apex of body forging, his strength had surged, enabling him to consume more than a tiger. The considerable weight of the fish, over 50 pounds, vanished as he swallowed them whole, skin and bones alike. After his meal, Su Yi remained still, seated by the stream, channeling his energy to restore his strength. At this moment, his heart thundered like rolling thunder, yet his face remained as calm as a placid lake, patiently awaiting the moment when the heavens would shatter. As the sun dipped lower, a mountain breeze carried a jingling sound from the west. Though Su Yi kept his eyes closed, he recognized the sound of metal clasps clashing, the unmistakable sound of saddles and war boots. Soon, the sounds of horses neighing and the shouts of riders reached him, a contingent of no less than 10. Suddenly, Su Yi sprang to his feet striking the ground with urgency, swiftly leaping onto the western mountain path. The wind howled, banners fluttered, and the hunting party, led by young Master Zhou, returned triumphantly from Huin Mountain, each horse burdened with heavy game. The joy of their successful hunt was evident on every face. Even the typically reserved young Master Zhou could not help but whistle in delight. The brash man with a thin beard, caught up in his revelry, began to sing a crude mountain tune, inciting cheers from the assembled riders. Just as he reveled in his performance, a sharp-eyed middle-aged man with an eagle-like nose, seated closely beside young Master Zhou, declared, "There is a murderous intent." This man, the premier guest of young Master Zhou's household, possessed unparalleled martial prowess and commanded great respect. His words instantly silenced the group, blades unsheathed, bows drawn taut. Scanning the surroundings. No need to search. The eagle-nosed guest spoke coldly. "The threat lies directly ahead." "Huh, I shall see who dares to be so bold as to threaten the Zhou family within 100 miles. Young Master Zhou raised his whip, and his spirited horse surged forward, charging ahead. The riders spurred their mounts, galloping fiercely in pursuit. As they crested a small rise, Su Yi's solid figure, standing resolutely in the path, came into view. Upon recognizing Su Yi, the bearded man felt a surge of bravado. Though he too was a guest of the Zhou family, his cultivation remained stagnant at the late stage of body forging, placing him beneath the eagle-nosed man. Yet, this individual reveled in the prospect of claiming credit. Earlier that morning, the hunting party had passed by Su Yi's home, and, noticing his absence, the bearded man had taken it upon himself to set Su Yi's humble abode ablaze and capture his fleeing dog, De Huang, skinning it and nailing it to a stake. Now, perceiving Su Yi as the source of the murderous aura, he thought of him as nothing more than an insect in the way, a chance to bolster his own contributions. With the intention of seizing glory, the bearded man lashed his whip, his steed surged forward, overtaking young Master Zhou and positioning himself at the forefront, sneering as he shouted, "How dare a lowly peasant obstruct the young master? Watch as I skin you alive." Before his taunts could finish, the bearded man pulled on the reins, and his horse reared, its massive hooves poised to trample Su Yi. At that moment, Su Yi sprang into action. Like a flash of lightning, he evaded the descending hooves, his body twisting to the side of the horse's neck, coiling like a powerful spring. Drawing upon technique honed through countless repetitions, he unleashed a forceful strike against the horse's neck. The stallion reared and fell, its neck snapping, crashing into the throng of riders. Among the Zhou family's followers, none had insulted Su Yi more deeply than the bearded man. As he uttered the words, "Skin you alive," Su Yi's blood surged, his heart filled with murderous intent directed solely at the bearded man. Just then, the eagle-nosed middle-aged man lunged forward, his fist aimed directly at Su Yi's back. The force of his blow creating a faint sonic boom. In a distance exceeding 3 zhong, the moment arrived in an instant. Just as Su Yi felt the unanticipated blow about to land, he seemed to possess an uncanny awareness. Gripping the chin of the bearded man and deftly striking down the back of a knight with a swift kick, narrowly evading the devastating punch. However, the knight before him was not as fortunate, as the thunderous fist struck him, causing a ghastly sound as his body erupted in a spray of blood. A missed strike only fueled the fury of the middle-aged man with an eagle-like nose, who pivoted and lunged again. Although Su Yi was encumbered by the bearded man, he adeptly maneuvered through the throng of steeds, utilizing the obstacles around him to evade the lethal attempts of the eagle-nosed adversary. Undoubtedly, the middle-aged man was a master at the pinnacle of body refinement, his formidable strength astonishing. Despite the frantic cries of young Master Zhou, he was compelled to unleash his might. Yet this force was easily dispelled by Su Yi, while the knights around him fell victim, with 7 perishing in mere moments. With a precise kick to the throat of the last knight, a crisp crack echoed, and the knight collapsed from his mount. Thus, all 8 knights that young Master Zhou had brought met their demise. At that moment, young Master Zhou finally recognized that the mountain village youth before him was no longer a mere insect to be ridiculed and assaulted at will. Gazing into Su Yi's chilling eyes, he felt an unsettling chill coursing through his skin. As the coldness receded, a wave of humiliation surged within him. He, a noble scion with a distinguished lineage, was accustomed to the prowess of his uncle Zhou Daoqian, and with numerous skilled retainers at his disposal. He had reached the late stage of body refinement, mere steps away from the pinnacle. Yet this insignificant Su Yi had instilled in him a feeling of dread, an utter humiliation indeed. In that moment, fury engulfed young Master Zhou, his eyes aflame as he declared, "Su Yi, are you not eager for revenge? Here I stand. My uncle speaks the truth. Your Su family has roots in thievery, forever resorting to such cunning tricks. Do you dare confront me directly?" Chapter 6. Severing an arm anew. Do not fret. Allow me to first settle matters with my big yellow one. Su Yi remarked impassively, raising his left thumb. The sharp nail glimmered like the finest blade as it sliced through the skin atop his beard, instantly drawing forth a trickle of blood. With a swift motion, he rubbed his left hand, causing a sliver of skin to lift. He then struck the bearded man repeatedly, producing sounds akin to frying beans, before pinching the lifted skin between his fingers and tearing it forcefully, releasing a horrifying rip. Su Yi had actually ripped off a substantial portion of the bearded man's scalp, pulling it down to his neck, revealing a gruesome expanse of red flesh and white sinew, reminiscent of a dying old dog. Since being captured by Su-yi, the bearded man had been rendered immobile with his throat grasped tightly, unable to move or cry out. Now subjected to such torment, even a master at the late stage of body refinement found himself in excruciating agony, tears streaming down his face, his constricted throat emitting pitiful sounds. A sight too harrowing to behold. In this lifetime and the next, it was Su-yi's first experience with such cruelty, yet he felt no compassion or discomfort, only an inferno of rage threatening to consume him. Having exacted punishment on the bearded man, Su-yi remained unsatisfied. He extended his foot, crushing the man's legs, and nonchalantly tossed him, his limp body soaring through the air, hanging grotesquely from the peak of a towering tree, like a descaled shrimp, bleeding profusely and howling in despair. This entire sequence transpired in the blink of an eye, leaving young Master Zhou and the eagle-nosed man utterly stunned, as the bearded man's condition was rendered unrecognizable. The eagle-nosed man howled in fury, "Su-yi, I shall grind your bones to dust and make you regret your very existence." Young Master Zhou was equally incensed, spurring his steed and leaping into the air, drawing his sword, which glimmered like a streak of azure light as it aimed for Su-yi's throat. Elder Feng, standing nearby, interjected, "I shall personally flay this scoundrel and fashion his head into my urinal." With swift and electrifying swordplay, young Master Zhou unleashed a barrage of 13 strikes, forcing Su-yi to retreat a corresponding distance. Although none struck true, the overwhelming momentum compelled Su-yi to step back repeatedly. Sensing his advantage, young Master Zhou sneered. "Su-yi, this thunderbolt sword technique was bestowed upon me by my uncle Daoqian, derived from the Yuling Fairy of the Tianshan sect, one of the most renowned sword techniques of the sect. In the past, the Yuling Fairy wielded this technique alongside my uncle to sweep through the 36 villages of Wonia Mountain, slaying countless foes. Just now, I unleashed only 13 strikes, and you could not withstand a single one. The subsequent lethal moves will be too fierce. I fear you shall not even have the chance to cry out before your head is severed. Kneel and beg for mercy, and I may grant you a complete corpse. Anu is merely Anu. Even with rudimentary skills, you dare flaunt your might. Show me what you can do. I am eager to witness the extent of your inheritance from the old thief Daoqian. The mere mention of Anu sent young Master Zhou into a rage. The Zhou family had served the Su family for generations, an eternal wound buried deep in their hearts. Never to be mentioned. You wretch, seeking death. Young Master Zhou roared to the heavens. I shall smite the heavens and annihilate the earth. With his sword, he executed 9 intricate flourishes, unleashing invisible ripples through the air. The wildflowers lining the mountain path danced wildly, propelled into the air. Elder Feng, leaning back with amusement, observed the unfolding spectacle. Young Master Zhou's family heritage bestowed him with unique insights into the thunderbolt sword technique. As a practitioner at the late stage of body refinement, Su-yi's chances against young Master Zhou, armed with both bare hands and a sword, appeared grim, even if this wild youth had gleaned some measure of inheritance. Evading the onslaught of the thunderbolt sword was an implausible feat, yet, as Elder Feng's thoughts lingered, a sudden twist occurred. Just as young Master Zhou prepared to unleash his full power, Su-yi sprang into action, sweeping his long leg to strike a boulder weighing dozens of jin. The stone, propelled with force, hurtled towards young Master Zhou. Caught off guard, young Master Zhou's sword had yet to be unleashed when the boulder approached. If he did not shield himself, the incoming projectile would strike with immense force, leaving him either dead or gravely injured. In a fit of desperation, young Master Zhou swung his sword, shattering the stone into fragments, pressing forward with determination. As he prepared to cleave Su-yi, yet another boulder flew his way. In an instant, young Master Zhou had deflected dozens of flying stones, his frustration mounting. He had never anticipated that the thunderbolt sword technique, which he had received from Zhou Daoqian, would be employed to shatter stones. He had never envisioned a day when his own formidable strength would lead to exhaustion from cleaving stones. Young Master, allow me to deal with him. Elder Feng, too, had not expected that the anticipated victory would turn into an utter debacle. Young Master Zhou's swordplay was exceptional, yet he lacked combat experience, while Su-yi was cunning and adept at adapting to the situation. What should have been an exhilarating and decisive victory had devolved into chaos, prompting Elder Feng to contemplate intervention. No, I have declared this wretch is mine. Young Master Zhou, his expression cold, swung his sword again to deflect yet another boulder. Feeling his strength waning, a sudden thought crossed his mind, and he chuckled darkly. Elder Feng, remain patient. I am well aware of this wretch's tricks. He seeks to exhaust my strength. However, he does not realize that my task of cleaving a boulder is far less taxing than his endeavor to hurl one several zhang away. I may be weary, but he will tire even more. Today, I shall wear him down to the ground, capturing him to peel away his skin and strip his bones. Elder Feng glanced at Su Yi, noting the sweat pouring from his brow and his pallid complexion, indicating his exhaustion. Young master, you possess great insight. He conceded, stepping back. Clang, clang. 2 more stones were sent flying as young Master Zhou rejoiced, feeling the diminishing force behind them. Clearly, Su Yi was nearing his limits. As he sent 2 more stones soaring, Su Yi stumbled, nearly losing his footing. Opportunity must not be missed. Young Master Zhou's eyes sparkled with brilliance as he drew in a breath and swiftly approached. The azure sword emitted a soft hum, reminiscent of a venomous dragon emerging from its lair, aimed directly at Su Yi's Baihui acupoint. Meet your demise. The response was immediate. Su Yi let out a fierce roar. His hands shot out with remarkable speed, firmly clamping down on the swiftly thrusting azure sword. With a sharp crack, Su Yi exerted force through his palms, shattering the sword into 2 fragments. Before young Master Zhou could react, Su Yi reversed the broken sword and plunged it into Zhou's left shoulder. Chapter 7. The dragon disarms its armor. Astonishingly loud wails echoed through the valley. Upon witnessing Su Yi seize the long sword, Elder Feng nearly lost his composure, his foot striking the ground, causing the mountain path to collapse beneath him. As Su Yi embedded the broken sword into young Master Zhou's shoulder, Elder Feng had already arrived. One hand resting on Zhou's shoulder while the other formed a blade with his palm, striking fiercely towards Su Yi. The wind from his palm was so sharp that it severed the loose hair near Zhou's ear. Su Yi harbored a deep-seated hatred for young Master Zhou. Having exerted tremendous effort to bring this man under his control, there was no way he would relinquish this opportunity so easily. He did not flinch or evade, instead meeting Elder Feng's palm strike with a powerful punch. Elder Feng rejoiced inwardly, thinking, what a fool. With a resounding crash, their fists collided, creating a thunderous sound that reverberated throughout the arena. Su Yi's feet sank half an inch into the ground, not retreating even a step, while Elder Feng stood firm, absorbing the full force of Su Yi's punch effortlessly. It was evident that Elder Feng had the upper hand in this exchange. After the initial clash, Elder Feng's heart surged with turbulent waves of astonishment. This moment of distraction allowed Su Yi to seize the opportunity. He grasped the stunned young Master Zhou's left arm and, with a surge of divine strength, twisted and pulled, accompanied by a spine-chilling scream, as he tore Zhou's left arm from its socket. Elder Feng was filled with a mix of fury and astonishment, unleashing a roar that echoed to the heavens. His sleeves shredded like a furious lion. He lunged at Su Yi. Having successfully struck, Su Yi did not linger, retreating swiftly like an arrow, covering a distance of over 10 zhang. Young Master Zhou, born with a silver spoon in his mouth, had never encountered true adversity in his life. Even in his martial cultivation, he relied on medicinal materials and techniques, rapidly breaking through various obstacles. Unlike Su Yi, who had endured harsh trials to refine his body, how could he withstand such excruciating pain? He fainted from the agony. Elder Feng moved with incredible speed, sealing over 10 acupoints on Zhou's body to staunch the bleeding from his shoulder and severed arm. He set Zhou aside and, with a swift motion, his magnificent robe billowed in the wind as he stood in a slightly awkward stance, eyes filled with disbelief. You have reached the pinnacle of body refinement. I remember seeing you 2 years ago. Your body was frail and weak, having never practiced martial arts. In recent years, I heard you began your martial training, and we all mock you for being merely a showy display, believing that since you started late, you would never achieve anything significant. Who would have thought that in just 2 short years, you would progress from nothing to the pinnacle of body refinement? Even the core descendants of noble families achieve no more than this. Truly fearsome, young Master Zhou was at the later stage of body refinement. With strong bones and resilient skin, Yet Su Yi had managed to tear him apart with bare hands, a clear indication that he had reached the pinnacle of body refinement. The world reveres martial prowess, whether among commoners or dignitaries. All take pride in their martial skills. This has led to the flourishing era of martial arts. There are countless practitioners, but those who truly excel are few and far between. The pinnacle of body refinement is a crucial threshold. Surpassing this level is akin to stepping into the realm of martial arts. One may strive for the ultimate martial path, or become a wealthy gentleman or a favored guest of nobility, never again suffering the hardships of life. It is a step toward prosperity. Take Elder Feng, for instance. Before reaching the pinnacle of body refinement, he was merely a bodyguard. Yet, upon achieving this level, he became a coveted figure sought after by the noble families of Guang'an. However, Elder Feng took 20 long years to reach this stage, and the hardships endured are not for outsiders to know. Now, this young man, not yet 20, raised in the wilderness, possesses extraordinary talent. Without tremendous fortune, it would be nearly impossible to attain such a transformation. Could it be that you have encountered a grand opportunity? Elder Feng suddenly realized, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Indeed, your martial skills, reminiscent of a bull demon, are exceptional. I have spent over a decade at the pinnacle of body refinement, and after arduous training, I can exert the strength of a bull with a single palm strike. Yet, ordinary masters at this stage cannot withstand it. You, having just entered the pinnacle, can firmly endure it. This indicates the remarkable quality of your technique. As Elder Feng spoke, the light in his eyes intensified. If I can capture you and extract the secrets of your technique, I may have a chance to reach the realm of Qi Hai. Elder Feng, we are both at the pinnacle of body refinement, having achieved something in the martial path. Why stoop to the level of guarding a gate? It is truly disgraceful, Su Yi coldly retorted. Elder Feng, angered, exclaimed, well, you know, the martial world is indeed flourishing, but because of its prolonged prosperity. The major sects and noble families have solidified their power. The top-tier techniques and medicinal materials required for cultivation are nearly monopolized by a few. Without money or resources, relying solely on courage, how can one cultivate martial arts? You, young man, possess exceptional luck, having reached the pinnacle in just 2 years, but do not become too arrogant. Without opportunity, you will inevitably be like me, forever stagnant at this level. This is the tragedy of ordinary practitioners. As he spoke, a hint of melancholy appeared in Elder Feng's eyes. Su Yi countered, opportunity? You have served the Zhou family as a servant. Has Zhou Daoqian ever granted you the so-called opportunity? Elder Feng's face flushed with anger as he retorted, what do you know? I have only been with the Zhou family for 5 years. My contributions are insufficient. The martial sovereign would not bestow rewards lightly. At this point, Elder Feng's previously sullen face suddenly brightened, fixing his gaze on Su Yi. Perhaps my past contributions were lacking, but if I can successfully capture you now, it would be a tremendous achievement, especially since you have severed the arm of the martial sovereign's most favored nephew. I knew it. You allowed me to easily sever Anu's arm because Elder Feng desires greater merit, Su Yi coldly scoffed. Seeking death. Elder Feng's eyes flashed with murderous intent. Without warning, he leaped forward, raising his hand to deliver a punch. Silent and swift, it was so fast that not even the flowers and grass stirred. Su Yi had barely a moment to evade as the punch approached his face. With a rush of air, Su Yi's abdomen contracted sharply, expelling a white mist. His fist, which had been coiled tightly, launched forth like a cannonball. Since evasion was impossible, he chose to confront it head-on. We are both at the pinnacle of body refinement. Who fears whom? A colossal crash reverberated, causing the earth to tremble slightly. Their fists clashed, Su Yi striking Elder Feng's left shoulder while Elder Feng hit Su Yi's abdomen. Elder Feng remained unmoved, his legs sinking half an inch into the ground, a trickle of blood escaping from the corner of his mouth. Su Yi, on the other hand, was sent flying like a kite with its string cut, crashing 3 zhang away, breaking several thick silver furs, and landing on the ground, motionless. Chapter 8. Relentless Pursuit. Ha ha ha. Su Yi felt pain coursing through his entire body, as if his bones had been disassembled. That thunderous punch felt as though a small mountain had collided with him, nearly causing him to lose consciousness. Until Elder Feng's voice reached his ears, he jolted awake, incredulous. How could this be? He had received teachings indicating that once a mortal reached the pinnacle of body refinement, they could exert the strength of a bull. due to differences in techniques and talent. Weaker individuals might possess slightly less than a bull-less strength, while stronger ones could see significant increases, but never beyond 1.5 bulls. As for himself, he had completely shattered the human body's limits through arduous training. His full power could yield 1.5 bulls of strength. Yet at this moment, Elder Fang's strike possessed an astounding 3 bulls of strength, shattering his understanding. After laughing, Elder Fang glanced at Su Yi coldly, as if viewing a corpse. He swiftly snapped off a sturdy branch, sharpening it like a spear, and hurled it at Su Yi's left shoulder blade with lightning speed. Elder Fang intended to capture him, aiming to pin Su Yi to the ground and extract the secrets behind his rapid cultivation. The spear, propelled by immense force, whistled through the air and struck Su Yi's shoulder blade with a dull thud, but did not penetrate flesh. Elder Fang's face remained unperturbed as Su Yi sprang to his feet like a carp leaping from the water, fixating his gaze on Elder Fang and asserting, "I wager you cannot deliver a second punch of such might." In that moment, as he fell to the ground, Su Yi grasped the truth. It was not as Liao Chun had claimed, that the body could only harness the strength of a mere ox. Rather, Elder Fang had employed some secret technique. Otherwise, he would not have taken such a long time to unleash that powerful punch. Such immense force must surely come with a cost, making it impossible to replicate. As soon as he finished speaking, Su Yi tore away the coarse robe, revealing not flesh, but rather dark iron plates. The iron plate covering his abdomen was already fissured from the impact of Elder Fang's devastating fist, while a heavy jab from a wooden spear had left a gaping hole in his shoulder. Elder Fang's eyes bulged in astonishment, and his mouth opened wide in disbelief, nearly biting his own tongue. Heavy iron? You actually bear heavy iron? This is inconceivable. Heavy iron is the most common material for forging heavy weaponry in this world. Dense and much heavier than ordinary refined iron, typically favored by those of great physical strength for crafting formidable weapons. At this moment, Su Yi was nearly enveloped in heavy iron, weighing no less than 500 pounds. A peak body refining expert's full force would amount to 1 ox's strength, which is around 2,000 pounds. 500 pounds, while substantial, is not insurmountable. Yet, the principle is not as straightforward. It is akin to a common individual exerting themselves to lift a 200-pound sack, yet unable to bind a 50-pound sandbag in their daily life. The distinction lies in explosive power versus endurance. Having battled Su Yi several times prior, Elder Fang observed that Su Yi moved with remarkable speed, exhibiting no signs of hesitation. With Elder Fang's keen perception, he could discern that the heavy iron encumbering Su Yi was not merely a recent addition, but had almost become part of his very being. This method of body refinement was nothing short of astonishing. It is well known that the transcendent stage is divided into 4 realms: body refinement, Qi-Si, liquid condensation, and soul perception. The body refinement realm involves the honing of skin and bones, the strengthening of qi and blood, and the enhancement of physical power, as one would expect. However, no martial artist would dare to bear the burden of heavy weight like Su Yi, not due to an inability to withstand it. For the enhancement of precious herbs significantly augments a martial artist's physical resilience. Rather, it is the result of prolonged overexertion, while the body could be sustained through medication. The exhaustion of the spirit is insurmountable, and the risk of mental collapse is ever present. Yet, Su Yi accomplished this feat, shattering Elder Fang's understanding of martial cultivation. Su Yi had no obligation to explain himself to Elder Fang. Instead, he resolutely unshackled the heavy iron from his body and declared, "I have been bearing this 508-pound weight since 3 months ago. The first 3 days were agonizing beyond measure, and I cannot find rest day or night. The following 4 days, I was swollen and in pain, enduring a hellish 2 months before I could move as normal. As if it were nothing, it was only last night that I reached the peak of body refinement. This heavy iron is now of no use to me. Today, it served to shield me from your powerful strike, and thus, it has fulfilled its purpose." With that, he discarded the heavy iron with a resounding clang, sending it flying deep into the thicket. The sudden absence of weight, which had far exceeded his body's capacity, made Su Yi feel as light as a feather, almost floating. Elder Fang could scarcely have anticipated encountering such a prodigy today. Having engaged Su Yi several times, he initially approached with an air of superiority, believing that even upon realizing Su Yi had also reached the peak of body refinement, he still held the upper hand. The reasoning was simple. He was a seasoned master of body refinement, rich in combat experience, which gave him confidence in dispatching this novice. However, at this moment, Elder Feng's mindset shifted entirely. How could he possibly contend with someone who could display such combat prowess while encumbered by hundreds of pounds of iron? Although Elder Feng believed that his combat skills and experience would far surpass that of the novice before him, the fact that this individual bore 500 pounds of iron while exhibiting such speed instilled a sense of dread regarding what his speed would be without the burden. Elder Feng understood well that battles in the body refinement stage ultimately revolve around the interplay of speed and strength, while martial techniques hold considerable weight. Take, for instance, the devastating technique he had just unleashed. If executed when the enemy is unprepared, it could indeed be a lethal move. Yet, there are no shortcuts in the martial path, and one cannot rely on tricks. The might of the devastation fist comes at the cost of significant physical toll, as the expulsion of the 9 meridians demands great sacrifice, inflicting considerable damage to the body. As the saying goes, to injure the enemy, one must first injure oneself. Realizing he was outmatched, Elder Feng's instincts urged him to flee. Chapter 9. The Great Head. Little did he know, Su Yi had already discerned the strengths and weaknesses of the devastation fist. Elder Feng's blusterous strike did not sway his resolve. As Elder Feng moved, Su Yi did as well. Having shed the 500 pounds of iron, he became as light as a wisp of smoke, launching himself forward. Before Elder Feng could regain his footing, Su Yi was upon him, delivering a punch that was even stronger than before, causing the very air to ripple. Just as victory seemed within reach, Elder Feng, in midair, contracted like a spring, narrowly evading Su Yi's powerful blow. Nonetheless, the tremendous force of the punch grazed his resilient skin, inflicting a pain akin to being cut by a blade. Although he barely avoided the full brunt of the attack, Elder Feng was acutely aware of the severity of the situation. No matter how he attempted to escape, he could not evade Su Yi's pursuit. With that thought, a surge of courage and defiance awakened within Elder Feng. A soft sound echoed as he landed, and in his left hand appeared a narrow sword 3 feet long, aimed directly at Su Yi's incoming fist. Su Yi did not flinch. With remarkable speed, his gaze sharpened, and his fist brushed against the sword's edge before striking Elder Feng's left shoulder with a thunderous impact. The force of 1.5 oxen unleashed a staggering power, causing Elder Feng to break 2 thick wooden beams before crashing to the ground. Just as he attempted to rise like a fish, Su Yi's swift form descended upon him once more, his foot descending like a ship, crashing down onto Elder Feng's face, pinning him to the earth. Yi, relentless in his assault, showed no mercy, delivering punch after punch, his fists raining down like a torrential storm, leaving Elder Feng no respite. Initially, Elder Feng could still muster some sound, but soon he became like a broken sack, unable to utter a word, and in an instant, Su Yi had created a pit in the ground deep enough to swallow half a person with his iron fists. Even though Elder Feng had reached the peak of body refinement, with skin as tough as leather and bones like iron, under Su Yi's frenzied onslaught, even steel ball would be crushed. Su Yi rose to his full height, and Elder Feng's head was now deeply buried in the muddy pit. Blood gushing forth like a fountain, his body lifeless and silent. A renowned master of body refinement, Elder Feng had not even the slightest chance to retaliate before being slain. After delivering the fatal blows, Su Yi retrieved the cloth bag from Elder Feng's waist, finding only a handful of crimson coins within. Holding one of the coins up to his lips, he blew gently, and it emitted a sound akin to celestial chanting. At last, the frost on Su Yi's face began to thaw. He had long been aware of the existence of crimson coins. As he understood, there were 2 types of currency in the contemporary world. One for the common folk, which Su Yi had earned through storytelling, consisting of copper coins and silver coins, and another for those in the martial arts community, primarily the ruling class's currency, namely the crimson coins or gold ingots forged from crimson metal. In the past, when Su Yi earned his living through storytelling, he could only obtain the common currency used by the masses. It was precisely because he could not acquire crimson coins that he was unable to procure the precious medicinal herbs that required crimson currency for transactions, limiting him to purchasing inferior herbs from the countryside that commoners could easily gather to restore his energy. Now, with these dozen crimson coins in his grasp, the exhilaration they brought him was indescribable. After playing for a long time, Su Yi reluctantly stuffed the coins into a cloth bag, tightly securing it at his waist. He then picked up the narrow sword that had fallen beside him and, with all his might, bent it into an arc without breaking it. The exceptional sword was effortlessly slung across his waist as he turned to leave the forest, swiftly heading back to the battlefield. Upon arrival, he found no trace of young Master Zhou. Scanning the surroundings, he spotted a figure in the northwest, riding away on a swift steed. As he watched young Master Zhou flee, Su Yi's eyes turned bloodshot once more, and he searched the forest for any signs of movement. After traversing a distance of over 10 zhang to the west, he indeed discovered a stirring in the underbrush, and suddenly a chestnut horse emerged. Earlier, young Master Zhou had brought more than 10 riders, but after the chaotic battle, only a few horses had perished, and Zhou had escaped on one. Su Yi surmised that the remaining horses had been driven into the woods, and after a brief search, he successfully located one. Without hesitation, Su Yi mounted the horse, loosened the reins with his left hand, and turned the horse's head to gallop down the slope. As he rode, he thrust the narrow sword into the right side of the horse's neck, just below the artery. Though blood did not spill forth, the horse seemed invigorated, suddenly doubling its speed and racing like the wind. Having reached the pinnacle of martial arts training, Su Yi had attained a profound understanding of the human body's vital energy, muscles, and organs. Although the steed was not human, its vigorous running, with energy surging and bones vibrating, was easily interpreted by Su. This thrust was intended to awaken the horse's latent potential. Though it was his first attempt, he had already envisioned the outcome, and the results were indeed astonishing. The wind howled, and the sun blazed fiercely. Young Master Zhou pressed his legs tightly against the horse's belly, wielding a whip with the ferocity of tempest. The white steed beneath him was already stained crimson. He was filled with rage, frenzy, and hatred. How could a distinguished young Master Zhou, born into nobility and accustomed to grandeur, regard Su Yi as anything but an insignificant fool? Allowing him to live was merely perpetuating the shame of the Su family and their departed ancestors. Little did he know that this seemingly insignificant figure would dare to retaliate, and he would not rest until vengeance was exacted. Once he captured that fool, he would subject him to every torment imaginable, making him regret ever drawing breath. In a moment of exhilaration, young Master Zhou's face flushed, and he could not help but let out a long howl towards the heavens. He never anticipated that in his desperate flight, Su Yi had already caught up to him within 2 li instantly. His bravado evaporated, replaced by a profound terror that made him tremble uncontrollably. Even Elder Feng had been unable to stop this man. With that thought, young Master Zhou's fear intensified. He furiously lashed the whip and kicked the horse's belly with all his might. The white steed, feeling the pain, surged forward, further increasing its speed. Just as he finished speaking, Su Yi seemed to dart like lightning, covering 30 zhang in mere moments. Terrified, young Master Zhou felt a tightening in his lower body, causing him to involuntarily release a few drops of urine. He kicked the horse violently and lashed it fiercely, urging it to flee. In Chapter 10, titled Young Master and the County Magistrate, Su Yi's murderous intent surged, his mind a blur. Memories of his stern father and gentle mother flickered in his mind, interspersed with the gruesome image of De Huang's severed head. As long as the Zhou family existed, he would find no peace, even if he were to attain enlightenment. One man and one horse, one pursuing the other, swiftly covered over 10 li. Young Master Zhou's heart raced wildly, akin to a catfish desperately flapping on dry land. He could never have imagined that Su Yi's martial prowess had reached such a profound level, allowing him to outpace even the galloping steed, an ability that even Elder Feng did not possess. Young Master Zhou remained oblivious to the fact that from the moment Su Yi began his martial training, he had subjected himself to arduous weight training, following a path that was difficult for ordinary people to emulate. Now, having shed the heavy burden, he was as light as a swallow, and the distance between him and young Master Zhou diminished rapidly, now only an arrow's length apart. Young Master Zhou, terrified, could barely make a sound as he frantically kicked the white horse, oblivious to its suffering, which had begun to foam at the mouth. Just as Su Yi was about to catch up, they turned into a peach grove, where they encountered a group of men. These were robust servants adorned with the livery of his household, escorting several prisoners shackled in tattered clothes and heavy leg irons, meandering their way. Upon seeing this group, young Master Zhou was nearly brought to tears with joy. They were indeed his household servants, and the prisoners were laborers bound for his family's mines. As soon as the servants recognized young master Zhou riding towards them, they prepared to kneel in reverence. However, young master Zhou shouted hoarsely, urging them not to freeze but to intercept the bastard behind him, offering a reward of 100 taels of silver. Before he could finish, he galloped past the servants. It took a moment for them to regain their senses, and then they cheered and raced towards Su Yi. 100 taels of silver meant that, even if divided, each would receive a significant sum, far more than their annual earnings. Upon recognizing Su Yi's face, some even exclaimed that he was the frail storyteller from Su family village, which only intensified their fervor as they rushed forward, completely forgetting why their master was in flight. Su Yi's murderous intent surged, and his hatred for the Zhou family was deeply ingrained. Seeing the servants rushing towards him, he did not slow his pace, but executed a furious technique, crashing forward as if a raging bull had descended upon them. The 7 or 8 rushing servants were instantly scattered, with 2 of them sent soaring through the air, their bones shattered, never to rise again. The rest were also thrown far away, their bodies broken and blood raining down, failing to impede Su Yi in the slightest. Su Yi continued his relentless charge, leaving a trail of carnage in his wake. The prisoners suddenly regained their spirits, grinning as they surrounded the fallen servants, and soon, anguished cries echoed in the air. Although the servants failed to hinder Su Yi, they inadvertently allowed him to change his tactics mid-pursuit, enabling young Master Zhou to gain a few more zhong of distance. As they chased one another, the Zhou family estate came into view. The Zhou family was affluent, having thrived for 2 generations, and their ancestral home had undergone multiple expansions, becoming the grandest in the region. Gazing upon the estate, one would see a vast array of buildings, with flying eaves and intricate carvings, resembling a forest of magnificent homes. As Su Yi's horses' hooves clattered onto the blue stone of the training ground at the front gate of the Zhou estate, dust swirled in the air. "Ha ha! You little brat, come again!" Before he could finish speaking, hundreds of Zhou family guests, busy honing their bodies, had already noticed the commotion and rushed over like a gust of wind. Some adept horsemen did not approach young Master Zhou, but instead intercepted Su Yi. It is worth noting that the Zhou family employed nearly 100 guests, but only Elder Feng had reached the pinnacle of body refinement. This was simple to understand. The Zhou family was not the family of Zhou Daoqian, and they lived in the mountains, relying on mining for their wealth. Thus they neither required nor could afford too many top martial artists. Even Elder Feng had only been dispatched by Zhou Daoqian at the request of Zhou's father. Over the years, Elder Feng's opportunities to take action could be counted on one hand. Even when he did act, it was merely to instruct other guests in their martial skills. It could be said that young Master Zhou and the guests of the Zhou family had no inkling of the vast chasm that existed between the pinnacle of body refinement and those below it. Boom, boom, boom. 3 towering figures, whether throwing punches, wielding blades, or thrusting spears, charged towards Su Yi's vital points. Just as they were about to strike, Su Yi vanished before their eyes, executing a swift kick in midair, shattering the shoulders of all 3 and unleashing a torrent of blood. When strength and speed comprehensively surpass one another, the only outcome is utter domination. Witnessing this scene, young Master Zhou's soul fled in terror, and he turned his horse to escape. Su Yi, filled with a deep-seated hatred for him, paid no heed to the chaos around him, leaping through the crowd, twisting in midair, and with a swift motion, plunged his narrow sword into young Master Zhou's heart. The force of the strike propelled young Master Zhou directly into the grand copper-painted doors of the Zhou estate, crashing them open with a resounding boom. The narrow blade, resilient, pierced through the grand door, bending without breaking. Thus, Zhou Gongzi found himself hanging at his own door, drenched in blood, eyes wide open, succumbing to death. Covered in blood, Su Yi grasped a large saber, seized from an unknown source, and with a heavy footstep on the threshold, he leapt up, the long blade slicing through the air, decapitating 2 heads that flew high into the sky. With a swift motion, he severed Zhou Gongzi's head, taking hold of it and the head of Zhou's patriarch, binding their long hair into a knot around his waist. At that moment, a throng of Zhou family's attendants and servants finally rushed over, charging at Su Yi like a frenzy. Unfazed, Su Yi met them head-on with his saber. This was a feast of slaughter. 2 years of inhumane torment had granted him unimaginable strength. Generations of deep-seated blood feuds turned his heart to iron. his killing intent soaring to the heavens. After a series of strikes, Su irresolutely discarded his saber, for his fists and body were his most familiar and lethal weapons. Every part of his body transformed into a lethal instrument, wielding an irresistible force and a gracefulness akin to smoke, rendering his opponents utterly powerless. In less than the time it takes for half a stick of incense to burn, countless bodies lay beneath Su, bones piling high, blood flowing abundantly. The astonishing murderous intent finally overwhelmed the fervor of the crowd, and amidst the chaos, someone shouted, causing the attacking throng to disperse like a receding tide. Su did not pursue. Instead, he turned into the backyard and captured a fleeing maid. Moments later, the expansive Zhou family estate began to resemble an oil mill, the scent of tung oil and fire oil wafting through the air. At this moment, Su plunged into the study of the Zhou patriarch. Chapter 11. Scavenging. Ever since he acquired over 10 pieces of red gold coins from Elder Feng's pouch, worldly wealth no longer caught his eye. Thus, he did not rummage through the numerous warehouses of the Zhou family, but instead entered the study of the Zhou patriarch. Su was confident that the most precious items would never be entrusted to others for safekeeping. The study was spacious, measuring about 70 to 80 feet, adorned in an antiquated style. A golden silk Nama desk held a beautifully carved incense burner that wafted sandalwood smoke, creating an elegant and pleasant atmosphere. However, Su had no interest in admiring it. After rummaging through drawers and cabinets, he uncovered a pile of valuable stationery and paintings. With his keen eye, he knew that even a single piece could fetch enough wealth for an ordinary family to live on for half a lifetime. Yet, Suyi's aspirations lay elsewhere. Scanning the surroundings for a moment, he suddenly unleashed a powerful punch. Boom! 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 After dozens of punches, the walls of the study were left in ruins, each marred by deep holes. As he surveyed the area, he indeed discovered a crimson wooden box on the left wall, its hidden mechanisms thoroughly destroyed. Upon opening the box, a radiant red light emanated from within, causing Su Yi's eyes to widen. Inside lay 2 thick pieces of red gold coins, each the size of a large cake. Weighing 100 taels each, Su struggled to contain his excitement as he stuffed the 2 coins into his pouch. Suddenly, he noticed a fire-sealed envelope at the bottom of the box. Su tore it open, pulling out the letter, and read it swiftly. The letter was a private correspondence from the Zhou patriarch to Zhou Daoqian, containing nothing of great significance aside from greetings and a request for Zhou Daoqian to advocate for an increased share of profits from a particular mine for the Zhou family. Although the contents were trivial, Su gleaned valuable information from it. The 2 red gold coins were extraordinary. They were the tribute the Zhou family presented to the Lingxiao Pavilion every 3 years. Accumulated over 3 years, these 2 coins were indeed precious. Zhou Daoqian. Regardless of the Lingxiao Pavilion, this windfall was now Su Yi's to claim. Filled with exuberance, Su envisioned Zhou Daoqian's rage upon learning of this, and he felt a rush of pleasure. Carelessly, he ignited the letter in the candle flame on the desk and exited, discarding it on the oil-soaked windowsill. Instantly, flames erupted. The fierce wind howled as the fire soared into the sky. Within a mere half-stick of incense, the vast Zhou family estate transformed into a sea of flames. At that very moment, a cavalry unit approached from the west, having traveled several miles to reach the Zhou village. Leading them was a young man in white, fair-skinned and handsome, resembling Zhou Gongzi by 50%. A jeweled sword adorned his waist, and he rode a magnificent white steed, taller than the other horses by at least a head, with a coat devoid of any blemish. The sky was high and the clouds white. The turbulent waters of the river flowing, white fish chasing the waves, as the lush Qianin mountains stood tall in the background. The gentle breeze stirred the verdant trees, and the young man in white, inspired by the scene, began to recite poetry. Under the emerald mountains, day after day, I yearn for you across the azure river. Such fine poetry, truly splendid. Dear uncle, I have heard my father speak of you. When he studied in Guang'an, he formed a society with many talented individuals, and you, dear uncle, are undoubtedly one of the most distinguished among them. Indeed, it has only been 20 years, and you have risen to a position of respect in the county. Such talent is truly extraordinary. The young man in white responded eloquently, causing Wu Zhixian to stroke his beard and smile, continuously expressing his humility. At this point, the identity of the young man in white became clear. He was Zhou Daoqian's second son, Zhou Shirong. Given the distance from the Zhou family's old estate to the Lingxiao Pavilion and the considerable value of the gold coins, Zhou Daoqian dared not take risks and thus dispatched Zhou Shirong to escort them personally. Wu Zhixian was a friend Zhou Daoqian had made years ago when he was still developing his martial skills and had not yet entered the Lingxiao Pavilion. In today's world, martial arts flourished with countless sects and noble families, and the accumulated royal authority of the Du court over thousands of years made it unwise to offend. In the past, Zhou Daoqian, not yet recognized by prestigious sects, only aspired to achieve academic success and protect the king's law. Thus, he mingled with various so-called peers, indulging in feasts and revelries, eventually forming a society called the Ming Wang Society, symbolizing the vast royal laws. Wu Zhixian had joined the Ming Wang Society during that time. However, despite being in the same society, Zhou Daoqian's martial prowess overshadowed all, while Wu Zhixian, with a literary name surpassing his martial skills, inevitably felt overshadowed in this martial-dominated world. Yet, due to their shared history, Zhou Shirong naturally wanted to greet Wu Zhixian upon arriving in Guang'an. It is worth noting that the Lingxiao Pavilion, though one of the three major sects, held significant power within Guang'an. While Wu Zhixian held a mere 7th grade official title and had yet to reach the pinnacle of body refinement in martial arts, he represented the royal authority. Zhou Shirong understood that, in reality, Wu Zhixian's reputation and influence were far more beneficial than his own as a disciple of the Lingxiao Pavilion. Indeed, when Zhou Shirong sought out Wu Zhixian, the latter was overjoyed and personally accompanied him to the Zhou family's old estate. With Wu Zhixian's support, their journey was smooth and unimpeded. As Zhou Shirong and Wu Zhixian exchanged compliments and engaged in light-hearted conversation, a thick plume of smoke rose from the northwestern direction. Zhou Shirong abruptly halted his speech, lightly tapping his horse's back with his hand, propelling himself into the air, soaring to a height of 3 zhang. In midair, he gazed into the distance, his expression turning grim. In that instant, Wu Zhixian, having already caught sight of the smoke, felt a jolt of dread in his heart, realizing that disaster had struck. The Zhou family, being a prominent local clan and due to Zhou Daoqian's influence, had always been treated with great respect, and he frequently visited the Zhou estate. Seeing the raging fire and thick smoke billowing for miles away, he understood that it was indeed the Zhou family estate ablaze. In other words, when someone else's home caught fire, it would not produce such a spectacle. Chapter 12. Covert Assault. Wu Zhixian cracked his whip with force and commanded, "Are you all dead? Why are you just standing there? Get to work and help put out the fire." His commanding presence startled everyone, and Wu Zhixian's face drained of color. The flames raged skyward. Even if they managed to save something, it would only be remnants. Better to have it burned to the ground. Zhou Shirong's voice was cold and sharp, like the edge of a knife. "Ma Zhao, go and cleanse every ant within 5 miles. Wu Zhixian gasped in shock. He thought, although he could see numerous figures in the distance amidst the raging flames, it was unclear whether they were robbing the Zhou family's wealth or attempting to extinguish the fire. How could one be so quick to judge? This was, after all, the jurisdiction of our county. Zhou Shirong cast a frigid glance at Wu Zhixian, declaring, "Our family has suffered such a great calamity, and these people cannot offer aid in times of crisis. Their crime is significant. Should they not be punished?" As he spoke, a fierce, killing intent radiated from his brows, devoid of the earlier gentleness. Wu Zhixian quickly considered the situation. Zhou Daoqian was no longer the same man from before, now one of the 4 esteemed leaders of Lingxiage, holding an extraordinary status. Zhou Shirong appeared dignified, yet was undeniably proud. If I were to obstruct him, he might insist on his course, and it would not only be futile to save lives, but would also incur Zhou Daoqian's wrath, making the endeavor unwise. Having made his calculations, Wu Zhixian resolutely proclaimed, "Indeed, they must be punished. Captain Zhao, take your men and cooperate with Mr. Ma to encircle the area. Leave no one standing within 5 miles." Instantly, the thunderous sound of hooves echoed as blades were drawn, and a cavalry formed, charging forward with the might of an army. As the cavalry surged forward, Wu Zhixian suddenly recalled something, furrowing his brow. "Brother, such a great fire cannot be mere coincidence. I fear for your esteemed uncle's family." He had witnessed numerous tragedies as a local official, and with the Zhou family of such prominence reduced to ashes, it could hardly be attributed to accidental fire. There is a saying, one can kill before setting fire. Zhou Shirong replied flatly, life and death are determined by fate. Fortune and misfortune are decreed by heaven. My uncle has lived beyond 50. It is not a premature death. He enjoyed honors and wealth that many could only dream of. Now that he has passed, what is there to lament? As for my cousin, he is neither talented nor capable, a debauched wastrel who contributes nothing to the family but requires constant support. Such a disgrace. It is better for him to be gone. Wu Zhixian was taken aback, unable to fathom how Zhou Shirong could utter such callous words, leaving him momentarily speechless. How despicable, how audacious! Zhou Shirong absently patted the saddle, murmuring, his handsome face contorting with fury. Wu Zhixian was perplexed, wondering why Zhou Shirong was angered if he did not mourn for his deceased uncle's family. Just then, he heard Zhou Shirong grit his teeth and say, within Guangon's domain, even a dog of a Zhou family is worthy of respect akin to that of royalty. Now, someone dares to lay a hand on the Zhou family, whoever they are, they shall taste the bitter fruits of their actions. Wu Zhixian fell silent, just as he feared that this massacre would become an unsolvable mystery. A Zhou family retainer fled to him, bringing a glimmer of hope. He swiftly dismounted and hurried forward, grabbing the blue-clad man. Quickly tell me who the murderer is and what transpired. I am a murderer. Boom! The blue-clad man suddenly struck, delivering a powerful blow to Wu Zhixian's head. With a crack, the skull caved in, blood gushed forth, and Wu Zhixian fell to the ground without uttering a sound. It was none other than Su Yi. Su Yi had stolen 2 pieces of red gold from Zhou Laotai's study. After setting the fire, he planned to flee when the sound of thunderous hooves reached his ears. Climbing a nearby ancient tree to gain a vantage point, he spotted the approaching cavalry and, further away, locked his gaze on Zhou Shirong's face. Though he had never seen Zhou Shirong before, he recognized him from the resemblance to Zhou Gongzi. Realizing Zhou Shirong's identity ignited a fierce passion in Su Yi. The Zhou family had only 2 branches, Zhou Laotai and Zhou Daoqian. With Zhou Laotai having only 1 son, it was evident that Zhou Shirong was the offspring of Zhou Daoqian. Su Yi harbored deep-seated hatred for the Zhou family, and if he sought a target for his vengeance, it could only be Zhou Daoqian. The blood feud and tragic fate of the Su family were largely orchestrated by Zhou Daoqian. Su Yi understood that with his current abilities, he could not contend with even a finger of Zhou Daoqian, but if he could not kill Zhou Daoqian, then eliminating his offspring would surely allow the old scoundrel to taste profound pain. With this thought, Su Yi descended from the tree, found a secluded spot, fashioned a makeshift grave, lit 3 incense sticks, and placed the heads of Zhou father and son before the grave, kneeling to pay respects to his ancestors. Rising, he kicked the heads of Zhou father and son into the flames and swiftly approached Zhou Shirong, evading the oncoming cavalry. Su Yi was astute. He would not underestimate Zhou Shirong. Knowing that just the fact of being Zhou Daoqian's son warranted utmost caution, he sought to catch Zhou Shirong off guard. Indeed, taking advantage of Zhou Shirong's ignorance of his identity, he successfully approached and struck down Wu Zhixian, who was also at the peak of the body refinement stage. In what felt like the blink of an eye, Su Yi killed Wu Zhixian, and Zhou Shirong, who had been listening intently, was suddenly thrown into chaos. Su Yi's palm descended, and like a drifting feather, he swiftly closed the distance to Zhou Shirong. His iron fists thundered forth, and just as they were about to land on Zhou Shirong's white clothing, Zhou Shirong vanished into thin air, like a phoenix soaring into the void. Startled, Su Yi felt a chill run down his spine. He knew the speed of his punch was nearly at full force. Even if he were in Zhou Shirong's position, evasion would seem impossible. As he pondered this, a fierce wind swept past him, and a powerful energy surged, sending chills throughout his body. Chapter 13. The Vital Gate. Su Yi had reached the peak of body refinement, with skin as tough as leather and bones as hard as iron, impervious to blades. Yet Zhou Shirong's palm wind pierced through like a steel needle. He could scarcely imagine the devastation if that punch were to strike him. Confronted with such terrifying force, Su Yi dared not meet it head-on. His body twisted like a serpent as he dove beneath the horse's belly, the sound of air being split echoing in his ears. His heart raced. He had never anticipated that a person's fist could possess such power. In that moment, he realized Zhou Shirong was not someone he could contend with, and his earlier notion of eliminating Zhou Daoqian's offspring had been naive. while Su Yi was stunned by Zhou Shirong's prowess. Zhou Shirong was equally shocked by Su Yi's capabilities. With his skills, Zhou Shirong could discern Su Yi's level. In the entirety of Lingxi Age, no one below the body refinement stage could evade a punch of his, yet Su Yi had done so effortlessly, leaving him astonished. Su Yi had no time to ponder Zhou Shirong's thoughts. It was a matter of life and death. His mind raced, and in a moment of clarity, he seized the horse's belly. The steed, in pain, leaped forward, propelling him several feet. Su Yi mounted the horse, yanked the reins northward, and kicked the horse's belly. The white horse galloped faster, quickly creating a distance of over 10 paces from the increasingly volatile Zhou Shirong. The mountain winds howled as the sun dipped lower. Su Yi urged the horse onward, pushing himself to escape. Despite lacking equestrian skills, his mastery of body refinement allowed him to sense the horse's muscles and veins, harnessing its strength as if born to ride. He sat upright on the steed, swaying with the wind, graceful and free. More astonishingly, the white horse was magnificent, far superior to ordinary mounts, covering double the distance with each stride. Zhou Shirong leaped into the air, landing atop a nearby giant tree, soaring forward. In just a few breaths, he closed the gap. As Zhou Shirong approached, he sprang forward, his feet striking the ground, and unleashed a spiraling force from his palms. Su Yi felt as if a tornado had arisen, threatening to lift him into the sky. Having never encountered such a skill, Su Yi was terrified, and with all his might, he pushed off the saddle, shattering it under his weight, causing the horse to nearly topple over. Taking advantage of this immense force, Su Yi leaned his body and once again executed a hidden maneuver. The astonishing punch power instantly dissipated, as if the white horse stood as a towering mountain, impervious to any furious storm that dared to surpass it. As he understood, no matter how fierce the punch, it must strike a target to hold any power. He had never heard of anyone being killed merely by the wind generated from a punch. Zhou Shirong's previous attack was fundamentally a mid-air strike, launched from a distance of 3 zhang, with the energy manifesting independently. This energy was not merely a result of the rapid motion of a fist. It was evidently pure and untainted palm strength. The manifestation of such palm power was beyond the imagination of even Su Yi, who had reached the pinnacle of body refinement. Thus, Su Yi was entirely convinced that Zhou Shirong's martial arts realm extended far beyond the body refinement phase, likely having reached the Qi realm, the same level as his deceased master, Shifu. Just as Su Yi was deeply shaken by Zhou Shirong's martial prowess, Zhou Shirong lightly tapped his feet on the ground, instantly leaping several zhang into the air to land effortlessly on the horse's back. The magnificent white horse bore the additional weight without the slightest reduction in speed. As they galloped forward, the wind howled, swift as thunder, and the surrounding trees and low houses rapidly retreated into a blur. Zhou Shirong, poised upon the horse, clad in a garment as white as snow, exuded an air of elegance and charm, appearing like a celestial being descended to the mortal realm. Yet, who could fathom the tumultuous emotions brewing within the illustrious young Master Zhou, filled with agitation and fury? Dismount. You have witnessed my abilities. There is no need for futile resistance. Regardless of what you have done to the Zhou family with your mere peak body refinement, being able to escape my grasp time and again, I grant you the privilege of self-termination. Zhou Shirong's exquisite brows furrowed as he finally spoke. Su Yi, filled with rage, responded softly, Young master, you truly possess a generous spirit. Consider that I have slain your uncle, exterminated your cousins, reduced your grand mansion to ashes, and even pilfered 2 gold ingots. To only grant me the favor of self-destruction is remarkably generous, almost servile. Surely, your ancestors must have been servants. In terms of sharp tongue, young Master Zhou was no match for Su Yi, seasoned in the art of verbal combat. Each of Su Yi's words struck with precision, voicing blood-curdling truths. Zhou Shirong was nearly provoked to the point of grinding his teeth in rage, seeking death. After speaking, he lightly leapt down from the horse and delivered a palm strike towards Su Yi, who was hidden beneath the horse's belly. Although Su Yi was preoccupied with their verbal sparring, his focus was razor-sharp. As the horse's back lightened, his body instinctively coiled and shrank, seeking refuge on the left side of the horse, where the magnificent creature shielded him completely. Zhou Shirong's palm, imbued with thunderous power, struck the ground, creating a deep crater. It failed to harm Su Yi in the slightest. You dare! I shall capture you and throw you into the abyss of 10,000 ghosts, where you will be devoured by countless spirits, your soul extinguished. As he spoke, Zhou Shirong's temples throbbed, his heart raging like a tempest. Although he was aware that Su Yi was the culprit behind the Zhou family's massacre, he had never regarded Su Yi with any seriousness, even refusing to exchange a word with him initially. In Zhou Shirong's eyes, Su Yi was but an insignificant insect, and dealing with insects was simply a matter of crushing them underfoot, requiring no further discourse. But he did not anticipate that this insect was so cunning, having detected his vulnerability from the very beginning and growing increasingly arrogant. Indeed, Su Yi had recognized Zhou Shirong's weakness from the start, the white horse he relied upon as a shield. When Zhou Shirong had launched his punch, Su Yi felt a chill run down his spine and dove into the horse's belly to evade. However, after Zhou Shirong's punch landed, the tremendous force created a sonic boom upon the horse's back, and Su Yi understood that had it not been for this horse, he would have faced a dire fate. The reasoning was simple. Zhou Shirong could easily alter his attack mid-air, aiming directly at the horse. The moment he struck it, Su Yi would undoubtedly be caught in the crossfire. Yet, Zhou Shirong would prefer to miss entirely than harm his beloved horse. At this point, Su Yi was acutely aware of the horse's extraordinary significance to Zhou Shirong and saw no reason not to exploit this knowledge. Chapter 14, River Duliu, surnamed Zhou. Get off this horse. Your grandfather is exhausted and wants to ride. Su Yi clung tightly to the horse's belly, suddenly shouting with brazen audacity, as if commanding livestock. Young Master Zhou, clad in flowing white, felt his nostrils flare in indignation. Just as he was about to erupt, he heard Su Yi threaten, I shall count to 3. If you do not dismount, do not blame me for making a great hole in this beast's belly. If you dare to harm Fei Xue in the slightest, I will turn you to dust. Though Zhou Shirong spoke fiercely, his body recoiled as if avoiding a venomous snake, leaping several zhang away. Su Yi's guess was correct. This horse, Fei Xue, was of immense value to Zhou Shirong. It turned out that Fei Xue was bestowed upon him by the revered Yuqing Xianzi of the Tianshan sect, and its original owner was the illustrious Zihan Xianzi, renowned as the third generation's most celebrated figure of the Tianshan sect. Zihan Xianzi was unparalleled in martial arts, her beauty widely acclaimed, making her the most esteemed fairy of Guang'an Prefecture, with many admirers, Zhou Shirong being one of them. When Yuqing Xianzi gifted Fei Xue to him, Zhou Shirong felt a profound significance attached to it, as if he were the protagonist of a grand tale. Although Su Yi was despicable, he was ultimately but an insect in Zhou Shirong's eyes, scarcely worth more than a single hair of Fei Xue. Should this rogue injure Fei Xue, how could Zhou Shirong ever face Zihan Xianzi again? Su Yi understood well that Zhou Shirong regarded this horse as a treasure. He would not easily abandon it. At that moment, he was surely lurking nearby, plotting a sudden strike. With this thought, Su Yi steered the horse southward, avoiding the dense forest paths and charging straight down the main road for over 50 li, reaching the banks of the Niejiao River. The Niejiao River, its origins unknown, traversed Guang'an Prefecture, flowing eastward into the sea, its waters vast and boundless, resembling an ocean. Su Yi was acutely aware that this Niejiao River represented his only chance of survival. The logic was simple. He could not continue running indefinitely, nor could he remain beside Fei Xue for sustenance. He knew Zhou Shirong would undoubtedly follow closely behind. Waiting for the moment, he separated from Fei Xue. Thus, a paradox emerged. As long as Su Yi could not completely escape Zhou Shirong, his life would hang precariously on the edge of death. Su Yi's conjecture proved correct. On the surface, Zhou Shirong had seemingly vanished, yet he was always lurking nearby, never straying far. Just as Su Yi halted by the Niejiao River, Zhou Shirong had concealed himself behind several towering spruce trees along the riverbank. Upon catching sight of the vast waters, his heart sank, and he immediately surmised Su Yi's intent. Su Yi had vexed him to no end. He had never felt so humiliated in his life. Even if he effortlessly killed Su Yi, young Master Zhou would not find satisfaction. How could he allow Su Yi to escape? As soon as Su Yi made a move, Zhou Shirong sprang into the air, swift as lightning. His body, gliding like a dragon, crossing over several zhang and closing the distance to within 5 zhang. Su Yi did not anticipate Zhou Shirong's sudden and rapid approach. Without concern for his posture, he swiftly rolled off the horse and crouched to dive into the horse's belly. Seeing Su Yi attempting the same trick again, Zhou Shirong was infuriated, nearly spitting blood. In midair, he forcibly gathered his energy and was about to halt his body when he saw Su Yi burst forth from the horse's belly, shooting straight towards the river. Young Master Zhou unleashed a powerful strike with both palms, causing the ground to erupt with a thunderous roar. Leveraging the force of the recoil, Zhou Shirong's descending body instantly turned, hurtling towards Su Yi like a whirlwind. Just as he was about to reach the riverbank with a splash, Su Yi dove headfirst into the water, followed by another resounding crash as Fei Xue collapsed beside the river. It turned out that Su Yi's earlier dive into the horse's belly was not only to avoid Zhou Shirong's potential aerial strike, which he believed he could not withstand, but also to target Fei Xue. Zhou Shirong cherished Fei Xue immensely, and Su Yi knew he could not overpower him. Thus, he needed a way to inflict deep emotional pain on young Master Zhou to justify the efforts of the past half-day. Diving into the horse's belly, Su Yi propelled himself into the lake, his feet pushing off the ground, and with a swift motion of his hand, he severed the horse's leg. "Ah, you wretched creature, I will ensure your eternal damnation." Zhou Shirong howled towards the heavens, his face flushed with fury, and with a twist of his body, he plunged into the lake. A terrifying scene unfolded as Zhou Shirong's feet entered the water, which surprisingly only reached his ankles, as if he possessed an innate ability to manipulate the water like a mythical creature. However, this was not the case. Zhou Shirong's shoes were already torn, his fingers bent and twisted like webbed feet, stirring the currents beneath. A closer look revealed the whirlpools forming beneath his feet. As he walked upon the waves, his piercing gaze scrutinized the water, and suddenly, 3 zhang ahead, he noticed ripples forming. Zhou Shirong let out a roar, his body erupting with power as he unleashed his fists, the air crackling with energy. Boom! The surface of the water exploded like a small missile, waves crashing violently, sending countless fish and shrimp soaring, only to fall back as lifeless corpses floating on the surface. His icy gaze remained fixed on the water until an almost inaudible groan reached his ears, at which point a barely perceptible smile curved the corner of his lips. Indeed, Su Yi had been struck. Zhou Shirong's terrifying palm strength had penetrated over a zhang of water, hitting him precisely. It was fortunate for Su Yi that the vast lake provided a buffer, preventing instant death, but even so, he was gravely injured. A portion of his shoulder blade had collapsed, and his internal organs felt as though they had been jolted out of place by the immense force of the punch. He clenched his teeth, barely suppressing a mouthful of blood. Thinking of Zhou Shirong's ferocity, Su Yi felt immense anger, cursing the heavens for their injustice. Just as his sense of fairness reached its peak, darkness clouded his vision, and a heavy sensation enveloped his chest. He dared not move, clenching his teeth tightly, letting the river's undercurrent carry him along. After enduring for what felt like half a stick of incense, Su Yi felt a burning sensation in his lungs, his gums already bleeding from the pressure. Meanwhile, Zhou Shirong floated coldly on the lake's surface, his eyes half closed, having adapted to the currents, relying solely on the sensations beneath his feet to accurately perceive the changes in the flow. Persevere, he could only persevere, even if it meant drowning. He could not fall into Zhou's hands. The roaring in his ears intensified, his eyes bulging, his vision blurring, consciousness fading. Suddenly, a hazy figure emerged before him. Chapter 15. Mu family. Su Yi bit down sharply on his tongue, instantly revitalizing his senses. He then noticed just a zhang to the southwest, a school of large green carp foraging together. The large green carp, a specialty of the Niejiang River, can reach lengths of a zhang when fully grown, thrive in schools, and are known for their rich, flavorful flesh. Cooked with scallions, they make an exquisite soup, a delicacy often found on the tables of the elite. Upon recognizing these creatures, Su Yi felt as though he had stumbled upon an oasis after a long journey through the desert, his joy almost overwhelming. Gathering his remaining courage, he moved quickly, akin to a swordfish, and in an instant he captured a carp nearly a zhang long. As soon as Su Yi made his move, Zhou Shirong's lips curled into a cold smile. You can no longer hold on. His hands poised to unleash his power, but he abruptly halted. His previously closed eyes flew open, fixated on the water beneath him, as countless ripples erupted, disorienting him. Zhou Shirong, both furious and anxious, chased after the location of the largest waves, unleashing a barrage of strikes, the sound of thunder echoing as waves soared. Soon, a gigantic blue fish, approximately 3 zhang long, breached the surface. Boom! 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 Zhou Shirong's arms flailed wildly, and in an instant, it seemed as though he would overturn the entire lake. After a long period of rage, Zhou Shirong finally calmed, realizing that this brat had reached the pinnacle of body refinement. In this realm of Guang'an, he stood nearly invincible. There was no way he could hide for long. Furthermore, breaking through the body refinement stage would undoubtedly cause considerable turmoil, and at that moment, he would relish witnessing how this brat would conceal himself. Just as he was contemplating this, a mournful cry from the riverbank pierced through, shattering Zhou Shirong's heart into pieces. Meanwhile, beneath the lake, Su Yi had grasped a green carp, wrapping his limbs tightly around it. Startled, the large carp surged forward, while the other 10 or so carp scattered in terror, stirring up mud and murky waters. No matter how adept Zhou Shirong was at sensing the waves, he could not discern which current Su Yi had taken to escape. Su Yi clung to the large carp but still dared not surface. As the carp pulled him over 10 zhang away, he finally lost consciousness, his limbs still tightly clinging to the carp's back as it sped downstream. In the early morning, the sky was a brilliant blue, the sun yet to rise, and the air felt unusually crisp. Within a narrow, clean courtyard, crimson roses bloomed like fairies, and a wall covered in climbing ivy created a lush green expanse. Green melons and red fruits swayed in the breeze, releasing fragrant scents, making this small courtyard feel like a paradise on earth. Su Yi, wrapped in a blue cloth robe, sat quietly on the threshold of the main hall, scruffy and pale. Yet his spirit was surprisingly good as he greedily inhaled the fresh morning air. With a creak, the narrow courtyard door swung open. "Uncle Hu, you're up. Just in time for breakfast." The freshly fried dough is delightful. A small girl, about 4 or 5 years old, with neatly trimmed hair framing her chubby face, a well-defined nose, and large eyes that gave her an exquisitely delicate appearance, spoke as she held a cloth bag in one hand and stuffed a piece of golden fried dough in her mouth with the other, occasionally wiping her runny nose with her sleeve. As soon as the little girl finished speaking, an elderly man entered through the courtyard door. He was tall and robust, with long, flowing hair, exuding an air of heroism. He laughed from a distance. "Chiu Hua, with your incessant chatter, by the time we sit at the table, I fear Uncle Hu will have eaten an empty bag." "Grandfather, you're talking nonsense. There are clearly 5, 4, and 3 left." Chiu Hua pouted, her face falling as she threatened to cry. Su Yi hurriedly stepped forward to lift her up, soothing her. "Grandfather is just teasing you. Look what he has holding." Chiu Hua's large, innocent eyes widened as she turned to see an enormous bag of steamed buns, steaming gently. With a sniffle, she called out, "Grandfather, you rascal," and slipped from Su Yi's arms, rushing towards the elder. "Good morning, Mu Bo." Su Yi greeted cheerfully, approaching with a smile. Once an abandoned child in a past life, now a solitary orphan, burdened with deep-seated vengeance, Su Yi's character was undoubtedly shaped by isolation and cynicism. In the 2 years since, aside from showcasing his eloquence for a few coins, he had rarely interacted with the villagers, let alone offered a friendly smile. Yet the sight of this grandfather and granddaughter made him feel an unexpected warmth. 3 days prior, he had barely escaped Zhou Shirong's relentless pursuit by capturing a large green carp. Even so, he had been left gasping for air, losing consciousness just as Mu Bo, who was fishing in the lake, netted him and saved his life. Though his injuries were severe, they were not fatal. His martial arts training had reached the pinnacle of body refinement, granting him remarkable self-healing abilities. After 2 days of recuperation at the Mu residence, he had almost completely healed. Mu Bo, a traditional man, offered kindness without expecting anything in return, treating Su Yi as both a guest and friend. Chiu Hua, mischievous and lively, had become like family in just a few days. After a warm breakfast, Mu Bo took the fishing net and set out for the river. Chiu Hua eagerly grabbed her backpack and a bun, dashing out the door. The atmosphere felt harmonious, as if Su Yi were a natural part of this family. He picked up a broom to tidy the courtyard, organizing the interior and exterior of the house. He then opened his stance and leisurely practiced a few routines, feeling his energy surge and his strength coalesce. He had never felt his body so invigorated. He could almost sense that if he unleashed a full punch, he could surely fell a galloping horse. Clearly, the life-and-death struggle from 3 days ago had bestowed upon him immeasurable benefits. With a swift display of martial prowess, he wiped his face and leapt over the wall. The Mu family resided in a quaint locale known as Furongzhen, situated on the outskirts of Guang'an City. Merely a few dozen miles away, the Nielong River gracefully flowed past, drawing numerous merchants and travelers. Despite its small size, the town thrived with vitality. The sun shone brightly, the air was crisp, and the town, nestled by the water, exhibited a lush green landscape, reminiscent of the elegance found in the Jiangnan water towns. At this early hour, most establishments in the town catered to breakfast offerings, steamed buns, mantou, spring rolls, and xiaomai. The sight of these diverse yet familiar delicacies made Yi feel as though he'd stepped into another world. The tantalizing aromas perpetually tempted his appetite. Now, at the pinnacle of body forging, his immense hunger had gone largely unquenched during his 3 days with the Mu family. Faced with the array of culinary delights lining the streets, he felt compelled to indulge. After a short while, he found himself with a large cloth bag filled with over 10 pounds of food. Strolling along the willow-lined lakeside, he reveled in the scenery while satisfying his cravings. Just as he was enjoying his feast, he noticed a gathering of around 100 individuals nearby. Upon closer inspection, he discerned that each one of them was robust and brimming with vitality, clearly practitioners of the martial arts. Chapter 16. The Stone Lock. Intrigued, Yi approached the crowd, discovering them encircled around a white tower-like structure. From afar, he spotted an ancient golden plaque hanging at the center of the tower, inscribed with 3 gilded characters, Jiangwu Tang. He mused whether this was a place for imparting the essence of martial arts. While pondering, his gaze was drawn to an inscription carved into the tower's wall, and after a few glances, he comprehended its meaning. This inscription was a narrative akin to Ouyang Gong's account of the Drunken Old Man Pavilion, detailing the establishment of Jiangwu Tang and its purpose. Although the writing was somewhat dry, Yi gleaned valuable insights. It turned out that Jiangwu Tang was a state-sponsored institution, built by the Great Yu royal court to garner the hearts of the people. In a world where martial prowess was paramount, sex flourished, and aristocratic families thrived. The elite disciples of prestigious sects received teachings and guidance from a young age, enabling their smooth ascent in martial arts. Conversely, the children of poor families, though enduring hardships to attain some success, found themselves with no further avenues for advancement. Thus, the Great Yu royal court established Jiangwu Tang to provide a foundation for impoverished martial artists, thereby winning their allegiance. Yi's journey was, in itself, a legend. Having reached the pinnacle of body forging, he had entered the realm of the strong, yet his knowledge of martial arts was woefully inadequate. His accomplishments were primarily attributed to relentless perseverance and the exquisite technique of the magic bull power fist. Although his benefactor, Liao Chun, was a member of a prestigious family, he had only taught Yi the magic bull power fist out of gratitude, offering no further insights into martial arts or foundational knowledge. During his 3 days with the Mu family, Yi had primarily focused on nurturing his body and contemplating his future path. To accomplish these 2 tasks, the only reliable support he could count on was his own martial arts prowess. His immediate goal was to transcend the body forging stage and enter the Qi-Si realm. Otherwise, a mere servant son like Zhou Shirong could easily overpower him, making it impossible to confront Zhou Daoqian in the future. Thus, Yi was resolutely determined to find a mentor to guide him. The fortuitous encounter with the opening of Jiangwu Tang filled him with unexpected joy. He hastened towards the gathering, only to find a heavy stone lock made of solid iron at the center of attention. A man clad in dark garments pointed at the stone lock, proclaiming loudly that, blessed by the royal court, it was once again time for the annual Mingjing class. He announced that all present were the town's finest talents, and those who grasped the principles of the class must remember the royal court's grace, diligently honing their martial arts to repay the favor. After stepping back, the man in dark garments watched as a robust figure in green clothing approached the stone lock. After a series of warm-up exercises, the man let out a great shout, squatting low, and with a powerful grip, lifted the stone lock effortlessly over his head. The crowd erupted in applause. With a resounding thud, he dropped the stone lock and, with a satisfied fist salute, strode towards the entrance of Jiangwutang. With the impressive display by the man in green, the excitement of the crowd swelled. Within half a stick of incense, over 50 individuals attempted to lift the stone lock, yet fewer than half succeeded. After observing for a while, Su Yi deduced the secret. The stone lock weighed a staggering 500 pounds, representing a critical threshold in the body forging stage. Only by surpassing this line could one truly be considered a master of body forging. As his thoughts crystallized, Su Yi realized that only by entering the body forging stage would he be deemed worthy of a guide. After another half stick of incense, more individuals attempted to lift the lock, but this time only 3 succeeded. The man in dark garments, noting the time, called out, asking if anyone else wished to try. If not, they could disperse early and return next year. He emphasized that perseverance would eventually lead everyone to the doors of Jiangwutang. As he spoke, he effortlessly lifted the stone lock with one hand, eliciting gasps of astonishment from the onlookers. Su Yi boldly declared, "I will give it a try." As he strode forward, his entrance ignited whispers of curiosity among the crowd, as all the martial artists present hailed from Furongzhen, a small town where everyone was familiar with one another. "Who is this person, and how did they come to our Jiangwutang?" questioned one individual. "An outsider is so audacious. Look at their physique, daring to attempt the heavy iron. Spare yourself the embarrassment." Another chimed in, "Elder Gu, this person is not from our Furongzhen. How can they enter our Jiangwutang? Please drive them away. We would be ashamed to be associated with an outsider." The failed attempts of these martial artists, having seen better days, emboldened them to mock Su Yi. He cupped his hands in a respectful salute. "Though I may be a latecomer, my heart is dedicated to martial arts. Alas, my nature is dull, and my ignorance is vast." Having arrived at this esteemed place, and coincidentally encountering the opening of Jiangwutang, I am filled with joy, believing my uncertainties may be resolved. As fellow practitioners, I implore you, esteemed brothers, to show kindness. Furthermore, it was the late martial sovereign who established Jiangwutang to assist impoverished martial artists. Why should there be distinctions between home and abroad? If you obstruct me, it may contradict the royal court's benevolence. In his past life, Su Yi may not have excelled academically, but he possessed a keen understanding of the bigger picture. Otherwise, he would not have emerged as one of the 5 commanders among millions of players in a massive game. In this life, as a young scholar, he had diligently studied the classics from a young age, exhibiting remarkable talent and a profound understanding of history. The fusion of these 2 aspects forged the Su Yi of today. As he spoke, his words were both reasonable and persuasive, especially when invoking the late martial sovereign of the great Yu dynasty, which even stirred the heart of the man in dark garments. After a moment of contemplation, the man replied coolly, "What a sharp tongue you possess. I can see that your argument holds merit. Yet, since you dare to step forward, you must possess some skill. Here's the deal. You stand 10 paces away, and I shall throw this stone lock. If you can catch it, I will allow you to enter Jiangwutang. What say you, everyone?" The man in dark garments understood the implications well. Su Yi's mention of the martial sovereign invoked the royal court's authority. Should he outright refuse, it would reflect poorly. Moreover, he did not wish to alienate his fellow martial artists. Thus, this challenge served as a mutually beneficial solution. The man in dark garments was well aware of his own strength. He was one of the few mid-stage body forging practitioners in Furongzhen. The stone lock was already exceedingly heavy, and with his throw, Su Yi would indeed need to possess the strength to handle 500 pounds. Observing the outsider facing adversity, the crowd cheered, eager to witness how the man in dark garments would teach Su Yi a lesson. Chapter 17. The Pursuit of Source. Please show mercy, Elder Gu. Su Yi respectfully implored as he retreated 10 paces, adopting a cautious stance. Clearly, the looming threat of the Zhou family forced him to remain vigilant, concealing his true martial prowess as best as he could. The man in dark garments nodded, calling out, "Prepare yourself." With a swift motion, he launched the stone lock towards Su Yi. With a loud shout, Su Yi thrust his hands forward, akin to pushing against an immense force. The impact reverberated through him as he grasped the stone lock, retreating several steps before finally stabilizing himself. As he looked up, his face was flushed, having exerted every ounce of strength he possessed. As the crowd stood in stunned silence, the man in the black robe gently clapped his hands and remarked, "Not bad, not bad." To be able to withstand half of my strength in the early stages of body refinement is no small feat for this alone. You deserve to enter this Jinwu Hall. He assumed that Su-Yi was merely at the initial stage of body refinement, as in his understanding. No practitioner at the intermediate stage would ever enter the Jinwu Hall. After all, how could someone who had reached the intermediate stage of body refinement be ignorant of even the most fundamental martial arts knowledge? Yet, Su-Yi was indeed the rare exception among the masses. Su-Yi, with great effort, managed to catch the stone lock and set it down. His face flushed as he expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, Gut Tudu, for your leniency." The man in the black robe waved his hand graciously. "Hurry inside. The lecture is about to begin." Master Zhou possesses vast knowledge and a fierce temper. If you arrive late, be wary of being turned away. Su-Yi nodded and quickly made his way into the Jinwu Hall. Upon entering, he observed that none of the martial artists who had entered before him were seated. Instead, they stood against the walls on either side of the hall, staring blankly at a series of portraits displayed on the walls. Su-Yi was also drawn to them and turned his gaze towards the images, which depicted biographies of approximately 20 figures. Upon closer inspection, he soon understood their significance. The engravings on the wall commemorated nearly 20 formidable warriors who had attained the Qi realm during the 2 centuries since the Jinwu Hall was established, detailing their lives and glories. The purpose of inscribing these figures was evident: to inspire future generations. As Su-Yi was engrossed in contemplation, a loud crash echoed through the hall as a small door opposite the main entrance slammed against the wall with a resounding bang. An elderly man with disheveled white hair, dressed in simple cloth shoes and carrying a wine gourd with a chipped mouth, swaggered in. His entrance filled the room with the aroma of alcohol. The moment the old man stepped inside, a chorus of dismayed sighs arose, clearly indicating that his appearance shattered the audience's expectations of a teacher. Su-Yi, however, chose a position near the front and sat quietly, feeling enlightened. As the saying goes, only a true sage can exude such charm. Master Zhou's carefree demeanor suggested he possessed considerable wisdom. With a sharp sound, a thick, hard ruler struck the iron podium, creating a deafening noise. "What are you lamenting for? It is a blessing for you all that I have come to enlighten your blind selves, yet you dare to complain. How dare you disturb my drinking mood? This year's lectures are cancelled. I will give you 10 questions, and after that, we are done." Master Zhou erupted in fury, taking his seat behind the podium, uncorking his gourd, and drinking deeply, showing no regard for the revered Jinwu Hall. Martial artists are often spirited and bold, and some, undeterred by Master Zhou's wrath, stood up and declared, "As far as I know, martial practitioners are all strong and robust. Look at you, so frail and weak. You cannot possibly be a martial artist. If you're not a martial artist, how dare you speak of martial arts?" This statement sent shockwaves through the audience, eliciting a chorus of agreement. Indeed, Master Zhou's emaciated figure hardly resembled that of a martial artist, raising questions about his qualifications to stand at the center of the Jinwu Hall and impart wisdom. In the face of such accusations, the crowd expected Master Zhou to fly into a rage once more. To their surprise, he took a sip of wine and, with a smile, responded, "When I practiced martial arts, you were still in your mother's womb. There are still 9 questions remaining. Who will ask next?" The room erupted in chaos, as no one anticipated the loss of their opportunity to pose a question. With another sharp rap of the ruler against the podium, Master Zhou's smile vanished, and he coldly commanded, "If you have questions, ask them quickly. If there is any more noise, this year's lectures will come to an end." Master Zhou's formidable presence left the crowd speechless. Indeed, questioning Master Zhou's abilities was futile, for he was dispatched by the authorities. This group of individuals, abandoned by their parents, understood that the officials would not send someone unqualified to impart wisdom. This point was simple enough, and as their thoughts shifted, understanding dawned upon them. However, Su-Yi did not dare to gamble on the intelligence of his fellow students, fearing that one of them might provoke Master Zhou again. Thus, he stood up, bowed slightly to Master Zhou, and boldly asked, "I would like to pose a question. May I ask, Master Zhou, where does the source of our strength in martial arts come from?" Upon hearing this question, the audience was filled with disdain. If it weren't for their fear of Master Zhou's authority, they would have scoffed openly. After all, who among them did not know that strength comes from strong body? This principle was manifestly evident in their own experiences. As their flesh became firmer, their strength increased, and as their bones grew stronger, their power further amplified. Such a simple truth seemed to have wasted Su Yi a valuable opportunity to ask a question, and they found it utterly vexing. Master Zhou gazed at Su Yi in astonishment, for he had never heard a martial artist pose such a question in his 20 years at the Jinwu Hall. While the crowd may have looked down on Master Zhou, they trusted the Jinwu Hall, knowing it would not send a fool to impart wisdom. Oyi Sigit Inyardli, ready to sit down, but Master Zhou interjected, "Your ability to pose this question clearly indicates you have your own thoughts. While I may not provide a complete answer, I can share my views based on my life experiences. Please, share your thoughts first. To know is to know, and not to know is not to know. That is knowledge." Su Yi thought of Master Zhou as a sage in that moment, and spoke earnestly, "I indeed have my own thoughts. It is well known that we martial practitioners gain greater strength through body refinement. However, if one reaches the pinnacle of body refinement, what then becomes the source of our strength?" As soon as these words left his mouth, the hall fell silent. The level of inquiry was too profound. The attendees had come to the Jinwu Hall seeking merely basic knowledge of body refinement, such as which techniques would enhance their strength or which herbs could improve their resilience. They had never contemplated the implications of reaching the peak of body refinement and how to derive even greater strength thereafter. Su Yi's question rang through the hall like a clarion call, awakening them from their stupor. All martial artists harbor a desire for advancement, and during the body refinement phase, they all understood that honing the body was the source of strength. But what if one reached the end of that phase? The atmosphere was thick with silence. All eyes turned toward Master Zhou. Master Zhou finally gathered himself, standing firmly on the platform. The draft swept through, lifting the tattered edges of his garments, adding an air of solemnity to his presence. "I believe I understand your question. You are concerned that after the body refinement phase ends, you will be unable to attain greater strength through physical training, correct? If this is your worry, there is no need for concern. I can assure you that in the entire realm of transcending the mundane, body refinement knows no bounds. Only the methods of refinement change. It is widely understood that there are 4 realms of transcending the mundane: body refinement, chi-hai, liquid condensation, and soul perception. These 4 realms are defined to highlight the dramatic transformations that a martial artist's body undergoes upon reaching each stage. Master Zhou's explanation was thorough and coherent, filled with logical reasoning, and though it was speculative, it was grounded in truth. The half-stick of incense burned quickly, yet it felt as if time had stood still for Su Yi, as if the profound teachings were unfolding before him like a lotus blooming in the mud. As Master Zhou concluded, the hall remained in deep silence. "What is with your expressions? Do you think I have said something incorrect?" Master Zhou gazed at the crowd in confusion. You are actually in the Chi-Hai realm," exclaimed a stout man with a round face, voicing the astonishment shared by all. Who would have imagined that this frail old man was indeed a master of the legendary Chi-Hai realm? While the audience consisted solely of those at the early stages of body refinement, many of whom had yet to reach the pinnacle, they were suddenly confronted with a lecturer of such caliber, one who could be depicted as a mural in the Jinwu Hall. It was nearly impossible to remain unshaken by this revelation. Fortunately, Su Yi's realm had already reached a high level, and having previously battled with Zhou Shirong of the Chi-Hai realm, he was well prepared psychologically for the capabilities of Master Zhou. Thus, he was not taken aback by Master Zhou's realm. Only he absorbed every word and sentence from Master Zhou with great attention. What is so remarkable about the Chi-Hai realm? Master Zhou retorted, "Even if one reaches the realm of Ganhan without transcending the mundane, they are still but a mortal. If you lack the spirit to even break through the Chi-Hai, then it is better not to enter the Jiangwu Hall." Despite his passionate words, Master Zhou felt a pang of bitterness in his heart. Indeed, he was once in the Chi-Hai realm, but that was a long time ago. 20 years prior, his dantian was shattered by a single blow, severing his foundation in martial arts, and he barely managed to enter the Jiangwu Hall as a novice instructor, thus spending the past 2 decades in obscurity. Now, suddenly reminded of his former realm, to claim he felt no yearning or regret would be nothing but self-deception. As the crowd fell into silence, he stood up once more and said, "Thank you, Master, for your teachings. I have another question to ask. In combat, do power and speed hold absolute significance, rendering martial techniques mere embellishments? As practitioners, should we focus solely on honing our strength and speed? Furthermore, I heard you mention that when reaching the pinnacle of body refinement, one's strength equals that of one ox. Yet, I have also heard that experts at this pinnacle can strike with the force of 3 oxen. How can this be explained? Is this not the essence of martial techniques? Su Yi's inquiry stemmed from his battle with Elder Feng, during which Elder Feng unleashed the silent destruction fist, delivering a blow with the force of 3 oxen, leaving Su Yi in a state of confusion. His own cultivation and body refinement relied solely on the magic bull-power fist, which emphasized physical training rather than offensive techniques. Thus, although Su Yi had reached the peak of body refinement, he possessed no martial techniques and relied solely on his superior strength and speed against Elder Feng, who was on par with him. Especially considering the silent yet formidable silent destruction fist that Elder Feng executed, Su Yi pondered deeply. Had he not fortuitously been clad in heavy iron, that punch could have cost him his life, leaving no chance for today. No matter how one analyzed it, the silent destruction fist belonged to martial techniques, leading him to question whether his previous belief that speed and strength alone could conquer all was indeed flawed. Diligence in learning, discernment, and careful contemplation are the marks of a fine seedling. Master Zhou cast a glance at Su Yi, took a hearty swig from his gourd, and replied, "Your question must be understood from 2 perspectives. Firstly, in martial confrontations, power and speed are indeed of paramount importance. One could argue that in the face of absolute power, all tricks are rendered meaningless. Therefore, in my view, absolute power, in a sense, is a false proposition. The significance of martial techniques cannot be overstated. Otherwise, how could there be such a plethora of martial skills and methods that have flourished throughout the ages? It can be said that martial techniques and power and speed are not mutually exclusive. Rather, martial techniques represent the harmonious fusion of power and speed, a perfect amalgamation." Chapter 19, Recruitment Bomb. Su Yi's mind erupted with clarity, akin to a profound enlightenment. The expression on his face was noted by Master Zhou, who thought to himself that this young man was indeed teachable. He continued, "It can even be said that martial techniques are not only the perfect union of power and speed over the millennia. Through the brilliance of countless martial geniuses and unparalleled masters, exquisite martial techniques can significantly enhance and transcend both power and speed." The hall erupted into thunderous applause, resounding without end. Su Yi could only feel admiration, realizing that only those who have traversed the vast seas of experience could articulate the subtleties of water. Just as Su Yi was about to rise again to pose another question, someone else quickly interjected. With Master Zhou's earlier demonstration, the crowd was now acutely aware that a true master stood before them, and the opportunity to ask questions was not to be missed. Consequently, Su Yi's chance was lost. Half an hour later, the remaining 7 questions had all been asked. Master Zhou answered them effortlessly, and after addressing the final question, he grabbed his gourd and departed with a decisive grace, showcasing the demeanor of a true expert. Su Yi gazed at the receding figure of Master Zhou, feeling a sense of longing. The questions posed by his peers were not without benefit, but he still had one crucial question that required an answer, and he had regrettably missed the opportunity. As the sun rose higher and a gentle breeze stirred, causing the bamboo to rustle and fill the room with fragrance, Su Yi gradually emerged from his reverie, only to find that the room had emptied completely. Just as he was about to rise and leave, there was a knock at the door, followed by the entrance of a man in a black robe, the one who had previously assessed everyone's qualifications before the Jiangwu Hall. He strode in with a smile, saying, "Brother, I was instructed to find you. I circled outside several times, but saw no sign of you. Had I not inquired correctly, I might have missed you entirely." Su Yi felt a flicker of curiosity. "What matters does old goose seek with me? Do not worry, brother, it is something good indeed. By the way, I still do not know your name or where you hail from." The man in black continued to smile. Su Yi's heart tightened, but he maintained his composure. "What is this good matter? Perhaps you should share it first." He was wary of revealing his identity and background. While Guang'an Prefecture was vast, to someone of Zhou Daoqian's stature, it was merely a small expanse. If he inadvertently exposed even the slightest detail, he could invite devastating consequences. The man in black waved his hand. "Do not misunderstand, brother. I come to invite you to join the Zhao E Brigade of Furong Town. I have no interest in your true identity or any enmities you may have. I hope this does not lead to any animosity towards me." "The Zhao E Brigade? I am afraid I do not quite understand your words," Su Yi replied, increasingly perplexed. The man in black stared at Su Yi in astonishment, before suddenly realizing that he was not a local and might never have entered a large city. He explained, the Zao E Brigade is the local security force of Furong Town. To put it simply, besides the military forces that maintain the national foundation, there are also local security forces classified into 5 colors: gold, purple, black, white, and green. The Jin E Brigade guards the imperial capital. The Z Brigade protects the feudal states. The He E Brigade safeguards the prefectures, and the Bai E Brigade oversees various counties. Furong Town belongs to Guang'an Prefecture's Beima County, and its security forces are of lower rank, hence they wear black robes. I am the head of the Zao E Brigade in Furong Town. Today, I happened to notice your performance at the Jiangwu Hall and felt that you possess extraordinary skills, making you a promising candidate. Thus, I humbly extend this invitation to you. What do you think? At this moment, Su Yi comprehended the situation. The head of the Zao E Brigade had taken notice of him and wished to recruit him. Moreover, it seemed that as long as he agreed to join, he need not worry about his identity or background. This was precisely what Su Yi valued most. Regardless of how lowly the Zao E Brigade might be, as long as it could resolve his status as an unregistered citizen, what harm could there be in joining? If he found it unsatisfactory, he could simply leave. Who could possibly bind him, Su Yi, in chains? Having made up his mind, Su Yi clasped his fists and replied, "It is better to comply than to refuse." The man in black laughed heartily, patting Su Yi on the shoulder with vigor. "Brother, I assure you, you will not regret this decision. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Gu Jiaming." Gu Jiaming was genuinely pleased. The Zao E Brigade in Furong Town was under-equipped and desperately needed strong individuals. Initially, he had not regarded Su Yi, an outsider, as significant, but after hearing about the impressive questions posed in the martial arts class shortly after its conclusion, he quickly realized that anyone capable of raising such inquiries could not be an ordinary person. Even though this individual currently possesses a modest martial arts realm, it is evident that he is a person of remarkable talent, destined for significant development in the future. Such a gifted individual should not be overlooked during his humble beginnings. With the intention of recruiting him, Gu Jiaming began to investigate Su Yi's background. The town of Furong is small. As a local authority, it is quite simple for him to gather information about an outsider. Having discerned how Su Yi entered the Mu family, Gu Jiaming had already formed his own judgment regarding Su Yi's identity. However, he was reluctant to delve deeper. In these times, the frequency of vendettas in the martial world is as commonplace as eating and drinking. Those who hide their identities are as numerous as the fish crossing the river. Unless Gu had nothing better to do, he would have little interest in uncovering the details. As expected, he struck a chord with Su Yi's thoughts, ensnaring him within his net. Chapter 20. On the soul, I am Isu. I humbly ask for your guidance. Gu 2. After annihilating the Zhou family, Su Yi had long harbored intentions of concealing his identity. Gu Jiaming laughed heartily, saying, "Very well, let us do this. After you finish your lunch, brother Yi, go to the eastern precinct to collect your attire and equipment. In the meantime, I recommend you visit the Jianlan winery in the west of the town and procure a gourd of the finest Zweiking." What does Gu Tu mean by this? Su Yi surmised the answer. Gu Jiaming explained, "I have heard about the events in the classroom. Brother Yi, you possess a wealth of thoughts, but have not encountered a great teacher. Today, meeting Master Zhou must feel like a drought giving way to much-needed rain. However, with so many people present, it is rare to express everything, and undoubtedly, you harbor some regrets. Although Master Zhou is not from Furong Town, he has taught at our martial arts hall several times over the past 20 years. I have some understanding of his temperament. He is particularly fond of Zweiking wine and would always procure a gourd whenever he visits Furong Town. At this moment, he is likely indulging in solitary drinking by the Canglong Pavilion along the Longxi River. If you have any lingering questions, you may acquire a pot of Zweiking and bring it there." So perceptive, too perceptive. With a sudden burst of energy, Su Yi dashed out the door. The Longxi River, a tributary of the Nyalong River, derived its name from its serpentine shape. The water is crystal clear, winding, and shimmering, while the banks are adorned with lush trees casting dancing shadows. Su Yi, carrying 2 large gourds, sprinted along the riverbank. This way. As Su Yi scanned the surroundings for the pavilion, he suddenly heard a shout. Following the voice, he spotted Master Zhou sitting on a nearby rock, vigorously waving at him. Su Yi paused for a moment, then quickly approached. Before he could get close, Master Zhou leaped forward, snatched the two wine gourds, pulled out the soft cork, and took a hearty swig. With a beaming smile, he exclaimed, "Good wine, excellent wine, truly a superb Zweiking. I could smell it from afar. This level of fine wine is beyond what my meager earnings can afford. Today is a treat." As he spoke, he tilted the gourd again, spilling some on his beard. Su-yi remained silent, merely observing him drink with abandon. After downing more than half of a gourd, Master Zhou finally remembered that someone was standing beside him. Despite his considerable composure, he felt a flush of embarrassment and gestured to a nearby rock, inviting Su-yi to sit. "I understand your purpose. I noticed you in the classroom earlier. You're a person of thought. Now, you come rushing over with my favorite Zweiking, undoubtedly guided by a great master. Well, who am I to resist the temptations of the wine bug? 2 gourds of wine, 2 questions." Master Zhou was a straightforward man. He accepted gifts and reciprocated with answers. This was precisely what Su-yi desired. So he did not hesitate to say, "You mentioned in class that one can reach the soul through sincerity, which implies that upon reaching a certain level of cultivation, the body reaches its limit, and one begins to sense the divine. I wish to inquire, do humans truly possess a soul? When does the soul manifest? What is the significance of a powerful soul for a martial artist?" The inquiry regarding the soul had long been bottled up within him. He could perceive the shadowy souls of the deceased with his own eyes. His vision could pierce through darkness. His senses were astonishingly acute. He could detect hidden beasts in the mountains from a great distance. Most astonishingly, he could endure fatigue far better than ordinary people. When it came to cultivation, unless his body was in excruciating pain, he could train tirelessly for days and nights without rest, requiring only a few hours of sleep to rejuvenate entirely. It was this extraordinary ability that allowed him to persist in the arduous training that others could not endure, leading to his current achievements. The reason behind such bodily anomalies had long eluded Su-yi, yet he harbored an inkling. In his mind, the cause of these changes lay not within this body, but rather with his soul that had traversed through time and space. Of course, this was merely speculation. Having encountered a great master today, he could not let the mystery remain unsolved, or he would be tormented by it. "Your questions are rather unique. What prompted you to consider this?" Master Zhou's murky eyes suddenly cleared as he gazed intently at Su-yi. This young man continued to surprise him. "I am prone to idle thoughts. The more I ponder, the more questions arise. I humbly ask for your insight, Master. To your first question, do humans possess a soul? The answer is affirmative. Humans undoubtedly possess a soul. Without a soul, one is merely a living corpse. As for your second question, regarding when the soul appears, I believe you mean when the soul can detach from the physical body and exist independently. The answer to this question can be categorized into 2 scenarios. Firstly, when a person dies, the soul naturally emerges. Secondly, upon reaching a high level of cultivation, the soul can be tempered to such strength that it may detach from the body, achieving great freedom. The legendary beings should possess such abilities. This was one of the questions Su-yi cared most about. Having witnessed the shadows of the deceased, he had expected that upon death, the soul would reveal itself. Yet, when he had slain Elder Feng and others, none had manifested their souls. What happened to the agreement of 2 gourds of wine for 2 questions? Why had you strayed from the terms? Master Zhou's beard quivered as he spoke, but a glint of cunning flickered in his aged eyes. "How about this? For each additional question, you owe me another gourd of wine." Su-yi was well aware of the old man's scheming. However, he was not particularly concerned about the cost of a few gourds of wine. "It's a deal," Master Zhou exclaimed with delight, his haggard face breaking into numerous creases as he lamented. "Had I possessed your level of diligence back in the day, perhaps I would not have faced the misfortunes of yesteryear. Enough of that. Let us return to the matter at hand. The soul is difficult to perceive because it is ethereal. How can a naked eye discern it? Those with the ability to see the spiritual are different, but cannot perceive all souls. For instance, an ordinary person who has not cultivated to the Qi realm has a weak soul. When they die, their soul may not even gather into form and is scattered by the heavenly winds, returning to the netherworld. In contrast, those who have reached the Qi realm possess a relatively stronger soul. Even upon death, their soul can take shape. Moreover, those who have practiced the secret arts of nurturing the soul, upon death, may retain their shadow in the mortal realm for years, which is indeed a marvel of creation. Chapter 21. Remarkable use, thank you, Master, for your instruction. Su-yi finally understood that the Chi-Si realm was a crucial threshold. Below it, one would not only die, but also be unable to gather their soul into form. No need for thanks. Just remember you owe me 2 gourds of wine. Master Zhou struck a pose reminiscent of a beggar demanding payment from beyond the grave. Of course, I will remember. Please continue to enlighten me. Su-yi urged. Certainly. As I mentioned earlier, it does not prevent me from using my life experiences to draw conclusions on this matter. Take an average person, for instance. Those who are vigorous and strong possess great power and resilience. If we consider a martial artist, if their soul is robust, they can effectively alleviate mental fatigue during their training. Similarly, individuals with a powerful soul tend to have sharp minds and exceptional comprehension, which would certainly lead to greater efficiency in martial practice. However, this is merely my personal opinion. As for the specific benefits of an enhanced soul, one can only discern them upon reaching the stage of sensing the soul. Master Zhou's tone was calm and unhurried, devoid of any fervor, yet to Su-yi's ears, it validated his long-held suspicions. At this moment, the tranquil mountains stood silent, with flowers blooming in every valley as the ominous clouds dispersed into the ether. Oh heaven, you have finally opened your eyes. Su-yi seethed with anger internally, yet maintained a calm demeanor externally, bowing respectfully as if acknowledging a lesson learned. Having said this, he turned and departed, vanishing from sight in an instant. After bidding farewell to Zhou Fuzhou, Su-yi did not hasten to the patrol department, but instead briskly walked to the town center, entering the largest tavern in Furong Town. In the span of half a stick of incense, he emerged with a large food box and hurried towards the Mu family. Pushing open the dilapidated door, he found Qiuhua sitting in the courtyard, enjoying her meal. A broken-backed square stool served as her dining table, upon which lay 2 plates, cold steamed buns paired with salted fish. Qiuhua, her small form perched upon a tiny stool, relished her meal with great enthusiasm. Upon seeing Su-yi enter, she began to complain, demanding to know where he had been, as he was supposed to guard the door at home. She had hoped for a warm meal at noon and lamented his laziness, expressing disappointment that she had saved half a fish for him. Gesturing with her chopsticks towards the remaining portion on the plate, Mubo had gone fishing and would not return until evening. For the past 2 days, it was he who had prepared Qiuhua's lunch, merely reheating the family's stored food, steamed buns, and salted fish. Now that he was out, how could he possibly skimp on the meal? Su-yi, undeterred, took a seat on the stone railing by the flower bed, unfastening the food box to reveal an array of delicacies spread before him. Osmanthus duck breast, cured sausages, scallion oil chicken, secret recipe suckling pig, and braised gold carp. The dishes, vibrant in color and rich in aroma, basked in the dappled sunlight, almost exuding a sacred fragrance. Qiuhua was momentarily stunned, her mouth agape, causing half-masticated steamed bun to fall from her lips, yet she remained oblivious. Su-yi, however, was not polite. He extracted a pair of finely crafted peachwood chopsticks from the food box and savored a piece of duck breast, relishing its exquisite flavor. Wow! Qiuhua, suddenly animated by Su-yi's actions, leaped up, soaring towards him with excitement, exclaiming, "Stinky bearded uncle, you dare to eat good food without me? How unfair!" With her words tumbling out in a jumble, her chubby little body darted towards him like a cannonball, nearly tumbling into the flower bed, her hand seizing the greasy 3-flavored chicken and burying her face in it. This was undoubtedly the most sumptuous meal Qiuhua had ever experienced, and in her frantic eagerness, she wished her parents had bestowed her with 2 extra hands and a larger mouth. As she devoured half a roasted chicken and a pig's leg, reaching for more, Su-yi finally intervened, cautioning her against choking. Pouting, she squirmed, suddenly realizing her little belly was tighter than ever, her ravenous appetite retreating like a receding tide. Hastily, she moved her small frame to collapse onto Mu Bo's worn-out recliner, puffing and panting as she rubbed her belly with her tiny hand. While the little girl struggled to digest her meal, Su-yi embarked on a voracious feast of his own, consuming food with a ferocity 10-fold that of Qiuhua. A single carp vanished into his mouth as effortlessly as a fried dough stick, while most of the suckling pig and half of the roasted chicken were devoured in mere moments. The remaining dishes met a similar fate, disappearing into his mouth like peanuts. "Oh dear," Qiuhua yelped, akin to a kitten whose tail had been stepped on. She sprang up, wide-eyed, trembling fingers pointing accusingly at Sue, E, and then the empty plates, her expression utterly comical. So you think I ate too much? Haha, little glutton. If you have the ability, grow a big belly too. Sue, E laughed heartily, his mirth drawing the drifting clouds in the sky. He could scarcely recall if he had ever experienced such unrestrained joy in his life. Following the lively meal, Sue, E made his way eastward through the town. Half a stick of incense later, he arrived at the entrance of the patrol office in Furon Town. The courtyard, marked by a sign bearing the words Patrol Department, was expansive. Upon entering through the arched stone gate, he found a wide courtyard that resembled a vast training ground. Several sturdy men, bare-chested in the blazing sun, were straining against an array of heavy iron training equipment, their muscles glistening with sweat that turned them a copper hue. The midday sun blazed fiercely, and the torrents of sweat evaporated before they could fall, filling the air with a pungent odor. Noticing a newcomer, one of them called out, "Who are you looking for? Report your case outside." Before Sue, E could respond, Gu Jianming, engrossed in a stack of documents, emerged from the main hall. Spotting Sue, E from afar, he hurried down the steps, smiling as he said, "Why are you only arriving now? I was beginning to think you wouldn't come." "Apologies, Gu too. I was delayed by matters at home." Sue, E replied, continuing to observe the future site of his workplace. Chapter 22. The Law Come. Come, everyone gather around. I would like to introduce a new brother. Gu Jianming clapped his hands and called out, gathering the few men who were exercising in the courtyard. Pointing at Sue, E, he announced, "This is Brother E. Sue, who has just joined our patrol department in Furon Town. We will all be brothers sharing the same pot of rice. So let us look out for one another." With that, Gu Jianming went on to introduce Sue, E to each of the men by name. At that moment, Sue, E realized that, counting himself, the 6 individuals present constituted the entirety of the official law enforcement in Furon Town. Sue, E politely greeted each colleague with a respectful gesture, earning a few friendly nods in return. After a brief introduction, Gu Jianming dismissed the others and led Sue, E towards the main hall. The subsequent proceedings unfolded like a well-rehearsed routine, filling out forms, receiving uniforms, and acquiring his identification badge. Finally, after explaining the monthly benefits and the salary of 50 taels of silver, Gu Jianming emphatically placed a hefty tome titled De Yuang Ting Fa Ling on the wooden table in front of Sue, E, stating, "Take some time to peruse this. As of today, you are officially a constable of Furon Town." With that, he turned and exited the room. Sue, E was taken aback by the simplicity of the process that had transformed him into a civil servant of the Yu Kingdom. He felt a profound satisfaction with this change, for he had not only acquired a new and prestigious identity, but had also become a part of the institutional framework. Even as the lowest-ranking constable, Sue, E believed he would undoubtedly share in the authority of the Yu government. The secrets of this world, he surmised, could likely be uncovered within the pages of the thick De Yuang Ting Fa Ling. Having traversed through realms, Sue, E possessed not only the calmness and broad perspective from his previous life, but also the meticulousness and patience to endure solitude in this one. Finding a window that caught the sunlight, he settled down, opened the window to behold the lush scenery, and began to read the book in quiet contemplation. His extraordinary mental acuity allowed him to maintain intense focus, and within just 2 hours, he had thoroughly examined the substantial De Yuang Ting Fa Ling. Within its pages lay a staggering total of 108,654 laws and regulations. While he could not claim to recall every word verbatim, he had certainly absorbed at least 80 to 90% of it. As the sun began to wane in the sky, casting shadows over the summit of Huyin Mountain, Sue, E realized it was getting late. Remembering the delightful meal from noon, he noted that Xiao had already eaten, while Mu Bo was still absent. Hastily, he rose, shouldered the bag containing his clothes and identification badge, and exited with purpose. Half a stick of incense later, Sue, he found himself once again carrying 2 food boxes, identical to those from noon. At last, he was a genuine man of means. The sumptuous meal had cost him merely a little over 2 taels of silver. According to official prices, a single golden coin could be exchanged for 100 taels of silver, and since golden coins were premium currency within the upper echelons of society, their circulation among the populace was rare. Thus, the market price was merely a forced rate set by the government for exchanging silver with civilian gold. In reality, on the black market, a single golden coin could fetch 150 taels of silver, and even that was a price with little to no availability. In the present day, Su Yi's possessions, excluding the 2 gold ingots valued at 1,000 gold coins each, consist of a dozen or so gold coins scavenged from elder Feng, sufficient to cover his living expenses for a decade, even with such extravagance. As the sun dipped in the west and the evening breeze wafted gently, the clear Longshu River shimmered under the fading light. Su Yi strolled through the heart of the town, gazing into the distance where the picturesque scenery of lakes and mountains merged with the sight of returning sails, all of which filled his senses. As mealtime approached, the weary townsfolk sought their comforts, and Furuong town erupted into its most bustling moment of the day. Taverns and tea houses overflowed with patrons, while various vendors swarmed like leeches, appearing from nowhere to occupy every available space in the town. Su Yi found his senses overwhelmed by the vibrant atmosphere, as if his own life had been enlivened. Navigating through the fragrant peach crisp alley, he soon spotted the dock. Timing seemed just right. Perhaps Mubo had just anchored, and Su Yi contemplated heading there to greet the old gentleman. Just a few steps later, his striking brows furrowed with surprise. "Ah, old Mu, which divine being have you appeased today to catch such a grand Qing Li? Look closely, everyone. Old Mu has truly struck gold. This magnificent Qing Li must weigh around 200 jin. Wow, this single fish could sustain us for half a year. Old Mu's fortune has arrived. Otherwise, why would only this Qing Li be caught among the usual lesser fish? Kai Lao, have you lost your mind? With this single Qing Li, we have more than enough. Why bother with the smaller fish?" Struggling, old Mu dragged the fishing net onto the shore. Beads of sweat glistening on the cool stone path, revealing the impressive Qing Li, measuring over a foot in length. The late returning fishermen quickly gathered around, gasping at the sight of the extraordinary catch. The Qing Li is a specialty of the Niejiang River, known for its tender flesh and aromatic bones, making it a prized ingredient for fish soup, highly favored by the wealthy in Guang'an City. However, such a delicacy is rare, as the Qing Li typically resides below 3 zhang in the water, making it challenging to catch. Even seasoned fishermen might only occasionally land one, relying on sheer luck. Consequently, the price of a Qing Li remains exorbitantly high. The one before them could conservatively fetch over 100 taels of silver, a remarkable bounty for any ordinary fisherman. As the crowd reveled in the excitement, the throng parted swiftly. "Make way. I've heard a Qing Li has been caught. Let me have a look." A young man clad in black was flanked by several sturdy men in green, forcefully pushing through the crowd. With a swift motion, the young man, with hands as sharp as the finest steel, effortlessly tore through the resilient fishing net, grasping the fish's head and lifting the Qing Li with ease. "What a splendid fish! I've been lamenting the lack of fine ingredients to entertain my esteemed guests. This is truly a gift from the heavens." The young man examined the Qing Li, oblivious to the crowd, as if the fish were his by right. Indeed, this is fate. A middle-aged man clad in blue silk with a gold belt interjected, edging closer to flatter old Mu. "Hurry and place this magnificent Qing Li in storage." Wait. Zhou Yatsi. Hold on a moment. Old Mu replied repeatedly, beckoning a few familiar fishermen to help secure the Qing Li. It turned out that the man in the gold belt was the overseer of the fishing trade, responsible for collecting the daily catches from old Mu and others. Though the prices were low, the process was convenient. The Qing Li was rare, and once it reached the market, it would fetch a high price. However, old Mu was honest and did not wish to take advantage. He would follow Zhou Yatsi's instructions without question. Just as old Mu and 2 robust fishermen approached to seize the Qing Li, the young man in black waved his hand, causing the others to grasp at air. "Slow down, old Zhou. I spotted this Qing Li first. I intend to purchase it without your influence." With that, the young man tossed the Qing Li to his green-clad followers, instructing them to handle it carefully. Zhou Yatsi smiled ingratiatingly. "Come now, don't be so formal. Even if it enters the trade, it is still a courtesy from me." "Fine. You certainly know how to flatter." The young man in black patted Zhou Yatsi on the shoulder and casually reached into his pocket, tossing a handful of copper coins and silver bits onto the ground. "Here, old man, your payment for the fish." Old Mu was taken aback. The scattered copper and silver coins barely amounted to 2 taels. This Qing Li, if sold in the trade, will be worth at least 100 taels. "This 1 do. 2 taels is hardly enough for this Qing Li," protested a long-faced fisherman. Unable to hold his tongue, a chorus of agreement erupted as the fishermen shared a common bond, well aware of the struggles involved. Seeing old Mu's harder and Qing Li about to be seized by underhanded means, they all voiced their discontent. Hey, who dares to take the fish today? I refuse to accept it. Seeing the young man in black grow stern, Zhou Yiyatsi felt a pang of alarm and immediately scolded the crowd. Having managed the fishing trade for years, he was well versed in handling fishermen, and upon his command, silence fell over the group. Just as Zhou Yiyatsi quelled the fisherman, a sudden, resounding thud echoed. The long-faced man who had defended old Mu was struck by the young man in black, crashing to the ground, blood pooling beneath him. A shocking sight. I will ask one more time. Is 2 taels enough to buy this Qing Li? The young man wore a calm smile. Yet an overwhelming rage emanated from him, intimidating everyone into silence. His icy gaze seemed to slice through the crowd, leaving them unable to meet his eyes. Old Mu, his grizzled head held high, glared defiantly at the young man, his voice hoarse. If you want the Qing Li, I don't care if you offer 2 taels or nothing at all. You cannot strike me. You dare speak to me like that, you old fool? How audacious. There is no need for justification. I'll strike you because I can. With that, Zhou Yiyatsi delivered a harsh slap to old Mu's face. Unmoved, old Mu's hardened features remained stoic as he suddenly drew a short fork from his waist and hurled it toward Zhou Yiyatsi. Zhou Yiyatsi happened to stand directly in front of old Mu, and as the fork flew, it pierced the Qing Li's head, pinning it firmly to the ground. An unexpected shift occurred, leaving everyone momentarily stunned. While the Qing Li was indeed a delicacy, its preparation required meticulous care. It must be freshly killed and cooked. Now, with the fish dead, there was nothing left for the young man in black to present to his guests. Old Mu, you have sealed your fate. Zhou Yiyatsi howled in fury, his temper rising. That fish was caught by my old man. If he is unhappy, he can kill it himself to eat. It's none of your concern. Old Mu stood firm, radiating authority. The young man in black coldly clapped his hands, still smiling. Certainly, a hero has emerged from the streets. However, I wonder how much a hero you truly are. Lao Xiong, take a few brothers and check him out. Instantly, 7 or 8 men in green spread out, surrounding old Mu. Their caution stemmed from old Mu's earlier precise throw, as they worried about getting hurt. However, such concern proved unnecessary. The fork was merely a skill honed through years of fishing, and compared to a martial artist, old Mu had yet to step into the realm of physical training, merely an aging, slightly robust fisherman. With a rush, the gang members overwhelmed old Mu, easily bringing him to the ground, and a brutal assault commenced. Enough! Don't kill him. I haven't heard a word of submission yet, commanded the young man in black, halting the violence. At this moment, Mu Boiden lay on the ground, his body stained with blood, his chest slightly rising and falling, while his blood-drenched head remained erect. Observing Mu Bo's stubbornness, the young man in black attire smiled even more broadly and said softly, Old man, if you bow 3 times to me, I'll let you off the hook. Otherwise, prepare for your old bones to fill the Longshu River. Yet Mu Bo remained silent, curled up on the ground with his neck stiffened, resembling a withered branch. Though decrepit, he stood resolute. Old man, quite tough, the young man exclaimed. Someone, tie him up with stones and throw him into the river. Frustrated, the young man in black was unwilling to waste any more time on this frail old man. Young master, in public, is that really appropriate? Zhou Yuyil gently advised. Although the small town of Furong was within the domain of the Diyu royal court, and it was broad daylight, taking a life was not something to be taken lightly. The laws of the Yu were not to be trifled with. Bullies typically resorted to underhanded tactics, never so brazenly. The young man in black laughed heartily, saying, in public, what of it? Don't think that just because this is a mere Furong town, or even in Guang'an City, I wouldn't eliminate anyone I find displeasing. Who dares to oppose me? With that, he cast a sidelong glance at his entourage clad in green and snorted, What are you waiting for? Throw him into the river. As the young man's words fell, the fishermen in the area finally changed color, their faces contorted with rage. What are you all doing? Are you planning a rebellion? Do you even know who this young master is? You've heard of the Black Dragon Hall, right? This young master is the young master of the White Horse Branch. If you want to cause trouble, better weigh your own worth first. Zhou Yuyil had initially been indifferent to the fate of the fishermen. But if a commotion broke out and they were harmed by the young man in black, it would hinder his own interests, as their fishing endeavors would cease. The mere mention of the Black Dragon Hall sent a chilling wind sweeping through the crowd, carrying away all anger and dissatisfaction. What is the point of talking to these commoners? The name of the Black Dragon Hall is beyond their comprehension. The young man in black cast a disdainful glance at Zhou Yuyul, his expression one of arrogance. Just then, a young girl in plain clothes rushed into the scene. Her little face round and cherubic, clutching a small backpack, tears streaming down her cheeks as she ran towards Mu Bo Grandpa. Grandpa, what happened? What happened? She cried, shaking Mu Bo as she sobbed. The little girl was undoubtedly Chihuahua. Every time Mu Bo went out to sea, Chihuahua would wait for him at the dock after her evening classes, and he would generously give her a few copper coins, their laughter mingling with the sound of jingling bells in the wind. This was perhaps the happiest time for the two of them throughout their day. Yet now, this pure joy had been cruelly transformed into a tragic scene of human suffering by violence. Oh, look who has here, a little brat. How fortuitous. The young man in black grasped Chihuahua by the nape of her neck, effortlessly lifting her into the air, grinning wickedly at Mu Bo, old man. Let us see just how tough your bones really are. As he spoke, he tossed Chihuahua into the air. Chihuahua, don't move. Grandpa is fine. Grandpa has you. Immortality fiercely. Chihuahua nodded vigorously, biting her lip as the fierce wind tousled her short hair. Finally, Mu Bo's stiff neck bent as he struggled to rise. Grandpa, no. Don't, Grandpa. I hate them. I wanted. Chihuahua cried out. But Mu Bo glared at her, silence. Grandpa is fine. What are you stalling for? The young man in black fumed, raising his hand to toss Chihuahua into the air again. With a thud, Mu Bo's knees crashed down heavily onto the blue stone slabs. The young man in black laughed uproariously, his laughter echoing ominously. Just then, as Chihuahua reached her peak height, a shadow darted through the air and caught her. When the shadow landed, the young man in black finally saw that it was a slender youth with unkempt hair. The young man was now beside Mu Bo, one arm cradling the flushed-faced girl, the other aiding the bloodied old man. He pulled out a handkerchief from his pocket and carefully wiped the blood from Mu Bo's face. Finally speaking, Mu Bo, I'm late. As Mu Bo attempted to respond, he erupted into a fit of violent coughs. The young man quickly helped him to sit up, gently patting his back to ease his breathing. The girl clung tightly to his neck, her little lips quivering as she sobbed, "Bearded uncle, you must take Grandpa away from here." Without a doubt, the newcomer was Su-Yi, possessing an extraordinary sense of awareness. He had arrived at the dock and noticed the commotion. After taking a few more steps, Chihuahua's heartbreaking cries reached his ears, and upon turning, he saw her being tossed into the air, a shock nearly causing him to lose his composure. He swiftly crushed several blue stone slabs underfoot, moving like a startled swan, covering the distance of over 10 zhang in an instant to catch Chihuahua. The moment he landed and saw Mu Bo's miserable state, his heart felt as if it were being cut by a knife. Mu Bo had saved his life, and Su-Yi had never expressed his gratitude, knowing that such a debt could not be repaid with mere words. During these few days living with Mu Bo's family, their harmonious interactions had instilled in him a sense of belonging, making Mu Bo and Chihuahua akin to family. Upon seeing Mu Bo in such distress, Su-Yi's expression remained calm, but his inner fury surged like a tidal wave. At the same time, Chihuahua uttered a single phrase, and they responded in unison. Silly girl, bearded uncle is here. You don't need to be afraid. What is the hurry, little one? I haven't finished my fun yet. Su-Yi finally turned to face the smiling young man in black, revealing a dark iron badge, the very badge of the constable he had just received. He stated solemnly, I am the newly appointed constable of this town. What brings you all to gather here? What does a constable have to do with anything? Hurry up and scram. You have no place here. The young man in black did not respond, and Zhou Yuyul stepped forward. Initially, he had thought Su-Yi was someone of significance, but upon learning that he was merely a constable, Zhou Yuyul's fierce demeanor ignited. While Furong Town did have a patrol department, its members were largely incompetent, merely coasting through life. Zhou Yuyul was a prominent figure in Furong Town. To him, a mere constable was of little consequence. Oyi, ignoring Zhou Yuyul, focused on the young man in black and said, Perhaps you should tell me what just transpired here. I doubt you would dare to deny it. The young man in black laughed heartily. It's been a while since I've encountered someone so amusing. Very well, I shall recount for you what just happened. He deliberately aimed to make a fool of Su-Yi, arrogantly summarizing the recent events, and concluded, You know everything you need to know. I am a villain, and my crimes are numerous. Since you are a constable, come and arrest me. As he spoke, he extended his hands towards Su-Yi. Laughter erupted from his entourage of green-clad followers. Zhou Yuyul laughed until he could barely contain himself, patting Su-Yi on the shoulder. Kid, If you're not comfortable here, just leave and don't bother us. However, as the words left his mouth, he found himself rendered speechless. Su Yi's iron grip had seized his neck, lifting him into the air, and in an instant, Zhou Yu's vision blurred as he struggled to breathe. A sudden upheaval shocked everyone. No one had expected that this seemingly insignificant constable would dare to lay hands on the town's prominent figure, Zhou Yu. Amidst the uproar of curses and shouts, several burly men charged towards Su Yi. They were all henchmen raised by Zhou Yu, mostly young rascals just entering the tempering stage of their martial arts. The strongest among them, charging at the forefront with a pair of massive bronze hammers, was a bald man in the mid-tempering stage. Zhou Yu's formidable presence in Furong town rested upon him. At this moment, the audacity of the mere constable to challenge him was infuriating. The bald man's anger boiled over, and as he swung the hammers, a fierce wind whipped up, making it nearly impossible for anyone to stand within 3 zhang of him. With a mighty stride, a stone slab shattered beneath the foot of the bald man as he leapt high, his twin hammers sweeping through the air like a tempest. XY slightly sidestepped, shielding Chi W from the fierce wind, while with his other hand he raised Huyy high, akin to willow catkins caressed by the breeze. Meeting the oncoming hammers, the bald man, startled, found himself unable to change his attack, forced to retract his strength, plummeting from mid-air as his heavy hammers crashed to the ground, sending shards of stone flying. At that moment, XY sprang into action, a sweeping gesture sending Huyy hurtling into the oncoming crowd, his foot striking one of the hammers, which, as if electrified, rebounded sharply into his grasp. And he aimed it directly at the bald man, who had just regained his footing. The colossal hammer, heavy in XY's grip, swung like a thunderclap, and as the bald man stood upright, the hammer struck his chest with a resounding crack, sending him soaring through the air, blood raining down like a tempest. In Chapter 25, The Law, while the onlookers were astonished at the bald man's profuse bloodshed, something even more outrageous occurred. The bald man's massive form flew over 5 zhang, crashing down into the rolling waters of the LNGX River. As the crowd stood in shock, XY plunged into the fray. In the hands of the bald man, the giant hammer might have been a tool for intimidation, but in XY's possession, it transformed into an instrument of death. His unparalleled strength was perfectly suited to wield such a heavy weapon, and with each strike of the over 100 hammer, someone would inevitably suffer. The sounds of bones breaking echoing amidst the blood-soaked chaos, as figures fell straight into the river. In mere moments, an explosive battle reached its conclusion. XY paid little heed to the crowd, whose hearts raced with blood and fear, nor to their astonishment. He marched steadily towards the fallen Zhu Guin's household, coldly asserting that since it was he who was responsible for receiving the catch, he, MB, did not seek a high price, and still wished to return the great blue carp to him. He insisted on maintaining justice, questioning why one would collude with the strong to bully the weak. The market price of the great blue carp exceeded 100 taels, according to the DU Royal Court's decree. Seizing goods beyond what was due incurred 300 strikes and banishment to the border. Don't you dare threaten me. Do you even know my grandfather's background? The county magistrate of BIM is my brother-in-law. You think you can use the so-called DU Royal law against me? You're merely a child. As he spoke, XY reached towards Chi W's neck, but she boldly exclaimed, Uncle HZ, I want to see you defeat the bad guys. I'm not afraid. The little girl was astonishingly clever. Very well, then watch as Uncle HZ avenges you. With that, XY turned his gaze towards Zhuyy, coldly stating that he had initially considered expending breath to discuss the crime of violently resisting the law, but now it seemed unnecessary. Ah, what a farcical DU Royal law. You dare to scorn even the edicts set by the DU Royal Court. It seems you are indeed deserving of a fate worse than death. With a mighty swing, the hammer tore through the air, producing a thunderous sound as dust billowed. The ground appeared to crack under the weight of the blow, and as the dust settled, all that remained was a deep pit, filled with a vague mass of blood and flesh where Zhuyy had stood. The once dominant figure in Fring town was thus obliterated in a single, brutal strike, meeting a gruesome end. The dual shock to the senses left countless onlookers in disbelief. Yet XY remained composed, as if crushing an ant, and strode towards the young man in black, halting a mere 10 feet away. Under the golden hues of the setting sun, XY's slender, hardened form appeared almost divine. To his surprise, even a mere town constable possessed such refined skills in body forging. He could certainly serve as a chief constable in Bim County. And it was indeed a waste to be cooped up in F.R.ing town. What do you say? If you were willing, I could take on that role. The young man in black responded coolly, as if nothing had transpired. The ones who struck him IMB are the very group of green-clad fools behind you. Having lived 2 lives, XY could not fail to perceive the hint of seeking reconciliation in the young man's words. However, he valued loyalty above all. To the young man, it was merely a jest at the expense of the lowly, while to XY, it was an affront to his very core. You should not underestimate me. Allow me to remind you that no one who crosses my HILing has ever met a good end. This conflict originated with me, and if you eliminate those of the ZHU family, it would restore my honor. Yet, given your youth, you may not have navigated the complexities of the martial world. Remember, in this realm, more friends equate to more paths. The young man in black's expression remained stern, his anger reaching its zenith. Had he been certain of defeating XY, he would have already erupted. Go to hell. XY's voice was as cold as ice, pointing the massive hammer towards the group of green-clad men. You lot have assaulted the weak, causing grievous injury, according to the DU laws. The penalty is 100 strikes. I act on behalf of the royal court. Here, there are no rods, only this hammer, which is heavier than the rod. 1 strike shall suffice for 100. In other words, you shall only suffer 1 blow from me. As his words fell, laughter arose from the crowd. Those with wits understood the meaning behind the laughter. XY's hammer was of tremendous weight, and the bald man who had vanished without a trace and the obliterated ZHUYY were testament to that. Though it was termed a single strike, it was, in fact, a demand for a life. The spectators had long harbored resentment towards the young man in black and his band of green-clad thugs for flaunting their power in F.R.ing town at this moment. The town's defenders were eager to display their strength. The group of green-clad men, filled with rage and humiliation, dared not act hastily, exchanging glances. With a frustrated young man in black finally snapped. What the hell are you waiting for? The HILing has never been intimidated. Charge at him and tear him apart. No sooner had he spoken than he seized a green dagger with his left hand and a white iron ball the size of a duck egg in his right. His face contorted with rage as he lunged at XY. He was genuinely incensed by XY. Previously, he had spared him out of desire for self-preservation, unwilling to confront him directly. Observing how XY dispatched the bald man and his companions with ease, he concluded that they were of equal strength, both in the latter stages of body forging. He suspected that XY had long since solidified his skills, unlike himself, who had just broken through. As for whether XY had reached the pinnacle of body forging, he did not even entertain such thoughts. In the entire Ingen city, there were scarcely a handful of individuals under 30 who had achieved such heights, though this fellow appeared scruffy and older. The brilliance in his eyes and the sharpness of his features belied his youth. Furthermore, if he were truly a master at the pinnacle of body forging, not only F.R.ing town, but even Bim County could not contain him. Originally, after gauging XY's prowess, the young man in black had anticipated a few polite words from him, hoping to forge a friendship. He was confident in his hidden trump card, believing that even if XY were slightly stronger, he could still emerge victorious with a fierce effort. Having resolved his thoughts, the young man in black finally made his move. In Chapter 26, an apology, the moment the young man in black acted, it served as the best signal for the group of green-clad men, who, stripped of their fear, brandished their weapons and charged at XY with a clamor. They flanked him from both sides in a coordinated attack. XY moved without concern for the young man behind him, stepping forward a full yard, swaying his body as he swung his hammer, plunging into the throng of green-clad men. Blades came, and the hammer met them. Spears were thrust, and again the hammer responded. Arrows flew, yet still the hammer prevailed. There was no parry or defense, just a single blow. The ghostly hammer danced through the air. No one could withstand its descent, nor evade its path. Another downpour of blood ensued, and figures scattered like leaves in the wind. Before the young man in black could even lay a finger on XY, the scene had transformed into a graveyard devoid of any green-clad man. As XY finished dispatching the green-clad man, the young man in black had already leapt into the air, aiming a 3-foot-long green blade directly at the back of XY's head. XY remained motionless, having just sent a green-clad individual's copper hammer flying. The hammer abruptly changed direction, intercepting the path of a green blade's assault. A sharp clang resonated as the copper hammer and the blade met. In a bizarre turn of events, the resilient copper hammer was sliced in two by the green blade, as effortlessly as cutting through tofu. The blade cleaved through the hammer, maintaining its momentum, and was now perilously close to XY's black hair. The young man in black, filled with wild joy, was suddenly taken aback as XY's head moved 3 inches to evade the lethal strike. With the attack missing its mark, the young man in black felt a surge of urgency and rapidly altered his approach. However, to XY, this change appeared as slow as a snail. The disparity in their realms was akin to an insurmountable chasm separating the two. The young man in black, relying on the sharpness of his weapon, had hoped to catch XY off guard, but once XY was on guard, that final advantage was obliterated. As XY seized the young man in black, his expression remained impassive, and he coldly stated, "Now it is time to count your crimes." Unexpectedly, before he could finish his sentence, a startling transformation occurred. The white iron talisman in the young man's right palm suddenly morphed into a slender, pointed form, darting silently towards XY's chest like a bolt of lightning. Little did he anticipate that the young man in black possessed such a remarkable treasure. The talisman, without any forewarning, pierced through XY's clothing. For anyone else, even a master at the Chi-Si realm, evading such a stealthy strike would have been impossible. Yet, XY, endowed with extraordinary perception, reacted instinctively. Just as the white blade grazed his skin, without waiting for a command from his brain, his body moved. Summoning all his strength, he tilted his shoulder slightly to the left, managing to shift his position by less than half an inch. It was this seemingly insignificant movement that saved his life. With a sharp sound, the white blade penetrated XY's thick skin, narrowly missing his heart and piercing completely through his body. The young man in black could scarcely believe that such a silent strike had been evaded. In a moment of panic, he attempted to manipulate the blade lodged within XY's body. Suddenly, an intense pain surged through him, almost causing him to faint, interrupting his actions. It turned out that XY, sensing the imminent danger from the white blade, had launched an attack of his own, seizing the young man's right wrist with tremendous force, crushing it to bits. XY had possessed a more straightforward solution, merely needing to apply pressure to the young man's acupoint to render him unconscious. However, the talisman's transformation was too peculiar. He feared that even if he incapacitated the young man, the talisman would still be capable of exerting power. Thus, he resolved to eliminate the issue at its source. Indeed, as the young man's wrist shattered, the white blade abruptly contracted, withdrawing from XY's body and reverting back to its talisman form in the young man's hand. XY bore 2 narrow wounds on his chest and back. Though deep, he controlled his muscles to staunch the bleeding, not a drop spilling. With a swift motion, XY grasped the talisman, stowing it into the tiger skin pouch he had seized from Elder Effing. He then picked up the green blade and forcefully slammed the young man in black to the ground. Without waiting for him to regain his footing, XY stepped heavily upon him and began reciting the laws of the DU Royal Court, declaring that gathering a crowd to assault an official was punishable by death. "What do you have to say now?" The young man in black, gritting his teeth against the excruciating pain, retorted fiercely, "You fool! Do you realize the calamity you have stirred? Return the talisman to me at once, or you shall find no resting place for your body." The talisman was extraordinary, unlike anything he had ever encountered. XY had already surmised its significance. In this moment of desperation, the young man in black clung to the talisman, revealing its value. As the young man's words fell, a flash of green light appeared, severing his left thumb. "Earlier, you asked me to bow 3 times to MB. Now you shall bow 30 times to me. I will begin counting. For every count you fail to complete, I will sever one of your fingers, including your toes. You have 14 fingers left. Once your fingers are gone, we will move on to your nose and ears. I hope you can endure. I wish to reduce you to a mere stick." XY's heart was as cold as iron when dealing with a wretch like the young man in black. He released his foot and began to count. The young man, rising unsteadily, stifled his tremors and roared, "Do you know who I am? I am from the Black Dragon Hall, with 3,000 brothers." Before he could finish his boast, XY's voice interjected, "Enough." The green light flickered again, and the young man's left hand was now bare. 5, 6, 7. The green light flashed once more, and the young man collapsed to the ground in agony. But XY paid him no heed. With another sweep of the green light, the young man's shoes and socks were shredded. Stop! Just as XY was about to utter the 8th count, the young man could no longer contain himself and called for a halt. Raised in luxury, despite his martial training, he had never developed a strong will. Each finger severed by XY brought forth unbearable pain and terror, shattering his last vestige of pride. Thud! The esteemed young master finally knelt before MB, his head pounding against the bluestone slab in a frenzy, whether out of fear of not striking hard enough or as a release for his pent-up shame and rage. In Chapter 27, Gu Ingyan, after 30 head knocks were completed in a flash, the young man in black straightened up, glaring at XY coldly. I have finished bowing my head. You have vented your anger. May I leave now? XY scoffed. Leave? Where do you think you're going? Do you believe I am merely venting my anger? How absurd. I am a representative of the public office, and every action of mine is guided by the laws of the DU Royal Court. You gathered a crowd to injure others and intended to kill an official. Your bowing was merely compensation for MBS injuries. You may have mitigated your living transgressions, but you cannot escape the death penalty. It seems you are truly ignorant of the law, or perhaps you simply have no respect for the DU Royal Court. The young man in black felt his anger peak, dizziness clouding his vision, realizing that after all this commotion, XY had never intended to let him go. Had his bows been in vain? This thought lingered as the green light flashed once more, and his head soared high into the air. For the first time, the young man in black beheld his own back. As his severed head fell to the ground, wide-eyed in disbelief, he could hardly fathom that a mere display of power in the small town of F.R.ing would cost him his precious life. After dispatching the young man in black, XY assisted MB and strode forth, parting the crowd like a wave. At that moment, the magistrates of F.R.ing and the laws of the DU Royal Court weighed heavily on the hearts of the townsfolk. GG&M-ing found XY in a medical hall, barely half an hour having passed since XY had vanquished the young man in black. MB's injuries had been treated, and after taking a dose of restorative medicine, the results were astonishing. His grievous wounds had begun to scab over. GG&M-ing, his face flushed and his demeanor anxious, clearly felt the impact of XY's actions. XY reassured him. Why must you worry? GTU? The wicked oppress the good. As a constable, it is my duty to safeguard peace. I act in accordance with the laws of the DU Royal Court. I see no wrongdoing in my actions. GG&M-ing fell silent. He had already gathered ample information about the tragedy at the dock. He understood the words of XY, yet initially struggled to comprehend why XY invoked the laws of the DU Royal Court, which were merely tools for dealing with common folk in F.R.ing. When had they ever constrained the powerful? Listening to XY now, he suddenly grasped the intent behind XY's actions. By publicly executing a villain in front of thousands, XY would ensure that the tale of his deeds spread throughout Gu Ingyan. In such circumstances, should anyone dare to target XY, it would be akin to slapping the face of the DU Royal Court, despite the corruption in the local governance. A case of this magnitude, which touched upon the dignity of the Royal Court, would certainly be pursued to the end. Clearly, XY's actions had brazenly dragged the DU Royal Court into his own cause. You rascal, quite clever indeed. Gu Jianming stomped his foot and said, but do not forget, you are not alone in this. It is not just you who is well fed while your family goes hungry. What will happen to the elderly and the children? Can you watch over them for 12 hours straight? You, truly, are quite the cunning one. Gu Jianming laughed heartily, but after his laughter subsided, he fell silent. Su-Yi was no longer the Su-Yi of old. Having lived 2 lives, he had become adept in the intricacies of human relationships. He smiled and said, Brother Gu, we're like old friends at first sight. Thanks to your consideration, I have been able to enter the public sphere. This favor and kindness I shall forever cherish in my heart. If you have anything to say, please do not hesitate. Gu Jianming clapped his hands and exclaimed, Good. Brother Yi, you are forthright. If I persist in my prattle, I would be a fool indeed. Given your talents, Brother Yi, your rise within the public framework is but a matter of time. The small precinct of Furong Town cannot nurture a dragon such as yourself. I seek nothing more than that when you ascend, you do not forget the precinct of Furong Town. Specifically, I would like a promise from you. Regardless of your future developments, I ask that you serve as a lifetime guest elder of our precinct. Brother, rest assured, this title will not demand your energy nor bind you. It is merely a means to bask in your illustrious reputation. Su-Yi replied, How could this be difficult? I am honored by your high regard. Haha, splendid. Gu Jinming laughed uncontrollably. Just from the stories he had heard, he deduced that Su Yi was likely a peak practitioner of body forging, at such a young age to reach that pinnacle. It was nearly certain that he would soon enter the realm of Qi Si. When that day comes, Su Yi would be placed alongside the great sages immortalized in the martial hall, bringing great honor to the precinct of Furong Town. Gu Jinming suppressed his excitement and clarified. The troubles you face today are not insurmountable. If you head south for 60 miles, the calamity will dissipate. To Guang'an City? Su Yi inquired. Indeed, heading south for 60 miles leads directly to Guang'an City. Gu Jinming nodded and continued. Guang'an City is the heart of Guang'an Prefecture, with strict regulations. Fighting is forbidden within the city, as is any harm to civilians by martial artists. The laws of the Great Yu Court are most rigorously enforced here. Once you enter Guang'an City, even the formidable Black Dragon Hall would not dare to act against an elderly person and a child. However, you may encounter other troubles. What do you mean? Su Yi asked. Hearing that Mu Bo and Xiao were safe brought him some relief. As for other troubles, he was not particularly fearful. Gu Jinming explained, though fighting is prohibited in Guang'an City, conflicts arise frequently due to the number of martial artists. Even a Great Yu Court, no matter how powerful, cannot entirely eliminate disputes. Instead of suppressing, they have designated specific areas for settling disputes. One side must pay a fee, and the Guang'an prefect will arrange a duel. If the other party refuses to fight, they will be forcibly expelled from the city. Given the deep enmity you've formed with the Black Dragon Hall today, they will likely pursue you relentlessly once you're in Guang'an City. You must be extra cautious. However, you need not worry excessively. I've already made arrangements. When you go to Guang'an City, you can utilize my official position from Furong Town. Furong Town has an office in Guang'an City, and I have already reassigned the former manager, Lao Qin. Upon your arrival in Guang'an, you can take over Lao Qin's duties. With this official identity, even if the Black Dragon Hall grows audacious, they will have to exercise some restraint. Chapter 28. Iron Essence. Su Yi was a loss for words. Although Gu Jinming's assistance stemmed from ulterior motives, he could not help but feel touched by such complete consideration for himself. He expressed, Brother Gu, your kindness I shall forever hold dear. You flatter me. Gu Jinming replied, clasping his fists. As you head to Guang'an, take care of yourself. We must not linger too long, lest the nights stretch out with many dreams. I have arranged a grand carriage waiting at the door. Let us depart now. Su Yi nodded and stepped inside. Half a stick of incense later, under the vast night sky, 2 strong horses pulled a carriage laden with thick bedding, speeding towards Guang'an City like the wind. That night, in the conference hall of the White Horse branch of the Black Dragon Hall, dozens of oil lamps blazed fiercely, casting eerie shadows on the dragon reliefs overhead. At the center, seated in the tiger throne, was Jiang Shaochuan, the leader of the White Horse branch, his piercing gaze fixed on the entrance. Ever since he received the report that his only son, young Master Jiang, had been executed by a mere constable at the dock of Furong Town, he seemed to have lost all ability to act. Ding ding ding. The scribe, Xing Shi, rushed in, his face glistening with sweat as if he had just emerged from a boiling pot. Without even drawing close, he hoarsely shouted, Leader, something terrible has happened. Something terrible. I know, my son is dead. Jiang Shaochuan's voice sounded as cold and foul as a sewer. Leader, the iron essence has been stolen by my son. Xing Shi shrieked. What? Jiang Shaochuan leaped up like a giant mantis, springing from his seat to grasp Xing Shi by the throat. I said cough cough. Unable to speak due to the grip on his throat, Xing Shi could only repeat his earlier words once Jiang Shaochuan released him. Boom! Jiang Shaochuan was struck as if by lightning, his expression ghostly pale. He dashed into a secret chamber and emerged an instant later, kicking over a lamp and seizing a large broadsword from behind screen, dancing wildly as if a storm had erupted, turning the once grand conference hall of the White Horse branch into a wasteland. After a long while, Jiang Shaochuan finally halted, his face contorted in rage, muttering, Beast, beast! Deserving of death, a beast! Xing Shi anxiously urged, Leader. Jiang Shaochuan jolted and suddenly remembered that the greatest calamity was yet to be averted. The iron essence had been acquired months ago during a covert raid on the southeastern merchant convoy, which was no ordinary convoy, but one carrying tribute for the imperial court from Guang'an Prefecture. Jiang Shaochuan had learned of the secret mission of the southeastern convoy, and, gathering forces, had laid an ambush at Tianyin Cliff, paying a heavy price to finally plunder the convoy. The iron essence had been found by Xing Shi in a treasure chest within the convoy. At first sight, Jiang Shaochuan considered it a divine artifact. And according to the rules of the Black Dragon Hall, spoils captured by lower branches should be counted by the higher headquarters and distributed according to ratio. With Xing Shi's knowledge and discretion, Jiang Shaochuan half-heartedly took the iron essence for himself. Indeed, the iron essence was a precious treasure, but its origins were dubious and could not be exposed to the light. Jiang Shaochuan had stored it in a secret chamber, only daring to take it out for admiration during the dead of night. Little did he know, his son, young Master Jiang, had the audacity to steal it. And worse still, young Master Jiang had irresponsibly met his end outside. At that moment, Jiang Shaochuan could hardly afford to grieve for his son, consumed instead by fear. If news of the iron essence's existence were to leak, he would not escape his doom. Xing Shi, understanding Jiang Shaochuan's fear, said, "Do not worry, leader. I have inquired thoroughly. Although there were many people at the dock, they were all common folk. It was said that a white sword had harmed that constable. But no one paid close attention. That white sword was indeed transformed from the iron essence. Moreover, given that the iron essence is an extraordinary treasure, the constable who possessed it would surely keep his mouth shut. For now, we need not worry about news of the iron essence leaking. That constable is a new recruit from the Furong Town precinct. My subordinates have just received word that he is headed to Guang'an City. Clearly, he is prepared, fearing that we might act against that elderly person and child in Furong Town. However, this is good. He has gone to Guang'an, and we can directly confront him, finding a platform to deal with him decisively. At this urgent moment, we must send a letter to Guang'an immediately to ascertain his whereabouts." As soon as Xing Shi finished speaking, Jiang Shaochuan wore a sinister smile. At this urgent moment? Haha, I thought the most pressing matter was to maintain secrecy. The fewer people who know about the iron essence, the better. Ideally, only I should know. As soon as the words left his mouth, Jiang Shaochuan's large hand reached out, and with a crack, the eyes of the executioner fell upon his own back. With a casual toss, the executioner's corpse was hurled into the nearby flames. And in an instant, the acrid scent of burning flesh mingled with thick smoke. Jiang Shaochuan fixed his gaze upon the bonfire, gritting his teeth and vowing that regardless of who it was, anyone daring to seize the treasures he had risked his life for would meet a dreadful end. The morning dawned dreary, with a strong wind stirring the air. Despite the tightly shut doors and windows, the flickering red candle, barely an inch high, was still swayed by the cold air that crept in. After serving Mu Bo a restorative potion, a large food box was tossed into Chihuahua's room. Su then entered the main hall, taking a quiet seat. This was an ordinary family courtyard, with an office in the front and living quarters in the back, complete with a main house, side rooms, and kitchen facilities. 2 rows of autumn banyan trees graced the courtyard, providing ample shade and a pleasant atmosphere. The local constabulary of Furong Town had rented this place for several years, establishing an office here to accommodate personnel traveling to Guang'an Prefecture for official business and to manage incoming and outgoing documents. After enjoying a couple of cups of tea, Su made his way to a nearby post station, collected a few documents, locked the guest room on the left, left a note on the door, and exited through the main gate. He specifically headed towards the livelier part of town, turning into a large alley and straight into the biggest tavern, where he spent a silver ingot to procure a jar of 10-year-old bamboo leaf wine and gathered information on the location of Tai Mao Air Xiong, hastening on his way. Entering Guang'an, Su did not harbor any illusions. He was acutely aware that the Black Dragon Hall would not let matters rest, not merely due to that detestable young man in black, but because of the extraordinary white iron core, which would surely incite a bloodbath. Chapter 29. The Rules and Truth. Su had never imagined such a remarkable object could exist in this world. The previous night, he had experimented with the iron core. Holding it in his palm and channeling his energy, it could transform into any object, morphing according to the images in his mind. The stronger the force applied, the more urgently and fiercely it would manifest, extending up to 3 zhang away, taking the shape of a slender and sharp spear. More astonishing was its silent and swift transformation, akin to a flash of lightning. Such a divine artifact, if preserved for close combat, would be utterly invincible. Su understood well that while treasures are desirable, securing them often demands risking one's life. At this moment, having entered Guang'an, he felt utterly lost and needed to seek out an acquaintance to ascertain the situation. Clearly, that disheveled, wine-loving Zhou Fuzi, who had provided him with an address, was the ideal candidate. Finding Tai Mao Erxiong was no easy feat, as the narrow alley was nearly wedged between 7 or 8 households, only allowing 2 bodies to pass through. Without careful attention, it would be nearly impossible to notice. Several times, Su Yi nearly walked past the alley's entrance. After much effort, he finally inquired with a pair of elderly men playing chess at a doorstep, allowing him to access the alley. At the end of the alley, he found Zhou Fuzi standing in front of a small, low-roof tile house. On that dreary morning, with a biting wind chilling the air, the old man had set up a bamboo recliner in front of his door, draped with a thick blanket, and was soundly asleep, his snores audible from a distance. Approaching quietly, Su Yi refrained from calling out. Instead, he deliberately peeled back a corner of the seal on the wine jar, causing the sleeping man to suddenly twitch his nose as if startled, leaping up from his chair like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. Upon recognizing the jar of wine in Su Yi's hand, the old man clapped his hands and laughed heartily, exclaiming that what he had been hoping for had come to pass. It had been 3 days since he had last eaten, and without wine, he felt utterly lifeless, slumped in his chair waiting for death. He had even contemplated that if he were to die, he would haunt Furong Town to settle accounts with Su Yi. In the midst of his dreaming, Su Yi had walked right into his trap. After this exclamation, the old man turned and hurried into the inner room, emerging with a water ladle. He pried open the seal of the wine jar and poured himself a ladleful, tilting his head back to swallow the clear liquid. Delicious wine. Exquisite wine. This 10-year-old brew from the Wine Devil's Tavern is indeed generous of you, he remarked, then filled another ladle and carefully placed it on a low stool beside his bamboo recliner, sealing the jar tightly before laboriously carrying it back inside. He then returned to the recliner, reclining back and leisurely savoring the drink, saying, "Now, what do you wish to extract from this old man? That jar of wine holds more than 2 gourds. Today, I shall answer any questions you have, but do hurry. Don't dawdle and waste this old man's precious sleep. For if you delay, the rascals of the Black Dragon Hall will not be so patient." Su Yi was astonished. "Old man, you are aware of the enmity between me and the Black Dragon Hall?" Zhou Fuzi replied. "Why should this surprise you? Do you think the events of yesterday in Furong Town were trivial? It has been many years since anyone has openly defied the laws of the Great Yu by taking lives. Do not forget that I, too, am somewhat of a public servant." Su Yi inquired, "So, does the Guang'an Prefecture's magistrate know of my actions yesterday? If that is the case, how could the Black Dragon Hall still dare to come after me?" Su Yi sought Zhou Fuzi for his wisdom and experience. Damn it! Su Yi had not anticipated that his efforts would still be overshadowed by the brilliance of gold coins. Zhou Fuzi chuckled. "You're still young. Let me tell you, in this world, money can indeed move mountains. For your sake, you have disrupted the dual regulations in Guang'an City, which is tantamount to threatening the livelihoods of the various offices in the Guang'an Prefecture. The magistrate is no fool. He will not commit such a foolish act. Therefore, do not harbor any illusions. Prepare yourself for battle." Su Yi was not foolish enough to place his hope for survival in another. He spoke solemnly, "Master. There is something I cannot comprehend, and hope you can enlighten me. According to Gu Jiaming, the duel regulations in Guang'an City state that the party initiating the duel need only pay 10 gold coins to the magistrate's office for it to automatically take effect. The party unwilling to engage will be expelled from Guang'an City. The issue at hand is if someone of the Qi-Hai realm were to intimidate those below it. Wouldn't they simply have to pay the 10 gold coins? Wouldn't the defiant party face a dead end?" Zhou Fuzi stroked his long beard, smiling slightly. "The magistrate's office is not composed of fools. When they designed the rules, they certainly would not have overlooked such a loophole. You must understand that the wealth accumulated from duels within the city each year accounts for more than 1/3 of Guang'an City's tax revenue. This is a lucrative pie that the magistrate's office wishes to savor as long as possible. They would never allow it to be spoiled. If such loopholes were left, Guang'an would become a city devoid of people. The dual regulations established by the Guang'an Magistrate's office strictly prohibit challengers from oppressing the weak, meaning that it is absolutely forbidden for someone at the Qi-Hai realm to challenge those at the body refinement realm, and even more so, a peak body refinement practitioner cannot challenge someone in the late stages of body refinement. In short, the challenger's realm must never exceed that of the challenged. Thus, your concerns are entirely unfounded." Su Yi's expression revealed his thoughts, and Zhou Fuzi chuckled, Do not let your superior soul power instill overconfidence in you. Remember, there are always greater powers beyond your own. Should the Black Dragon Hall wish to eliminate you, it would not be a difficult task. After all, money can indeed entice even the most formidable body refinement masters. If you wish to preserve your life, you must reign supreme among the peak body refinement practitioners. As Zhou Fuzi concluded, Su Yi felt as though struck by lightning. His worry was not that the Black Dragon Hall would summon powerful experts. Rather, he was taken aback that the hidden secrets had been so easily discerned by Zhou Fuzi. Zhou Fuzi scoffed, "Do not wear such a morose face. You should recognize that the moment you effortlessly dispatched the young master of the Black Dragon Hall, your martial realm ceased to be a secret. As for how I knew of your exceptional soul power, the answer is simple. Someone followed you for quite a distance to inquire about soul matters. Understand that below the Chi-Hai realm, very few martial artists concern themselves with the nature of the soul. Your inquiry indicates that you have experienced something significant. Either your soul is weak, or your soul power exceeds that of ordinary individuals. Now that I am aware of your peak body refinement realm, the answer becomes evident. Your soul power must be astonishing. Otherwise, it would be impossible for someone your age to reach the peak of body refinement." Chapter 30, East City. With Zhou Fuzi's reasoning laid bare, Su Yi felt a sense of relief wash over him. Zhou Fuzhong is a sage, yet he possesses these flaws. It is entirely within reason that he can perceive the truth and falsehood within himself. Rest assured, young one, my Dantian is already in ruins, and I merely linger on for the remnants of my life. The secrets you hold, I shall take with me to my grave, having roamed the Jianghu for many years. Zhou Fuzhong is well aware of the countless deeds of silencing secrets through murder. Thus, he spoke to assuage Su Yi's worries. Su Yi replied that he had gained much enlightenment from the sage and owed him a great debt of gratitude, a debt he could hardly repay, let alone harbor ulterior motives. Though his temperament is solitary and resentful of the world, he places great importance on loyalty and righteousness. Zhou Fuzhong holds a minor-like status in his heart. As for speaking of gratitude, it is said that these favors were exchanged for fine wine. We conduct our affairs openly, and you should not attempt to deceive me, thinking you can ask questions for free here without paying for the wine. Zhou Fuzhong took a hearty drink and laughed heartily. Su Yi also chuckled, stating that he had already deposited money at the Jiugue Fong, instructing them to send a barrel of wine to the sage every half-month within the year, and the sage could drink freely. Just as Zhou Fuzhong was laughing heartily, his laughter suddenly ceased, and he stared blankly at Su Yi, remaining silent for a long time. Suddenly, he sighed, turned, and entered the ear room. Shortly after, he emerged with a brown square box in hand. "Previously, you asked me why, within the body-tempering realm, one could exert 3 times the strength of a single bull despite having only the strength of one. Here is the Bali Ju. Take it and study it." As he spoke, Zhou Fuzhong handed over the square box. Su Yi, not one to be coy, accepted the box and opened it, revealing a thin roll of black paper inside. As he picked it up, he found it hard and solid as iron, clearly made of an extraordinary material. Just as Su Yi was eagerly perusing the martial arts technique, he heard Zhou Fuzhong say that this Bali Ju was something he acquired over 20 years ago from his master in a hidden place. According to the method described, if cultivated properly, one could achieve the strength of 3 bulls in a single strike, even in the body-tempering realm. He cautioned that this technique is unique in that it does not resemble ordinary methods of tapping into one's potential. It requires a considerable price to unleash a punch that surpasses limits. If this technique is mastered, as long as your physical strength is ample and your spirit is stable, you can continuously exert the strength of 3 bulls. This method is divided into 3 layers. With each layer cultivated, one can gain an additional 3 bulls of strength. Upon completing all 3 layers, one will possess the might to move mountains and the aura that dominates the world. Like all martial artists, Su Yi harbored an almost obsessive pursuit of offensive power. Upon hearing of a technique that could significantly enhance his attack power, he was overjoyed. Without hesitation, he took the technique and began to read it. Moments later, he murmured, "Top-grade Qi-Lian grass, a century-old Qi-Jin snake eye, and Bear King's gallbladder. What kind of technique is this? Why do I need so many medicinal materials to cultivate it?" Putting away the secret manual, Su Yi was filled with curiosity. He practiced the Mo Nyo Da Li Quan only according to its 3 forms, accompanied by the flow chart for transporting qi and blood. And he had stubbornly trained to the pinnacle of body tempering without relying on any external aids, save for some inferior Wulong grass to replenish his stamina. He had thought other techniques could be mastered through sheer diligence. Su Yi was solemnly enlightened. Zhou Fuzhong continued, to be honest, this Bali Ju has cost me more than 20 years to obtain. My master and I have both endured great hardships to gather the aforementioned medicinal materials and cultivate it according to the method. Each time we reached the hurdle of reversing the meridians, we were met with mental fatigue and excruciating pain, our souls nearly unbearable, resulting in untimely demise. Since you possess unique spiritual strength, I believe this Ba Li Ju will shine in your hands. Thank you, esteemed sage, for your generous gift. Su Yi expressed his profound gratitude. Although he had little knowledge of martial arts after 2 years of cultivation, he had heard from Chun that in this world, martial arts were paramount, and secret manuals were exceedingly precious, especially top-tier techniques, which were rare throughout the world. A technique that demands a significant concentration to unleash a devastating 3 bulls of power, such as the Jimmy Shunquan, is already considered a treasured skill by masters like Elder Feng. How invaluable must this Ba Li Ju be, which allows for the continuous exertion of 3 bulls of strength? Zhou Fuzhong waved his hand dismissively, saying, generous gift? Do not think I'm giving this to you for free. I have my conditions. How about you exchange this Ba Li Ju for the remainder of my life's wine? Such a treasure could hardly be measured by mere wine. Su Yi repeatedly shook his head. Zhou Fuzhong glared. No need for idle chatter. To me, this technique is like waste paper, while fine wine is my lifeblood. I am trading waste paper for my lifeblood. The value of this deal depends solely on personal sentiment. No need for further discussion. Very well. I shall take care of your wine for the rest of your days. Su Yi ceased his lengthy discourse. Just as Mu Bo had done for him, he understood that some debts of gratitude could not merely be repaid with words. Zhou Fuzhong chuckled. Then our deal is settled. Now, young one, the old man needs to sleep. You should prepare for your battles as well. When you have time, take a stroll in the East City. Su Yi expressed his thanks and promptly headed towards the East City. As soon as he stepped through the arched stone gate of the East City, Su Yi comprehended Zhou Fuzhong's intention in directing him here. The entire East City was evidently a city specifically established for martial arts practitioners. Upon entering the city gates, he beheld a wide avenue, broad enough for 10 horses to walk side by side, bustling with traffic and throngs of people, an unending flow. The streets were lined with towering gates and grand buildings, adorned with carved dragons and phoenixes, exquisite eaves, and vibrant corners, a feast for the eyes. Diverse figures filled the streets. Monks draped in robes, seductive dancers swaying their hips, barefoot Taoists in plain garments, and scholars fanning themselves with hats. An array of peculiar and extraordinary sights that dazzled the eyes. Most eye-catching were the various mounts. Among the crowd, some rode lions and tigers. Others drove deer and commanded elephants. Most absurdly, a youth radiating golden light proudly traversed the city atop an enormous python several zhang long. However, what Su Yi envied most was a giant white eagle, upon which a white-robed guest emerged from a tavern inebriated, mounted the seat upon the eagle's back, and with a tug on the reins tied around its neck, they soared through the clouds. In an instant, a verse flashed through Su Yi's mind, with 10,000 strings of gold, riding a crane down to Yangzhou. At this moment, Su Yi truly felt he had entered an extraordinary world. Chapter 31. Qinghua. While Su Yi was gazing around, a young man in a long robe approached him briskly. A round face adorned with a professional smile reminiscent of a modern real estate agent. Approaching Su Yi, he clasped his fist and greeted him with a smile. This brother. You appear quite unique and affluent, yet you look around with curiosity, clearly new to Guang'an East City. I am but a local, well-versed in the city's myriad trades and markets, here to guide you. Understanding that he had encountered a guide, Su Yi realized he truly needed one in this unfamiliar place. If the price was reasonable, he would hire him. State your price. The young man in the long robe was momentarily taken aback, evidently not expecting Su Yi to be so direct, making it difficult for him to respond. However, Su Yi did not afford him the opportunity to ponder. He took a step forward to leave, calculating that there were many in the city who performed this guiding service. Should he show any hesitance, he would undoubtedly be taken advantage of. Having finally encountered a patron, The young man in the long robe was unwilling to let Su Yi leave so easily and hurriedly caught up with him. Wait, don't be in such a hurry. Your temper is too hasty. I offer a flat rate of 5 gold coins. Su Yi nearly stumbled in shock. To be a guide and demand 5 gold coins up front was outrageous. He had spent merely 2 taels of silver on an extravagant lunch the previous day. Even at official rates, 5 gold coins could be exchanged for silver, enough to indulge in luxury for an entire year. Seeing Su Yi's change in expression, the young man in the long robe quickly added, Brother, please don't dismiss the price so readily. Let me explain. You and T think I merely guide you. Would you? It's not that simple. I am responsible for answering all your questions in the city, accompanying you throughout your shopping, making introductions, negotiating prices, and so forth. Hearing that the young man had many responsibilities, Su Yi, however, was reluctant to part with his money, finding the conversation tedious, and turned to leave, hoping to compare prices elsewhere. The young man in the long robe, however, clung to him like glue, endlessly recounting tales of newcomers to East City who were reluctant to pay the guiding fee, only to be taken advantage of by unscrupulous shops, leaving them embarrassed. XY felt a twinge of annoyance, yet was also stirred, and with a shift in thought, he proclaimed, Before you make any grand demands, I see you possess genuine intent. Allow me to propose a solution. This time I enter the city, I indeed wish to purchase some items. With a total expenditure no less than 200 gold, you will handle the negotiations, and the portion you reduce will earn you 1/10 of the savings. If you agree, lead the way. If not, then quickly step aside and do not provoke my ire. XY's astute mind swiftly devised such a mutually beneficial arrangement. For him, the crisis loomed imminently, and the pressing need was to bolster his own strength. Thus, he harbored ambitions for a substantial procurement during this city visit. Although he was uncertain of the total costs, he anticipated they would be considerable. The young man in the long robe was correct. Being a newcomer, he was unfamiliar with the locality and the prices, and entering a shop recklessly would likely result in a heavy loss. If this young man assisted in identifying valuable purchases and haggling, it would perfectly compensate for this shortcoming. He also believed that with the young man representing him, the savings would certainly exceed 5 gold coins. This arrangement was advantageous for both parties, and indeed, as soon as he finished speaking, the young man eagerly agreed to the proposal. This was indeed a straightforward transaction. The young man was aware that, by customary practice, the shopkeeper's initial asking price could typically be reduced by at least 30%. Therefore, to spend 200 gold, the shopkeeper would need to quote a minimum of 300 gold, leaving a surplus of 100 gold, which at 10% amounted to 10 gold coins. Moreover, if he were to utilize his exceptional negotiating skills, he could potentially haggle for even greater reductions, thus yielding even more profit. Once the agreement was settled, the two exchanged names. The young man introduced himself as Yuen Kyungu, stating that he had been in this line of work for 7 or 8 years, and was quite experienced. Along the way, he pointed out the city's landmarks and shared amusing anecdotes, eloquently captivating XY with his words. As they crossed the stone arch bridge, XY suddenly spotted a commotion about 30 yards to the northwest, where the atmosphere was lively and tumultuous. Peering into the distance, he discerned a platform towering 3 yards high, broad, and measuring over 20 yards in length and width. On this platform, 2 robust men were engaged in a fierce struggle, their blades flashing ominously, which was quite alarming. With a slight mental shift, XY realized that this was likely the famed life-and-death duel of Gu Ingyan City, a challenge he would soon confront. Yuen Kyungu pointed toward the scene and remarked, It is still early. My friend, do you wish to approach and witness it? If you're interested, I will be glad to assist you in placing a wager. After years of observing these duels, I have honed my eye for such matters. Wager? What do you mean? XY asked, intrigued. Yuen Kyungu paused, pondering that perhaps this gentleman had just emerged from the wilderness. Though he did not let his words falter. Where there is conflict, there is victory and defeat. Where there is victory and defeat, there is gambling. In Gu Ingyan City, duels occur daily, often exceeding 100. Without the allure of wagers, do you think anyone would care to watch mere contests of mid-level body refinement? XY nodded, acknowledging. You possess keen insight, Yuen. From such a distance, you could discern the realms of the combatants atop the platform. Yuen Kyungu repeatedly expressed modesty, smiling as he explained, My friend, it is not merely my keen sight. The realms of the combatants are indicated by flags on the poles at the edge of the platform. RDU Royal Court employs 5 colors: gold, purple, black, white, and blue, to denote ranks and hierarchies. Here, they utilize these 5 colored flags to signify the realms of the duelists, attracting gamblers of varying levels. The 4 realms of body refinement correspond to the purple, black, white, and blue colors. Currently, the white flag is displayed, indicating that both fighters are at the mid-level of body refinement. XY inquired, with 5 colors in total, why do the 4 realms of body refinement occupy 4 of them, leaving only 1 for those above that level? Yun Kyungu replied, the reasoning is quite simple. Once one reaches the Qi realm, they become significant figures within Gu Ingyan City. Such prominent individuals have disputes that do not necessitate a public display on that platform. To be frank, since I began keeping records, I have never seen a golden flag raised in the arena. Furthermore, in recent years, the 3 major sects have gradually extended their influence into Gu Ingyan City, achieving a delicate balance, making the purple flag increasingly rare. XY understood, I see. I had indeed underestimated the complexity of the situation. I have one more question. If someone were to conceal their true realm and fight on stage, while secretly betting heavily on themselves, would they not quickly reap great profits? Certainly, the continued popularity of these duels in Gu Ingyan must imply that there are effective strategies to mitigate such loopholes. XY absorbed the knowledge of this world like a parched sponge. Chapter 32. Linglong Yun Kyungu gave a thumbs up, praising, my friend, your insight is commendable. I have guided countless newcomers, many of whom are eager gamblers, yet few perceive such profound intricacies. Indeed, there are clever ways to avoid such pitfalls. Please observe to the left of the flagpole, there is a horizontal table, and the elderly man with a square scarf is a realm assessor. Before the duel, both parties must draw blood for verification, for it is known that a warrior's blood changes significantly with their cultivation level. And different realms yield blood of varying density and color. Through blood testing, we can ensure that both fighters are of equal standing. Only then did XY feel reassured, not due to his many questions, but because matters of life and death demanded caution. Should there be any loopholes in the rules? And if the HIL Ing T Ing were to harbor ill intentions, introducing a master of the Qi realm, no amount of planning on his part could remedy that. After inquiring a bit more, and seeing that his employer showed little interest in the duels, Yun Kyungu finally ceased the topic and began to question XY about his realm and his needs for this city visit. What? You are actually a master at the pinnacle of body refinement. May I inquire about your age? Yun Kyungu was utterly astonished. Although XY appeared weathered, he certainly did not look old. Past 30, X replied nonchalantly. In truth, he had just celebrated his 18th birthday, and he refrained from revealing his actual age simply to avoid drawing unwanted attention. Fortunately, he currently sported a scruffy beard and an unkempt appearance, lending him an air of maturity. Even so, Yun Kyungu was taken aback, exclaiming, a true master does not reveal their prowess. As far as I know, within all of Gu Ingyan City, there are hardly more than a handful who have reached the pinnacle of body refinement before the age of 30, and all of them are scions of noble families. To see you, a young man, possessing such cultivation, you are bound to shine brightly in the martial world. I extend my early congratulations, and hope you will lend your support in the future. XY did not anticipate this fellow to be so sycophantic. He spoke sternly. Let us not stray too far from the matter at hand. Time is of the essence. We should focus on completing our task. Hearing the displeasure in XY's voice, Yun Kyungu felt a shiver of apprehension and hastily agreed, ceasing any further idle chatter. He led XY off the arch bridge and directly toward the main thoroughfare. After a short while, Yun Kyungu pointed ahead to a storefront, saying, Brother Y, simply step into this establishment, and you will find all that you desire, guaranteed to be of superb quality at fair prices. The shop before them was indeed vast, with a faade measuring 5 zhang in width and a grand entrance crafted from purple gold namu, towering 3 zhang high, featuring 4 large doors. The threshold, over a foot high, was made of pure copper gilded in gold. The large, shimmering sign at the center displayed 3 grand characters, L, N, L, Ing, G. Upon closer inspection, the characters seemed to come alive, transforming into a dancing dragon that circled within the sign S frame, before coalescing once more into the words L, N, L, Ing, G, a truly wondrous sight. My friend, do not underestimate this sign. It is a magical formation, crafted primarily from East Sea jade, meticulously inscribed with runes by master artisans, and refined into 3 azure golden serpents, achieving remarkable success. This is unique throughout all of Guiying City. Noticing XY's interest, Q and Gu eagerly elaborated. Serpents? Are there truly mystical beings in this world? XY was taken aback, but refrained from voicing his thoughts. Having encountered spectral entities before, he had developed immunity to such supernatural matters. Even if mystical creatures were present, he was mentally prepared. However, pressed for time, he preferred not to dwell on the subject, choosing to remain silent. Upon entering, XY was immediately awestruck. Even having witnessed numerous opulent hotels in his past life, he was still overwhelmed by the grandeur before him. The expansive hall, stretching over 100 zhang in width, boasted white jade pillars, black iron flooring, golden dragons soaring through the skies, and fiery phoenixes adorning the walls. A veritable paradise of splendor, a grand spectacle to behold. As the two entered, they found the hall bustling with patrons, groups scattered throughout the space. The most remarkable thing was that every customer was attended to by a shop assistant, and from such an atmosphere, one could discern that the Linglong Gu was truly deserving of its reputation. Indeed, before long, a female attendant approached with swift steps, dressed in black with chestnut hair and an alluring figure. Even before she came close, her radiant smile was overwhelming as she welcomed the two guests, inquiring how she could assist them. Is this a place for conversation? The VIP room is for talking. Yuan Qinghua's voice was resonant, exuding an elegance that contrasted sharply with his earlier demeanor of a mere gatekeeper. Esteemed guests, please follow me. The chestnut-haired attendant's smile broadened as she straightened her posture, her enchanting gaze fixated on Yuan Qinghua, exuding a captivating charm. It turned out that Linglong Gu had a rule. Any customer spending over 100 gold could enter the VIP room. Although Yuan Qinghua was down on his luck, he was well aware of this regulation. Given Su Yi's prior promise, this time they would surely spend at least 200 gold. Seizing the opportunity, it would be a shame not to assert themselves. Before long, the chestnut-haired attendant led them into an elegant private room. Shortly thereafter, 2 beautiful attendants arrived, each bearing a tray laden with exquisite tea, fruits, and delicacies, all meticulously crafted. Since arriving in this world, Su Yi had yet to experience such refined hospitality. His straightforward nature prevented him from being overly affected. He took a few sips of the crystal-clear tea and sampled a couple of pastries. While pleasant, they were not particularly extraordinary, and he soon reclined lazily in the plush chair. Little did he know, his casual demeanor was causing Yuan Qinghua to break into a cold sweat, his face flushing with embarrassment. The chestnut-haired attendant's eyes widened in disbelief, contemplating whether to summon security to eject the two. Throughout her years at Linglong Gu, she had entertained countless distinguished guests, yet never had she encountered anyone so undignified as to indulge in the tea and pastries in such a manner. She even suspected that these two had merely infiltrated Linglong Gu to broaden their horizons and indulge in free food and drink. Fortunately, her professional instincts quelled her impulse, and she forced a smile, emphasizing, "Might I inquire how I can assist you, esteemed guests?" Yuan Qinghua, feeling utterly embarrassed, saw her inquiry as a chance to save face. Hastily stating, "We require top-grade Qilian grass, 100-year-old Qi Jin Shimu, and Xiong Dan." He listed 7 types of medicinal ingredients essential for practicing the Bali Ju. The moment he finished speaking, the attendant's forced smile vanished, and she called for the earlier 2 attendants, instructing them to bring in better tea while apologizing politely, stating that she needed to check the inventory and would provide a response shortly. As the 2 attendants delivered the tea, the chestnut-haired attendant quickly returned, apologizing for the wait. "Regrettably, the ingredients you seek are not currently in stock. We are out of the 100-year Qi Jin, Shimu, and Xiong Dan. Would you like to purchase the 5 available ingredients and await the arrival of the other 2? I will notify you immediately upon their arrival." Chapter 33. Procurement. How could this be? Was it not said that Linglong Gu had everything? How could they not even have the mere 100-year Qi Jin, Shimu, and Xiong Dan? Yuan Qinghua's expression darkened. Earlier, he had boasted about Linglong Ji's unparalleled offerings in front of Su Yi, only to be met with such an unexpected blow. Su Yi was equally displeased. After listening to Master Zhou's explanations, he held the Bali Ju in high regard. knowing that the most challenging hurdle in mastering it was enduring the excruciating pain of reversing the meridians. He was confident in his ability to withstand pain and had intended to gather the necessary ingredients to immediately perfect the Bali Ju, thus acquiring a life-saving skill. Little did he expect to face such a setback. Could you assist in procuring these ingredients? I refuse to believe that in the vast Guangin city, these two ingredients are completely unavailable. Given your establishment's capabilities, it should not be an insurmountable task. We can wait here. Su-yi proposed a compromise. The chestnut-haired attendant replied, "You may not be aware of Ling Long Ji's standing. Let me clarify. If we are lacking these ingredients, then no other establishment in Guangin City will have them either. To be frank, while the 100-year Qi Jin, Shi Mu, and Xiong Dan are not exceedingly rare, they are certainly hard to come by, as the mythical creatures that produce them are elusive. When they do appear, they are quickly snatched up. So, your implication is that to procure these 7 ingredients, we must rely on luck?" Yuan Qinghua, realizing the deal slipping away, was deeply frustrated. Silence. Su-yi glared at him, knowing that anger was never a solution. In such circumstances, there must be a standard procedure that your establishment could guide me on. At this moment, the chestnut-haired attendant finally focused on Su-yi's face, realizing that this unkempt, down-and-out man was likely the true party of interest in the transaction. "Esteemed guest, you are mistaken. In situations like this, the usual practice is for the guest to place an order and provide a deposit. Once Ling Long Gu has gathered all the ingredients, we will notify you to pay the remaining balance and collect your goods to complete the transaction. Then let it be so. What will be the total cost for the 7 ingredients, and what is the deposit required?" Su-yi had no choice but to wait for the right moment. Once Su-yi finished his inquiry, the chestnut-haired attendant's smile became genuinely sincere. She understood that they had reached a pivotal point in the negotiation and promptly quoted a price. Before Su-yi could respond, Yuan Qinghua, driven by a sense of urgency, interjected. After a heated exchange, the originally priced 150 gold worth of ingredients, with a deposit of 50, was negotiated down to 120 gold with a deposit of 30. Additionally, they secured a promise from Ling Long Gu to deliver within 2 months, with penalties for failure to meet the deadline. Both Yuan Qinghua and Su-yi were delighted with the outcome of the negotiation. Yuan Qinghua had managed to save 30 gold, of which a tenth would be his share, netting him 3 gold from the transaction. Su-yi, having initially believed that these 7 ingredients would cost him hundreds based on Master Zhou's arduous efforts to obtain them, was pleasantly surprised that he could secure them for just over 100 gold, far below his expectations, filling him with joy. In truth, Su-yi had miscalculated. He was accustomed to swift gains through darker means and failed to comprehend the difficulties ordinary individuals faced in accumulating a mere 100 gold. Meanwhile, the chestnut-haired attendant's joy had somewhat diminished, as she had not anticipated Yuan Qinghua would be so difficult to negotiate with, dampening her excitement over what should have been a significant deal. With a charming yet slightly strained expression, she inquired, "Will the esteemed guest be paying in cash or with a gold note?" "Gold note? Is there a bank here?" Su-yi was taken aback. Yuan Qinghua, realizing his employer's lack of knowledge, interjected, "My esteemed employer, you must have come from afar and are thus unaware. While the Qi Jin coins are valuable, they're also heavy. For transactions involving hundreds or thousands of gold, it's manageable, but for tens of thousands, it becomes cumbersome and nearly impossible to carry." To facilitate commerce, RDU Royal Court has partnered with 5 prominent families and 4 major factions to establish the Tianxia Money House, which specializes in the exchange of currency. "Ah, I see." Su-yi pondered briefly and grasped the concept. After all, some principles of the universe are universal in both of his worlds. People needed food when hungry and water when thirsty. While the absence of a bank felt strange, the existence of a money house was nonetheless reasonable. "I will pay in cash." Su-yi retrieved a gold ingot from his waist pouch and presented it. Wow! Instantly, Yuan Qinghua and the chestnut-haired attendant's eyes widened in disbelief. Their mouths agape as they exhaled in astonishment. With a sudden weakness in his legs, Yuan Qinghua fell to his knees. The chestnut-haired attendant stared intently at the gold ingot in Su-yi's hand, which gleamed hypnotically under the warm light, leaving her momentarily speechless. "Please hurry with the settlement and exchange the remaining amount for 20 gold coins, 800 gold notes, and 15 10 gold notes." Su-yi spoke firmly. The chestnut-haired attendant finally snapped back to reality, but hesitated to accept the gold coins, quickly apologizing and exiting the room. "My employer, you truly possess remarkable depth," Yuan Qinghua exclaimed, rising to his feet and offering heartfelt admiration. He had just referred to Su Yidong as the master, merely out of respect for Su Yi. Originally, he held a low opinion of Su Yi, considering him a shallow employer, viewing this collaboration as nothing more than a transaction. However, when Su Yi casually produced a gold ingot of immense value, he was utterly taken aback. Steadying himself, he reminded himself not to forget that he had another business deal at hand. In his current state, he doubted whether he could entrust him with the subsequent transactions. Su Yi was well aware of the significance of a gold ingot, understanding that even the wealthy Zhou family had only managed to accumulate 2 ingots over 3 years, which they intended to present to Ling Ch. No, master, rest assured, I will risk my life to fulfill your requests," he assured, as the allure of wealth invigorated Yuan Qinghua, making her feel as if she were on a high. As they conversed, a brown-haired lady approached briskly, followed closely by a jovial elder dressed in exquisite attire, whose presence commanded attention. The brown-haired lady introduced him as Manager Wu of Linglong Pavilion. After exchanging greetings, Manager Wu clapped his hands, prompting a servant to hasten forward, carrying a tray laden with a stack of golden notes and several gold coins. Manager Wu gestured towards the tray, saying, "Here are the golden notes you requested. Please count them, esteemed guest." Su Yi unreservedly placed the gold ingot onto the tray, seized the notes and coins, and began to tally them. Upon completion, he frowned and inquired, "What does this mean?" It turned out he had requested 800 gold notes, 15 10 gold notes, and 20 gold coins, minus a 30 gold deposit, totaling 970 gold. However, the tray contained 800 gold notes, 18 10 gold notes, and 20 gold coins, amounting to a total of 1,000 gold. Manager Wu smiled gently, explaining, "Dear guest, you may not be aware, but Linglong Pavilion has a policy. Those holding assets over 1,000 gold are exempt from deposits below 100 gold. Since you have presented a gold ingot valued at 1,000 gold, the previously agreed upon 30 gold deposit for purchasing medicinal herbs is automatically waived. Here is our purchasing promise letter. Please keep it safe." He then produced a document from his pocket and handed it over. Su Yi was not surprised, recognizing that in later times, the wealthy often enjoyed many privileges. Manager Wu bowed slightly, stating, "It is our duty. There is no need for thanks. Is there anything else you require, young master?" Yuan Qinghua interjected, "Our master still needs a set of high-quality leather armor and a heavy weapon." This journey into the city was all part of Su Yi's preparations for the impending life-and-death arena battle. Upon reflection, he realized he had faced a few life-and-death struggles and understood that weaponry and techniques played a crucial role in such contests. In battles of equal strength, the superiority of weapons and techniques could indeed alter the course of the conflict. With this in mind, Su Yi intended to procure both offensive and defensive gear. Just as the brown-haired lady was about to speak, Manager Wu interrupted, "Young master, Yi is a distinguished guest. Let us not present mundane items before him." He then turned to Su Yi and remarked, "Young master, it is fortuitous that you arrived early. In half an hour, our establishment will host a small auction. The items for sale will be extraordinary. Would you care to attend? An auction?" With the establishment already functioning as a bank, the addition of an auction was not difficult to accept. Furthermore, he genuinely wished to acquire fine goods, and the items at the auction were unlikely to be subpar. After finalizing the details of his attendance, Manager Wu politely took his leave. Shortly thereafter, the brown-haired lady returned with a black cloak and a double-sided red token. Smiling as she said, "Young master, this is a special privacy measure we have implemented at Linglong Pavilion to ensure the confidentiality of transactions and protect our esteemed guests. The black cloak conceals your identity, while the red token serves as your auction number. Once you enter through the secret passage, the number will automatically display during the auction, and even our establishment will not know which esteemed guest acquired which rare item, thus safeguarding all guest privacy." Su Yi silently applauded this ingenious approach. Realizing why Linglong Pavilion had prospered so remarkably, they anticipated their customers' needs in every aspect. After the brown-haired lady had finished her instructions and requested the servants to refresh the tea, she graciously exited. Having tasted the delicacies, He found little interest in the snacks on the table. Instead, he thought of his younger sister Chihuahua, who was at the age of indulgence. He instructed the attendant outside to fetch a gift box and pack the fruits and pastries from the table. Then he reclined in a soft chair and closed his eyes to rest. Meanwhile, Yuan Qinghua was in a frenzy, darting around like a mouse in a windbox. Enough wandering. Sit down and rest. You won't be at a loss. He understood her anxiety. Once he entered the auction, Yuan Qinghua's usefulness would cease, as it was well known that haggling was not permitted at auctions. Without the ability to negotiate prices, where would Yuan Qinghua earn her commission? Here, take this sword to Linglong Pavilion and sell it for me. A flash of green light appeared as Yuan Qinghua held a green-bladed sword, its cold gleam unmistakable. The very blade he had taken from the hands of a youth in black garments. He had tested this blade and found it to be exceptionally sharp and remarkably durable, clearly not an ordinary item. Though the green blade was impressive, it was ill-suited for He neither practiced swordplay nor had learned any form of knife technique. In close combat, he was confident that his fists were far more formidable than this blade. As it was of little use to him, he preferred to exchange it for money. Yuan Qinghua took hold of the green blade, examining it for a moment before a smile broke across her face. Her keen eye recognized the blade's exceptional quality, ensuring it would fetch a good price. As for how much she would earn from this transaction, she no longer cared. Having spent some time together, she had discerned that her new employer was straightforward and not one for convoluted schemes. Rest assured, I will call out a good price for this green blade. With that, Yuan Qinghua, clutching the blade, dashed out. As soon as she left, the brown-haired lady returned, smiling and saying, "Young master, the auction is about to begin. Please follow me." After a brief interval, Yi, clad in a black cloak that concealed him entirely, entered a simple yet elegant chamber. The room, measuring half an acre, was designed with minimalism in mind, featuring over 30 scattered soft chairs and a long table at the front, devoid of any superfluous objects. It seemed the designer intended to keep everyone's attention focused on the auction items, for the entire room was adorned in pure white tones, making it nearly impossible to discern a focal point upon entry. As He settled into a chair near the back, he noted that the room was nearly filled with over 30 individuals, all similarly attired, quietly seated. Yet He was more focused than ever, distinctly sensing the presence of formidable individuals around him. It was a feeling of vitality surging and about to erupt, as if the very air was infused with heat and vigor. What astonished E further was that 6 or 7 individuals in the room evoked a sense akin to facing Zhou Shirong. Observing the assembly of strong individuals, a profound sense of hope surged within E. He eagerly anticipated the revelation of the remarkable treasures that would be presented on the long table ahead. He did not have to wait long. After the final 2 guests entered, the back door was closed, and the front door opened to reveal an elder in a silver robe, accompanied by a dozen attendants dressed similarly to the brown-haired lady, each carrying an object covered by dark, heavy drapes, clearly items set for auction. The silver-robed elder, experienced in conducting auctions, began with his customary opening remarks before introducing the first item for bidding. On the pure white table lay a deep brown wooden carving, shaped in the likeness of a human figure, complete with limbs and facial features, sporting a long beard and hair, with a cherubic face that was simply adorable. As He discerned its form, gasps of astonishment echoed throughout the chamber. The ginseng doll. Indeed, it was the ginseng doll, standing 3 inches tall, adorned with 100 whiskers and 1,000 hairs, aged 500 years, making it a top-tier spiritual medicine. Had it not been discovered, it could have potentially transformed into a sentient being in another 500 years. Certainly, the discovery of this item signifies its insufficient affinity. Being used for alchemy is also a matter of fate. The elderly figure clad in silver robes lifted the run Shunwawa, presenting it to the assembly, and continued, "Esteemed guests, you are all individuals of great discernment. Thus, I need not elaborate extensively. You are aware that this Run Shinwawa is a premier remedy for healing and prolonging life, as long as one draws breath. No matter the severity of the injuries, chewing on a handful of its roots can sustain one's life. As practitioners of martial arts, you understand that we are perpetually subjected to the threats of conflict, encountering injuries far too often. Possessing this spiritual herb is akin to gaining an additional lease on life. Now, let us dispense with idle chatter Such a rare elixir is hard to come by, starting at 500 gold pieces, with each subsequent bid not less than 10 gold. Pray, what are your offers? Just as Su Yi stood in shock, his mouth agape. The bidding for the Ren Shun Wa escalated to astronomical heights. 680 gold, called out a distinguished guest number 24. Is there no one willing to bid higher? 700 gold. 700 gold, exclaimed guest number 3, 700 gold going once. 720 gold. 720 gold, bid by guest number 17. 800 gold. I, Qi Ming of the Danding Men, am acquiring this millennium-old Ren Shun Wa to refine elixirs. It was well known that the millennium-old Ren Shun Wa, when consumed raw, merely possessed healing properties. And there were indeed pills on the market with similar effects. Why must you contend with me? Upon revealing his identity, the hall erupted in an uproar. It was none other than Qi Lao, one of the 3 pill kings of the Danding Men, renowned for his ability to concoct the Bai Gu Dan suitable for practitioners at the body refining stage. Rumor had it that he was currently experimenting with the Shun Yuan Dan. If he were to purchase the Ren Shinhua Wa for this purpose, it would undoubtedly enhance the fortunes and opportunities for all practitioners at the body refining stage. Upon hearing this, the crowd responded with fervor and, ultimately, the Ren Shun Wa was successfully secured by Qi Ming. With a respectful clasp of his fists, Qi Ming expressed his gratitude, stating, I sought this Ren Shun Wa, and now that I have obtained it, I shall take my leave. Should I succeed in crafting the divine elixir, I will certainly allocate a portion for public sale here at the Linglong. With that, he exited through side door. However, 3 individuals promptly pursued him, clearly enticed by the allure of the Shun Yuan Dan. Even Su Yi felt his blood surge. Breaking through to the Qi Hai stage was a monumental temptation. Today, he had learned that the Shun Yuan Dan was the key to his advancement, and had it not been for his rationality and clarity of priorities, he too might have chased after Qi Ming. Yet, the excitement stirred by Qi Ming did not linger long. As soon the assembly's attention was drawn once more to the latest auction item on the high platform. An hour later, 13 items had been sold, including divine weapons, precious herbs, and even a 3-eyed demon monkey. Yet the item Sui yearned for had yet to appear. Just as impatience began to stir within him, the silver-robed elder presented a palm-sized piece of hide. This item was a dragon crocodile's hide, a creature said to have existed since ancient times, living for over 1,000 years, with a rumored lineage of true dragons. Known for its ferocity, it thrived in the coldest volcanic depths, devouring ice and breathing fire, rendering it a treasure in its entirety. The hide, measuring merely a few inches across, was exceptionally peculiar, thin as a cicada's wing, yet remarkably hard, impervious to blades and fire. Furthermore, when enraged, the dragon crocodile could expand its size, making the hide adaptable and flexible. As the elder spoke, he summoned attendants to showcase the dark hide. For attendants, each grasped a corner of the hide and pulled apart, stretching it nearly to cover half the room without a hint of tearing. Subsequently, an attendant unsheathed a sword, thrusting and pounding upon it with a hammer. Yet the hide remained unblemished, not even a white mark left behind. After being cast into the fire and burned for some time, when retrieved, it still gleamed darkly, showing no signs of scorching. Just as Su Yi became enraptured by the spectacle, someone exclaimed, fireproof, waterproof, resistant to blades and firearms. While remarkable, it cannot be deemed a top-tier item. In a gathering of martial artists, purchasing this hide would likely be intended for crafting armor. In combat, the utmost priority for martial artists is to withstand the assaults of formidable opponents. The attendant skills were inferior, wielding soft blades. If a powerful martial artist were to strike, who could guarantee the hide's integrity? Moreover, in battles, aside from facing blades and firearms, one must also contend with strikes from fists and feet. An excellent armor not only deflects weapons, but also absorbs shock and impact. One wondered if this hide possessed such properties. If not, it could hardly be deemed extraordinary, merely suitable for the likes of a blacksmith. Faced with such scrutiny, the silver-robed elder remained calm and unperturbed. Is there any waste product from the Linglong? Since there are esteemed guests with doubts, allow me to demonstrate here and now. I am aware that there are several individuals at the Qi Hai stage present. Might one of you be willing to step forward for a test? I shall, declared a black-robed figure from the front row. The silver-robed elder replied, to ensure fairness. Might you remove your mask so that others do not suspect that I, the Ling Long Gu, have arranged for an accomplice? Furthermore, as a formidable Qi high stage expert, you are undoubtedly a notable figure in Guangin. If you were to acquire a treasure, none would dare to covet it, so why not present yourself grandly? The black-robed figure laughed heartily. Well said. Old Li, I am not afraid of revealing my identity, merely curious to experience the wonders of the Ling Long Gu. With that, the figure removed his mask, revealing a square face exuding a commanding presence, with sharp brows and piercing eyes. A wave of astonishment swept through the crowd. Gao the Junmo, Director Gao, Gao the Black Cloak, Gao the Seven Swords. The cacophony erupted, with these four titles being the most frequently uttered. Chapter 36. The bidding it turned out that these four titles referred to the same imposing figure. Gao Junmo was the highest commander of the security forces in Guangin City, the director of the patrol division, hence the title Director Gao. The local security forces of the Great Yu Royal Court were ranked by colors of 5: gold, purple, black, white, and blue. Only Gao Junmo had the privilege to don the black uniform, thus earning him the moniker Gao the Black Cloak. Additionally, his mastery of the 7 absolute swords enabled him to traverse Guangin with unmatched prowess, hence Gao the 7 Swords. Can you trust me to serve as the tester? Gao Junmo asked, shedding his cloak to reveal his crisp black official attire, standing tall and proud before the assembly. As he spoke, a chorus of agreement echoed throughout the hall. Gao Junmo smiled nonchalantly, and in a flash, he produced a sword that glimmered with a chilling light, its blade reflecting the brilliance of autumn waters. Hold on. Just as Gao Junmo was about to act, the silver-robed elder interjected. It is well known that Director Gao's martial prowess is unparalleled, and the 7 absolute swords are famed throughout Guangin. However, we have yet to fully ascertain the defensive limits of this dragon crocodile hide. If Director Gao were to unleash the 7 absolute swords and shatter this hide, the loss would be substantial, and I would be unable to account for it to my clients. Therefore, I kindly request that Director Gao refrain from employing any techniques and instead test it purely with raw strength. If it can withstand the blow, it will serve as proof of the hide's exceptional defensive qualities. If it cannot, it will simply be an empty facade, unworthy of your bids. Upon the elder's words, the assembly fell into a contemplative silence, as everyone understood the formidable power of Gao Junmo's 7 absolute swords. The dragon crocodile was not a divine dragon. How could one expect this hide to be indestructible? Yet, he felt a chill run through him, realizing more than ever the significance of martial techniques. Gao Junmo nodded lightly, his wrist gently flicking, causing the autumn water in his palm to come to life. A flash of clear light pierced through the air, which suddenly resonated with an elegant chant. A muffled sound echoed as the tip of the treasured sword pressed firmly against the leather, bending yet unable to advance even a fraction. The crowd erupted in astonishment. Gao Junmo, a formidable presence at the mid-stage of the Qi realm, was renowned throughout Guangin City. The might of his sword was terrifying. A single strike could potentially destroy a room, yet this mere piece of leather effortlessly withstood it. If one could obtain this leather and craft it into armor, it would surely be a superb, life-saving artifact. After all, it was a divine object that even a mid-stage Qi expert could not pierce. Instantly, the atmosphere among the crowd grew fervent, and He felt a surge of adrenaline, biting his teeth to suppress a cry. He had already resolved to acquire this leather at all costs. As He stared with wide eyes, the leather was stretched over a piece of Nama wood. Gao Junmo let out a long howl, his fist striking the leather like a shooting star. The ground seemed to tremble, and after a resounding crash, the leather was torn away, revealing the Namu would split into 2. A chorus of gasps filled the air, and the fervent cheers ignited the atmosphere almost to the point of explosion. He was also taken aback. His extraordinary spiritual perception allowed him to discern that Gao Junmo's punch was far stronger than Elder Feng's desperate strike of the Silent God Fist. This formidable blow not only failed to harm the leather, but, remarkably, the Namawood did not disintegrate into dust, merely breaking into 2 pieces. Nama, what is it? Just a slightly harder type of wood, commonly used by affluent families in this world for making doors and furniture. The body of a peak body refinement expert, on the other hand, is as tough as leather and bones akin to iron, far surpassing Namu. If a peak body refinement expert donned this leather armor, they would likely only feel pain but sustain no injury. The excellent stab resistance and perfect shock absorption properties of this leather were rapidly elevating its perceived value in the eyes of the crowd. The silver-robed elder, seasoned in experience, was well aware that the atmosphere had been ignited. With a light tap of his silver hammer, he concluded his demonstration, announcing that those interested may now place their bids. Starting at 500 gold, with each increment no less than 50 gold. 500 gold, 550 gold, 700 gold. Before Sue-Yi could speak, the price for the dragon crocodile leather skyrocketed. Indeed, an armor capable of withstanding the full force of a mid-stage Chi-Si expert was the dream of all warriors below the Chi-Si realm. However, as the price surpassed 1,000 gold, the number of competitors sharply dwindled. On one hand, while the dragon crocodile leather was extraordinary, it had its value limits. Previously, a 100 refined gold sword from the alchemy hall, capable of severing 10 layers of refined armor, had sold for only 500 gold. On the other hand, those below the body refinement stage had limited finances. Even if they could afford it, they were reluctant to spend most of their wealth on an unfinished product. Compared to the exorbitant price of the dragon crocodile leather, there were far too many alternatives at the cost of 1,000 gold for defensive gear. Of course, where there is something deemed unworthy, there is also something of value. Two competitors remained locked in a stalemate, quickly pushing the price over 1,000 gold. 1,050 gold. Bid number 7 angrily. 1,100 gold. The bidder was unexpectedly Gao Junmo. Having personally tested the dragon crocodile leather, Gao Junmo felt an inexplicable excitement. He even suspected that even with his 7 absolute sword, he might not be able to penetrate this piece of dragon crocodile leather. Such a material was unheard of to him, and naturally, he desired to acquire it. 1,150 gold. Called out number 29. This individual was situated not far from Sue-Yi and was one of the last 2 arrivals. Sue-Yi remembered him well, not only because he gave off the air of a Chi-Si realm expert, but also because he was exceedingly wealthy. Having purchased 3 of the first 13 auction items at nearly 4,000 gold, leaving Sue-Yi in awe. After number 29 made his bid, he continued, "Though this dragon crocodile leather is remarkable, it is not omnipotent. A lower-grade magic row from the alchemy hall costs merely 2,000 gold. Why must you two compete with this old man? Why not grant me some face?" Number 7 replied coldly, "Who do you think you are? Huh? It has been many years since I have heard such a question in Guang'an City." With a swift motion, number 29 removed his large black hat, revealing a fierce countenance. "Elder Shui, could it be the Shui family of the 4 great families? What nonsense! Aside from a Shui family, which family has a late-stage Chi-Si elder?" The crowd erupted in murmurs. The silver-robed elder attempted to interject, but Elder Shui's fierce gaze rendered him speechless. "Gao Si, how about granting me some face? The Shui family will surely repay you in the future." Elder Shui calmly addressed Gao Junmo. Gao Junmo's sword-like brows furrowed slightly. Since Elder Shui had spoken, it would be unwise for him to continue pushing. "Remember what you said. The Shui family owes me a favor," he replied, rising and striding away. Chapter 37. Open Robbery. Number 7's Junior. "Do you not recognize how much face this old man carries before you?" Elder Shui sneered, his eyes glinting like lightning, piercing through number 7's shadowed face. "Predecessor, please calm your anger. I am a descendant of the Feng family, and the Shui and Feng families have a bond of kinship. I implore you to consider our elders and spare me your wrath," number 7 stammered. Elder Shui's mid-stage Chi-Si cultivation was immensely powerful, and the pressure emanating from his gaze made number 7 tremble uncontrollably. "Cowardly wretches. 1,150 gold once, 1,150 gold twice." The silver-robed elder was about to bring down his silver hammer when a voice rang out, 1,200 gold. The voice was hoarse and weak, yet upon its utterance, the temperature in the room seemed to drop sharply. Undoubtedly, the speaker was Sue-Yi. At this moment, he had thoroughly contemplated his intentions, determined to win at all costs. Money could be earned again, but missing out on such a defensive treasure as the dragon crocodile leather would be a lasting regret. Moreover, he recognized that he was soon to face an unending battle for survival, and the defensive capabilities of the dragon crocodile leather were precisely what he needed. As for Elder Shui's bluster, it might intimidate others, but not him. He had already offended legendary figures like Zhou Daoqian, who was rumored to have entered the liquid condensation realm. So why fear a mere Elder Shui? "How dare you, wretch?" Elder Shui's fury peaked, his eyes blazing as he fixed his gaze on Sue-Yi, who stood not far from him. The overwhelming pressure emanating from him made those around Sue-yi tremble. Yet he remained unmoved. With his formidable spiritual power, this level of pressure was mere child's play. He calmly rasped, "Old thief, do not be arrogant. This is Linglong Pavilion, where public transactions occur. You cannot forcibly seize it." Boom! The entire venue shook, and all eyes turned towards Sue-yi. The Shui family was a colossal entity, having dominated Guangyin for centuries. Elder Shui was a powerful figure, a late-stage Qi master. To think he was openly insulted as an old thief was almost surreal. "How bold, wretch! Dare you reveal your name? I shall make you pay." Elder Shui's anger twisted his features, and he nearly spat blood. After years of dominance in Guangyin, today he had truly witnessed a spectacle. "Oldly, I have placed my bid. Please inquire further. If no one else bids, this dragon crocodile leather shall be mine." Sue-yi disregarded the furious Elder Shui and coldly reminded the silver-robed elder. He intentionally altered his voice to sound elderly, thus addressing the silver-robed elder in a manner befitting an elder. Sue-yi understood well that no matter how arrogant Elder Shui was, he could not provoke the collective anger of the crowd. Moreover, Linglong Pavilion had flourished in Guangyin for many years and was not something a mere Qi realm cultivator could easily challenge. Indeed, the elder in the silver robe spoke up. "Elder Shui, this is an auction, and if you two have any grievances, please settle them privately. Let us continue with the auction process. Lot number 23 bids 1,200 gold, 1,200 gold once, 1,200 gold twice." The elder in the silver robe had long harbored dissatisfaction towards Elder Shui. As a professional auctioneer, he viewed any public suppression of bidding as a personal affront. Previously, when they were on amicable terms, it was easier to negotiate, and they had even discussed that should a Shun Yuan Dan be refined, it would be sold through Linglong Gu, providing significant face. However, Elder Shui was unreasonable, relying solely on his domineering nature to press others. The elder in silver, constrained by the influence of the Shui family, and having previously indulged in the actions of Qi Ming, found it inappropriate to reprimand him. At this moment, when Sue-yi was resisting, he naturally welcomed it. 1,300 gold. Elder Shui's eyes widened in anger, wishing he could glare Sue-yi to death on the spot. Indeed, no matter how powerful the Shui family, Elder Shui himself would not dare to brazenly seize anything within Linglong Gu. 1,350 gold. Sue-yi raised his bid without hesitation. He had made up his mind to go all out. Even if he ultimately failed, at least he would have no regrets. 1,400 gold. The corner of Elder Shui's eye twitched, and he forcibly suppressed his boiling anger, coldly stating, "Lot number 23, if you withdraw now, I shall pretend that the previous events never occurred." As soon as Elder Shui uttered these words, everyone present was taken aback. When had a usually proud Elder Shui ever spoken such soft words? Those with keen insight began to speculate on Sue-yi's true identity. Even Sue-yi felt a jolt of surprise, followed by immense joy, contemplating whether the Shui family had previously spent too lavishly and now found themselves short of funds. 1,450 gold. 1,500 gold. Lot number 23. Do you truly wish to make an enemy of the Shui family? Elder Feng was nearly driven to madness. Sue-yi had guessed half correctly. Elder Shui was not out of funds, but still had reserves. The Shui family was affluent, and as an elder of the family, he certainly had ample resources. For this auction, Elder Shui had prepared a sum of 10,000 gold. Little did he expect that the items being auctioned by Linglong Gu were all exquisite treasures, having already spent over 4,000 gold on the first three items. Elder Shui still had about 5,000 gold in reserve. Given this situation, acquiring the dragon crocodile skin was almost a certainty. However, Elder Shui was determined to obtain the final item of the auction, which left him with little budget for the dragon crocodile skin. Compounding the issue was the emergence of lot number 23, who was relentless in his bidding, leaving Elder Shui utterly bewildered about how long this would continue before he could secure the dragon crocodile skin. It was not that Elder Shui had failed to prepare adequately, but rather that the appearance of the dragon crocodile skin had come as a complete surprise, not having been considered in his plans. Originally, he had come solely for the final auction item, with the other three merely being secondary considerations. He had not anticipated the sudden emergence of the dragon crocodile skin, which caught him off guard. While others may not recognize the rarity of the dragon crocodile skin, Elder Shui was acutely aware of its value. 30 years ago, he had traveled to the northern lands with his uncle and encountered the dragon crocodile in the ancient volcanic region. That monstrous creature, measuring 10 zhang in length, with the head of a crocodile and the body of a dragon, left a profound impression on him. At that time, his uncle, who had just stepped into the condensed liquid realm, wielding the family treasure, the Qing Yuan sword, had only managed to reach a stalemate against the dragon crocodile. He vividly remembered that his uncle's several ultimate moves had struck the dragon crocodile's head with precision, leaving no marks whatsoever. Such terrifying defensive capabilities were etched in Elder Shui's memory. Now that the dragon crocodile skin had appeared, it was unfathomable that Linglonggu would allow someone of mere mid-Qi cultivation like Gao Jun to test it without permitting the use of the 7 absolute sword. That would truly be absurd. Chapter 38, The Final Act. Linglonggu, unaware of the value of the dragon crocodile skin, brought joy to Elder Shui's heart, believing that revealing his identity would scare off all competitors, allowing him to acquire the treasure at a low price. Yet, unexpectedly, lot number 23 emerged as an unyielding opponent. 1,500 gold was already the maximum Elder Shui could offer. He knew that if he continued to raise his bid, he would have no chance of the final treasure. Countless attendees awaited the last grand item, with several having remained silent since entering, clearly waiting for the finale. At this moment, Elder Shui could only hope that the reputation of the Shui family would intimidate Su Yi, prompting even a prominent elder to publicly declare a vendetta. Alas, Su Yi's courage was akin to that of a fierce dragon. He was not easily intimidated. 1,800 gold. Sensing that Elder Shui was at the end of his rope, Su Yi made a desperate move, raising his bid by 300 gold, aiming to shatter Elder Shui's psychological defenses. 1,800 gold was indeed Su Yi's final psychological price. With only 2,000 gold in total, if he could secure the dragon crocodile skin for 1,800 gold, he would still have 200 gold left for its refinement. If Elder Shui continued to bid, he would have to retreat in defeat. Unfortunately, Elder Shui merely shot him a venomous glance before closing his eyes and remaining silent. Su Yi had accurately deduced that his sudden bid increase revealed a determination to win, completely dismantling Elder Shui's last line of defense. Ultimately, compared to the final treasure, the dragon crocodile skin paled in significance. Though furious, Elder Shui would never risk losing substantial value over a minor one. 1,800 gold once, 1,800 gold twice, 1,800 gold 3 times sold. The dragon crocodile skin belongs to the esteemed lot number 23. With a crisp sound, the elder in silver announced the ownership of the dragon crocodile skin, casting a gaze of faint satisfaction towards Su Yi. As the hammer fell, a wave of relief washed over Su Yi, quickly followed by a tightening of his chest as waves of sorrow engulfed him. What pained Su Yi was indeed the loss of that 1,800 gold. The rapid shift from poverty to wealth and back again was overwhelming, and he found it hard to come to terms with it. 2,000 gold, if used for enjoyment, would allow Su Yi to live comfortably for a lifetime. However, in comparison to enjoyment, life itself was far more significant. Just as Su Yi was engulfed in despair, the elder in silver's voice rang out again. Esteemed guests, we shall now proceed to auction the final item of this event, the Paisida Assistance. I believe many of you have received information regarding this item and know its significance. I'm also confident that several guests have come specifically for it. Indeed, even I, who have auctioned countless treasures in my lifetime, find my heart racing at the sight of such a rare gem. Now, without further ado, I present to you today as finale. As he spoke, he pulled aside the curtain to reveal the true form of the auction item. A piece of white iron essence, round and the size of a chicken egg, rested on the fiery red display cloth. With a thunderous impact, Su Yi felt as though he had been struck by a heavy hammer, trembling uncontrollably. He had never anticipated that the Paisida Assistance of this auction would be the very same white iron essence that he possessed. The only difference being that the one in his possession was slightly larger than the one displayed on the table. While Su Yi had recognized the extraordinary nature of the iron essence and understood it was no ordinary item, he had never imagined it to be so precious as to warrant being the centerpiece of such an auction. What defines a finale is the weightiest treasure. The items showcased prior to this were awe-inspiring, but to see the iron essence surpass those treasures and take the stage as the Paisida, our assistants spoke volumes of its value. Just as Su Yi was filled with overwhelming joy, the crowd erupted in a flurry of excitement. What is that? Could it be iron essence? It must be iron essence. Round as a sphere, pure as snow, translucent as jade. All were signs of the legendary iron essence. If it truly is iron essence, it would be an invaluable treasure. Who would dare to part with such a precious item for sale? With a gentle clang, the room fell silent. The elder in silver smiled and said, "Esteemed guests, you are correct. This item is indeed iron essence." What is iron essence, you may ask? Some of you may know, while others may not. Allow me to provide a brief overview. Iron essence, as its name suggests, is the essence of iron. However, this is no ordinary iron. It is heavenly iron that has fallen from the sky. According to the records in Yiwu Ji, during the celestial alignment of the 7 luminaries, divine iron descended from the heavens, landing in a sacred place and absorbing the essence of heaven and earth, along with the spiritual energies of the sun and moon. Over the course of a millennium, by a stroke of fortune, this divine iron gave birth to the essence known as Tai Jing. This Tai Jing is naturally round, as pure as snow, and as translucent as jade. Although it is devoid of life, it possesses an extraordinary spiritual sensitivity, capable of transforming its shape at the will of its wielder. Legend has it that those who have mastered the art of creation can transform this Tai Jing into myriad forms. As the silver-robed elder spoke, he subtly released his palm's energy, causing the Tai Jing to morph into various shapes. Delving into its transformations, it appeared as a divine artifact. Li Zhengwei. No need for elaboration. Let's commence the bidding. Someone eagerly shouted. Indeed, treasures abound in the world, yet none had witnessed a treasure capable of such fluid transformation. Hold on. While the shape-shifting of this Tai Jing is remarkable, if it is merely for transformation, it is no different from a child's plaything. I implore Elder Li to elucidate its deeper mysteries, spoke Su Yi. He was more curious than anyone about the true nature of Tai Jing, and having stumbled upon it at an auction, he felt it foolish not to clarify its essence. As the principal auctioneer, the silver-robed elder naturally hoped for a high selling price, just as the previous dragon crocodile skin had fetched a grand sum thanks to the intervention of Gao Junmo. At this moment, Su Yi's desire to explore the intricacies of Tai Jing was precisely what the elder sought, and he acknowledged the inquiry with delight. This Tai Jing is not merely about transformation. When forged into a weapon, its might is boundless. While speaking, he channeled his energy, morphing the Tai Jing into a sword that sliced through the air in all directions, emitting a dazzling silver light, demonstrating its formidable power. The crowd erupted in applause. Yet Su Yi remained silent. He already understood the limitations of the Tai Jing's transformations. While it appeared to wield immense power, its actual effectiveness was restricted. He had previously tested its capabilities and found that although it could pierce through bricks and wood, it struggled against hardened iron. The day he was pierced by the transformed sword was merely due to its clever entry along the crevices of his bones. Otherwise, with his peak physique training, his bones were as tough as iron, and the sword would not have penetrated. In other words, while the transformation of Tai Jing seemed to possess boundless potential, its practical applications were limited. Against those below the peak of physique training, it could inflict significant damage, but against those above that threshold, particularly those in the Qi realm, it posed little threat. However, Su Yi was astute enough not to voice these insights aloud. As the silver-robed elder concluded his demonstration, he continued, "The sword transformation is but one of the many applications of this Tai Jing. Are you aware of how the divine sword in the hands of the Sword King Feng Shifeng, one of the 3 martial kings of the Duo Royal Court, was forged? It was crafted primarily from this Tai Jing. What? The divine sword that chilled 14 states was forged from this?" The crowd gasped, recalling tales of how the Sword King once cleaved a mountain in half with a single stroke, showcasing the sword's awe-inspiring power. Indeed, while the divine sword is formidable, do not be misled, for I have heard that it is a deep crimson, akin to a dying sun's blood, and is not white. How can you claim it was forged from this Tai Jing? The statement sparked a commotion. The silver-robed elder struck his silver hammer heavily, his voice cold, at Linglong Pavilion. "We have stood in Guang'an Prefecture for 200 years and have never engaged in deceitful practices. Please do not rush. This esteemed guest only knows one side of the story. Tai Jing is indeed extraordinary, and the divine weapon forged from it is, of course, exceptional. As I understand it, 20 years ago, when Sword King Feng was still young and had not yet earned his title, his sword was entirely white. 12 years ago, it became a light crimson, and 8 years ago, it gained renown, its blade deep red as blood. Do you believe that Sword King Feng has changed swords 3 times in 20 years? Could it be that weapons forged from Tai Jing can evolve? Over the years, the sword has transformed from white to red. Su Yi blurted out. The elder nodded slightly, his eyes gleaming with satisfaction. The crowd erupted into a frenzy, many chairs and tables fracturing under the excitement. A weapon that could continuously evolve was incredibly enticing. Warriors cherish divine weapons, and it is universally acknowledged. As martial artists advance in their cultivation, their abilities improve, yet divine weapons often remain stagnant, leading to a situation where warriors must part with weapons that no longer suit them. The bond formed with a longtime companion weapon is not easily discarded. Moreover, a familiar weapon, accustomed to its wielder, requires considerable adjustment if replaced. Now, the possibility that weapons forged from Tai Jing could evolve seemed to eliminate these drawbacks, captivating everyone present. Furthermore, with the legendary divine sword as a precedent, it was clear that any weapon forged from Tai Jing would undoubtedly be exceptional. With both divine armor and weapons at hand, Su Yi, though stirred with excitement, maintained clarity of mind and boldly inquired, I still have one question. It is well known that we, as martial artists, place great importance on divine weapons. Given the extraordinary nature of Tai Jing, why would its owner be willing to sell it? Originally, Su Yi was reluctant to play the role of a spoilsport, but this enigma must be unraveled for him to find peace of mind, especially since he himself possessed a piece of Tai Jing. Upon Su Yi's question, the atmosphere turned solemn, for he had struck at the heart of the matter. Tai Jing was not like the previously sold items. Though extraordinary, it was not necessarily a rare treasure. In simpler terms, its reemergence was highly probable. Even the dragon crocodile skin was a prized possession, but as long as dragons and crocodiles existed, their skins could be obtained. Yet, this Tai Jing was more a matter of legend, and within the entire Duo royal court, the only known artifact forged from it was the divine sword in the hands of the Sword King. Given that such a rare treasure was for sale, what secrets lay beneath? The silver-robed elder, undisturbed by the probing question, responded calmly, that esteemed guest has asked an excellent question. The reason the owner is willing to part with it is quite simple. They have possessed this Tai Jing for many years, yet have been unable to forge it. The reasons remain unknown to me. Perhaps the forging techniques are rare, or the skills required are challenging to master. Ultimately, the original owner found themselves unable to utilize it, and thus decided to sell it rather than let it gather dust. At this point, the elder cautioned, though this treasure is remarkable, it requires strength and fate to wield it. Therefore, when bidding later, I urge everyone to think carefully and not let the allure of the treasure cloud their judgment. Upon hearing this, Su Yi was ready to applaud, realizing the elder's cunning strategy to turn a disadvantage into an advantage. Just think, those who have cultivated beyond the peak of physique training often possess a lofty sense of self-worth. Who would admit to lacking strength? The elder's words would surely ignite the fervor of the crowd, with little regard for the years the original owner spent struggling to forge the Tai Jing. Instead, assuming that the previous owner was simply unlucky or lacking in skill, and believing that they themselves would surely succeed. As expected, the silver-robed elder concluded by announcing an opening bid of 2,000 gold coins, and chaos erupted in the hall. Su Yi was even calculating whether the final price would double, but in an instant, the price soared as the crowd became frenzied. Elder Shui's voice rose above the din, calling out 5,000 gold coins, and before he could utter his next words, several voices echoed back, causing the price to rapidly climb to 6,000. In the midst of Su Yi's dazed state, the auction came to a close. Ultimately, the Tai Jing fell into Elder Shui's hands. When Elder Shui raised a golden elixir and proclaimed, I shall offer 1 divine yuan dan for this, challenging anyone to contest him, Su Yi's resolve shattered, and his vision filled with stars. In that moment, all storms were quelled, and silence enveloped the room. With a crisp sound of the hammer striking, everything came to an end. The divine yuan dan. It was the coveted elixir sought after by those in the physique training realm. The leap from physique training to Qi Si realm was akin to ascending to immortality, where one's energy transforms into essence, and true energy radiates outward, unmatched in strength. All of this hinged upon the opening of the Dantian to store true energy. The divine Yuan Dan was specifically designed for the physique training stronghold to open their Dantian, making it exceptionally precious. During the previous transaction, that elder chi from Dan Dingmin had merely sought the divine Yuan Dan for testing, garnering immense admiration from the crowd. Shui Changlao produced a genuine Xinyuan Dan, an item of immeasurable value. He bit his tongue to refrain from suggesting a trade. Stepping out of the secret passage, he shed his black robe, tucking the long AO skin into his waist pouch. Although his gains from Linglong Gu were considerable, an inexplicable sense of loss lingered in his heart. Difficult to dispel. Dongzhu, I await your guidance. How was the auction at Linglong Gu? I wonder if you acquired anything of note. As Su Yi was lost in thought, Yuan Qinghua suddenly appeared from an unknown direction. In Chapter 40, Blood Oath, Su Yi remarked, what gains could there be? Those seated in the inner chamber are all affluent individuals. My modest wealth is hardly of significance to them. By the way, did you manage to sell my green blade? Yuan Qinghua, with a twinkle in his eye, displayed 6 gold tickets, 1 worth 100 gold and 5 worth 10 gold each, along with a transaction receipt. Handing them to Su Yi. Well done, you've worked hard. Su Yi accepted the tickets without a glance and promptly handed him a 10 gold ticket in return. Yuan Qinghua rejoiced, exclaiming, Dongzhu, your generosity is unparalleled. In my years in this profession, I have never encountered a patron so magnanimous. Su Yi's impression of him improved, and he laughed. This is merely your due, no need for thanks. Now, you may return to your duties. I have matters to attend to. Wait, Dongzhu, do you not desire a heavy weapon? Yuan Qinghua urged. There were too many treasures at the auction. Common items hardly catch my eye, so I shall not bother. It was not that he had lost interest. Rather, his funds were scant. After purchasing the long AO skin, he had merely 200 gold left, intended for the crafting of armor. The green blade he entrusted to Yuan Qinghua was hoped to fetch a high price. He had only sold for a little over 100 gold. Altogether, that amounted to barely 350 gold. Having seen true treasures, Su Yi understood that this sum would hardly suffice for anything worthwhile. Without further ado, Su Yi began to walk away, but Yuan Qinghua followed closely. What is your intent? The transaction is complete. Do you seek to cling to me? Su Yi raised an eyebrow. Yuan Qinghua waved his hands repeatedly. Dongzhu, do not misunderstand. I dare not entertain such thoughts. I merely wish to inquire if you would consider employing me long-term. It would not cost much, a mere 20 gold a month. Or rather, 15 gold would suffice. Yuan Qinghua, managing the trade, found it a humble profession. Daily earnings were uncertain, and sometimes days would pass without a single deal. Encountering a generous patron like Su Yi today was a stroke of fortune. He earned only 60 to 70 gold a year. After accounting for the high living expenses in East City and the need to sustain his cultivation, he was firmly among the lower echelon of society. I cannot afford to keep you. It was not that he could not afford it, but rather that it seemed pointless. Su Yi was not one to traverse the marketplace daily as a merchant, requiring Yuan Qinghua merely to serve him tea. Yuan Qinghua insisted, Dongzhu, do not deceive me. I have long seen your exceptional nature. You will surely make a name for yourself in Guang'an. How can you manage without an assistant at your side? Consider your recent visit to East City. If you had someone like me assisting you, you would not need to make the trip yourself. At this point, Su Yi was likely pondering, how can I trust you with so much money? Yuan Qinghua continued, what you may not know is that since I am willing to serve you, I will ensure your peace of mind. I can even bind us with a blood oath. From now on, for anything you need, be it procuring medicine, running errands, or gathering intelligence, I shall take care of it all, with a blood oath as our bond. You need not worry about any ulterior motives for me. A blood oath? What is that? Upon hearing the terms gathering intelligence and collecting information, Su Yi suddenly felt the necessity to enlist this individual. Yuan Qinghua explained, a blood oath is a blood seal, invoking the vows of both parties. A drop of blood is shed as a response, and once the oath is activated, any betrayal will lead to a heart-wrenching demise. As he spoke, he produced 2 pieces of paper, one crimson as blood, and the other a transaction receipt from Linglong that Su Yi recognized. Su Yi surmised that the crimson paper was indeed the blood seal, while the receipt served as assurance of the blood oath's authenticity. Yuan Qinghua had contemplated this arrangement since selling the green blade, having procured the blood seal at that time. Seeing Yuan Xinghua's sincerity, Su Yi felt increasingly reluctant to refuse. As he weighed the pros and cons, he unknowingly reached the arched bridge he had traversed earlier. Gazing westward, he observed the arena where two combatants were still engaged in a fierce display. The once white flags now replaced with black, and the crowd had noticeably swelled. Suddenly, Su Yi's thoughts crystallized, and he declared, "Since we have reached this point, I shall hire you." Desperate for funds, Su Yi was acutely aware of his dwindling resources. With only 350 gold left, the crafting of armor from the Long Ao skin would undoubtedly be costly. Moreover, he had commissioned Ling Longgu to gather medicinal herbs, requiring an additional 120 gold. Combined, this would likely deplete his remaining gold. Furthermore, having witnessed the marvels of iron essence, he harbored aspirations to cultivate it, which would undoubtedly entail significant expenses. With the wisdom gleaned from 2 lifetimes, Su Yi understood the adage that one does not prosper without unexpected wealth. After all, his 2,000 gold had come from dubious means. While outright violence was not an option in Guang'an, he could still explore unconventional methods to earn quick riches. His mind was set on the wagers at the arena below. Su Yi resolved to participate in a match, or perhaps numerous matches. Defeat would mean death, and hoarding his money would be futile. Victory, however, promised profit, and to abstain from betting would be sheer folly. With this plan in mind, Su Yi did not forget Yuan Xinghua. In such matters, he could not compare to Yuan Xinghua's expertise. Thus, directing Yuan Xinghua as a puppet became Su Yi's primary motivation. Once their agreement was settled, Yuan Xinghua led Su Yi to his humble dwelling in East City, where he opened the blood seal, bit his fingertip, and let a drop of blood fall, reciting the oath. The oath's content merely stated his unwavering loyalty during the employment period, promising to guard all secrets related to Su Yi even after their contract concluded. Upon completing the oath, Su Yi, with a thought, pricked his finger, and a drop of thick blood floated forth, landing precisely on the blood seal. As their blood mingled, the seal ignited fiercely, emitting a crimson glow that vanished into their hearts. The oath was thus established, and Su Yi shared his residence before taking his leave. In Chapter 41, Unpleasant Guests. The courtyard was adorned with red bricks, blue tiles, and vibrant trees and flowers, a narrow yet tranquil space. As Su Yi entered, Xiaohua was assisting Mu Bo in exiting the main room. After a night of rest and 2 doses of restorative medicine, Mu Bo's complexion had greatly improved, and he could now walk with a slight wobble. Upon spotting Su Yi, the young girl exclaimed, "Uncle Huzi, where have you been this morning? I searched everywhere for you." Su Yi hurried forward, ruffling her hair. "Did you not sleep enough after such a long night? Look at your pale face and those dark circles under your eyes. Here, I brought you some treats. Finish them quickly and get some rest. No need to worry about Grandpa. You still have your Uncle Huzi." As he spoke, he shook the delicate paper box containing the snacks he had packed from Ling Longgu. "You spoil him," Mu Bo commented hoarsely, letting out a sigh. "You have suffered." Su Yi waved his hand dismissively. "There is no need for such words, Mu Bo. Come, let me help you into the sunlight." Though the early morning had been gloomy, the sky had cleared by now, revealing a bright blue expanse and the sun shining high. In the month of August, when autumn had yet to arrive, lying on a lounge chair with a thick blanket and a book in hand, in a spot where the sunlight was gentle, was one of life's greatest pleasures. Mu Bo's health was fundamentally sound. Despite his injuries being severe, Su Yi spared no expense in providing the best restorative medicine. After a day of rest, he was still far from recovery, but his complexion had significantly improved. Su Yi moved a low stool, gauging the interests of Mu Bo, and began to recount the tales of the Ni-Ji-ing River, both above and below the water. Su Yi was knowledgeable, and Mu Bo was well-read. Together, the old and the young engaged in a delightful conversation. Before long, Xiaohua entered the room, proudly balancing a plate of pastries, her shoulders swaying as she announced, "Listen to the stories, Grandfather, Uncle Huzi. Let us have a storytelling competition. The one who tells the best story gets to eat a piece of cake." The little girl, accustomed to a carefree life, quickly forgot her sorrows, having been surrounded by delicious food during the past few days with Su Yi, her thoughts filled with delight rather than gloom. Su Yi reached out and pulled her into his embrace, playfully tousling her hair, which caused her neatly arranged hairstyle to become disheveled, much to her annoyance as she repeatedly bumped her head against him. After a brief playful exchange, Su Yi, not wishing to dampen her spirits, patiently narrated the tale of the princess and the pea, captivating the little one, who listened with wide, sparkling eyes, speechless in amazement. Just then, a rhythmic sound of boots echoed from outside, sharp and precise, causing Sui to furrow his brow slightly and smile. Mubo, the performers have arrived. Would you like a listen from inside or out here? The old man, whose hearing was not the best, chose to stay outside. Although Mubo was a simple man, he had a certain bravado about him. Hardly had he spoken when dozens of armored soldiers in black marched in, forming two lines as they entered and soon surrounded the courtyard. With blades drawn and bows strung, their armor glinted in the sunlight, exuding a menacing aura. Sui paid them no mind, gently patting Chiowa's little head, advising, "Sit tight, dear. Close your eyes if you're scared." The little girl raised her eyebrows, declaring, "With Uncle Hoosie here, I'm not afraid." Just as her childish proclamation ended, she let out a soft whimper and fainted. A towering, fierce-looking white tiger, measuring around 20 feet long and standing 8 feet tall, swooped down from the rooftop, landing directly before the three of them. Its massive head, the size of a grinding wheel, bore an intimidating snarl, and its 3-foot-long whiskers nearly brushed against the little girl's face. Its cavernous mouth could easily fit a bucket, and its sharp fangs glistened coldly, the hot breath escaping its mouth ruffling their hair. "You killed my son." The voice belonged to Jiang Shaochuan, who sat atop the tiger, adorned in a golden crown and silver armor, wielding a 3-meter-long halberd that pointed threateningly at Sui as he bellowed like rolling thunder. With that, Jiang Shaochuan thrust his halberd down onto the white stone slab in the courtyard, producing a resounding thud as if a dragon was writhing underneath. And the stones within a radius of 3 meters shattered into pieces. "Bah, just a beast. How dare you frighten me?" Oyi, Unfazit, swiftly reached out and delivered a heavy slap to the tiger's grotesque face, producing a dull thud as the beast recoiled in pain, letting out a furious roar. The once formidable tiger, now subdued, cowered and lost its regal demeanor. Sui regarded it as one might a sickly cat, casually plucking a handful of its whiskers, causing the tiger to leap back in surprise rather than retaliate. Sui laughed heartily. "Is this Jiang from the Black Dragon Hall? It is said that seeing one in person is not as good as hearing their name, and I expected you, Jiang Hall Master, to be more sophisticated. I never imagined you to be such a petty rogue. If I dare to kill a little brat, how could I be intimidated by an old one?" It was not merely Sui's audacity, but rather his keen insight that allowed him to see through the facade. As Jiang Shaochuan set his scene, Sui recognized the calculation behind the valuable iron essence. It was quite simple. If Jiang Shaochuan had not sought something, there would be no need for such theatrics. It would have been far simpler to eliminate him directly in the arena. The grand display was merely an attempt to intimidate Sui, hoping to gain the upper hand in the ensuing verbal spar. Yet Sui, cunning as he was, refused to grant Jiang Shaochuan any advantage, boldly confronting him and dismantling the atmosphere he had meticulously created. With the ban on private dueling in Guang'an City, Sui felt entirely unrestrained. He understood that regardless of Jiang Shaochuan's prowess or fury, he would never dare to engage him in combat within this place. Furthermore, Jiang Shaochuan's earlier strike had revealed nothing more than the pinnacle of body refinement. Given his confidence, when Jiang Shaochuan presented his face for a blow, Sui could not let the opportunity slip by. Furious and desperate, Jiang Shaochuan swung his halberd, creating a whooshing sound in the air, as if a devastating blow was about to descend. Sui, calmly holding Chiowa, reached for a green bean cake, which was the size of a fingernail but intricately divided into 16 petals, and offered it to Mubo, who shook his head. Sui chuckled and popped it into his mouth, savoring it slowly, as if to relish its flavor. The nonchalance of Sui infuriated Jiang Shaochuan to the point where he nearly tumbled off the back of the tiger. "What the hell do you want?" Jiang Shaochuan roared, his frustration boiling over. "Get these black-skinned devils and this wretched beast out of my sight." Sui replied leisurely, picking up a colorful candy as he spoke. Chapter 42. The arena of fatty Jiang Shaochuan glared with bloodshot eyes at Sui for a long moment before suddenly waving his hand. The two teams of armored soldiers, once boisterous upon entering, now retreated in the same manner. The giant tiger, in haste, bounded out of the door as if it could not bear to remain in this strange courtyard for another moment. Its eagerness incited Jiang Shaochuan to hurl his halberd at it, the blade narrowly missing its fur and startling the tiger into leaping into the air. Moments later, Su-Yi stepped out, calling out like a servant, "Come with me," as he headed toward the room. "I believe," Jiang Shaochuan stammered, a series of stutters escaping him. He began to feel that his intelligence was lacking. He had yet to present a comprehensive argument that would ensure his demise at the hands of the Black Dragon Hall. And yet Su-Yi had already accepted his words. How could it be so easy? Observing Jiang Shaochuan's flushed face, Su-Yi felt a twinge of anxiety for him. "I believe. What do you think I should do? Should I take my own life to atone for your son?" Jiang Shaochuan felt like crying. The plot he had constructed was completely unraveling. "Kid, I see now that you are a tough nut to crack, so I won't mince words. My foolish son brought this upon himself. If he is dead, he is dead. This grudge can be set aside. However, you have taken something that does not belong to you. Shouldn't you return it? I can assure you that if you are willing to return it to its rightful owner, this matter will be settled. Otherwise, as the esteemed Black Dragon Hall, with tens of thousands of followers and masters aplenty, even if you hide in Guang'an City, we can pile up lives until we crush you." Wei said all that needs to be said. The next step is yours to decide. Jiang Shaochuan, a man capable of leading a county division, was no fool. Initially, he thought Su-Yi's boldness in killing his son in public was that of a reckless man, which is why he prepared such a display to intimidate him. But now he realized that Su-Yi was no mere brute. He was clearly an unyielding character, and games of intimidation would yield no fruit. Thus, he cast aside any pretenses and spoke plainly. Had it been like this from the start, it would have been much better, Jiang Shaochuan exclaimed, his mouth agape in surprise. Happiness came to him too suddenly. In fact, ever since he learned that the iron essence had been stolen by Jiang Gongzi, he had longed to flay Jiang Gongzi alive. His hatred towards Su-Yi was not rooted in the murder of his son, but was solely focused on the iron essence. Now, upon hearing Su-Yi's willingness to return it, he felt a great weight lift from his heart. A long-held breath finally released. "You got some sense." Jiang Shaochuan extended a large hand towards Su-Yi. Su-Yi glared and retorted, "What are you doing? I said I would return your item, but I never said I would give it to you for nothing. Your son deserved to die. But what about the injuries to my family? What about the big blue carp I painstakingly caught? What about the destruction you wrought upon my home? And what about the psychological trauma inflicted upon my family by your Black Dragon Hall? Enough. How much? Just name a number." Jiang Shaochuan barked, suppressing his urge to vomit. He has come to realize that this young man before him is nothing but a scoundrel, and yet he dares to mention psychological trauma. With that shameless demeanor. Does he fear the HIL-NGT-ing? Compared to this young man, the HIL-NGT-ing is practically a respectable household. How exhilarating. Since you are so forthcoming, I shall not be verbose. Initially, I sought 1,000 gold, but as a gesture of goodwill, I offer you a flat rate of 800 gold. Su-Yi beamed with a smile, as refreshing as a spring breeze. Suddenly, Jiang Shaochuan swung his fist, and the roof of the ear room was instantly blown away. Like thunder cracking. "Get out!" Jiang, the master of the hall, was furious. He felt as though all his vital organs were being crushed by a surge of wrath. After years of dominance, it was the first time he had been swindled. "Master Jiang, although this small courtyard belongs to the public, any damage incurred must be compensated. However, since we are acquaintances, I shall cover the exorbitant repair costs for you. The price remains unchanged at 800 gold. If Master Jiang finds this agreeable, we shall conclude our deal. If not, you may take your leave. Whether it be a fight or a kill, the surname Yi shall accept all challenges." It is not that Su-Yi was being unreasonable, but rather that he was financially constrained and desperately craved money. "I see you are driven mad by the thought of wealth. Do you believe that 800 gold could purchase 10 of your lives?" Despite enduring an unprecedented humiliation here, Jiang Shaochuan knew he could not leave just yet and realized that this young man viewed him as a mere piece of meat, determined to take a bite. Iron essence was precisely what he sought. Logically, if he could simply defeat Su-Yi in the arena, the iron essence would naturally fall into his grasp. But who could guarantee that Su-Yi would not conceal the iron essence elsewhere before the battle? This was precisely why Jiang Shaochuan had come. His intention was simply to surreptitiously achieve his objective. Is 800 gold too steep? Master Jiang, do not underestimate me. Since we cannot reach an agreement, I shall send that item to the auction house. There might be some connections that could frighten many, and I might fetch a high price. Oye coldi sonortet. Not possible. Jiang Shaochuan exclaimed, as if his tail had been stepped on. The mention of the auction house struck at his heart. This morning, at the Linglong Pavilion auction, shocking news had emerged. An elder from the Shui family had exchanged a Shun Yuan Dan for an iron essence, causing a sensation in Guang'an. Jiang Shaochuan was terrified that the iron essence at the auction was his, which had compelled him to rush over. At this moment, hearing Su Yi say he had tested that item and found it somewhat mystical, yet superficial, proved that Su Yi had yet to recognize the true value of the iron essence. It was evidently still elsewhere, making it all the more convenient for Jiang to seize it deceitfully. Yet now, upon hearing Su Yi's fury at the prospect of sending the iron essence to auction, Jiang Shaochuan understood that if the iron essence truly made it to the auction house, it would surely cause an uproar. This iron essence originated from Guang'an, and many had seen it. If it were to be revealed, it would spell disaster. Chapter 43. The Swindler. What is there to discuss? If you refuse to buy, I shall simply find another buyer, and you shall have no say in the matter, Su Yi declared nonchalantly. From this, he deduced that Jiang Shaochuan would never allow the iron essence in his possession to be revealed to the world. Coincidentally, having just experienced an extraordinary auction this morning, he intended to use that momentum to intimidate. 500 gold. I'll buy it for 500 gold. Jiang Shaochuan finally could not hold back. He simply could not afford to gamble any longer. The fish had taken the bait. Su Yi felt elated, though his expression changed abruptly. 900 gold. Not a single coin less. Jiang Shaochuan furrowed his brow in anger. How can you raise the price instead of lowering it? Do not take me for a fool. Su Yi's face darkened. If you utter another word, I shall raise the price again. You can take it or leave it. Should I become irate, I will sell it at Linglong Pavilion for a mere penny, and I shall accept that too. Do not test my patience. Having experienced countless online disputes, Su Yi had mastered the art of the verbal skirmish. Jiang Shaochuan felt that if he remained here any longer, his head would surely burst from frustration. Without a second thought, he turned and exited. He and the dozens of black-clad warriors accompanying him each searched their bodies. And together with the stack of gold notes he possessed, he managed to scrape together 900 gold, stumbling towards the ear room. Compared to his earlier bravado, Jiang Shaochuan was now left pondering if he had brought those dozens of warriors merely to gather money for himself. Here, the beleaguered Jiang Shaochuan entered and slammed a stack of gold notes onto the stool beside Su Yi. As the saying goes, a blind person sees money with wide eyes. A cripple stands up when money is involved. After pretending to be spineless for a while, Su Yi sprang up, his eyes gleaming like copper bells. Fixating on the thick stack of gold notes, counting them meticulously. With a swift motion, Su Yi stretched out the stack of gold notes, tucked them into his waist pouch, and proceeded to exit. However, Jiang Shaochuan stepped to the side, blocking his path. Su Yi raised an eyebrow. Are you afraid I might run off with such a fine treasure? Would I be foolish enough to carry it with me? Jiang Shaochuan coldly snorted and cleared the way. As Su Yi stepped out, it was not long before he strode back in, now holding a fan of remarkable stature, swaying it with flair. As he approached, he flicked the fan shut and extended it toward Jiang Shaochuan. I'm not hot. Let us be swift about this. Jiang Shaochuan glared with fury, his entire demeanor taut like a bowstring, resembling a bomb ready to explode at any moment. Su Yi remained unperturbed, coolly stating, This fan was clearly taken from her deceased son. I see it adorned with gold and phoenix designs, quite extraordinary. I simply appropriated it. To me, it is merely a decorative item, initially intended for sale, but since you have arrived and are willing to pay a high price, I shall sell it to you. Now that I have brought the item, do you wish to backtrack? Shameless, rogue, swindler, scoundrel. Jiang Shaochuan glared fiercely at Su Yi, his mouth spewing a torrent of profanities. After venting his anger, Jiang Shaochuan fell silent, glaring darkly at Su Yi. Currently, Su Yi had established himself as a notable figure in the martial world. To go back on his word would surely tarnish his reputation. Jiang Shaochuan was a loss for words. In terms of wit and intellect, he was no match for Su Yi. Their confrontation resembled a poker game, where Su Yi's sharp mind had even anticipated Jiang's hidden cards. Jiang Shaochuan, undeterred, insisted on continuing the gamble, resulting in a singular outcome. He would lose everything, leaving him with nothing but despair. Damn it, I should not have engaged in this charade with you. Let me be clear. Hand over the iron essence, and I shall act as if nothing has occurred. If you refuse to cooperate, I will ensure that you have money without a life to spend it. The HILNGT Ing has plenty of skilled fighters and wealth. What makes you think you can withstand several rounds of combat? Jiang Shaochuan finally exploded. Su Yi cast a cold glance at him and scoffed. Jiang, I see you have become quite enamored with your act. Were you a delicate beauty, I might indulge you further, but surely you know your own appearance? The person lurking in the corner outside. How long do you expect in a hide? I have no time to waste on your theatrics. Jiang Shaochuan paled, staring at Su Yi as if he had seen a ghost, his mind consumed by a singular thought. How did he know? Come in and have some tea. You have crouched in the corner long enough. Su Yi suddenly shouted outside. His formidable soul force was Su Yi's greatest asset and treasure. This ability was the source of his strength and would serve him well in future confrontations with heroes across the land. The powerful soul force endowed Su Yi with not only resilience and remarkable recovery abilities, but also heightened perception. From the moment Jiang Shaochuan and his entourage entered, Su Yi had sensed the presence of someone standing outside, who had come with them but had not yet entered. Having successfully extorted Jiang Shaochuan, Su Yi was eager to unveil Jiang's hidden cards. No sooner had he shouted than footsteps approached, and shortly after, a middle-aged man clad in green with a gray veil over his head entered, glancing awkwardly at Jiang Shaochuan. He cleared his throat and addressed Su Yi. I am Chun Bing, the deputy head of the Public Decision Department of the Tax Bureau, here to inform you of official decisions. The esteemed Vice Master Gaopan of the Heilongting Bema branch has issued a challenge to you. The day of the public duel is set for tomorrow at noon. You must either accept the challenge or depart from Guang'an City before midnight tonight. Otherwise, you will violate the regulations of Guang'an City and become a public enemy of our esteemed Guang'an Prefecture. I shall accept the challenge. Su Yi remarked with a playful glint in his eye as he looked at Jiang Shaochuan. Did you not just say that if I handed over that item, you would spare me? Jiang Shaochuan's face flushed crimson, left speechless. Nothing is more embarrassing than having one's lies exposed in front of an adversary. Just moments ago, he had boasted to Su Yi that if he surrendered the Taijing, all would be forgiven. Outside, however, the deputy of the Public Duel Department had long been hiding and waiting to declare war. Had he successfully deceived Su Yi, it would have been one thing. But he not only failed to trick him, but was also swindled out of 900 gold. Failing to catch the chicken, he instead lost the rice. Damn it. Wash your head clean and await your demise. Jiang Shaochuan retorted, his neck stiff with fury, turning to leave, his heart steeled. If he could not obtain the Taijing, then the one surnamed Yi would serve as the perfect scapegoat for the robbery. Chapter 44. Entering Tranquility. The moon hung over the eastern mountains, a gentle breeze wafting through the hall. Su Yi, bare-chested, squatted in a horse stance, arms outstretched, each hand holding a stone lock weighing over 50 pounds. After bidding farewell to Jiang Shaochuan and his entourage, enjoying lunch, taking a brief nap, and refreshing himself with a cold shower, Su Yi, filled with restless energy, directed his focus towards the 2 stone locks in the courtyard. At present, his cultivation had reached the pinnacle of body forging, able to exert 1.5 bulls of strength with all his might. The 250-pound stone locks were originally of little use for training. Yet Su Yi devised a unique posture to enhance the challenge. It is well known that while an ordinary person can lift a 100-pound sack, grasping a 10-pound object with one hand horizontally is exceedingly difficult. To hold an object with palms spread wide, even 5 pounds can prove challenging. Yet Su Yi maintained this exceedingly difficult position, lifting the 50-pound stone locks, the thin and round crossbar of the locks making it difficult to maintain balance. Moreover, to lift both locks simultaneously, he had to adjust his arms to different heights. This pose was highly demanding. Even with Su Yi's remarkable strength, after an hour, he began to feel utterly exhausted. In the following hour, he relied solely on his extraordinary willpower to persist, his arms numb with pain, his body drenched in sweat, eventually reaching a point where no sweat could be produced. As he pushed through, a sudden lightness enveloped him, and a serene clarity emerged within his mind, accompanied by an inexplicable joy in the depths of his soul. Su Yi sensed that whenever his body reached its limits, a profound sense of satisfaction blossomed deep within. He surmised that as his physique strengthened, so too did his spirit. The reasoning was simple. Those with robust bodies often possess abundant vitality and energy, which are direct reflections of the strength of the soul. However, while Su Yi's understanding was somewhat accurate, he grasped only part of the truth. His current state, as per Zen teachings, was akin to entering the state of a combatant. In Zen, high monks meditate and maintain a posture for days without sleep or rest, transcending themselves into a remarkable spiritual realm known as the state of the enlightened. Su Yi, through intense training, had achieved a state of selflessness and transcendence, where his spirit governed his body to continue high-intensity exercises, a state defined as the combatant's tranquility. It is said that the Zen combat King Buddha was able to enter this state during battle, fighting ceaselessly. By a fortunate coincidence, Su Yi had entered this combatant's tranquility today. His body underwent rigorous training while nourishing his soul, and conversely, his soul invigorated his body, devoid of pain or fear. Just as Su Yi was immersed in this profound state, contemplating the wonders of body and soul, a sudden voice broke through. "Uncle Hu, how long will you practice? I am hungry." It was Chiu Hua, peeking her head from the side of the bed and shouting loudly. Upon hearing her voice, Su Yi's spirit jolted. Various sensations of pain surged forth, and the stone locks slipped from his grasp one after the other, causing him to weaken and nearly collapse. The serendipitous state of the combatant's tranquility was abruptly interrupted. "Uncle Hu, I am starving." Unable to contain herself any longer, Chiu Hua dashed out of the room, hugging Su Yi's leg and shaking it vigorously. "The person delivering the meal has arrived at the door. Hurry and fetch it." As Su Yi spoke, a series of knocks echoed from the copper ring at the door. Chiu Hua immediately released her grip, exclaiming in delight, and rushed outside. "Wait," Su Yi murmured to himself, a surge of elation filling his heart. He realized something was different. His perception had notably sharpened. Previously, he could sense movement within a radius of 10 zhang, but it was a crude awareness. With his eyes closed, he could only discern the presence of someone or something nearby. Now, although his perceptual range had not expanded, its precision had increased exponentially. For instance, regarding the previous knocking at the door, in the past, he could only sense that someone approached but could not determine the direction. Yet just now, he not only sensed someone at the door, but could also detect the subtle sound of their fingers grasping the copper ring. Su Yi closed his eyes, spread his arms, and released all his awareness. In that moment, the world became vibrant and transformed. In the eagle's nest atop the old locust tree, standing 10 zhang high in front of the door, a young eaglet opened its soft yellow beak wide, awaiting its mother to bring food. In the snake's lair beneath the drain, the shell of a snake egg began to crack inch by inch. In the fish tank situated in the neighboring courtyard, 3 golden koi floated to the surface, gasping for air and releasing bubbles. The evening breeze rustled the bamboo leaves, and the flowers fell like starry rain. Every pore of Su Yi was attuned to the world around him. After finishing dinner, Su Yi attended to Mu Bo, helping him take his medicine before lying down, and then he moved a bamboo chair to cool off in the courtyard. The ever-curious Chiu Hua, eager for company, entangled him in 2 stories before dozing off on his legs. Bathed in soft light, Su Yi read for a moment before tilting his head to gaze at the vast sky. The Milky Way stretched across the heavens, stars twinkling brightly. The Big Dipper resembled a ladle, and the moon partially concealed itself. As he gazed, Su Yi found himself momentarily lost in thought. Just then, the figure of Zhou Fuji appeared, disheveled and panting, clearly flustered. Before Zhou could speak, another individual burst through the door, grabbing Su Yi's shoulder and exclaiming, "Master, a splendid opportunity has arisen. A tremendous chance. Quickly, give me the money. I must place a bet, or we shall suffer great losses." The newcomer was none other than Yuan Xinghua, the slender figure Su Yi had engaged in the eastern city earlier that day, burdened with a large package on his back. Zhou Fuji and Yuan Xinghua arrived simultaneously, both appearing anxious. Su Yi surmised the gravity of the situation and preemptively interrupted their chatter, ushering them inside while introducing them to each other as they settled at the stone table in the courtyard. After a brief moment, Su Yi grasped the situation. It turned out that news of the Purple Flag duel had spread throughout Guang'an City that evening. The Purple Flag signifies a contest among the pinnacle of body-forging warriors. In recent years, due to the increasing influence of the 3 major sects in Guang'an City, high-stakes duels had become increasingly rare. This announcement of a duel among the finest body-forging warriors marked the first high-level contest in Guang'an City this year. The news sent shockwaves throughout the city, igniting excitement among the gamblers, for the impending duel among peak body-forging warriors had set the entire city ablaze with anticipation. Chapter 45. Placing Bets. Brother Yuan, you were shouting at the door for money to place a bet, claiming that missing out would result in great losses. It seems you possess knowledge of who is destined to win, Su Yi remarked, pouring tea for Zhou Fuji with a smile. Yuan Qinghua replied, Master, you are unaware that the challenger Gao Pan is no ordinary opponent. He has appeared on the purple flag 8 times. One must understand that this arena is a life-and-death battleground, and surviving 8 bouts is enough to prove Gao Pan's unparalleled strength. In contrast, his opponent, the little-known Yi Shenbu, although lauded to the heavens, who has actually witnessed his prowess. Su Yi interjected, realizing that he himself was the so-called Yi Shenbu, but could not fathom how he had garnered such a reputation while operating incognito in Guang'an. Yuan Qinghua remarked, Master, you have indeed inquired wisely. If you were to ask others, they would likely be as lost as a child in a fog. Only someone like me, who has traversed the myriad paths of Sanjiao Juliu in Guang'an for countless years, can truly comprehend the situation. Enough of this idle chatter. Su Yi interjected, his expression darkening. Yuan Qinghua, somewhat abashed, continued, What you may not realize, Master, is that this is merely a smokescreen released by the gambling houses, a perplexing maze. In this upcoming wager, with Gao Pan as the contender, the outcome is virtually predetermined. The gambling houses dread such a foregone conclusion, as they are almost guaranteed to lose. However, they cannot refrain from accepting bets. Otherwise, they would ruin their reputation. Now, they are left with 2 tactics. One is to drastically lower the odds for Gao Pan. For example, in this case, the highest odds for his victory are only 10 to 1. The second tactic is to create a false narrative around the weaker contender, disseminating misleading information about how formidable they are, thus muddling perceptions. Of course, these tricks may not deceive the seasoned veterans, but they can incite turmoil throughout the city, ensnaring those who lack understanding. After all, there are still many young ladies and noble women who indulge in this pastime, but lack discernment and gambling skills, easily falling prey to these falsehoods in hopes of striking it rich. Listening intently, Su Yi's face broke into a smile. What are the odds for Yi Shenbu? 2 to 1. What? How can it be so? Will Yi claim it? With Gao Pan's odds at 10 to 1, it signifies a strong consensus in favor of his victory. Therefore, Yi Shenbu's odds should be in the range of dozens to 1, not merely 2 to 1. Moreover, how can the gambling house set such low odds for both sides? This is outrageous. Su Yi felt a surge of frustration. He intended to make a substantial profit at the gambling house, only to find himself entangled with unscrupulous merchants who dashed his dreams to the ground. Yuan Qinghua explained, in a betting scenario where the gambler is certain to win, the gambling house reluctantly accepts the bets, gritting their teeth. Gamblers would not dare complain about the house's unfair practices. As for Yi Shenbu's odds, the reason they're not set at dozens to 1 to attract desperate players is simply to maintain the narrative they have spun. Imagine if Yi Shenbu's odds were set at dozens to 1. It would signal market skepticism towards him, rendering the rumors unsustainable and failing to catch any big fish. Conversely, if the odds were set at 50 to 1, it would seem like excessive boasting, easily exposing the ruse. After all, Yi Shenbu is merely a fabrication, while Gao Pan is a tangible powerhouse. The gambling house's fabricated rumors must be credible and not overly far-fetched. Thus, odds of 2 to 1 are the most reasonable. Having navigated the East City for many years, Yuan Qinghua was astute yet found himself without savings, a predicament stemming from these very gambling battles. Every month, his meager earnings went towards sustaining his livelihood, with the remainder squandered on gambling. Although losses outweighed wins, he had gained invaluable experience, seeing through the gambling house's tricks with clarity. Upon hearing Yuan Qinghua's analysis, Su Yi cursed the unscrupulous merchants in silence, but could only lament his misfortune inwardly. He pondered in silence while Yuan Qinghua, growing increasingly impatient, urged, Master, we cannot afford to delay. We must place our bets promptly. Given the current trend, it is likely that Gao Pan's odds will decrease further. If we wait any longer, they might drop to 40 to 1 or even 50 to 1. Besides, I've already placed my bet. What are you hesitating for? Look, here's my betting ticket. Today, I am wagering 10 gold on you. Along with my additional 20 gold in capital, I have invested it all. With that, he produced a bright red ticket the size of a palm. Enough of your ramblings. I'm placing my bet, Su Yi declared. Su Yi had employed Yuan Qinghua precisely for this task. He promptly retrieved a stack of gold notes from his waist pouch and slapped them onto the stone table, totaling 1,000 gold. With 900 gold acquired from Jiang Shaochuan and his original 350 gold, Su Yi's assets amounted to 1,250 gold. Putting forth 1,000 gold represented a full commitment. Yuan Qinghua, having anticipated the master's generosity, was taken aback by such audacity. A single bet of 1,000 gold was a gamble few scions in the city would dare to undertake. Fearing a change in odds, he clutched the gold notes tightly, ready to flee. Wait, I have yet to specify whom to bet on. Place all bets on Yishinbu. Choosing the house with the highest odds, Su Yi instructed, gripping Yuan Qinghua's wrist firmly. What? Yuan Qinghua exclaimed, his hair nearly standing on end. Master, are you mistaken? That would be akin to throwing money into the water. If you find the money too hot to handle, you could simply give it to me. Enough of this nonsense. Do you know who Yishinbu is? Could it be that the master is acquainted with him? Indeed, he is your master. Yuan Qinghua's eyes widened in disbelief as if seeing a ghost in broad daylight. Suddenly, he recalled his master's name and the sign hanging before their door, the office of the Furuang Town Constabulary stationed in Guang'an, and everything became clear. Well, what? Yuan Qinghua stammered, at a loss for words. He didn't know how to advise his master to escape quickly, yet he understood that the moment the odds were revealed, this place would be under close surveillance. He wished to comfort his master by suggesting that Gao Pan was not invincible, but such a sentiment felt impossible to articulate. Moreover, he had just been hired and had even relinquished his residence in E-City, carrying his belongings over, only to find that before he even officially started working, his master's life was in jeopardy. Was the heavens playing a cruel joke on him? Su Yi, perceptive and understanding of his thoughts, chuckled, do not be dazed. I am fully aware of my own capabilities. Hurry and place the bet. Do not worry, even if I were to perish on that stage. Someone will ensure you receive your annual commission. Yuan Qinghua's expression shifted, and he urgently replied, Master, it is not merely for the trifling commission that I act this way. Enough, enough. I am entrusted with a task and must remain loyal. Please wait a moment. With that, he plunged into the darkness. Chapter 46. Unfettered heart from your demeanor. It appears you are quite confident in your victory, Zhou Fuzhong remarked, taking a sip of tea and chewing on a fragment of tea stem. The first to break the silence. Sui replied, I possess no such certainty of victory, only a tranquil heart. When avoidance is impossible, why not face it with composure? Then why do you wager over 1,000 gold on your assured triumph? Zhou Fuzhong pondered. If I were to lose, I would surely perish. Retaining this money would be of no use. Should I miraculously win, how could I let such a lucrative opportunity slip by? Haha, you bold lad. Unperturbed by the howling winds, calmly seated on the whale-watching platform, what spirit you possess. After a hearty laugh, Zhou Fuzhong raised his teacup and drained it in one go, saying, It seems my old worries were unfounded. Not only do you possess wisdom beyond your years, but your courage is also commendable. Your calm demeanor suggests you have a plan. Why not share it? I could assist in the matter. As the azure tea was poured again into the porcelain cup, releasing wisps of steam, Su Yi set down the teapot and smiled. I have no grand scheme, merely 4 words, strike long with short. Not long after Zhou Fuzhong departed, Yuan Qinghua burst in, one hand resting on his waist pouch, the other clutching a thick stack of paper, panting heavily. Upon entering, he placed the stack of paper on the stone table, then lifted the teapot to gulp down a mouthful before reaching into his waist pouch to retrieve 2 black tickets. Glancing at them under the light, he placed one before Su Yi. Master, I have made the purchase, 1,200 gold on Yishinbu winning at 2-1. Why are there 2 black tickets? Su Yi recalled that Yuan Qinghua initially possessed a red ticket. Yuan Qinghua shrugged, saying, Master, your question lacks basis. Ask around Guang'an. I, Yuan, am not one to forsake loyalty. Since you have risked your life, how can I not stake this 30 gold? I transferred my original ticket for funds and placed a wager alongside yours, serving as moral support. While his words were generous, his underlying motives were calculated. The reason he shifted his bet to support Su Yi's victory was not out of loyalty, but rather a carefully considered decision to take a bold gamble. He had come to understand his master well, despite their brief acquaintance. Su Yi was undoubtedly meticulous, shrewd, and intolerant of any loss. As the imminent battle of life and death approached, this individual remained firmly seated, unperturbed, even daring to lavish a fortune on his own victory. Who would dare to engage in such a gamble without a 90% chance of success? In essence, the reason Yuan Qinghua altered his strategy was not due to an understanding of Su Yi's profound martial prowess, but rather an attempt to suppress Su Yi's unparalleled intellect. Su Yi, perceiving Yuan Qinghua's ulterior motives with clarity, silently commended his exceptional insight and gave him a thumbs up. Yuan Qinghua, disregarding Su Yi's reaction, hastily gathered a stack of documents and placed them before Su Yi. Master, this is not the time for pretentiousness. Once you step onto the arena, it will be a fight for survival. Gao Pan's ability to endure 8 rounds in the life-and-death arena is no mere stroke of luck. I have compiled information regarding Gao Pan's past qualifications from the informant, including detailed accounts of his previous 8 rounds in the life-and-death arena. From a public perspective, as the master, Su Yi's defeat would naturally be undesirable for Yuan Qinghua, as it would mean losing his life. From a personal standpoint, he could not afford to lose the lucrative patronage he had just secured. Moreover, he had placed a significant bet on Su Yi, confident that his master's cunning would ensure he would never gamble his life recklessly. Therefore, Yuan Qinghua was more than willing to contribute to his master's chances of victory, thereby enhancing his own odds of winning. I appreciate your efforts. I will take my time to read this. You should rest. The second room on the left is yours. With that, Su Yi took the documents and rose to his feet. Upon entering the room, he casually discarded the pile of papers into the trash. It was not arrogance that drove him, but rather confidence. Confidence that the formidable physique forged through 2 years of relentless trials could withstand all challenges of the body-refining stage. Furthermore, he possessed the remarkably resilient dragon crocodile skin. Closing the windows and doors, Su Yi, with remarkable vision, refrained from lighting any lamps. Instead, retrieving the dragon crocodile skin and meticulously examining it, manipulating it into various shapes. Initially, he had intended to fashion the skin into armor swiftly, but the impending battle loomed closer. Fortunately, although it was not yet armor, he could still devise a plan that would suffice. He slept deeply, and when the sun had risen to its zenith, he finally opened his eyes, rose, stretched his chest, and opened the window to see Mu Bo leaning on his cane, slowly making his way along the flower bed. Qiuhua was busily kicking a colorful shuttlecock, which danced around her short legs, lingering in the air without touching the ground. The sunshine was splendid, and the air was fresh. Taking a deep breath filled with the fragrance of flowers, Su Yi found himself increasingly fond of this tranquility. Were it not for the deep-seated enmity he harbored, he would not mind leading such a simple life, indulging in earthly pleasures and savoring genuine human affection. Master, you are finally awake. Yuan Qinghua, squatting on the threshold and watching Qiuhua play, heard the commotion in the room and rushed in with a basin of water and toiletries. After Su Yi finished washing, Yuan Qinghua presented breakfast, which included meat buns, flour rolls, fried dough sticks, and pancakes, along with a large bucket of fresh milk, urging Su Yi to eat more, fearing he would be weak during the duel. His attentiveness drew a dismissive expression from Qiuhua, who was nearby. Su Yi, however, was unreserved, consuming the feast with great appetite, and in a blink, polished off an entire table of food, including the full 10 pounds of fresh milk. After finishing, he tossed a gold note worth 10 pieces to Yuan Qinghua and instructed, "With nothing pressing during the day, find a better residence for us to move into. This place is public property, which is rather uncomfortable. Additionally, hire a few maids. Despite having meals delivered from the inn, as 2 gentlemen, we cannot manage the household chores alone." Despite having endured countless hardships, Su Yi was a hedonist at heart. Given the means and opportunity, he naturally desired to live comfortably. Chapter 47. The promise having settled domestic matters, Su Yi finally recalled an important task. "Oh, by the way, please procure a sturdy rope for me from a nearby shop, of the thickness of regular fishing line and about 10 feet long. It may be needed for the duel later." No sooner had he spoken than Yuan Qinghua dashed off at an astonishing speed, revealing that he possessed no less than the cultivation of the mid-stage body refinement. Little did Su Yi know that Yuan Qinghua was on the brink of madness. When it came to matters concerning the duel, he was far more cautious and anxious than Su Yi. "Master, this binding rope is exceptionally resilient, crafted from unknown materials, but it is undoubtedly a premium product from the Alchemy Hall. It is said that seasoned deep-sea anglers use this rope to catch colossal whales, demonstrating its strength. The price is indeed steep. A 10-foot long rope as thin as a hair costs us 3 gold coins. I believe that only the Alchemy Hall has such wealth. As Yuan Qinghua chattered on, he showcased a rope that was as fine as a hair, glistening with delicacy. At one moment, he used a pair of shears to cut it, and at another, he pulled with all his might, yet the binding rope remained undamaged. Su Yi took it, tested it in his hands, and felt immensely satisfied. At that moment, a voice called from outside. Yuan Qinghua dashed out and quickly returned, exclaiming, "Master, representatives from the magistrate are here. We have just 1 hour before noon. We must prepare to go." Su Yi nodded and replied, "Please inform them that I will change my attire and join them shortly." "Uncle Hu, are you going out to fight?" Xiao Hua, who had reached the doorway, suddenly turned to speak. "It is not a fight. It is about defeating evildoers and earning some money to buy good food for little Xiao Hua." Su Yi lifted the girl and gently kissed her forehead. Her porcelain-like face was truly endearing. "Silly girl, what are you saying? Uncle Hu is invincible." Su Yi pinched her cheek, thinking that the little girl must be quite worried. "Yes, Uncle Hu is the strongest." Xiao nodded vigorously. After a brief moment, Su Yi assisted Mu Bo in consuming his medicine, and under the elder's concerned gaze, he boarded the horse-drawn carriage sent by the magistrate. The decisive battle was set in the East City. As the carriage entered the East City gate, Su Yi felt that today, as East City was indeed different from the previous day. The bustling streets were as deserted as if a storm had just passed. Not only were there few pedestrians, but many shops had also closed. As they traveled, this scene persisted. After a short while, the carriage arrived at a magnificent building resembling an eggshell. Soon after, it came to a halt, and Su Yi, guided by a young man dressed in blue official attire, entered the left corridor, eventually turning into a spacious hall approximately 7 or 8 zhang in length. The warmly lit hall was quite spacious, with a long table made of black iron standing in the center. An elderly man with grizzled hair sat at the table, leisurely savoring tea. Completely unperturbed by the presence of outsiders, his gaze fixed intently on an old book of legends in his hands. "Ningbo, this is the other martial artist participating in the duel. We may commence the blood test." The young man in blue broke the silence. Only then did Su Yi realize that the elderly man was the examiner. A drop of thick, dark blood accurately fell onto a pure white round stone, instantly causing the stone to emit a faint glow, with colors of gold, purple, black, white, and blue swirling and eventually settling on a bluish-white hue. It was confirmed that the martial artist Yi Su had reached the peak of the body refinement realm. After completing the test, Ningbo resumed his focus on the book. Just as the young man in blue was about to lead Su Yi out, another middle-aged man dressed similarly hurried over, whispered a few words to the young man, and then departed. The young man then guided Su Yi down the corridor to the west. Although the previous conversation was hushed, Su Yi distinctly heard that the director Gao wished to see him. Indeed, upon entering an elegant chamber, he spotted Gao Junmo. The director, with his sword-like eyebrows and square face, perched comfortably in a soft wrought-tan chair, holding a cup of bright red fruit wine, and was engaged in jovial conversation with 3 men in white attire. Noticing Su Yi's entrance, Gao Junmo rose, dismissed the young man in blue, and smiled at Su Yi, saying, "So you are Yi Su, the infamous murderer who, with the decree of the great Yu royal court, ruthlessly annihilated dozens of people at the docks. I am indeed Yi Su, yet I am not a ruthless murderer. My actions are merely a manifestation of the principle of an eye for an eye, dictated by my responsibilities." Su Yi gazed steadily at Gao Junmo, speaking with neither arrogance nor meekness. He had learned from Zhou Fuzhong that Gao Junmo had once advocated on his behalf, advising the governor to prevent the He Long Tang from challenging him, only to be rebuffed with the reasoning that without rules, there can be no order. Su Yi harbored a certain fondness for this director Gao. What a commendable principle of violence to counter violence, truly a reflection of our kind, Gao Junmo exclaimed, his eyes sparkling with admiration as he regarded Su Yi. "Logically, you are acting for the public good, exterminating the marauders. A truly heroic act in the name of the great Yu kingdom. However, it is regrettable that the governor is more concerned with profit. I attempted to reason with him to no avail, which has led to your unjust punishment. I must admit, it is a failing on the part of my patrol department." Su Yi clasped his hands in respect and replied, "Director Gao, you flatter me. These malevolent spirits do not trouble my mind. Since entering the public sphere, Su Yi had begun to appreciate the benefits of his position. As the saying goes, the 6 doors are a place for diligent practice. With the intention of establishing a long-term presence in public service, he naturally felt the urge to ascend the ranks. At this moment, Gao Junmo's proactive approach presented him with a magnificent opportunity. After a brief contemplation, he discerned Gao Junmo's temperament, understanding that humility and decorum would only lead to underestimation, while a bold demeanor would leave a lasting impression. Indeed, Gao Junmo burst into hearty laughter. I sing wildly to the heavens, exuberantly fierce for whom do I strive. Bai Han, Pei Lin, Zhongshu, my judgment is quite astute, is it not? The general's insight is undoubtedly exceptional. The other two, one stout and one slender, chimed in with compliments. However, the bulliest man among them furrowed his brow, remaining silent. Gao Junmo turned to him with a smile. Zhongshu, do you have a differing opinion? The robust man replied, I, a humble servant, hold no differing opinion. I have merely witnessed too many brash individuals who speak grandly yet possess empty hearts. Such audacity, even in the face of death, is oblivious to its own folly. Su Yi shot him a glance, pondering to himself, I have never crossed paths with you, so why do you take issue with me? Chapter 48. 100,000 gold. Gao Junmo waved his hand with a smile, addressing Su Yi. Do not take offense. He is simply straightforward. By the way, I have yet to introduce you to these 3. They're the 3 chief captains of Guang'an City, my capable assistants. The robust Qi Baihan, the agile Song Pailan, and the forthright Li Zhongshu. Isu, as I mentioned regarding the patrol department's failure towards you, I, Gao Junmo, am not one to let my subordinates suffer unfairly. I have already communicated with the Hei Long Tang. They will have only 3 opportunities to challenge you. If you withstand these 3 rounds, should the Hei Long Tang dare to act against you thereafter, my patrol department will take over all matters. Furthermore, if you endure through 3 rounds, I have a white robe to bestow upon you. General, Director, Qi Baihan, Song Pailan, and Li Zhongshu exclaimed in unison. Gao Junmo abruptly waved his hand. No need to speak further. I have been in Guang'an for over 2 years, and I have yet to see a constable brave enough to kill in the name of the great Yu Kingdom. Isu has rendered great service to the patrol department, and merit deserves reward. If Isu can endure 3 rounds in the arena, it will demonstrate extraordinary skill. A mere white robe is hardly a burden. Before the 3 could persuade him further, Su Yi clasped his hands and vowed, I shall not disappoint the director's high hopes. He felt an overwhelming joy within. He understood that a white robe was precisely the official attire worn by the 3 before him. The colors of gold, purple, black, white, and blue represent the hierarchy of the great Yu Kingdom's security forces. At present, Su Yi's attire was merely the lowest quality black robe. To rise to a white robe would be akin to a significant leap in rank, placing him on par with the esteemed captains of the patrol department before him. Now, the decisive battle approaches. You should rest and gather your strength. I will be there to cheer for you. Gao Junmo clapped Su Yi on the shoulder, personally escorting him outside. At the very moment Su Yi was summoned by Gao Junmo, in another elegant chamber, Jiang Shaochuan paced anxiously. With a creak, the ornate door swung open, and 2 figures entered. The one on the left was exceptionally robust, standing nearly 9 feet tall, clad in fitted golden armor. His long hair cascading loosely behind him, eyes sharp and a fierce demeanor that commanded respect. This was his opponent in the arena, the vice pavilion master of the Hei Long Tang, Gao Pan. The other, slender in appearance, donned a blue robe and cap, holding a paper fan, presenting himself as a scholarly figure. He was Ma Wensheng, the chief steward of the Hei Long Tang. As soon as they entered, Jiang Shaochuan took 2 strides forward, expressing gratitude to Ma Wensheng with a glance before confronting Gao Pan. Why have you avoided me every time I've sought you out, only to respond when Master Ma intervened? Do you not regard me, Jiang Shaochuan, your superior? Gao Pan, dispatched from the main hall to the White Horse Branch merely 2 months prior, had been sent as an infiltrator. Due to his impressive background, he typically disregarded Jiang Shaochuan, his superior. For this decisive battle, Jiang Shaochuan had intended to personally confront Su Yi, overpower him, and seize his belongings, thus reclaiming the iron essence without arousing suspicion. Little did he know that Gao Pan was eager for battle and had reported to the main hall, thereby thwarting Jiang Shaochuan's plans. What further troubled Jiang Shaochuan was the necessity of worrying about Gao Pan's success in this battle, due to his unfortunate son's actions. The Heilong Tang's reputation in Guang'an had suffered significantly. Should Gao Pan fail to defeat Yi Su, the Heilong Tang would become a laughingstock, and Jiang Shaochuan, as the instigator, would not escape unscathed. Had he not met Su Yi, Jiang Shaochuan would have been certain of Gao Pan's inevitable victory. However, after their encounter yesterday, he had witnessed Yi Su's utter disregard for the Heilong Tang, which caused him great concern. If Su Yi were merely a foolish braggart, Jiang Shaochuan would not have felt threatened. Yet, after their exchange, he had been thoroughly bested by Yi Su, which indirectly confirmed Su Yi's capabilities. Such an individual, without certainty of victory, would be reckless to provoke. Thus, he harbored trepidation regarding the impending battle and sought to impart a few words of caution to Gao Pan, yet found Gao Pan's arrogant nature dismissive of his authority, avoiding him entirely. It was only through Ma Wenxing's intervention that Gao Pan was lured here. At this moment, as the two met, Jiang Shaochuan's frustration erupted. Mr. Wenxing, you did not summon me here merely to allow Gao to witness the display of Zhang's power, did you? Gao Pan did not even glance at Jiang Shaochuan, focusing solely on Ma Wenxing. Ma Wenxing closed his folding fan and replied with a smile. We are all on the same side. In the face of a formidable enemy, we ought to work together. Master Gao, Jiang is your superior, and the Heilong Tang has strict rules regarding hierarchy. It is essential for you to maintain a good relationship with him. Jiang has asked me to invite you here to discuss important matters. Ma Wenxing, having earned the trust of the chief of the Heilong Tang, found that even Gao Pan, no matter how arrogant, dared not offend him. Reluctantly, Gao Pan turned his attention to Jiang Shaochuan, urging him to get to the point. Fortunately, Jiang Shaochuan had vented most of his frustrations during his encounter with Su Yi yesterday, and his patience had increased. He calmly presented his analysis, of course omitting his humiliating defeat before Su Yi, instead emphasizing Su Yi's extraordinary martial prowess. As he spoke, he patted his golden armor and continued, moreover, with this enchanted robe, gifted by the pavilion master, I could face him with the strength of 3 men. Gao Pan could surely subdue him. Ma Wenxing, sensing Jiang Shaochuan's growing agitation, interjected in a solemn tone. While I have unwavering confidence in Master Gao's victory, Zhang's concerns are not without merit. We must ensure absolute certainty. Otherwise, I will not find peace. Both of you are aware that this arena battle is the only pinnacle contest of physical prowess in Guang'an in recent years, attracting unprecedented attention. The circumstances surrounding this battle have been widely publicized, bringing shame to the Heilong Tang and rendering us the laughingstock of Guang'an. Before he could finish, Jiang Shaochuan knelt on one leg, panic-stricken. This is entirely my failure in raising my son. I implore Mr. Wenxing to report to the pavilion master. I am ready to accept any punishment. Gao Pan remained silent, a cold smile gracing his lips, while Ma Wenxing helped Jiang Shaochuan to his feet, saying, while it is true that your son is the cause of this situation, the root lies with that Yi Shenfu. If we do not eliminate him, the prestige of the Heilong Tang, built over decades, will be swept away. Gao Tangzhu, your unwavering confidence in victory is commendable. However, have you contemplated the consequences of even the slightest oversight? You may be unaware that the Zong Tangzhu has invested a staggering 100,000 gold in you. In Chapter 49, titled Grand Majesty, as Ma Wenxing's words resonated, the atmosphere in the hall felt as if a sudden frost had descended. Not only did Jiang Shaochuan's countenance pale, but Gao Pan's once fierce demeanor also dissipated, his rugged face now as cold and unyielding as stone. 100,000 gold. What could such a sum accomplish? With this amount, one could purchase the life of a peak master of Qihai. The Black Dragon Hall, boasting tens of thousands of followers, accumulates but a mere 10,000 gold in a year after expenses. Thus, 100,000 gold represents a decade of toil for the Black Dragon Hall. Gao Tangzhu, I trust you now understand why the Zong Tangzhu has bestowed upon you this inferior alchemical robe valued at 2,000 gold. Ma Wenxing was pleased to see Gao Pan's seriousness. His primary task was to impress upon Gao Pan the gravity of the decisive battle. He had complete faith in Gao Pan's martial prowess, yet amidst peers, victory is never guaranteed. Even a 1 in 10,000 chance could lead to a reversal, and the Black Dragon Hall could scarcely withstand such a turn of events. Gao Pan's demeanor shifted, and he solemnly declared, I shall not fail my mission. Excellent. I, too, have faith that you would not jest with your own life. As he spoke, Ma Wansheng retrieved a small black box the size of a matchbox from his satchel. Upon opening it, a silver ring lay within, adorned with a delicately crafted miniature serpent coiling in its center. This exquisite item was also a gift from the Zhong Tangzhu. Should an unforeseen event occur during the battle, all you need do is channel your energy and lightly touch the serpent's head, and a blue radiance shall be unleashed. This blue light, derived from the stinger of a century-old Qingguangbi queen, is nearly indestructible and delivers a venom so potent that even colossal beasts would succumb. For those below the body refinement stage, it is utterly insurmountable. Even Shi-Hai experts must evade its lethal brilliance. As Ma Wansheng's words concluded, he demonstrated the ring's power by lightly touching the serpent's head, and a blue radiance pierced through the ornate design of the golden armor on Gao Pan's shoulder, creating a barely perceptible hole as it zipped forth, striking a solid copper gilded pillar some distance away. The strength of the blue light was such that the inferior alchemical robe was effortlessly penetrated, akin to soft tofu. The swiftness of the blue light was astonishing. Even Gao Pan, with his formidable prowess, found himself unable to react in time to evade it. The blue light was minuscule, measuring only a third the size of an ordinary sewing needle, pure and jade-like, so fine that it was nearly undetectable when held in one's palm. After a brief exhibition, Ma Wansheng carefully disassembled the serpent ring into two semicircular halves, concealing the blue light within the ring's body and reassembling it. He solemnly presented it to Gao Pan, stating, "This item possesses immense power. With it as your final safeguard, this battle will be secure. However, I must caution you. It is a consumable. Upon contact with flesh, the blue light's venom will be released. Though this treasure is extraordinary, it is not inexpensive. Its value is akin to 1,000 gold. While the Zhong Tangzhu is generous, I hope that you will refrain from utilizing this unless absolutely necessary. I believe that with your abilities, Gao Tangzhu, you can vanquish the rabble without resorting to this." Generosity? Gao Pan silently scoffed, though he could only nod in agreement. Contemplating the Zhong Tangzhu's obsession with wealth and ruthless nature, Gao Pan resolved not to employ this blue light unless absolutely unavoidable. Otherwise, even in victory, he would taste defeat. The crystal hourglass, round and translucent, captured Su-E's gaze for some time. After bidding farewell to Gao Junmo, he was led into an exceedingly quiet room. The individual who escorted him pointed to the hourglass resting by the window, stating that when the sand within had completely trickled down, it would be time for him to take the stage. With a creak, the final grain of sand settled in the hourglass. The young man in green stood at the door and declared, "The time has come. Follow me." Winding through corridors, they entered a lift. Su-E pondered the source of the lift's power. Once it came to a stop, the young man in green guided him eastward, and shortly thereafter, they entered another lift. Su-E was astonished. They had just descended over 50 zhang, and now they were to descend further. If they continued downward, he feared they would reach the earth's depths. Just as he was lost in thought, the young man in green emitted two soft beeps from his waist, and the lift began to ascend slowly. However, this time, the young man did not accompany him, leaving Su-E alone within the box. Upon closer inspection, he noted that this box differed from the previous lift, as the walls were fixed, with only the iron plate beneath him rising. After ascending for 10 zhang, the dark ceiling suddenly brightened. Moments later, Su-E found himself standing at the center of the arena. He also noticed a formidable figure clad in golden armor soaring 10 zhang away. As Su-E turned to look at Gao Pan, the latter noticed him as well. When Gao Pan's gaze locked onto Su-E, the latter's focus became scattered. Su-E could swear that even in the grandest spectacles of the future, he had never witnessed such a magnificent scene. The arena beneath his feet spanned hundreds of zhang, constructed not of ordinary stone slabs, but of heavy iron mixed with diamond, ground to a rough finish with golden sand. Gazing down, it felt as though he stood at the heart of a black sea. Such a grand arena seemed more suited for titanic beasts than for human combat. If the arena itself was awe-inspiring, the towering stands surrounding it were enough to challenge Su-Yi's sanity. They resembled colossal city walls encircling the entire arena. The stands rose to heights of over 100 zhang, packed with throngs of spectators. From the massive insignia above the stands, Su-E realized that this venue could accommodate 1 million souls. Nevertheless, despite the ingenious design, accommodating such a vast crowd resulted in a dizzying height, rendering the two figures at the arena's center mere specks from above. To resolve this dilemma, the governor of Guang'an Prefecture had sought the expertise of master craftsmen from the alchemical hall. These artisans, with their remarkable ingenuity, devised majestic projection screens in the skies opposite each stand, creatively magnifying the duelist forms for all to see, ensuring that every spectator could accurately witness the battle. Additionally, to enhance the auditory experience, the craftsmen set up sound amplification arrays around the arena, guaranteeing that even the faintest sounds of punches landing or blades slicing through the air would resonate clearly in every listener's ear. In Chapter 50, titled Despicable Me, Su-Yi found himself lost in thought, gazing into the distance, overwhelmed by the grandeur of the architecture that shattered the bounds of imagination, deeply resonating within his soul. Suddenly, an intense excitement surged within him, akin to the exhilarating feeling he had experienced while commanding his allies in a game world during a siege. This time, however, the desire for performance surged a millionfold stronger, indescribable, and consuming. Indeed, leading 100 people in a virtual world paled in comparison to the glory of captivating 1,000,000 souls. Su-Yi's blood surged, and his spirit soared. In stark contrast, Gao Pan, not far from him, was seething with indignation. In his eyes, Su-Yi's arrogance was insufferable, as if he had disregarded Gao Pan entirely. Gao Pan glared at Su-Yi for a prolonged moment, only to find that Su-Yi offered no acknowledgement, his eyes darting about in restless fascination. His expression was one of utter delight, akin to a rustic bumpkin visiting the city, oblivious to the imminent danger posed by the formidable Gao Pan. As their respective thoughts churned, a resounding clang echoed, silencing the raucous crowd in the stands. A deep voice resonated through the sound amplification array, announcing the rules of the duel. As the voice faded, the gazes of Su-Yi and Gao Pan finally collided. Under the vast azure sky, with the sun shining overhead, the towering Gao Pan, wielding a 2-meter-long silver spear and clad in golden armor, cast a menacing look at Su-Yi. The crimson sunlight glinted off his armor, making him appear as a celestial warrior stepping forth from the sun itself. Upon reflection, Su-Yi presented a rather lean physique, though his height was not insignificant. It merely reached the shoulders of Gao Pan. His stubbly beard and pallid complexion, clad in a faded azure robe, could only be described as clean, aside from the strikingly dark brilliance of his eyes, which rendered him nearly invisible in the crowd. The contrast between the two was stark upon their entrance. Gao Pan, with a mere flick of his silver spear, incited a deafening roar from the audience, shaking the very foundations of the city. In that moment, Gao Pan's sense of satisfaction peaked. He had participated in 8 bouts, yet had never stood atop the legendary Shenglongtai, renowned throughout Guang'an. The unending conflicts in Guang'an had rendered the encounters among peak fighters rather commonplace. In recent years, however, such high-stakes confrontations had become rare, elevating this particular duel to unprecedented prominence. Moreover, while the competition ostensibly revolved around the rivalry between Gao Pan and Su-Yi, it also involved the clandestine struggles of the patrol department and the Black Dragon Hall, which had invested a staggering 100,000 gold in the betting market to revitalize the long-dormant scene, thereby amplifying the event's significance. Consequently, the magistrate of Guang'an resolved to reopen the long-closed Shenglongtai as a battleground. As hundreds of thousands cheered for him, Gao Pan's pride soared to great heights, momentarily overshadowing the swift resolution he had promised Ma Wensheng. With a resounding clang, the silver spear sliced through the air and struck the ground. Gao Pan, with his head held high, was about to grandiloquently introduce the origins of his spear, but Su-Yi audaciously interjected. "Silence, please. Silence." Su-Yi suddenly stepped forward, arms outstretched, waving towards the 4 corners of the platform, his deep voice resonating through the acoustics, commanding the attention of the entire arena. Instantly, a hush fell over the crowd, all eyes fixated upon him. The Shenglongtai had witnessed countless events, yet never had a combatant address the audience in such a manner. This unexpected turn of events piqued the curiosity of all present, who instinctively leaned in to hear Su-Yi's words. "May I inquire if there are any among you who have wagered on my victory? If so, I extend my early congratulations, for you are assured of your win. Gome, those who bet on my success, stand and wave your hands so I may see you and draw strength from your support." A wave of individuals rose in response. fervently waving their arms, creating an overwhelming display of enthusiasm. Indeed, with over 1 million spectators, even a mere 1% daring to support Su Yi would generate a formidable clamor. Furthermore, countless onlookers, ever eager for excitement, joined in, shaking the very heavens and echoing through the mountains. Gao Pan, filled with envy at such a scene, felt an exhilarating rush. Reflecting that it was evident who commanded greater popularity, Su Yi could rally such fervor, while he himself could surely surpass it 100-fold. As he basked in the cheers of tens of thousands, Gao Pan was overwhelmed with emotion. In a fit of rage, he bellowed, silencing the crowd, poised to speak when a sudden gust of wind caught his ear, prompting an instinctive evasion. A tremendous force surged through his hand, causing the silver spear to slip from his grasp and fly far from him. The unexpected turn of events was staggering. Su Yi had launched the first strike. It was clear that Su Yi's earlier display of bravado was merely a clever ruse. He had meticulously strategized the confrontation, opting to strike first with agility and power while recognizing his lack of martial skills. The key to victory lay in the element of surprise and close combat, ensuring that his opponent could not leverage their martial prowess. The silver spear in Gao Pan's possession was precisely the target Su Yi had calculated for his initial attack. In this contest of equals, one wielded a formidable weapon while the other was unarmed. It was only logical that the one with the spear would possess exceptional skills. Su Yi could not allow his opponent to capitalize on such an advantage. Thus, by deliberately provoking the audience, he sought to close the distance between himself and Gao Pan while identifying his opponent's blind spots, waiting for the opportune moment to strike. Little did he know, the audience had not yet been sufficiently stirred. It was Gao Pan who had succumbed to a fervid excitement, lost in a whirlwind of imagination. Seizing this golden opportunity, Su Yi sprang forth, launching a flurry of punches. Gao Pan, seasoned by countless battles, instinctively reacted, narrowly avoiding Su Yi's initial blow by tilting his head just enough to evade the strike. However, Su Yi unleashed a rapid succession of punches, and though Gao Pan sidestepped the first, he was a fraction too late to evade the impact of Su Yi's fist against the spear's shaft, sending it tumbling from his grip. In that instant, chaos erupted on the platform, reverberating like thunder, as if Su Yi would be obliterated. The arena filled with an uproar. The audience was taken aback by the audacity of Su Yi's tactics. Such underhanded maneuvers were typically met with disdain, but never had the advantage been claimed at the expense of over 1 million spectators. The crowd erupted in derision, hurling coins, water bottles, and various items in a torrent of outrage. Gao Pan, consumed by a mix of fury and humiliation, cursed Su Yi for his audacity, lamenting that he would not allow even a shred of glory to be taken from him. Yet for Su Yi, victory was paramount, and he remained undeterred by the audience's perception, relentlessly targeting Gao Pan with each strike. Remarkably, Gao Pan, a formidable contender who had triumphed in 8 bouts, managed to maintain a defensive stance amidst the chaos, his resilience preventing any breach in his defense. "You cowardly scoundrel! I shall see you meet your end," he bellowed as he regained his composure. Meanwhile, Su Yi demonstrated exceptional focus, disregarding the taunts from the stands as mere encouragement, his resolve unwavering as he continued to unleash a barrage of punches upon Gao Pan. As Gao Pan's voice echoed through the arena, rallying the crowd, the atmosphere surged with excitement. "Let us see who possesses greater strength," he challenged, unwavering in his confidence. Towering over Su Yi, Gao Pan's imposing stature was nearly double that of his opponent. His physique marked him as a powerhouse among warriors, having utilized his fists to devastating effect in the majority of his previous battles. The audience, responding to Gao Pan's challenge, erupted in a cacophony of support, urging him on. In the midst of this fervor, Su Yi charged forward, delivering a powerful punch to Gao Pan's chest, the impact resonating through the crowd like a clarion call. Gao Pan, momentarily stunned, felt the force of Su Yi's blow, but his armor absorbed the impact, allowing him to retain his stance. With a roar, Gao Pan retaliated, unleashing a devastating punch that threatened to shatter the very ground beneath them. Su Yi deftly evaded, narrowly escaping the wrath of Gao Pan's assault. But as Gao Pan pressed forward, Su Yi met him head-on with another strike, determined to keep the pressure on. The battle raged on, each fighter locked in a relentless dance of strength and skill. Alas, despite his utmost efforts, he could barely take 2 steps before being ensnared once more by Sui. Gao Pan was exceedingly frustrated, having never encountered such a brazen fighting style. The audience erupted in a cacophony of outrage, loudly denouncing the shamelessness of the one surnamed E. Yet, he remained unfazed, prioritizing his life over any semblance of honor. Gao Pan's irritation ignited into genuine fury as he realized that this approach was untenable. The power of his break armor fist was formidable but drained his stamina excessively. The opponent's agility was astounding, rendering his strikes futile. If this continued, he would surely be worn down by Sui. In a moment of clarity, he bellowed, "You wretched rat! So you wish to trade blows? Then let us fight to the bitter end. The first to falter shall be the coward." As soon as his words faded, he fully relinquished his defenses, deftly twisting his neck and launching his fist towards Su Yi's chest and abdomen. The audience echoed his sentiment, chanting fervently, "Whoever falters first shall be the coward." Yi, too, lowered his guard and retaliated with powerful strikes aimed at Gao Pan's core. The sound of fists colliding was thunderous. Both combatants landed blows simultaneously, staggering apart by several feet. Gao Pan's golden armor emitted a sharp cry, while Su Yi remained eerily silent, his body like a withered tree, embodying a stoic resilience. "You have indeed come prepared." Gao Pan coldly regarded Su Yi. A seasoned warrior, he understood the might of his own fists, which no mere practice could withstand. He surmised that Su Yi must also possess formidable armor. Realizing this, Gao Pan felt a mix of surprise and elation. He had correctly anticipated Su Yi's strategy, utilizing his swift movements and armored protection to engage him in close combat and secure victory amid chaos. This style was not to Gao Pan's liking, yet he had no choice but to respond, as Su Yi's extraordinary agility and cunning had left him with little room to maneuver. However, he underestimated Su Yi's understanding of the disparity in their strengths. No amount of scheming could bridge that gap. It was merely a contest of whose armor was more resilient and whose fists were harder. Gao Pan had little doubt that his 2,000 gold alchemical armor would withstand the force of Su Yi's blows, and he was confident that within the realm of body tempering, no one could surpass him. This confrontation, although fleeting in thought, was a mere flash of determination as Gao Pan charged forward first. Su Yi stood firm, and they plunged into a fierce melee once more. Initially, both exchanged blows with some degree of caution, even attempting to strike at each other's unprotected faces. However, after a series of probing attacks, they abandoned the notion of sneak strikes and focused entirely on their barrage of punches. They unleashed hundreds of punches without flinching, either colliding directly or landing solid hits. Both fighters forsook any technique, engaging in a raw contest of strength and willpower. This savage style of combat utterly shattered the spectators' expectations. In previous matches, regardless of the fighters' levels, exchanges were characterized by elaborate techniques and flashy displays. But now, it was as if two titans were clashing, igniting the crowd's fervor. The audience erupted in an unceasing chorus, chanting, "Victory for Gao Zhanshun." It was no surprise that the crowd overwhelmingly supported Gao Pan. His chances of victory were infinitely greater than Su Yi's, and Su Yi's underhanded tactics had eroded his support. Even the initially admiring young ladies had turned to support Gao Pan. The atmosphere was electric, with the golden sunlight casting a radiant glow upon Gao Pan's imposing figure, his golden armor seeming to blaze with the spirit of a warrior. Yet, unbeknownst to the cheering crowd, a deep-seated terror and anxiety gnawed at Gao Pan's heart. If only he could hurl an expletive at the audience, he longed to abandon this style of combat. Yet he felt trapped by the very spectators who failed to comprehend his plight. Chapter 52. Qing Meng, the confidence he had meticulously constructed in his mind, had crumbled to a significant degree. Just moments ago, Gao Pan had been assured that whether in terms of armor or strength, he far surpassed his opponent, believing that he could simply exhaust Su Yi to secure victory. However, the reality was starkly different. After unleashing hundreds of punches, Su Yi's armor remained unblemished, his strength undiminished, while Gao Pan himself was nearing utter exhaustion, his spirit waning. He could scarcely fathom how that gaunt figure across from him was made of such resilient material. After so many strikes, his power showed no signs of waning, as if they were still at the beginning of their confrontation. What vexed Gao Pan most was his earlier boast. "Let us fight to the bitter end. The one who falters first shall be the coward." To make matters worse, nearly 100,000 spectators believed him to be a god descended upon the earth. Certain of his inevitable victory, their cheers reaching a deafening crescendo. Boom, boom, boom. Gao Pan could hold on no longer. He truly could not endure. With one final strike, a loud buzzing filled his head, and his spirit began to flicker. Between preserving his pride and saving his life, he and Su Yi arrived at the same conclusion. The only distinction was that Su Yi, indifferent to worldly opinions, cared not for external judgments, while Gao Pan clung to the dignity of a warrior, feeling utterly humiliated. It was entirely within Su Yi's expectations to see Gao Pan falter. Precisely as Gao Pan had surmised, his close-range trembling was a calculated strategy. Gao Pan's only miscalculation lay in Su Yi's inhuman stamina and resilience. This was Su Yi's strength against Gao Pan's weakness. Though Su Yi had anticipated that Gao Pan could not endure for long, Gao Pan's sudden retreat caught him off guard. However, the relentless exchange of punches had placed Su Yi into a state of inertia, and with each strike he delivered, Gao Pan's armor screamed in protest, the sound growing increasingly shrill. Su Yi suspected that the armor was nearing its limit. Thus, his thoughts had shifted solely to how many punches it would take to shatter Gao Pan's golden armor and secure his victory, neglecting to gauge Gao Pan's limits. A moment's distraction allowed Gao Pan to flee 10 strides away, barely half an arrow's length from his silver spear. Yet, if a simple resolution was at hand, Su Yi would not complicate matters. He planted his left foot firmly, unleashing a powerful burst of energy that left a shallow impression in the ground, propelling himself forward like a gale in pursuit. At that moment, the once silent audience erupted into chaos, hurling jeers, malicious insults, cries, and shrieks, creating a cacophony akin to demonic wails that bewildered the masses. Gao Pan's flight was a devastating blow to the morale of the tens of thousands present. Initially, they had anticipated Gao Pan's assured victory, but Su Yi's cunning tactics had laid bare his apparent weaknesses. The crowd's confidence in Gao Pan surged to its zenith. Witnessing only Gao Pan's resounding roars while Su Yi remained eerily quiet, the outcome already predetermined. Gao Pan's victory was a foregone conclusion, and many would profit from his success, while those who were fervent gamblers, eager to make a fortune, placed their entire fortunes on the line. Yet now, Gao Pan had fled, creating a reversal so profound that no one could accept it. Some sought to excuse Gao Pan's retreat, suggesting he was merely employing strategy. But such notions dissipated almost as quickly as they arose. Gao Pan had boldly proclaimed that the first to falter would be the coward, and now, in front of 100,000 spectators, he had abandoned all pretense, clearly unable to endure any longer. Each step of his retreat felt like a crushing blow to the nerves of the crowd, signaling a complete loss of their investments. The gamblers were incensed. Chaos erupted in the stands, and debris rained down like shooting stars. Some frantic individuals even leaped from the high platform. Had it not been for the protective netting, the vast arena would have been utterly overwhelmed by the tumult. Gao Pan paid no heed to the uproar above, not out of indifference, but because his entire focus was consumed by a singular thought, fixated on the serpent ring adorning his left index finger. At this juncture, he was acutely aware of his predicament. His stamina was nearly exhausted, and more critically, his mental state was severely fatigued. In such a condition, even if he were to seize the silver spear, what good would it do? Thus, Gao Pan entrusted all his hopes to the serpent ring in his hand, a priceless treasure, for it represented his last chance at redemption. His flight towards the silver spear was merely a ruse to divert Su Yi's attention. He required a moment of opportunity to pivot the serpent's head. At that moment, the serpent ring was worn in reverse. First, Gao Pan was enveloped in golden armor and wielded an invincible divine spear, never contemplating the use of the serpent ring. Second, the azure glow within the ring contained but one shot, necessitating absolute precision. Should the serpent's head be carelessly exposed, it would surely raise suspicion and negate the element of surprise. Being a concealed weapon, it could only unleash its full potential when employed discreetly. Having fled a sufficient distance, Gao Pan found himself with ample opportunity to execute the switch of the ring, both subtle and effortless. As he completed the rotation of the serpent's head, his heart, which had been suspended in anxiety, finally settled. Yet his feet did not falter. He stumbled onward, exerting every ounce of strength to approach the silver spear. 10 paces, 3 paces, 1 pace. All present believed this was the moment that would determine victory or defeat. The once boisterous arena fell into a profound silence. Even those who had previously berated Gao Pan now placed their last hopes upon that silver spear. It seemed that if Gao Pan could grasp that spear, victory would be his. As fate would have it, Gao Pan's foot successfully connected with the silver spear, and in an instant, the stands erupted in a cacophony of cheers. Unfazed, Gao Pan remained oblivious to Su Yi. At that moment, the world encompassed only the two of them. Gao Pan's foot did not lift the silver spear. Instead, he turned abruptly, for even with his back turned, he could distinctly sense that Su Yi was already within 3 paces of him. Now was the time to strike. He calculated that by the time he completed his turn, Su Yi would be within 1 pace. And all he needed to do was gently press the serpent's head to conclude everything. He had witnessed the swiftness of the azure glow within a single pace. Even deities could not evade its grasp. Chapter 53. The End. Gao Pan executed a splendid turn. Yet what awaited him was an unforgettable scene. A completely ruined, bottomless shoe flew towards him. With a sharp crack, it struck his face. Before he could react, Su Yi lunged forward, seizing his left hand and twisting it with force. With a snap, Su Yi dislocated Gao Pan's left index finger and swiftly tucked it into his waist pouch. His right hand then swept out abruptly, striking Gao Pan on the forehead. Gao Pan collapsed softly to the ground, and the arena was enveloped in an eerie silence. Why do you not kill me? Gao Pan lay on the ground, suddenly feeling an overwhelming sense of relief. We have no enmity. Why should I kill you? Su Yi picked up the ruined shoe and, while slipping onto his own foot, spoke nonchalantly. His prior strike had merely incapacitated Gao Pan's ability to resist without inflicting mortal harm. Just as he had replied to Gao Junmo, he was not a bloodthirsty fiend. He only eliminated those who deserved it. The Zhou family was a hereditary enemy. Not killing them would leave his soul in unrest. The young men in black had bullied the innocent, deeply insulted Mu Bo, and threatened Xiao Yi's life, provoking Su Yi's wrath and resulting in a bloodbath. As for Gao Pan, Su Yi knew nothing of his character or life and did not wish to know. If it were merely for this duel, Su Yi could only admire Gao Pan's skill but bore no murderous intent. You do not kill me, yet I cannot survive. Gao Pan understood his fate all too well. The 10,000 gold from the Hall Master was at stake. I do not kill you because I have no reason to. Whether you live or die is of no concern to me. Seizing the silver spear from the ground, Su Yi turned to leave. He had initially considered stripping Gao Pan of his golden armor, but in the presence of millions, Su Yi could not lower himself to such depths. The final question lingered in his mind. How did you know the ring was unusual? This question gnawed at Gao Pan. If left unanswered, he could not rest in peace. Feeling, Su Yi spoke the truth. At that moment, as Gao Pan rushed towards the silver spear, Su Yi believed he was making a final desperate attempt. Yet, Gao Pan's speed faltered, albeit imperceptibly, and Su Yi sensed it. His heart skipped a beat, his senses heightened. Once again, he experienced that acute awareness of a fighter in the heat of battle, noting even the slightest shift. Though he did not witness Gao Pan's actions, he clearly felt him adjusting the ring. In that critical moment, Gao Pan chose to forsake his pursuit of the silver spear to manipulate the ring. The only conclusion was that the ring harbored deadly intent. Since the ambush had been discerned, it had lost its potency. Su Yi swiftly devised a countermeasure. Seizing Gao Pan the moment he recognized the threat, he snapped the finger bearing the ring, thus neutralizing the danger. Feeling? Yes, it can only be a feeling. Gao Pan's voice was hollow, mixed with satisfaction as he closed his eyes. With a snap, he twisted his own neck. Strangely, his face radiated satisfaction and pride. Yet his mouth hung open as if mocking. My life is worth more than anything in this world, valued at hundreds of thousands or even millions of gold. Gao Pan's death did not even momentarily halt Su Yi's stride. The cacophony of insults and cheers barely registered in his ears or heart. With a clang, akin to the resounding bell that heralded the commencement of their duel, the announcement echoed once more. I declare that the patrolman Isu has emerged victorious. Furthermore, the Heilong Tang challenges Isu once again. According to regulations, the next decisive battle will take place in 7 days. As the proclamation concluded, Su Yi suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood, collapsing to the ground. The moon was bright and the stars sparse. It was already midnight. The gentle evening breeze swayed the clusters of gardenias outside the small window, filling the room with their fragrant essence. After fainting on the high platform, Su Yi was promptly carried down. Yuan Xinhua hurriedly sought a physician, who diagnosed severe internal injuries and advised rest and recuperation. At this moment, Yuan Xinhua summoned 2 laborers to place Su Yi in bed and then led them out, seemingly with urgent business. As soon as the door closed, Su Yi threw off the covers and sat up. The cool night breeze caressed him, igniting a fire in his heart. It turned out that his fainting on the high platform had been a deliberate ploy. Yuan Xinhua had gone to great lengths to summon a doctor, which had initially touched Su Yi's heart. However, after being forced to consume 2 bowls of bitter and salty concoction from a quack, Yuan Xinhua had abandoned him in the clinic to attend to other matters. If he had merely fallen asleep, it would have been fine, but he had feigned unconsciousness, and incessantly, people came to visit him. They were all those who had profited from his victory in the arena, eagerly discussing plans to bet on him in the next match, believing that he had a good chance of winning. Su Yi was incensed enough to nearly explode, wishing to kick them all to death. Having not a single word to share, he now felt both thirsty and hungry, yet no one attended to him. Just as Su Yi simmered in frustration, he heard some commotion outside. He quickly pulled the covers over himself and lay back down. The door swung open, revealing Qiao Hua, who cautiously slipped in, carefully closing the door behind her. She tiptoed to the bedside, using a small stool to clamber onto the bed. She slowly inched closer to Su Yi's head, gently feeling his forehead, peering into his eyes, her large eyes fixed on him for a long moment. As if making a momentous decision, she extended her soft, plump arm towards Su Yi's mouth and whispered, "Uncle Huzi, you've awoken. You must buy me lots and lots of big chicken legs." In an instant, Su Yi opened his eyes and scooped the little girl up, exclaiming, "Always thinking about food. How can you ever be satisfied?" The little one was startled, but then burst into giggles, clapping her hands. "Oh, Uncle Huzi is awake. Uncle Huzi is awake." "Hush, keep your voice down. Uncle Huzi is pretending to be sick. Our family should know, but do not let it spread." Su Yi covered Qiao Hua's mouth. "Uncle Huzi is so naughty." As she spoke, the little girl yawned, her expression still weary. "I'm tired. I'll go to sleep now. Tomorrow morning, I want to eat big meat buns, osmanthus cakes, chicken legs, and sweet porridge." She counted off her desires on her fingers. Su Yi ruffled the little girl's hair and set her down, watching as she scampered out of the room. After a short while, the door opened once more, and Yuan Xinhua entered, carrying a large bowl. Before stepping inside, the strong scent of bitter herbal soup rushed into the room. Chapter 54. The Path. "Oh, master, you are awake." Yuan Xinhua gazed in astonishment at Su Yi, who sat coldly on the edge of the bed, nearly spilling the bowl of medicinal soup in his hands. He hastened to the bedside, urging anxiously, "Lie down. The doctor has said your internal organs are severely injured. You must rest." Before he could finish speaking, Su Yi seized the bowl of soup and hurled it out the window. "Rest? Nonsense. I know the weight of the injuries I inflicted upon myself. But what about you? How could you be so inconsiderate as to leave me at the clinic while you slipped away?" "What? Inflicted my own injuries? Ah, I see." Yuan Xinhua was right. Su Yi feigned his injuries to elevate his odds. Earning money was no easy feat, and such an opportunity was rare. After all, having worked hard for his livelihood, he felt it was only right to seize the moment for some financial gain. The gambling house was cunning, offering ridiculous odds. Now, Su Yi planned to dramatically cough up a few mouthfuls of blood in front of the masses, just to see how they would manipulate his odds further. That way, he could earn a bit more for his expenditures. "Don't get ahead of yourself. I want to ask what you've been busy with all afternoon. If you can't explain it, half of this month's wages will be deducted." Su Yi's resentment lingered. Yuan Xinhua jumped up 3 feet high, his round face contorted as he exclaimed, "What? Boss, do you dare say such things? Aren't you afraid of the heavens striking you down? Deduct my wages? That's utterly unjust. Have you even asked what I've been busy with all afternoon? My feet are still numb. Is it really that hard to cash a betting ticket? Does it take you an entire afternoon? Will you retorted citerni?" At that moment, Yuan Xinhua finally broke into a smile. Without Su Yi, he would have ended up like the majority of gamblers in the city, completely trapped in a deep pit of debt. Su Yi took the ticket, glanced at it, and exclaimed in surprise, "How can it be 1,600 gold?" Su Yi's heart soared with joy, and an idea struck him. He realized he cherished the silver gun he had in hand the most. Unexpectedly, The policies at the Public Resolution Office were quite humane, not only returning a silver gun, but also bringing along a set of golden armor. "You've suffered, Yuan brother," he said. Yuan Qinghua's resentment surged, and as he spoke of his sorrow, tears seemed to well up. It was only then that Su Yi noticed the room had indeed changed. Although the furnishings remained simple, it had become considerably more spacious. Yuan Qinghua was relentless. Su Yi suddenly had a revelation. "Enough of this. This month, I shall raise your salary by 30%. Boss, you are wise." Yuan Qinghua's face brightened, and he rushed to the window, leaning out to shout, "Zhang Ma, Hihua, go to Tianxianglu and order a feast for the master. Only meat, no vegetables." As soon as he spoke, he reconsidered and corrected himself. "Forget it. The master is gravely injured and has no appetite. Just prepare something light in the kitchen." "All right, enough of the theatrics. I have a few tasks for you to handle tomorrow." Su Yi was not bothered by Yuan Qinghua's focus on money. After all, they were merely acquaintances. He was already satisfied that Yuan Qinghua was willing to go to such lengths for financial gain. "First, take that silver gun to Linglongge for processing. Also, check on the medicine preparations. If feasible, I will provide additional funds for Linglongge to procure supplies from other states." After the battle with Gao Pan, Su Yi fully realized the importance of martial arts. Without strategy, a direct confrontation would have drained him of energy, even if he managed to defeat Gao Pan. This battle had exposed his combat style to the outside world, which relied on others' unfamiliarity with him. Now, the Black Dragon Hall would likely be forced to bring out their best skills. Thus, martial arts had become a pressing concern for Su Yi. Yuan Qinghua said, "I believe procuring the medicine will not be difficult. As long as the price is right, there is no medicine that cannot be obtained. Rest assured, I will see to it. By the way, what do you plan to do with that set of battle robes? If you're keeping it for personal use, the size is unsuitable. It might be better to add some money and exchange it at the Alchemist Hall." Su Yi replied, "That golden armor doesn't suit me. Let us sell it. Didn't you mention someone wanted to buy it midway? Find a good price and sell it." Yuan Qinghua remarked, "A high price indeed. Would require going to Linglongge. Private buyers cannot afford such a cost. This is an inferior battle robe from the Alchemist Hall, worth 2,000 gold. At this point, his brows furrowed in realization. "Wait, boss, you never make a losing deal. There must be some trick to it. Please explain." In just a few days, Yuan Qinghua had come to understand Su Yi thoroughly. He was certainly not someone who would easily accept a loss. Su Yi frowned. "What do you mean by that? Am I a cunning person?" "Boss, spare the act and just tell me. Otherwise, I won't be confident when bargaining." Yuan Qinghua insisted. Su Yi, unable to withstand his persistence, revealed the reasoning. It turned out, Su Yi knew that after enduring countless blows, the golden armor's durability was nearing its limit. If it were sent to Linglongge, there was no guarantee it wouldn't be tested, resulting in a lowered price. Selling it privately would mean others were unaware of its condition, allowing for a better price based on its appearance. Upon hearing the reasoning, Yuan Qinghua nearly knelt before Su Yi and suddenly swore to the heavens, "Boss, if I ever dare to deceive you, may lightning strike me and grant me a miserable death." What kind of boss was he? Simply a genius. To think of such a scheme. Who could dare to compare in cunning? Su Yi waved his hand. "Enough of your theatrics. By the way, you've moved into a new house. What about the office? I still have public duties." Yuan Qinghua slapped his thigh in realization. "You mentioning it almost made me forget. Director Gao from the patrol office sent someone to visit and left many gifts, instructing me to inform you to set aside official matters and focus on recuperating." TSK. Boss, you're truly extraordinary. Even someone like Gao Qijian pays you respect. With the last troublesome matter resolved, Su Yi breathed a sigh of relief. It was getting late, and with many tasks awaiting him tomorrow, he told Yuan Qinghua to go rest. Yuan Qinghua complied, and soon returned with a tray holding several buns and a pot of porridge. Su Yi et hudiden, zikaling guwas instusting, and relayed the food request she had made earlier. Yuan Qinghua listened, nodded in agreement, and quietly left, feeling an inexplicable sentiment within. During their interactions over these 2 days, Yuan Qinghua had come to realize that Su Yi was merely an outsider serendipitously saved by the old master of the Mu family from the river. From observing Su Yi's care for the Mu family, it was clear he held deep gratitude, tending to their needs and even confronting the Black Dragon Hall on their behalf. Such loyalty and gratitude were truly rare. Working under such a master was reassuring. Yuan Qinghua silently prayed and closed the door. However, Su Yi was far from sleepy. He stacked his pillow high, reclining comfortably as he contemplated his next moves. The Black Dragon Hall, after this battle, had likely been driven completely mad by him. The upcoming opponents would likely be exponentially stronger than Gao Pan. As he silently calculated, Su Yi gradually organized his thoughts. Firstly, he must forge the dragon crocodile skin into armor. This was of utmost urgency. The dragon crocodile skin had proven to be exceptionally defensive. In the recent battle with Gao Pan, his defense relied solely on the dragon crocodile skin. However, with only a single cord binding it to his chest, the protective area was quite limited. By forging it into armor that would shield his entire body, he could at least secure a position of invincibility. Secondly, the martial art, namely the Ba Li Ju, must be cultivated to effectiveness. Since acquiring the Ba Li Ju, Su Yi had studied it several times and understood that the essence of this technique lay in using one's flesh and blood to absorb the potent medicinal power, circulating it throughout the body to unleash formidable fist strength. Each level required different medicinal ingredients. The challenge of cultivation lay in the excruciating pain of absorbing the medicinal power, something most could not endure. The technique emphasized that only those with strong willpower could practice it, and during cultivation, one must never be alone, for in times of urgency. If the practitioner were forcibly pulled from the medicine barrel, it would interrupt the absorption of the medicinal power. Amidst the anguish, Su Yi harbored confidence in his ability to endure. Thus, he resolutely committed to the cultivation of the Ba Li Ju. The dragon crocodile skin was primarily defensive, while the Ba Li Ju was mainly offensive. It appeared to be a perfect combination, yet it still lacked a vital life-preserving technique. How could he have overlooked this critical aspect? As he strained to enhance his martial prowess, Su Yi suddenly recalled the severed finger concealed within his waist pouch. Removing the ring, he forcefully hurled the severed finger in a grand parabolic arc. After retrieving the ring and examining it in the light for an extended period, he surmised that it was a launching device, with the sole firing aperture resembling a serpent's mouth. This aligned with Gao Pan's previous adjustment of the ring at a perilous moment. But how to activate it? To err on the side of caution, Su Yi aimed the serpent's mouth at the thickly folded bedding. Should anything remarkable be discharged, the bedding would serve as a barrier to prevent ricochet. After pressing the serpent's head multiple times, he sensed a response, yet nothing was triggered. Grasping the ring and pondering deeply, Su Yi suddenly remembered the iron essence in his waist pouch, which required a mastery of force to activate. Could this item also function similarly? After a brief incense stick's worth of time, Su Yi discovered the Qing Mang beneath the stone slab under his bed. The prolonged search was due to the overwhelming power of the Qing Mang. Initially, he believed the discharged item had become lodged within the bedding, which was several feet high when folded, presenting substantial resistance. After thoroughly searching the bedding without success, he ultimately found a barely perceptible hole in the bed, which led him to the slender Qing Mang on the stone slab below. Could this item also be lethal? Su Yi found himself in doubt. Although its penetration power was astonishing and its firing speed exceedingly high, its diminutive size limited its lethality unless it struck vital areas such as the heart or head. No, that couldn't be right. It must be poisonous. The realization struck him, nearly causing him to discard the Qing Mang in fright. Indeed, such a slender and tiny object could only possess great lethality if it contained potent venom. Understanding the true nature of the ring, Su Yi felt little excitement. If employed unexpectedly, the ring could indeed serve as an excellent secret weapon. However, it was a consumable, expiring after a single use. He still had 2 decisive battles to face. Moreover, if he encountered heavily armored opponents, the Qing Mang might not succeed in a single strike. Without the Qing Mang, the ring would lose its intimidation factor. Su Yi, emboldened, soon discerned the method to dismantle the ring. He carefully inserted the Qing Mang into the hollow and reassembled the ring, placing it back in his waist pouch. After much contemplation, he ultimately could not devise a life-saving technique. Su Yi recognized that this matter could not be rushed. With the dragon crocodile skin for protection, he felt a sense of relief, and, knowing there were activities planned for the next day, he cleared his mind and soon fell into a deep slumber. The moonlight was splendid that night, casting a serene glow upon Su Yi's small window, its cool and elegant radiance enhancing the eerie atmosphere within the dimly lit conference hall of the Heilong Tang. Initially, The hall was illuminated by the brilliance of hundreds of glass lanterns adorning the dome, showcasing the opulence of the space. As Ma Wensheng rushed into the oppressively silent conference hall, he leaned in to whisper a few words to the Grand Hall Master, Wan Yulong. In response, Wan Yulong unleashed a furious punch upon the purple-gold round table before him, shattering it into fragments. He roared to the heavens, his voice echoing like a dragon, causing the hundreds of glass lanterns above to shatter, and the hall was plunged into darkness. Despite the extinguished lights, Wan Yulong's anger remained unmitigated as he spoke in a somber tone. Wensheng, did you convey my intentions thoroughly? Surely, they must retreat at least 70 or 80%. You must understand that I sent you precisely because I recognized your adaptability. Ma Wensheng replied, Grand Hall Master, I am truly ashamed, but I have exerted every effort. Not only did they refuse to concede 70%, but they would not even yield a mere 10, insisting on what is wagered must be forfeited. It turned out that Wan Yulong had wagered 100,000 gold coins on Gao Pan, and with this loss, his heart felt like a turbulent sea, raging uncontrollably. He was naturally someone who cherished wealth above all else. Even the smallest sum he allocated to the Hei Long Tang for contributions was a source of pain. Now, with 100,000 gold coins gone in an instant, it felt as if his very bones were being gnawed at by anguish. Unable to bear this setback, he concocted a plan to demand a refund from the gambling house. Calm yourself. For a gambling house capable of accepting a wager of 100,000 gold coins is not one to be trifled with. The establishment we bet with is backed by the Ling Shao Pavilion, Ma Wensheng cautioned. Had it not been for the darkness, one could have observed the myriad of red faces in the room, the only distinction being that Wan Yulong was furious, while Ma Wensheng and several vice hall masters and elders felt ashamed. The esteemed Hei Long Tang, an influential force in Guang'an City, was now contemplating the audacity of demanding a refund from the gambling house after losing. Such behavior was hardly more dignified than that of street thugs. While the Hei Long Tang was a formidable power in the underworld, it held little weight in the eyes of the three major orthodox sects and noble families. This visit was evidently destined to be an embarrassment. Despite his tone retaining its fervor, Wan Yulong's momentum had noticeably diminished, clearly impacted by the formidable reputation of the Ling Shao Pavilion. Having followed Wan Yulong for a considerable time, Ma Wensheng knew his temperament and quickly provided a few words of encouragement to restore Wan Yulong's composure. He concluded, Grand Hall Master, esteemed colleagues, I believe that losing 100,000 gold coins will not significantly harm our Hei Long Tang's vitality. At most, it will require our brothers to be more diligent in their activities for a couple of years to recuperate. However, as we traverse the world, the Hei Long Tang's reputation in Guang'an is forged not by anything else, but by the iron and blood that constitute our golden signboard. Now, with the massacre in Furong Town and Gao Pan's devastating defeat, our Hei Long Tang's prestige has plummeted and our dignity has been shattered. It is as though our illustrious signboard has been sullied, and the severity of this situation is understood even better by you, the wise Grand Hall Master, and the astute, esteemed colleagues. At this point, murmurs filled the room, as everyone present, seasoned veterans of the underworld, understood the importance of reputation. If the reputation crumbles, the morale dissipates, and the Hei Long Tang will ultimately collapse. Recognizing the source of all this turmoil, the Vice Hall Master with a monkey-like face suddenly shouted, Where is that scoundrel Jiang Shaochuan? He is the one responsible for all this trouble, and I shall not rest until I have skinned him alive. Anyone summoned by Wan Yulong to this meeting knew that it would not end well. After a moment of heavy silence, Wan Yulong's fury erupted, and the monkey-faced Vice Hall Master pointed out the target of his wrath, igniting a lively discussion within the hall. Everyone unanimously demanded severe punishment for Jiang Shaochuan. Wan Yulong shot a glance at Ma Wensheng, who boldly declared, Jiang Shaochuan has committed heinous crimes and cannot be let off lightly. He has already been dealt with. The roasted meats, the heart-warming soup, and the tender bones consumed tonight were all contributions from Jiang Shaochuan. At this moment, he is already within your bellies. It is said that one must pay the price for their sins, and so it is only fitting. As Ma Wensheng concluded his statement, the expressions of the Vice Hall Masters and Elders instantly soured. Though they were all ruthless individuals, the very thought of consuming such meat was a challenge to their physical limits. His words triggered a chain reaction, many already feeling nauseous. could not withstand the thought of what they had ingested and promptly fled the hall in distress. Wan Yulong snorted and declared, "Once you've expelled that, come to the Jewy hall." He turned and left. The Grand Hall Master's demeanor was grim, and no one dared to linger. After a brief moment of recovery, they managed to compose themselves, though the lingering nausea remained. Shortly thereafter, they gathered in the bright and spacious Jewy hall. Wan Yulong, impatient for them to take their seats, spoke directly. "Wensheng is correct. There is nothing more pressing than eliminating Isu. If he remains alive, our Heilong Tang will forever be a laughingstock in Guang'an. Gao Junmo has granted me 3 opportunities for a challenge, but I cannot wait for 3 battles. We must secure a victory in the next match. Otherwise, even if our Heilong Tang wins, it will still be a loss." Ma Wensheng replied, "Grand Hall Master, you speak the truth. This mission to eliminate Isu is a matter of life and death. I believe it is a consensus among us all. The critical question remains, who shall we select to fight in the next battle?" Chapter 57. Young Master Tingyun. As soon as the question was posed, the atmosphere in the room came alive. The 3 deputy hall masters and 4 elders began to enthusiastically recommend candidates. With over 30,000 members in the Heilong Tang, there were numerous peak body refinement experts among them, making the selection process somewhat chaotic. With a resounding clap, Wan Yulong struck the intricately carved tiger head armrest of his golden seat, silencing the chatter that resembled a flock of sparrows. "Wensheng, if you have something to say, do so promptly." Ma Wensheng clasped his fist towards Wan Yulong. "Hall Master, it is not that I lack words, but it is truly difficult to arrive at a decision after much deliberation. Although we have many experts in the Heilong Tang, there are at least 100 at the peak of body refinement, and perhaps 20 or 30 who are comparable to Gao Pan. However, there are only a little over 10 who can surely surpass Gao Pan. Those comparable to him cannot compete with the one surnamed E, and those certain to surpass Gao Pan may not guarantee victory over E. It is indeed a source of great distress." Wan Yulong furrowed his brow in contemplation for a moment before speaking. "What if we were to offer a substantial sum to hire an expert? There are many scattered cultivators among the top 10 on the Guang'an City Arena battle rankings. It may not be impossible to persuade one of them." Ma Wensheng replied, "While this strategy could indeed enhance our odds, the crux lies in the fact that such individuals are outsiders, which could tarnish the reputation of our Heilong Tang. Even in victory, others would mock us for lacking capable members. Then let it be so. We shall invest heavily to invite that person to join our Heilong Tang. After the duel, they may choose to stay or leave. Would that not be a win-win situation?" chimed in the monkey-faced deputy hall master, known for his quick wit. Ma Wensheng shook his head. "These renowned figures have long been established, their names well known in Guang'an. Even if they join our Heilong Tang, it would only serve to highlight our desperation, inviting further ridicule." "Then what shall we do, Master Ma? Why not let me give it a try?" came a voice from the back hall. The crowd turned to see a young man leisurely stepping forward. In his 30s, tall and handsome, dressed in white robes with a jade pendant at his waist and a paper fan in hand, he moved gracefully, though an unshakable pride marred his countenance, making him appear as a refined gentleman. "Yinner, what brings you here?" Wan Yulong's face softened with a smile. The newcomer was none other than Wan Tingyun, the young master of the Heilong Tang. Being his only son, Wan Yulong had devoted much care to his upbringing, and Wan Tingyun had indeed lived up to expectations, reaching the peak of body refinement by the age of 30, a prized possession in Wan Yulong's hands. With an air of self-assurance, Wan Tingyun approached, pulled out a chair, and seated himself at the table, lightly fanning himself. "I was just in the back room reading when I overheard your incessant discussions. I am embarrassed for you all. The men of the Heilong Tang are not all gone. There is no need to seek assistance from outsiders. Let it be known, I shall take on this duel myself. The mere Isu is hardly a concern." Spoiled by his father's affection, Wan Tingyun's audacious demeanor was well known among the attendees, and none took offense at his words. Rather, their faces brightened at the prospect of Wan Tingyun stepping forward. Indeed, he was an excellent choice, having earned the title of one of the top 10 young masters in Guang'an among many prominent families. He had honed his skills for 3 years, standing firm within the realm of body refinement, and had not yet broken through to the Qi realm. This was partly due to the scarcity of divine essence pills, and partly because Wan Yulong wished for his son to solidify his foundation before advancing further. Now, as a mid-level Qi cultivator, Wan Yulong understood the critical importance of crossing into the Qi realm. The quality of the qi directly influenced one's martial arts journey. Years ago, when he himself broke through, no one shared such insights with him, and he was determined not to let Wan Tingyun tread the same difficult path. Were it not for this, given his status and the wealth of the Hei Long Tang, how could he allow his son to linger in the body refinement stage for so long? Absolutely not. Yin'er, your focus should be on cultivation. The priority is to strengthen your skills and strive to master the Mo Hu Zhuang Gu Gong, achieving the strength of 3 bulls. I will do my utmost to procure divine essence pills to assist you in breaking through to the qi. You need not concern yourself with these trivial matters. Wan Yulong was well aware that his exceptional son could easily surpass Yi Su, who had merely fought to a standstill with Gao Pan. However, after the experience with Gao Pan, he no longer trusted in absolute certainty. If Wan Tingyun were to face unforeseen circumstances, what would it matter if he defeated Yi 100 times? With a swift motion, Wan Tingyun closed his fan and smiled. Father, I have been practicing the Mo Hu Zhuang Gu Gong for nearly 3 years. Currently, I can exert 2 bulls' worth of strength, yet I cannot break through the final barrier. In my leisure, I have perused the history of martial arts and noted many precedents of predecessors who broke through their martial arts bottlenecks during battles. If Yi can defeat Gao Pan, he will serve as the perfect stepping stone for my own breakthrough. Wan Yulong's brow furrowed deeply, about to offer counsel. But Wan Tingyun waved his fan lightly. Father, there's no need for further words. My mind is made up. The room fell into a heavy silence. Given the stakes for Wan Tingyun, no one dared to counsel Wan Yulong. Should anything happen to Wan Tingyun, the advisor could easily become another Jiang Shaochuan. Very well. Since you are so determined to enter the arena, I shall give my consent. However, you must also accept my conditions. After a long pause, Wan Yulong finally made his decision. Indeed, he could protect Wan Tingyun for a time, but could he shield him for a lifetime? A fledgling eagle under the shelter of its wings could never truly grow. What are the conditions? You do not need to know for now. I will inform you at the appropriate time. You simply need to follow my instructions. Now, you may leave. I have matters to discuss with your uncles. With an elegant departure, Wan Tingyun left, and Wan Yulong sighed, rising from his seat. Well, if he wishes to stir things up, let him be. However, as Yin'er prepares for battle, don't you, his uncles, think you should show some support? For the sake of the Hei Long Tang, I, Wan, have even offered my son. Surely, you cannot allow Yin'er to enter the arena empty-handed. The drama unfolded. No one had anticipated that Wan Yulong would wait for their response. After a brief contemplation, it became clear that, given Wan Yulong's temperament, he would not let the opportunity pass to secure some benefits for Wan Tingyun. Consequently, the others generously began to contribute, with one offering a precious sword and another a suit of armor. Just as the atmosphere grew lively, Wan Yulong slammed his hand on the table, his tiger-like eyes glaring with fury. Do you think Gao Pan is a beggar? This Hei Long Tang is not solely mine. My son is fighting for all of us. How can you be so stingy? Don't think I'm unaware of the treasures you all have tucked away in your own halls. Do you truly think Wan's son is unworthy? With Wan Yulong's established authority, his outburst compelled the crowd to bow their heads, despite their grievances. The monkey-faced deputy hall master was the first to respond. Hall master, I will contribute a lower-grade magical robe from the refining hall. Its defensive capabilities were demonstrated against Gao Pan. Even he could not breach it. If Tingyun dons this robe, he will certainly stand firm against his opponents. Chapter 58. Victory is assured. The monkey-faced deputy hall master was one of Wan Yulong's most trusted aides, and his willingness to contribute first set a precedent. Indeed, with his example, the other deputy hall masters and elders could no longer feign ignorance. They resolutely dug deep and pulled together several valuable items. First, the invincible battle boots, crafted from the skin of a fire rhinoceros, offered astonishing defense and could bear immense weight, making them ideal for battle. Second, there was the tiger-shaped golden helmet, forged from soft red gold and refined with essence. To create this helmet alone required 500 gold coins worth of red gold. Its defensive capabilities were remarkable and its value considerable. Third, the heavenly silkworm gauntlets, made from the silk of the Tianshan Silkworm King, were worn during combat. Not only did they protect the fists, but they also enhanced striking power, making them a versatile treasure for both attack and defense. Lastly, there was a set of sonic flying daggers, totaling 7, forged from Gale Goldstone, naturally imbued with wind attributes. When launched, they moved at incredible speeds, making them nearly impossible to evade and possessing great destructive power. Grateful for the pledges and contributions, Wan Yulong was overjoyed, patting each person's shoulder and exclaiming, "With your united efforts, there is no place in this vast world that our Hei Long Tang cannot reach. Brothers, rest assured, these items are merely borrowed. Once the duel concludes, I promise they will be returned, and I will ensure no one suffers a loss." Despite the reluctance of the deputy master and his entourage, they could only muster grandiose words. After concluding the meeting, Wan Yulong showed no interest in keeping the others around, dismissing them with a wave of his hand. Once they departed, he summoned Ma Wensheng into the elegant chamber where Wan Tingyun had previously been. He spoke candidly. "Wensheng, to be honest, I trust Yun'er in battle. However, concern may lead to disorder. You possess a sharp mind. Analyze Tingyun's chances of victory from an outsider's perspective." Ma Wensheng replied, "Since the headmaster has inquired, allow me to offer my humble insights. In combat, knowing oneself and the enemy ensures victory. The opponent's abilities were revealed during the encounter with Gao Pan. His strengths lie in his swift movements, formidable defenses, and abundant stamina. However, he lacks refined techniques, indicating he likely hails from a background of limited training. Notably, this individual possesses remarkable intelligence, having formulated a strategy before the battle even commenced. By employing deception at the outset, he disarmed Gao Pan's silver spear, thereby dismantling Gao Pan's advantage. He adeptly engaged Gao Pan in close combat, and as neither could breach the other's defenses, the fight devolved into a sheer test of endurance. Initially, I believed Gao Pan's robust physique would prevail even in a test of stamina, but I underestimated this opponent's remarkable endurance, which ultimately exhausted Gao Pan. However, it is worth noting that Gao Pan had prepared to deploy the snake ring, but was thwarted by this individual's swift intervention. Clearly, he anticipated Gao Pan's move. If he merely guessed this action, he is formidable indeed. But if he was aware of Gao Pan's intentions, then he is even more alarming. Ma Wensheng, renowned as the strategist of the Black Dragon Hall, dissected the earlier battle with clarity. Wan Yulong's expression turned grave. "Wensheng, this matter is of great significance. Yun'er must not falter." As he spoke, he gripped Ma Wensheng's wrist tightly. Ma Wensheng, his thin face paling, quickly reassured, "Headmaster, you are overthinking this." While this individual is adept at anticipating concealed threats, such skills are primarily useful in a defensive context. In this instance, the young master will confront him in an open battle. Even if he knows, what can he do? It is akin to knowing that the sky is about to fall. Knowing does not alter the outcome. Only then did Wan Yulong release his grip, nodding in agreement with Ma Wensheng's analysis. Suddenly, he recalled something, a chill running down his spine. "Wensheng, do you remember that the snake ring was seized by a petty thief? Yun'er's battle will be fraught with peril." Ma Wensheng responded, "Headmaster, remain calm. I have already considered this. To ensure full preparedness, we should devise a subtle strategy." Wan Yulong pondered this, realizing the implications. "Indeed, for you not? There is nothing we cannot do." Ma Wensheng continued, "You are absolutely right. The young master is the future of our Black Dragon Hall, and we cannot afford any losses. Besides the snake ring, this individual possesses another advantage which, if left unchecked, could pose an additional threat to the young master in this battle." Wan Yulong inquired, "Are you referring to the thief's agility?" He acknowledged, indeed, this individual moves with a ghostly grace, unlike any known techniques, which is quite perplexing. "Since you have identified this, I am eager to learn from you." Ma Wensheng, as the trusted advisor of Wan Yulong, displayed remarkable intellect and foresight. After the duel between Yi and Gao Pan, he began preparing for the next contest. At that moment, Wan Yulong posed a question which Ma Wensheng found difficult to evade. "What?" he demanded a fortune. Suddenly, Wan Yulong's demeanor softened. Of course, such a celestial artifact, even in a damaged state, is worth the price. For Yun'er, what sacrifice is too great? Ma Wensheng stood, gravely cupping his hands. "Thus, I, Ma, can assure you that unless the heavens themselves turn upside down, the young master is destined for victory." At noon, the sun cast its rays upon the window lattice, creating patterns on the ancient bound volumes, illuminating the words within. Su Yi reclined at the head of the bed. Engrossed in a book he had specially requested Ma Wensheng to procure, Guang'an Fuji, to swiftly familiarize himself with Guang'an City. This tome chronicles nearly a millennium of Guangan's history. Su Yi, uninterested in the broader historical narrative, concentrated on the past 50 years, especially focusing on martial affairs and the notable armament shops. While he immersed himself in the text, Chua entered, struggling with a large cloth bag. Su Yi quickly leaped from the bed to lift her, smiling. "What delicacy have you brought for Uncle Huzi?" Though young, Chua was astute, aware of Su Yi's feigned illness. And thus, she covertly transported treats under the pretense of her own desires, having already made 2 prior trips. "Chicken leg, eat up but don't let anyone see, otherwise, it will spoil the ruse of your illness." The little girl perched on Su Yi's lap, retrieving a succulent chicken leg from the bag, offering it to him. Chapter 59. Alchemy Hall. Su Yi, initially lacking appetite, could not bear to disappoint the kind-hearted child. He tousled her hair and took a hearty bite. Seeing him relish the food, her round face lit up, revealing her adorable tiger teeth. "Are you not eating? There's so much. I can't possibly eat it all." "Will you chuck it?" The little girl patted her round belly, pouting. "I can't eat anymore. I'm too full." "Oh, Uncle Huzi, living with you is both good and bad. The good is all the delicious food, but the bad is that my belly is always bloated. And now even chicken legs don't taste good." Su Yi chuckled softly, suddenly recalling Chiowa's schooling in Furong Town. He asked, "Chiowa, what is grandfather doing?" "Please call him. I want to discuss finding you a school in the city so you can continue your studies." "School?" Chiowa's eyes sparkled, but then dimmed. "I want to go. It's not like Furong Town. I'd rather stay home with grandfather." "You little lazybones, does it matter where you study?" "Oyi tisit, pinchin her chubby cheek." She seemed reluctant to pursue the topic further, slipping off Su Yi's lap, hands behind her back, walking away while sighing. Upon reaching the door, she exclaimed, "Uncle Huzi, I wish I could grow up," and then dashed out. Su Yi shook his head with a wry smile, deciding that the matter of her schooling was not urgent. Just as he prepared to resume his reading, Yuan Qinghua hurried into the courtyard. "Headmaster, there's a serious issue." Yuan Qinghua burst through the door, panic-stricken. "The sky is not falling. Take your time to explain. Is this person of significant importance? Where there's a will, there's a way. Just focus on your own affairs. Why fret over these matters? You didn't forget the important tasks I entrusted to you, did you?" Su Yi's calm demeanor stemmed from his prior anticipation of encountering the formidable Black Dragon Hall. Although the situation appeared dire, it remained within manageable bounds. Yuan Qinghua, astonished by Su Yi's unflappable nerve, responded promptly. "Since receiving your instructions last night, I set out early today. First, I sold the formidable silver spear at Linglong Pavilion for 500 gold pieces. I also instructed them to procure medicinal herbs at high prices from various prefectures. Then, I moved to the market north of Anha Bridge, where I managed to sell that inferior set of magical attire for 1,200 gold. Receiving the 1,700 gold from Yuan Qinghua, along with the 1,500 gold from the previous day's wager, and over 300 gold already in hand. Su Yi now boasted a total of over 3,500 gold, far exceeding his earlier fortune of 2 gold ingots. Su Yi felt a surge of joy. "Headmaster, are you unwell? Where are you headed?" Yuan Qinghua called out from behind. Upon exiting, Su Yi made his way directly to Master Zhou's residence. He had feigned injury for the past 2 days, and Master Zhou had yet to visit, which weighed heavily on his mind. Upon reaching the Zhou residence, he was met with a formidable barrier at the door. After inquiring around, an elderly woman living next door to Zhou Fuji confirmed Su Yi's name and handed him a letter, stating it was meant for him from Zhou Fuji. Upon opening the letter, Su Yi understood the reason for his visit. After bidding farewell to Zhou Fuji's household, he headed straight to the eastern city, entering the gathering place of martial artists without hesitation, moving swiftly with purpose. After a brief interval, Su Yi found himself before a workshop that appeared to occupy several acres, resembling a small town. The entrance was exceedingly modest, presenting a small door and a simple sign that lacked the opulence of Linglong Pavilion. It was merely a black plaque inscribed with 3 bold characters, Lian Jin Tang, with smaller text in the corner reading Guang and Funtang. Despite the unassuming Fade, Su Yi did not underestimate this place, for the sounds of powerful roars and the occasional bursts of colorful lights and ethereal shapes filled the air, creating an atmosphere of profound mystery. Upon entering the spacious hall, Su Yi noticed there were few patrons, and, unlike Linglong Pavilion, there were no professional attendants to greet him. He remained unperturbed, understanding that arrogance often stemmed from valid reasons. Indeed, after scanning the surroundings, he noticed a stone carving on the decorative wall at the entrance. After a cursory glance, he made his way into the inner hall, traversing several paces until he found the door he sought. The sign above read Dai Lian Tang, glowing a deep crimson like fire. Notably, Su Yi's peculiar attire, complete with a conical hat, did not attract the attention of the green-clad attendant, as martial artists valued their privacy universally. In Chapter 60, Attributes, he sought the status of a Level 3 alchemist. This designation was the highest level marked on the stone carving, which notably warned that those without precious materials should refrain from soliciting a Level 3 alchemist, to avoid wasting their time. Indeed, the green-clad attendant's demeanor shifted as he scrutinized Su Yi, cautioning him to consider whether the materials he possessed were worthy of a Level 3 alchemist's attention. Furthermore, there were new regulations stating that to solicit a Level 3 alchemist, one must present assets valued at 2,000 gold. Otherwise, no requests would be entertained. Initially, the stone carving did not contain such a warning, leading many, Zhang San, Li Si, Wang Ermatzi, to enter and demand a Level 3 alchemist. Subsequently, the inscription was amended, yet many continued to seek Level 3 alchemists, as individual standards for treasures varied significantly. Rarely did anyone deem their collected materials insufficient for such requests, but often what they presented was deemed worthless by the alchemists, wasting their time. Thus, Lian Jin Tang began to enforce strict asset verification for those seeking Level 3 alchemists, ensuring that at least 2,000 gold was presented, thereby filtering out the less discerning clients. As Su Yi grew increasingly anxious, he stood up, preparing to take action when he heard commotion outside. Shortly after, the green-clad attendant entered, leisurely following an elderly man clad in a gray robe. "Are you the one seeking me? Show me what you have quickly. The furnace at my place is still in operation." The elder, stout and with a white beard and rosy complexion, spoke with a voice like thunder. The green-clad attendant introduced. "Esteemed guest, this is Elder Song, one of our 2 esteemed Level 3 alchemists. Elder Song is pressed for time, so please be expedient." With that, he retreated with small steps. Su Yi wasted no time, reaching into his waist pouch to retrieve the palm-sized dragon crocodile skin, preparing to present it to Elder Song. The elder, surprisingly agile for his size, lunged forward, snatching the skin with eyes sparkled with excitement, stretching and examining it closely. Suddenly, he produced a golden needle from seemingly nowhere and began to manipulate the dragon crocodile skin. Laughing heartily, he exclaimed, "I never imagined a mere Guang and could yield dragon crocodile skin. Remarkable, especially one with spatial attributes." "Spatial attributes? What do you mean, Elder?" Oyin read, puzzled. The dragon crocodile skin, acquired from Linglong Pavilion, was so rare that even they were only aware of some of its functions. Su Yi only had a rudimentary understanding of its defensive capabilities, having had it partially tested by Gao Junmo. Now, encountering a master from Lian Jin Tang, revealing such high-level terminology, stirred his heart with excitement. Elder Song cast a disapproving glance at Su Yi, lamenting, "What a pity that you, its owner, are unaware of its abilities." "Very well, I shall take this dragon crocodile skin. Name your price." Su Yi, however, had never intended to sell it. This dragon crocodile skin was crucial for his impending battles, and he would not trade his life for money. Elder Song stroked his beard, stating, "Young man, do not try to play games with me. I will give you 5,000 gold for this dragon crocodile skin." Having acquired it at an auction for merely 1,800 gold, Su Yi felt a surge of disbelief at the prospect of such a profit, which would surely provoke envy in others. "I apologize, but this dragon crocodile skin is of utmost importance to me, and I have no intention of selling it. I am here to request that you forge it into armor for me. Additionally, I am not lacking in funds." Su Yi asserted, reclaiming the dragon crocodile skin with determination. His final statement was a deliberate ruse to project an air of significance, hoping to deter Elder Song from further bargaining. Elder Song sighed, conceding, "Very well. Since you refuse to part with it, I will not press you further. This dragon crocodile skin is in pristine condition, retaining its spatial attributes. Forging it into armor is neither excessively challenging nor overly simple. Without the expertise, however, it would merely be an awkward drape over you. I can assure you, I am the only one in all of Guang and capable of fabricating spatial attribute artifacts." With each word, Su Yi felt a chill in his heart, realizing Elder Song was preparing to take advantage of him. Indeed, after a lengthy deliberation, Elder Song coldly declared a flat price of 3,000 gold. Accept it or leave immediately. Su Yi nearly stumbled to the ground in shock. 3,000 gold for mere processing fees was clearly a trap. Elder, your price is simply outrageous. Earlier, you offered 5,000 gold for my dragon crocodile skin. How can processing fees exceed half the price of the main material? Su Yi suppressed his anger, striving to reason with him. Elder Song retorted with a scoff. Though the dragon crocodile skin is exceptional, does that mean my craftsmanship is ordinary? Given my unmatched ability in Guang, and is it not worth 3,000 gold? I reiterate, if you disagree, be on your way. With that, he turned to leave. Wait. Su Yi hastily blocked the elder's path, his mind racing as he struggled to formulate a response. He was at a loss. The dragon crocodile skin was too crucial, and he could not afford to part with it. Although 3,000 gold was substantial, it paled in comparison to his life. Gritting his teeth, he was about to concede when the green-clad attendant burst in, visibly anxious, calling out, Elder Song. There's an alarming noise coming from the refining chamber. Something may be amiss. Elder Song's previously furrowed brows shot up, and he dashed out in a flash. Su Yi called after him, hastily following. Navigating a winding path, they descended a long, ancient staircase leading down several yards, only to be halted by an intricately patterned archway. Elder Song pressed a hand onto a dark circular disc at the center of the arch, which emitted a green light, causing the archway to swing open. At this point, Su Yi disregarded any caution, and as Elder Song floated through the entrance, he hurriedly followed, slipping in just before the archway closed. In Chapter 61, Cunning. The expansive refining chamber was constructed from dark brown stones resembling the skin of a giant, while the ground, composed of hard, heterogeneous rock, fluctuated between icy cold and fiery warmth. Within the confines of the closed furnace, it seemed as though the 8 trigrams furnace that suppressed Sun Wukong was contained, the lid jostling vigorously. At times, hasty blue steam burst forth from the seams, creating a startling commotion. Even more bizarrely, leaning against the walls on either side of the refining room were 2 imposing giants, their bodies intact but their skulls utterly shattered, black blood and brain matter spilling across the ground. Rushing into the refining room, Elder Song dashed straight toward the cauldron, delivering a powerful strike with his palm. As he witnessed the lid attempting to break free, the commotion diminished significantly. Elder Song's expression lightened somewhat, but suddenly, the lid began to jolt even more violently. Elder Song was horrified and, with a fierce swing of his palms, shouted at Su Yi, who stood by, still in disbelief. Why are you dawdling? Hurry and assist me with the windbox. Su Yi swiftly moved to the side of the furnace, grasping a thick black handle and pulling with all his might. Upon exertion, he frowned. The handle was remarkably heavy, requiring no less than 100 kilograms of force. After pulling twice, the lid's violent shaking lessened considerably. Elder Song watched the lid anxiously, not daring to move, yet he did not instruct Su Yi to cease. Su Yi's mind raced, and he said, Elder Song, I have pressing matters to attend to. Perhaps you could find someone to assist? Elder Song's brow twitched in irritation. What pressing matters could you possibly have? Is it not merely the forging of that dragon crocodile skin? I have told you, in all of Guangin, no one possesses my skill. Su Yi scoffed inwardly, thinking that perhaps he needed to add a little seasoning to the old man's resolve. One cannot guarantee that no one else is capable. I must at least seek someone out, he said, loosening his grip, and the lid immediately began to shake violently once more. Elder Song's face paled with fury, and he desperately struck the furnace, shouting at Su Yi, I will forge it for you. Move your hands. Su Yi resumed his efforts, speaking gently. I know you have a kind heart, but the price. Elder Song, furious enough to strike Su Yi dead, nearly hit him with the rod he was wielding. However, in such a moment, one must bow their head under the eaves. 2,000 gold coins, will that suffice? Su Yi cursed inwardly, yet replied, How could I accept such a price? You are the only alchemist in all of Guangin capable of forging spatial attribute materials. Asking you to lower your price would be most disrespectful. Elder Song was taken aback, pondering how this rascal had suddenly changed his tune. Just as he felt a hint of embarrassment, Su Yi's next words almost caused him to stumble into the wall. Elder, I always charge for my services. What value do you place on me pulling such a heavy wind box for you? 1,000 gold coins. Surely that is acceptable? Elder Song clenched his teeth in frustration. I said I wouldn't haggle. The forging fee is what it is. I'm asking you how much you are willing to pay for my assistance with the wind box. Since you lack sincerity, I shall take my leave. As he spoke, Su-Yi loosened his grip once more. Instantly, the lid began to shake violently again, and perhaps due to the prolonged quenching, the items within the furnace began to react, the sounds of impact growing more intense, the lid almost dislodging entirely from the furnace. Just name your price. I will accept anything. Do not let go. Elder Song, in a state of panic, exerted all his strength against the furnace. Su-Yi grasped the handle again and began to pull, saying, "Since Elder is so sincere, discussing money feels rather mundane. You assist me in forging armor, and I will help you with the wind box. A fair exchange, would you not agree? A fair exchange? You little thief dare to speak such words. Half of Guangyin could find someone to pull the wind box, yet I alone can forge the dragon crocodile skin. Is that fair?" Elder Song ground his teeth in frustration, gasping for breath, and spat out 2 words, "Deal," with no other option, considering the 2 laborers had perished due to the violent airflow. Calling for help was no longer feasible. Truth be told, Elder Song had contemplated allowing Su-Yi to lend a hand, but he had not anticipated the boy's cunning. Su-Yi was overjoyed and exerted more effort, making the furnace blaze intensely, the lid stabilizing significantly. However, he did not remain silent. "Given your cultivation level, having reached the Chi-Si realm, I trust you will not go back on your word? You young pup, dare to speak further, and I will not hesitate to use the Star Moon Sword to end you." Elder Song was seething with rage. "If you choose not to speak, so be it. You truly are something else, getting all worked up." Su-Yi murmured, and indeed fell silent, focusing on pulling the wind box. It was not fear of Elder Song's wrath. He knew well that the items within the furnace were of great importance to Elder Song, and he worried that provoking him could jeopardize the dragon crocodile skin. Su-Yi never acted impulsively. As long as Elder Song did not call for a halt, he would persevere despite the difficulty, never complaining. Gradually, Elder Song's disdain faded, replaced by a subtle admiration. He understood the weight of the wind box for the heavenly furnace, forged from gung iron and heavy sand, requiring considerable strength to manipulate. Typically, even peak martial artists could only sustain such effort for a few dozen pulls before succumbing to exhaustion. It was precisely because of its weight that Elder Song had purchased 2 fire giants specifically to manage the wind box for the heavenly furnace. Even then, those 2 fire giants could barely last an hour, yet before him stood a slender figure, whose cultivation clearly did not surpass the peak of body forging, yet managed to sustain the effort for over an hour without faltering. More remarkably, Su-Yi showed no signs of fatigue, standing straight, his technique fluid, seemingly with energy to spare. Such terrifying stamina at the body forging stage was unheard of to Elder Song. Just as Elder Song contemplated Su-Yi, a sharp shriek erupted from within the furnace. Elder Song shouted, "Hold steady!" Channeling all his power, he struck the furnace repeatedly, delivering over 10 blows until the shrieking finally subsided. "Enough!" Elder Song called out, rushing to the furnace, pressing the control valve to extinguish the flames. And with a sweeping motion, he opened the cauldron lid. A forceful gust of air erupted, and an object flew from the furnace into Elder Song's hands. Chapter 62. The preaching. It was only then that Su-Yi could see the object clearly. It was a sword, measuring no more than 2 feet in length, adorned with star engravings, its surface gleaming brilliantly, clearly not an ordinary item. Elder Song examined the sword, clicking his tongue in regret. What a pity, what a pity. If not for carelessness, it could have reached mid-grade quality. Su-Yi remained silent, sitting cross-legged nearby, striving to calm his surging blood and restore his nearly exhausted energy. Elder Song did not rush him. Instead, he occupied himself with the Star Moon Sword, murmuring to himself. After a while, Su-Yi stood and approached Elder Song, presenting the dragon crocodile skin with a smile. "Thank you, Elder Song. I hope to have the armor completed within 5 days. I only agreed to assist you with the forging, but I never promised it could be completed in 5 days. That is far too short. It will take at least a year and a half." Elder Song gently stroked his beard, shaking his head. Su-Yi seethed with anger, not expecting the old man to play word games, thus undermining the dignity of a master at the Chi-Si realm. Just as he was about to glare in defiance, Elder Song erupted into hearty laughter, Boasting. What do you think, lad? You still think you can outsmart me? Enough of the games. I am not one to make promises lightly. 5 days to forge the armor is not difficult, but whether it will be good or bad depends on my mood. You have disrupted my mood today, so your earlier assistance with the wind box will only cover part of it. How about this? Assist me with the wind box 3 more times to ease my frustrations, and I will devote myself to forging your armor. After a lengthy discourse, Elder Song remained focused on Su Yi's labor. The quality of the Star Moon Sword did not meet Elder Song's expectations, especially given the near catastrophe they had faced with the furnace. In truth, the moment he entered the refining room and saw the corpses of the 2 laborers, Elder Song had little hope for the outcome of this forging session. After Su Yi took over the Fengxia, his stable provision of fire led to an improvement in the situation, ultimately allowing him to forge a Star Moon Sword. Although its quality was not exceptional, it was devoid of any flaws, which greatly satisfied Elder Song. This satisfaction led him to focus on Su Yi, and by using the opportunity to work with Long Ao skin, he aimed to entice Su Yi into his net. Since Elder Song held Su Yi in high regard, how could Su Yi not acknowledge the favor? He readily agreed. Elder Song was taken aback, hardly believing his ears. In just a brief encounter, he had witnessed Su Yi's cunning, and the fact that this young man did not even hesitate but willingly entered his trap caught him off guard. Su Yi, sensing the elder's thoughts, swiftly changed the subject and said, "Before I agree to Elder Song's request, I would like to pose a question, a condition that I hope you will grant." The reason he had initially agreed so readily was that he felt the subtle benefits of manipulating the Fengxia, which seemed to greatly aid his body forging. Now, with the consistent push and pull of the Fengxia, he experienced a profound sensation of power penetrating his blood and infusing his bones. With such benefits at hand, how could he refuse? When Su Yi made his request, Elder Song relaxed, smiling. "Go ahead, as long as it is reasonable, I shall agree." Su Yi continued, "My question pertains to a previous topic. What is meant by spatial attributes, and why does Long Ao skin possess such properties? Furthermore, are there other attributes besides spatial ones?" Elder Song seemed to anticipate this inquiry, and with a pleased stroke of his beard, he replied, "Very well, let me enlighten you. Do you know the origin of all things under heaven? In other words, what are all things composed of?" "Atoms," Su Yi blurted out, suddenly flushing. Elder Song was momentarily stunned by Su Yi's response. "What are atoms? I have never heard of them." Su Yi hesitated. "Atoms are the minute constituents. Everything is formed from accumulating the small into the large. Atoms are the smallest of the small." Struggling to explain, Su Yi discreetly wiped his sweat. This explanation seemed absurd. How could one generalize all things in such a manner? Allow me to clarify. All things, when thoroughly examined, ultimately fall under the 5 elements of gold, wood, water, fire, and earth. These 5 substances constitute all that exists in heaven and earth. Hence, all things may possess gold attributes. For instance, a sword can fell trees, representing hardness overcoming softness, or wood attributes, as trees can penetrate the earth, representing the strength of stability. The examples abound and are countless. In summary, all things are formed from these 5 substances. If a certain object has a predominant amount of gold, it exhibits strong gold attributes like this Star Moon Sword, which may contain traces of fire and earth, but its gold nature prevails. Hence it presents itself primarily as a gold attribute to facilitate forging. As all things are formed from these 5 elements, they possess these elemental attributes. Gold, wood, water, fire, and earth are the essence of all things, and beyond these, there are marvelous phenomena in the world such as wind, thunder, and lightning, which also influence all things, harboring their unique qualities and creating diverse properties, like the swift wind stone and the thunder wood, all born from transformation. Thus, there are also unique attributes like the swift wind and thunder. Of course, if one delves deeper, wind and thunder must originate from within the 5 elements. However, for the sake of simplicity and memory, people have passed down the names of these attributes as swift wind and thunder. Beyond the 5 elements, there are also the profound laws of time and space, thus giving rise to time and space attributes. For instance, the life-extending fruit can be considered to embody time attributes. De longi awiskin, which can vary from a mere inch to something that can cover a building, undoubtedly contains spatial attributes. Su Yi did not expect that a simple question could unveil the principles of all creation, enlightening him profoundly. He felt immense gratitude towards the elder, but expressed, initially, when I presented the long AO skin, you remarked that it possesses spatial attributes, implying that such long AO skin is rare. Could there be long AO skin lacking spatial attributes? He sought clarity, wishing to dispel any lingering doubts in his mind. Elder Song replied, long AO skin is not easily obtained, and many do not recognize its value. However, masters capable of forging materials with spatial attributes are exceedingly few. Consequently, when long AO skin circulates in the world, people often emphasize its defensive capabilities. The value of large pieces of skin cannot be compared to that of smaller pieces. Thus, those who acquire the skin often seek out skilled craftsmen to expand and shape it for sale. Once cut, the long AO skin can no longer stretch and retract freely, naturally losing its spatial attributes. Thank you for your guidance, Elder. Su-yi bowed respectfully to Elder Song. He has always held the utmost respect for those who impart knowledge and resolve doubts, from Chun to Confucius, and now to Elder Song. Chapter 63. Ancient Formulas. Elder Song waved his hand and chuckled. I did not expect you to have a side that knows how to show respect. That is indeed rare. Su-yi clasped his hands and said, Elder, I still have one more condition that I hope you will agree to. The situation is such that I have urgent matters to attend to and may not be able to serve you for 7 days. After that period, I shall be at your disposal. No worries, I will wait for you. Elder Song generously agreed, inexplicably finding his impression of this young man in a straw hat to be increasingly favorable. Once they reached an agreement, Su-yi left the long AO skin behind, requiring no notes or blood oaths, and departed with an air of nonchalance, which only made Elder Song regard him with greater esteem. However, he was anxious about procuring medicine and could not shake off his concerns, prompting him to consider adding a bit more urgency. Su-yi was taken aback, pondering whether this person possessed the ability to perceive others through objects, surpassing even his own perceptive skills. Sensing Su-yi's astonishment, the brown-haired maiden giggled. Mr. Yi-su, you worry too much. I have seen your face before. You are exceptionally handsome. How could I forget? Previously, your magnificent presence at the Shenlong platform left many noble ladies envious. Now, your name resonates throughout Guangyan, and your appearance is known to countless people. With just that credential, I recognize you immediately. How could it be difficult? Su-yi sighed with relief, realizing he had been overly tense. After a few humble words, he inquired about the procurement of the medicine. Su-yi was deeply disappointed. He had initially thought that Linglong Pavilion was unwilling to commit fully to this transaction due to its insignificance. Even if Yuan Qinghua agreed to pay more, Linglong Pavilion likely did not grasp the entirety of his intentions. At this moment, Su-yi was no longer concerned about monetary costs, yet still found himself at an impasse. Moreover, the brown-haired maiden had articulated the issue so thoroughly that he felt somewhat helpless. Sensing Su-yi's disappointment, the brown-haired maiden felt a twinge of sympathy and said, It seems that Mr. Yi-su is seeking body-forging medicine. From what I know, body-forging medicine is as plentiful as the stars. Surely, there must be alternatives. Why not explore other avenues? Su-yi's mind suddenly lit up, and he clasped his hands, saying, Thank you, Mississippi. May I ask if your esteemed pavilion has any alchemist available? I would be willing to pay a consultation fee for a highly skilled one. As for the Bali Jew, he had perused it multiple times, and having received education in a later era, his thoughts were expansive, unbound by superstitions surrounding such secret manuals. In his perspective, Bali Jew fundamentally instructs martial artists to absorb powerful medicines to expand meridians, increase blood capacity, and unleash potential. The essence of this technique does not lie in the medicines themselves, but in the pathways of meridian flow described within. Su-yi even speculated that the creator of this technique included the likes of the Bear King's Gall and other medicines, either casually or after careful consideration to stimulate blood. Even if this prescription was determined after testing, the process could be conjectured. Reducing the potency by 1 unit results in insufficient efficacy, while increasing it by 1 unit makes it too burdensome for the practitioner. Su-yi, however, was confident that his spiritual strength could withstand a slightly stronger potency. Thus, the possibility of finding alternative medicines arose. After Su-yi expressed his thoughts, the brown-haired maiden smiled brightly, saying, Mr. Yi-su is a valued guest of our Linglong Pavilion. There is no charge for your consultation. However, if you would agree to fulfill a small request of mine, I can assure you the best alchemist will be introduced to you. Please do tell. XY felt a sense of curiosity. The impression this brown-haired lady had left on her was that of a conventional and mechanical servant. Yet today, she revealed such a vivacious side to her character. I wish for Mr. YX to grant me an autograph. If possible, could you sign too? As she spoke, she inexplicably produced paper and pen from somewhere, presenting them before XY, her bright eyes sparkling with excitement. XY was taken aback by such a request, stammering, "What use is my signature? Do not concern yourself. Just sign it for me." The brown-haired lady pouted playfully. "It is merely a few characters. Whoever desires it can have it." Not wanting to ponder too deeply, XY seized the paper and pen, swiftly signing multiple times to preempt any further demands from her. The lady snatched the paper, scrutinized it carefully, and tucked it away in her pouch, her face radiating joy. "Thank you, Mr. YX. I shall fetch someone for you right away." With that, she skipped away briskly, her voice still audible in the distance. "Ah, Mr. YX's autograph. This is a treasure. Haha. I shall exchange it for something good from them. Wait. I must keep one for myself." Just as XY stood there in astonishment, the apothecary he sought arrived. He was a stout, middle-aged man clad in a blue silk robe, his belly protruding like a rural landlord. Upon entering, he declared, "Present me with the prescription." With an air of arrogance typical of a skilled practitioner, XY was not taken aback and proceeded to list the few herbs he needed. The stout man frowned. Top-grade CH in grass, century-old golden snake eye, bear king's bile, and San YN stone? No, this cannot possibly become a medicine. Even a robust bull would burst from this. Is this gentleman jesting with me? As he spoke, he muttered to himself, Wait, CH in grass belongs to wood. Golden snake eye to metal, and San YN stone earth. In the realm of earth, balancing metal, wood, water, and fire. Indeed, all 5 elements are accounted for. There is some method to it. XY dared not interrupt the stout man's musings. After a time, the stout man suddenly clapped his hands in excitement, exclaiming, "I understand. This prescription is indeed peculiar. To be precise, it is an ancient formula, at least several hundred years old. If it were not for someone as knowledgeable as me, who could possibly unravel its intricacies?" The stout man's eyes sparkled with pride at his own insight into the obscurities of the prescription. "Several hundred years? How can you make such a judgment?" XY exclaimed in astonishment. The stout man raised his head and replied, "It is natural for one not of our ilk to be unaware of the subtleties involved. One must understand that pharmacology encompasses dialectics. Dialectics are the harmony of yin and yang, the equilibrium of the 5 elements. Hundreds of years ago, our ancestors formulated prescriptions with utmost regard for the balance of the 5 elements, often requiring thousands of validations for a single formula. It was not until 500 years ago that a brilliant alchemist named Ng developed the 5 elements pill intended solely for medicinal assistance. Since then, we apothecaries need only to delve into pharmacological studies without concern for the dialectics of the 5 elements. Any prescription can simply be paired with the 5 elements pill to achieve balance. The formula you possess clearly indicates that the creator meticulously examined the 5 elements. Thus, it must be an ancient prescription from several hundred years ago." XY nodded, enlightened. He felt a sense of reassurance, wondering if the master could concoct a medicine with effects akin to this prescription. The stout man stroked his smooth chin. "What difficulty is there in this? Your prescription, stripped of its layers, is a poison. Its effects are tyrannical, capable of killing even a one-horned elephant. The one who sought this formula must have intended to use this ferocious medicine to stimulate qi and blood, rapidly expanding the meridians. However, the effects are too fierce. When the qi and blood flow in reverse, the agony will be unbearable, far beyond human capacity to endure. I believe this formula is fanciful and should be discarded. Thank you for your kind intentions, Master. However, I am willing to give it a try. Even if it leads to my demise, I shall have no regrets. Please, I implore you to provide the formula." The stout man was somewhat taken aback, not expecting that even after his thorough analysis of the pros and cons, this individual remained undeterred. He paused and said, "Since you are resolute, I shall provide the prescription, 1 5 elements pill and a dose of blood lotus by G powder. When you take it, ensure you are alone. Before consuming, instruct those around you to prepare to draw blood should you faint to prevent your blood vessels from bursting." This medical advice was quite similar to the notes following the prescription for the BL Jew. XY felt half relieved and inquired, Master, might I ask if the potency of this blood lotus by G powder can be equated to that of the original formula? The stout man retorted, I have already stated that the original formula is comprised of lethal substances. It is fundamentally a waste. The blood lotus by G powder I have provided is already considered ferocious medicine, a vigorous tonic for blood circulation. You may use it as you see fit. Why pursue death? Thank you for your kind intentions, Master. However, I have my own means of preserving my life. I kindly request that you provide me with another formula, one with potency equal to the original. If it exceeds slightly, that would not pose an issue. XY was reluctant to argue further. He was not unconcerned about the potential for the effects to be too overwhelming, leading to his untimely demise. Yet, compared to the risk of insufficient potency and failing to cultivate the BL Jew, which could result in being defeated by WNTing YN in the arena, the former presented at least a glimmer of hope. Upon hearing the mention of preserving life, the stout man ceased his insistence. In the realm of martial arts cultivation, myriad techniques exist, and it is not uncommon for miraculous formulas to save lives. He proceeded to provide a new prescription. The 5 elements pill remained, while the blood lotus by G powder was replaced with tiger. After issuing the prescription, the stout man cautioned, this tiger is originally a potent medicine intended for those at the Chi Si realm to expand their meridians. Since you wish to challenge, I shall provide it to you. Remember, during your cultivation, ensure you are not alone. This ferocious medicine is exceedingly potent. If there are others nearby, while they may not guarantee your survival, there remains a possibility. After imparting the method of consumption, he turned and left. Later, under the guidance of a servant, XY arrived at the alchemical counter. Gritting his teeth, he endured the pain of parting with 570 gold coins to procure the elixirs. As he stepped out into the bright sunlight, it illuminated his face, yet his heart remained heavy with gloom. He had thoroughly grasped the harshness of martial arts cultivation. Without funds, one could hardly make any progress. Simply due to the fact that the tiger was intended for Chi Si Rel practitioners, its price soared to the heavens. XY could scarcely imagine the price that the coveted SHNUNDN would fetch. Shaking his head, he forcibly dispelled the shadows from his mind and strolled towards the southern part of the city. His next destination was the Guangwu Pavilion, a place he had read about in the Gu Ingin FH, which specialized in selling training grounds. Though Guangin City was vast, the number of martial artists was overwhelmingly large, leading to a scarcity of training spaces. This was particularly true for wandering cultivators who required medicinal aids, as their activities often produced significant disturbances, rendering ordinary residences inadequate to meet their needs. Where there is demand, there is opportunity. Thus, Guangwu Pavilion had specialized in this business for several hundred years. As he passed through the West Block, the scene before him suddenly opened up. A stretch of land spanning several acres was dotted with numerous stalls, seemingly endless from a distance. Upon closer inspection, the stalls boasted a variety of goods: herbs, weapons, elixirs, animal hides, and martial arts techniques, diverse and all-encompassing, attracting a considerable crowd. Having perused the Gu Ingin FH, XY unknowingly found himself in the renowned Su Y.F. Ing of Guangin. The name Su Y.F. Ing was a playful moniker, as there was no actual market here. However, it had become widely adopted over time. Despite the absence of a market, commerce flourished, as vendors only needed to pay a minimal tax to operate freely, hence the name Su Y. XY had no intention of lingering here, for he knew there were no genuine treasures to be found, merely a gathering place for down-and-out martial artists to exchange communication. The true elite goods were still within the market. With no desire to linger, he quickened his pace. Suddenly, a person collided with him. He extended a hand to steady them. Upon closer inspection, it was a young man with short hair and modest clothing, his features contorted with anger. XY assisted him, but the young man did not express gratitude. As soon as he regained his balance, he shot off again, and before long, he was embroiled in a scuffle with a burly man. Moments later, 2 knights on horseback rushed over, drawing their whips and fiercely striking the 2 combatants, who rolled on the ground, pleading for mercy. After extracting 2 gold coins from them, the knights galloped away. The youth and the robust man sat on the ground, their faces covered in dust, with their heads bowed deeply, surrounded by mocking laughter and derision. A curious onlooker inquired about their plight, prompting a nearby vendor to recount the tale of their misadventure. It turned out that these two individuals made a living as grave robbers. By chance, they stumbled upon an ancient tomb, pooled their resources, and after much toil, managed to gain entry, only to discover that they were too late. The tomb had already been looted by others. Their efforts yielded nothing but a manual carelessly discarded by a previous grave robber. Subsequently, they set up a stall in this casual market, intending to sell the manual. However, due to the tomb's antiquity, when they proclaimed that the manual had been retrieved from the ancient site, it drew attention from all directions. Believing fortune had smiled upon them, they inflated the price to 2,000 gold pieces, yet they found no respite from the eager onlookers. However, within 3 days, their stall was utterly deserted. It became apparent that every potential buyer who had perused the manual had retreated in defeat, claiming it was incomprehensible. Before attempting to purchase, they had employed blood seals, dissuading anyone from feigning interest. If just one person struggled to understand, it might be acceptable, but when dozens failed, including renowned practitioners of the Chi-Si realm, it rendered their so-called manual a mere laughingstock. After all, those who train in martial arts know that no matter how profound a manual may be, it should not be entirely indecipherable. The essence of martial arts is surely articulated within. Moreover, a manual that even Chi-Si practitioners could not comprehend could only be dismissed as childish scribbles, worthy of derision. Su-Yi originally had no interest in their predicament, but upon hearing the term grave robbing, his curiosity was piqued. He had never anticipated that this world contained such tales. And a fervent impulse, fueled by modern online novels, surged within him. Surely, treasures emerged from tombs. Thus, he patiently listened until his enthusiasm waned. After all, if even the Chi-Si warriors could not decipher it, he likely stood no chance. Just as he was about to leave, a sense of reluctance washed over him. After all, it had been excavated from an ancient tomb. What harm could there be in taking a glance? He approached the stall and pointed at the black-covered book, inquiring, "Gentlemen, may I have a look at this book?" As soon as the words left his lips, the atmosphere within a radius of 3 meters grew tense, with all eyes trained on him as if he were an oddity. The disgruntled youth and the robust man, seemingly electrified, sprang to their feet and closed in on him. Each grasped half of the manual, presenting it to him. "I do not possess a blood seal. Do you have one prepared?" Su-Yi recalled the prior explanation and understood the rules. No need. Just take a look, name your price, and you may take it." The robust man beamed with false enthusiasm, while inwardly he cursed, "What nonsense about blood seals. I've already nearly bankrupted myself for this worthless book. Can I even afford a blood seal?" Su-Yi accepted the manual and was about to examine it when the robust man kicked the youth, ordering, "What are you doing standing there? Hurry and fetch a chair for our guest." The youth shot him a glare, quickly retrieving some wooden planks from their bundle and skillfully assembling a chair, placing it in front of Su-Yi. Su-Yi seated himself without reservation, quietly perusing the book. The manual was quite thick, consisting of numerous pages, while Su-Yi's own martial art, the Baki-Ju, was merely a few hundred words long. The material felt neither like paper nor silk, possessing a unique texture. The cover bore no title, and upon opening it, he found no text, only a peculiar emblem depicted in the center of the book, a beautifully crafted golden abacus. Su-Yi's curiosity deepened, and as he continued to flip through the pages, his eyes gleamed with excitement. He turned the pages increasingly faster, reaching the halfway point before slowing down, sometimes furrowing his brows, other times frowning, engrossed for an entire hour. Suddenly, Su-Yi closed the book and declared, "Name your price. I will take this book." A wave of astonishment swept through the crowd as numerous voices erupted in discussion. 100 gold pieces, 100 gold pieces, and it is yours." The short-haired youth jumped with glee, his face alight with joy. "What 100 gold pieces? What nonsense!" The robust man snatched the book back, his earlier jovial demeanor replaced by a stern expression. "Surely, you heard the loquacious individual recount the origins of this book and understand the great misfortune my brother and I have endured for it. It is a pity that the common folk cannot recognize true value, mistaking pearls for mere stones. Today, encountering a discerning buyer, how could we allow our treasure to gather dust? I shall set the price at 1,500 gold pieces. You must know my original asking price was 2,000 gold pieces. I am willing to part with it for 500 less, but what say you?" Oyi, wearing a broad-brimmed hat, concealed his expression from the robust man, yet the latter surmised from the length of time Su-Yi he spent reading that he comprehended the contents. After waiting for days, the opportunity for a substantial sale had finally arrived. There was no reason to hold back. As a robust man spoke, the surrounding crowd held their breath, anticipating Su Yi's response, eager to witness how this drama would unfold. Su Yi, however, remained silent and extended a single finger. 1,000 gold pieces? No, that is not how bargaining works. You have reduced your price by a third. Very well, considering your sincerity. I will concede a little more, 1,400 gold pieces. That is my final offer. The robust man, feigning sincerity, stared intently at Su Yi, but all he could see was a veil of black fabric. You misunderstand. I said 100 gold pieces. What? 100 gold pieces? Are you jesting? You think you can stumble upon a treasure and profit at my expense? The robust man exclaimed, his face flushed with indignation. If you wish to buy, then buy. If not, be gone. Do not toy with me. As soon as he finished speaking, Su Yi turned on his heel and walked away. He was certain that within 10 steps, the man would surely call out to him. 1 step. 2 steps. Barely 2 steps had passed when the short-haired youth could no longer contain himself and seized Su Yi's arm. Dear guest, do not be hasty. Let us discuss this further. Su Yi replied resolutely, there is nothing left to discuss. 100 gold pieces. If you wish to sell, then sell. If not, I shall take my leave. Do not think because I took my time reading, I can be taken advantage of. To be honest, I did not understand much of what I read. It merely seemed that the methods described for drawing circles might hold some intrigue. For this trivial book, you dare to ask a sky-high price? Am I the one amusing you, or are you the ones amusing me? Enough is enough. I shall not haggle further. 500 gold pieces, and you can take it away immediately. The robust man's face twisted in pain. He was convinced Su Yi had discerned its worth, yet the latter denied it, leaving him with no recourse. The crux of the matter was that this wretched book had sat unsold for months. The worst part was that this so-called manual had become a burden, neither worth discarding nor sellable, merely a weight that dragged them down. Now, with a potential buyer finally willing to make an offer, both men were determined to close the deal. 99 gold pieces. The robust man felt confident. First, he had heard the earlier recounting, making him acutely aware of their predicament. Second, he was confident that aside from himself, few could comprehend the book's contents. In other words, he was the sole prospective buyer, while the two men were in desperate need of a sale. Such an opportunity was not one Su Yi could afford to miss, lest he tarnish the collection of nicknames bestowed upon him by Yuan Qinghua. Why are you not raising the price? Instead, you are lowering it. How does that make sense? The robust man's face flushed with anger. This is a punishment for your insatiable greed. 98 gold pieces. What? You lowered it again? You. 97 gold pieces. Gua, if you dare utter another word, I will break your jaw. The short-haired youth lunged forward, covering the robust man's mouth, fearful that he would utter another word and jeopardize their chance of securing a single gold coin. He felt an overwhelming sense of unwillingness within, yet he dared not utter another word. At this moment, he no longer harbored hopes of preying on the fat sheep. Instead, he found himself enveloped in deep regret. 3 sentences had cost him 3 gold coins. 97 gold coins were sold. Sold, let us take the money. The short-haired youth swiftly snatched the book from the hands of the burly middle-aged man and handed it over to Su Yi. As he accepted the banknote, both the short-haired youth and the burly man simultaneously emitted an eerie glimmer from their eyes. They inspected the note thoroughly for a long while, only to remember that the last 2 gold coins had been confiscated by the night, leaving their pockets empty and devoid of change. Just as they were about to negotiate with Su Yi, they lifted their eyes, only to find that Su Yi's figure had vanished amidst the bustling crowd. Ha! 3 gold coins more, this should be mine. Gua, you surely wouldn't dare to contest this with me. The short-haired youth laughed maniacally. Nonsense. When 2 people partner in business, both profits and losses must be shared equally. How dare you hoard all for yourself? You should be ashamed to speak. If it weren't for your insatiable greed, would such a generous customer have bargained so fiercely? Enough of this. Those 3 coins belong to me. Is that so? You want to settle accounts with me, do you? When we were tomb raiding, I invested 8 gold coins, while you only contributed 4. By this logic, I should receive over 60 gold coins from this total of 100. How dare you lay a hand on me? As a short-haired youth and a burly man quarreled over the division of spoils, Su Yi arrived at Guangwuge. Contrary to his expectations, Su Yi had thought that a place with the title Go would be a towering edifice reaching the clouds. Upon arrival, he discovered it was merely an exceptionally large courtyard, adorned with green walls and dark tiles, square and orderly, stretching out densely as far as the eye could see. This density was nothing other than the thousands of neatly partitioned bungalows within this vast courtyard, resembling chess pieces arranged closely on a board. Upon entering, he paid the fee, received a sensing token, and found his room. Pressing the jade token against the circular black stone in front of the door, the black stone emitted a radiant glow, and the heavy stone door swung open. The training room was spacious, filled with various exercise equipment arranged in an orderly manner. The most conspicuous item was a thick, black iron slab, standing as tall as a person and a foot wide, affixed to the left wall. Next to this thick iron slab was a transparent jade crystal. Entering, Su Yi had perused the promotional brochure of Guangwu Gu and recognized this object as a force measuring device, designed to gauge a warrior's strength, allowing them to clearly understand the achievements of their closed-door training. Approaching the black iron slab, Su Yi gathered all his strength and delivered a powerful punch. Producing a thunderous sound, a number suddenly appeared on the blue jade crystal, 3,000 pounds. One bull's force being 2,000 pounds. Thus, 3,000 pounds equated to 1.5 bulls of strength, precisely matching Su Yi's current level. The limit a peak body refining warrior could achieve without utilizing any martial arts techniques. A few days prior, Su Yi had mused that even if he could exert 1.5 bulls of strength, it would require a slight measure of luck and rest. Far from the ease he felt now, he was uncertain whether this change stemmed from an accidental moment of meditation that afternoon or from the focused cultivation he experienced while assisting Elder Song at the Alchemy Hall. Regardless, progress in cultivation was undoubtedly a good thing, and Su Yi did not delve further into the matter. He strode towards the southeast corner of the room, where a staircase led underground. It turned out that each training room in Guangwu Gu was divided into 2 levels, the upper for training and the lower for alchemy. Descending 3 zhang underground, he entered the basement and surveyed his surroundings, which were remarkably simple. The walls and floors were laid with hard iron ore, and each corner of the room was illuminated by luminous pearls, casting a light that was neither too bright nor too dim. In the center of the room stood a cauldron large enough for a person, its design identical to that he had seen earlier in Elder Song's Alchemy Hall. Su Yi understood that this was a cauldron specifically for warriors to refine medicine, equipped with an automatic water supply and fire control mechanism, with the water and fire valves positioned on either side of the cauldron. By opening the water valve, water would flow in automatically, and by opening the fire valve, earth fire would emerge, making it exceedingly convenient. A warrior merely needed to place the medicinal materials into the cauldron and immerse themselves within, allowing them to absorb the medicinal essence with ease. In the western corner of the cauldron was a blue stone bed, just large enough for one person. The eastern corner contained a small room, serving as a private restroom. After circling the room, Su Yi lay down on the stone bed, interlocking his hands as a pillow, his body straight, regulating his breath, clearing his mind, and drifting into a deep slumber. He slept soundly until the following morning, rising and first entering the restroom to relieve himself. Exiting, he proceeded directly to the cauldron, turning on the water and igniting the fire. When the water in the cauldron reached a boiling point, he shut off the fire valve, removed his clothing, and jumped into the cauldron, continuously circulating his vital energy. After half an hour, he emerged from the cauldron, the water now murky. At this moment, he felt cleansed of impurities, his mind clear, his spirit invigorated, devoid of worries and fears, his entire being in an optimal state. He consumed the elixir, placing it on the tip of his tongue and swallowing it whole. This was the method of ingestion repeatedly emphasized by the corpulent gentleman. To avoid a sudden explosion of the medicinal properties, one must not bite into the pill. Once the pill entered his stomach, Su Yi immediately sensed warmth within, which soon transformed into a searing heat, followed by an intense burning sensation. It felt as if a furnace had been set within him, the flames raging, scorching his organs. Su Yi was mentally prepared for the pain of this cultivation. However, he could never have anticipated that the ordeal would commence with such intensity, nearly causing him to lose his composure. Clenching his teeth, he urged his nearly boiling vital energy along the pathways he had memorized, pushing through. The immense force of his blood surged, compressing and expanding within his meridians, inflicting such pain that he could scarcely refrain from screaming. Even having endured the most brutal pains of body refinement, his pain receptors honed to near numbness. The violent agony in his abdomen surpassed all prior experiences, contorting his face in anguish. Yet, thanks to countless trials, his nerves remained exceptionally resilient and his soul extraordinarily robust, allowing him to retain his consciousness while propelling his vital energy, inch by inch, from his dantian to his perineum, from there to his tailbone, ascending along the spine, passing through the guanyuan and reaching the large vertebra at the head, the jade pillow, traversing the baihui, shinting, intang, rinzhong, into zhenwei, danzhong, xuanji, and finally returning to the dantian. Upon completing the circuit, sweat had pooled into streams upon the stone bed. The immense pain seemed to give rise to inner demons, whispering to Su Yi repeatedly, "Give up. If you give up, the pain will cease. Surrender, and everything will come to an end." Yet, therein lay Su Yi's greatest confidence. If another were to endure such torment, their spirit would have shattered long ago, their body would collapse, and even if they survived, they would be left severely weakened. However, Su Yi's spirit was exceptionally strong, and his body had been tempered to withstand this unimaginable agony. At this moment, the pain was unbearable, akin to falling into a purgatory. Yet his spirit remained unyielding, capable of enduring this terrifying torment. The profound suffering rendered him incapable of respite, yet he could not succumb to slumber. He had to persist. It was akin to someone suffering from severe insomnia, feeling utterly exhausted yet unable to fall asleep. For Su Yi, this inability to sleep became his greatest support in enduring the tortures of this ordeal. As long as his spirit did not shatter, he could persevere, no matter the extent of his suffering, whether by 1,000 cuts or 10,000 ants gnawing at his heart. Once, twice, Su Yi felt as if he would tear his head off from the pain. Yet he distinctly remembered that his vital energy had circulated 9 times along the prescribed path. The immense vital energy generated by the powerful medicinal properties acted like a high-speed roller, compacting Su Yi's meridians with each pass. Upon completing the 9th cycle, Su Yi bit down on his tongue, channeling his formidable willpower to draw upon all his gastric juices, instantly dissolving the last remnants of the medicine's potency. XY silently emitted a scream, akin to a tsunami, yet he refrained from vocalizing it, as he clenched his jaw with a tenacity more formidable than stone, producing a cacophony of sounds that suggested his teeth might shatter at any moment. The potent effects of the medicine surged through him, draining a significant portion of his vitality, accompanied by an agony that transcended all limits. At that moment, XY's visage resembled a crumpled cloth. Grotesque veins marred his once pristine skin. His eyes were bloodshot to the point where the sclera was obscured, and his body, previously as white as snow, was now a canvas of terrifyingly bulging veins. Consumed by pain, he wished for nothing more than to perish in that instant, to relinquish the burdens of cultivation and existence itself. He would rather dissolve into nothingness, surrendering to the vastness of the cosmos, even if it meant embracing eternal void, than endure such torment. Though he might have lost consciousness, an overwhelming subconscious force still directed XY's actions. Yet, his spirit remained remarkably resilient. Amidst the despair of his suffering, his thoughts were astoundingly lucid. He disregarded everything else to channel his energy, initiating a reverse flow through his meridians. With each turn, if the previous flow had solidified the foundation of his channels, the current reversal was expanding them to their utmost capacity. A tremendous surge of vitality obliterated all obstructions within his network, cascading forward like a torrent. However, this reverse flow faced greater challenges than the forward one. The powerful current struggled against gravity, rendering its progress painstakingly slow. By the time his energy reached the 8th reversal, the sun had risen and set thrice. At some point, the pain dissipated, replaced by a sensation of weightlessness, as if he were floating on clouds. Perceiving himself seated upon a stone bed from a vantage point high in the heavens, the ethereal feeling was beyond description, yet his intellect was crystal clear, guiding the reverse flow as he transitioned through the 8th and 9th reversals. At last, all pathways had completed their circuits, and XY's thoughts meandered as his vitality gradually stabilized, akin to rivers converging into the sea. He found himself restored to his pre-medication state, albeit with an elusive sense of difference that he could not articulate. As hunger gnawed at him insistently, He could no longer resist the impulse to rise and seek sustenance. Suddenly, he realized he was immobilized, a shocking revelation that sent him into a frenzy of panic and agitation. Yet no matter how he struggled, he remained utterly still. He began to worry that he may have gone astray in his cultivation, leaving his body unresponsive. Yet he keenly sensed that aside from the inexplicable hunger, his condition was remarkably stable. This indescribable state plunged XY into profound agitation. He was oblivious to his current predicament and feared he might be forever trapped in this state, ultimately succumbing to starvation. If someone with the ability to perceive the unseen, or a soul as formidable as XY's, were to enter the room, they would witness an astonishing sight. A significant portion of XY's soul had detached, hovering above his chest, while the remainder remained anchored within his body. The intense and prolonged pain had provided a powerful stimulus to his resilient spirit and body, resulting in a profound dissonance that compelled his soul to extricate itself. While others of the same cultivation level might have succumbed to disintegration under such circumstances, XY's extraordinary soul, having traversed time and space, remained intact. This state was profoundly enigmatic, making self-observation exceedingly difficult. Thus, while XY's consciousness was clear and his thoughts lucid, he remained unaware of the true nature of his condition. Terror, anxiety, and restlessness consumed him, and his hunger intensified, surpassing any emotional turmoil. Just as he was engulfed in dread and confusion, a sudden thunderous sound erupted, akin to spring thunder reverberating across the heavens, dispelling all malevolent spirits. In that moment, the disconcerting sensation vanished entirely, and with a swift motion, XY stood up, stretching his legs and arms, shaking his head, reveling in the newfound ease of controlling his body. Calming his mind, he pondered the cause of his prior condition, but despite his deep contemplation, he could not discern the answer, while the fire of hunger blazed fiercely within him. Hastily donning his clothes and hat, he bolted out the door. A martial artist, unlike an enlightened practitioner, could not subsist on air and dew. Training was a physically taxing endeavor that necessitated energy replenishment. The Going W Pavilion, understanding the needs of martial artists, had renovated a dining facility within, aiming to alleviate their immediate hunger. Naturally, the meals were not complimentary, requiring payment. Before entering the pavilion, XY had intended to purchase a PGDN to sustain him for a few days, having learned of its existence at an auction where Master Q had reportedly refined it. He assumed that a master from the QHI realm would not charge exorbitantly for such elixirs, yet upon inquiring about the price, his hopes were dashed. Each PGDN cost 500 gold, an amount far beyond his means. As XY burst through the door, he raced through the closely packed buildings of the Going W Pavilion, where the pathways intersected in every direction. Fortunately, each intersection was marked with clear signage, preventing him from losing his way. After navigating 2 corners, he soon caught sight of the dining hall, the only 2-story structure in the pavilion, already bustling with lines of patrons. However, his attention was diverted to a commotion about 10 paces to his left, and upon approaching, he discovered the scene of an explosion. A training room had been utterly obliterated. Debris littered the ground, and the lower level had collapsed, with remnants of flesh mingling with the rubble. Observing for a moment, he gleaned the details from the clamorous discussions around him and silently mourned before departing. It turned out that a certain individual, lacking funds to pay for a refining room, had attempted to utilize the training room's ground fire to concoct elixirs. The heat was insufficient for proper alchemy, leading to the tragic explosion that resulted in the current devastation. Had this individual survived, XY would have certainly felt compelled to assist in covering the damages. However, it was likely that had this person not sacrificed themselves, XY would still be lost in an abyss of terror. A good soul, regrettably nameless, may they find peace in their next life. With a heavy heart, XY hastened his pace, soon arriving at the entrance of the dining hall. Martial artists required a substantial amount of energy, and although it was not mealtime, 2 lines still stretched long, resembling serpents. "I will offer a gold coin. Who will let me in among the first 10? XY called out, holding a coin aloft. Driven by hunger, he had no time to wait patiently in line. "I'll take it. EM8th, EM7th, for gold coin. You would forsake your dignity, mingling with such rabble." XY, uninterested in the squabbling, spent a gold coin and secured his 7th position. The transaction was swiftly completed, triggering a ripple effect as others, unable to endure the wait, began to follow suit, resulting in numerous transactions. XY paid no heed to the shifting queue, his entire focus captivated by the culinary delights displayed in the window. The golden and fragrant roasted suckling pig, the crispy red hanging oven-roasted duck, and the glistening yellow roast chicken. All of these culinary delights attract martial artists. The Guangwu Pavilion is acutely aware of the preferences of its clientele, providing them with indulgent, high-calorie fare. The orderly queue was quickly thrown into disarray by the sudden arrival of this group of 20 to 30 individuals. The two lines had already occupied a significant portion of the aisle, and these newcomers advanced without forming a queue, intentionally spreading out in a horizontal formation. The neatly arranged lines resembled a cornfield split in two, continuously dispersing to the sides. Before long, they approached Su Yi, who remained motionless, a towering figure, measuring nearly 9 feet tall and appearing even heftier than Gao Pan, fixed his gaze on Su Yi with a mocking glint in his eyes. He shoved aside 2 individuals in front of him and charged directly at Su Yi. The sheer mass of the man bore down like a mountain. Su Yi stood firm, his feet planted evenly. As the man collided with him, a muffled thud echoed. Su Yi remained unyielding, while the giant staggered back as if struck by an electric shock, nearly losing his balance. A long arm reached out and steadied him, preventing his fall. Su Yi's peripheral vision caught sight of the one who intervened, a thin man clad in green, of unremarkable appearance except for his exceptionally narrow, piercing eyes that glimmered coldly as they met Su Yi's gaze hidden behind the curtain. "I advise you to mind your own business," he warned coldly. With a flick of his wrist, he tossed a handful of gold coins towards the window, causing a cacophony as they struck the stone ledge, stacking neatly as if arranged by hand. "Fine wine and fine meat. Let my brothers feast well." In an instant, 2 beautifully roasted suckling pigs were pushed through the windows. The green-clad man waved his hand, and 2 hefty individuals who had been jostling at the window immediately reached out to seize them. The one on the left chuckled. "It's good to be with Lord Lei, and I owe my gratitude to Lord Zhao for his might." Just as they were about to grasp their prize, a blur caught their attention. Someone had squeezed in front of them. Before they could react, they were thrust aside like spinning tops. The assailant was Su Yi. He pushed past them without a word, snatched up a suckling pig, and began to devour it voraciously. The crispy, delectable pork melted in his mouth, igniting a symphony of flavors on his taste buds. In an instant, he had reduced a 10-pound suckling pig to nothing but bones. He then brazenly reached for another. How audacious! Where did this brat come from to stir up trouble in front of Lord Tai Sui? "Lei, I want this brat's head," Lu Tuozi exclaimed. "Why should he have it? This little rascal is mine." At that moment, the group that had arrived with the green-clad man erupted in chaos, cries of violence echoing as if they were ready to dismember Su Yi at a single command from their leader. However, Su Yi paid them no heed. Having just consumed a suckling pig, his hunger intensified. His belly burned with desire for more roasted pork, and he paid no mind to the commotion as he lunged for another pig. At that moment, the green-clad man moved, swiftly striking at Su Yi's arm. "Have you been living in the mountains for too long? You should learn about our Hero Association's reputation. Your behavior is quite presumptuous." With a sharp crack, his palm struck Su Yi's arm, yet did nothing to alter its course. Su Yi held onto the roasted pig, casting a cold glance at the green-clad man. "Scram, before I finish my meal." He resumed feasting. The force of the man's strike was significant, enough to create a dent in the stone slab. Yet the figure before him showed no reaction. Such skill left him shaken. Could this individual be a master at the Qi-Si realm? This thought arose, but was quickly suppressed. How could a person of such caliber be reduced to this Guangwu Pavilion for training? Surely, someone of such stature would attract wealth and fame effortlessly. After finishing another suckling pig, Su Yi felt a slight alleviation of his hunger, but noticed the green-clad man still standing there. Anger flared within him as he recalled the pain from the earlier strike. His hand shot out like an eagle's claw. The green-clad man was caught off guard and raised his hand to defend himself, but Su Yi's movements were lightning quick. Before the man's arm could reach out, Su Yi had seized his shoulder and hurled him 5 zhang away. In mid-air, the green-clad man attempted to regain his composure, but a sharp pain shot through him, and with a thud, he crashed to the ground, bruised and battered. This display of strength silenced the crowd. The infamous Lei, a formidable figure within the Hero Association known for his prowess in the peak of the broad pieces refining stage, had not lasted a single exchange against the man in the conical hat. What are you all doing standing there? If you can't handle it, just get lost. Sue bellowed, his authoritative presence causing the once proud heroes to exchange glances, their faces flushed with embarrassment. They were caught in a dilemma. To leave would mean losing face. Yet to stay felt equally daunting in the presence of such a terrifying figure. The atmosphere grew awkward until one individual stepped forward, intending to speak a few conciliatory words before retreating. However, before he could utter a sound, Su Yi's foot struck out, and the man's mouth snapped shut as he was sent flying across the room. Applause broke out, followed by a chorus of cheers. In truth, the crowd was composed of scattered cultivators, the most vulnerable within the ranks of broad pieces martial artists. So accustomed to being bullied, they were deeply moved to encounter someone willing to stand up for them, nearly brought to tears. The Guangwu Pavilion was merely a business establishment, not intervening in disputes among martial artists as long as property was not damaged. They were indifferent to the Hero Association's display of power, and even less so to Su Yi, who surpassed them all. Once Su Yi had spoken, food was promptly brought forth and packaged in a large cloth bag. With sustenance in hand, Su Yi wasted no time and pulled out a roast chicken, biting into it ravenously while others attempted to express their gratitude and forge connections. But he paid them no mind. In that moment, the roast chicken was his entire world. Before he reached the end of the long queue, the bag in Su Yi's hand was already empty. He patted his slightly bulging belly, a profound sense of satisfaction swelling within him. Soon, a foul stench wafted from the cauldron, the water transforming into a myriad of colors. Su Yi leaped out, drained the water, refilled it, and heated it again, repeating this process over a dozen times until the water ceased to change. For Su Yi, the bodily purging was a familiar occurrence. Since he began refining his body, he had experienced this daily, always seeing impurities floating on the water's surface after bathing. However, never had the quantity of impurities been as great as this time. The most he had previously encountered was 3 changes of water the night he reached the peak of body refinement. Yet this time, he had to change it 12 times before the impurities ceased. As he emerged from the cauldron, Su Yi felt joyous, fully aware that as his meridians expanded, his body reaped immense benefits. He could distinctly feel his physique solidifying, as though he had become a piece of iron forged through countless trials, seemingly lean, yet incredibly sturdy. As he circulated his vital energy and blood, the beads of water on his skin evaporated quickly, and he donned his newly acquired garments. The true silk undergarments from Xingrongfang, the pure cotton robe from King Lin's Hai, and the layered shoes from Nilian Sheng adorned him. A light-colored scarf covered his long hair, and despite his unkempt beard creating a slight dissonance, his overall demeanor exuded a gentle refinement, subtly enhanced by years of diligent study. With such an appearance, one might easily mistake Su Yi for a newly minted scholar. In this moment, he lost track of time, alternating between contemplation, smiles, ruffling his hair, and bursts of laughter, spending most of his time not in reading but in reflection, in the realm of writing and drawing, aided by the precision of a ruler and compass. The charcoal pen crafted from wood has filled dozens of sheets of exquisite paper painstakingly produced by the artisans of Su Xiantang. At this moment, were Yuan Qinghua present, he would undoubtedly leap and berate him furiously, for time is of the essence, rather than honing martial skills and enhancing his prowess. He appears to squander precious moments on frivolous calligraphy. Yet, who could fathom that Su Yi is, in fact, diligently studying martial arts, a perplexing discipline imbued with profound significance. Chapter 70. On the circle, this tome, to be precise, is not merely a manual of martial techniques, at least in Su Yi's eyes. It should not be relegated to such a category. It is a collection of notes, a testament to a martial artist with profound mathematical knowledge, who has proposed certain conjectures and recorded them as reflections. The entire discourse revolves around polygons and circles. However, a mere shift in thought brings enlightenment. The concept of circles in geometry is not arcane knowledge. Individuals from another time and space, millennia ago, were equally engaged in such studies. If it were solely a treatise on geometry, Su Yi would certainly lack interest, despite receiving what is deemed higher education in another realm. His enthusiasm for the knowledge contained within books has long since waned. The reason this volume captivates Su Yi's interest lies in its final revelation, the potential for integrating mathematical inquiry with martial prowess. The text introduces an intriguing theory posited by a great mathematician of the surname Sui. It states that regular triangles, squares, pentagons, 15-sided polygons, and polygons with double the number of sides can be constructed directly using a ruler and compass. Implicitly, this suggests that regular polygons beyond these cannot be created with such instruments. In response to this conjecture, the sage has proposed the ruler and compass construction conjecture for the regular 17-sided polygon, dedicating over 10 pages to validate this hypothesis. Such high-level mathematical concepts. Who among martial artists would delve deeply into them? The integration of mathematics into martial arts is an idea Su Yi has never encountered in over 2 years of training. Even in discussions with Zhou Fuji, who expounded on martial arts, he never mentioned the connection to mathematics. Thus, when this manuscript emerged in the world, it was met with widespread incomprehension, with few individuals able to grasp its value. Had Su Yi not possessed insights from his past life, he too would have dismissed this text as mere nonsense. Even with his prior knowledge of mathematics, fully comprehending this discourse demands considerable intellectual effort. Fortunately, his soul has grown stronger, and his intellect surpasses that of his previous existence. Otherwise, even with the sage's detailed proofs, understanding would remain elusive. Over the course of this extended period, Su Yi has not only grasped the arguments within the text, but has also diligently applied the explanations to accurately construct the regular 17-sided polygon. This endeavor has resulted in numerous sheets of paper filled with meticulous drawings, and despite his profound cultivation, his eyes have grown bloodshot from the strain. As time trickles away, Su Yi remains bent over his drawings, illuminated by the soft glow from the corner pearl, casting a long shadow of his figure. Upon completing the final sheet, he crouches on the ground, filling half the room with ink lines. With a decisive thrust, his ink pen cracks upon the floor, severed in two. Su Yi leaps up, his head striking the ceiling with a heavy thud. He feels no pain, instead throwing his head back in joyous laughter, sending ripples through the clear water in the cauldron. He has succeeded. A perfectly standard regular 17-sided polygon, crafted solely with a ruler and compass. In this moment, the empty mountain is silent, the water flows, and the flowers bloom. This instant is, for him, akin to eternity. After a prolonged laugh, Su Yi finds himself standing in the center of the room, his form expanding as light and shadow dance around him, filling the space with a gust of wind. In this moment, he appears in the west corner, and in the next instant, he is shifted to the south. If previously Su Yi's movements were nimble, now he embodies a graceful glide, appearing and disappearing without notice. Upon settling, the entire floor is adorned with numerous circles, varying in size and densely packed. This secret manual has been successfully mastered. Though it may seem swift, the reality is that the path has been fraught with hardship. This technique is extraordinary, unlike other methods that emphasize medicinal enhancement or intricate transformations. This set of movements arises directly from mathematical principles. It is akin to the simplicity of 1 + 1 = 2. Once the reasoning is understood, mastery follows. The manuscript comprises 15 pages, with the first 14 dedicated to discussing the shapes achievable with a ruler and compass, culminating in the final page where the sage articulates the concept of integrating circles into martial practice. Once Su Yi comprehended the first 14 pages, the 15th became intuitively clear. Perhaps the sage was never fully focused on martial arts, as he neglected to record the name of this technique. This omission explains why numerous buyers at the casual market did not regard this book as a martial arts manual. Su Yi ambles around the room, contemplating that the essence of this technique lies in the pursuit of the circle's wonders. Within a single circle, thoughts can manifest, transforming a circular space into a confined area, truly a manifestation of returning to the origin, which he shall name Gui Yuanbu. Having settled on a name, Su Yi sees no reason to linger further. He meticulously checks his waist pouch, ensuring nothing is amiss, then secures it around his waist, dons his hat, and ascends the stairs, soon emerging from the training room. As he opens the door, a refreshing breeze greets him, mingled with the fragrant scent of flowers. Gazing at the horizon, he observes the sun setting, weary birds returning home. It is yet another evening. A sudden chill envelopes Su Yi. prompting him to hastily produce the jade crystal token and press it against the black circular disc at the center of the door. A flash of light reveals a 6-character inscription. Su Yi is taken aback, unable to fathom that he spent 2 full days and nights merely drawing circles. More concerning is that, factoring in the day he feigned illness at home, tomorrow marks the day of the duel. Should he delay any further, he risks missing the decisive battle. Su Yi dares not tarry, setting off at once. However, just as he takes a few steps, a loud clang of a gong rings out, followed by a boisterous shout. The man in the hat has emerged. Instantly, from all directions, a throng of over 100 individuals springs forth, encircling Su. Leading the charge is the blue-clad man, Lei Yi, whom Su Yi had once hurled to the ground in the dining hall. It turns out that on that day, Lei Yi and his entourage from the Hero Association had been boasting in the dining hall when they encountered Su Yi, resulting in a humiliating defeat that left him nursing a broken toe. Unable to let such a disgrace go unrectified, the Hero Association, having learned of Su Yi's training room number, resorted to a clumsy ambush, patiently waiting for him to emerge. Now, surrounded by the crowd, Su Yi remains unfazed, striding forward confidently. As he moves, the encirclement loosens, and the impression he has left is undeniably formidable. Chapter 71. The contest as the encirclement threatens to break. The blue-clad man declares, "Why the haste? On that day, you so humiliated our Hero Association. Do you wish to simply brush it aside?" He continues, "Though you may evade us for a moment, can you escape us for a lifetime? Since we have set our sights on you, this matter will not be settled easily. Do you prefer to be shadowed and monitored daily, or are you willing to resolve this feud today?" Su Yi halts, casting a sidelong glance at the blue-clad man. "And how do you propose we resolve it?" Initially, he had no desire to engage in conversation with this so-called Hero Association. He could walk away unimpeded, for with his current abilities, he could easily disregard this motley crew. However, the man's words resonate with him, particularly concerning Mu Bo and Xiuhua. Now, he is not alone. He must consider the implications for them. Currently, there is a rift between Heilong Tang and myself. I am preoccupied with my own affairs, and if I become entangled with the Yingxiong Hui, it would be a considerable loss. In short, the Yingxiong Hui is nothing more than a mere caterpillar in my eyes, innocuous yet repulsive. Come with me to meet my elder brother. Whatever he decides, we shall follow. Otherwise, our 3,000 brothers of the Yingxiong Hui will not rest until we settle this." The man in the green robes declared coldly, "Indeed, we shall not rest until it's settled." The crowd echoed in unison, their voices swelling in strength. "Then let us proceed." In less than half a tea's brewing time, Su Yi found himself before the elder brother of the Yingxiong Hui, the legendary Zhao Yi. He was a short, withered man with a yellow complexion, and his sparse yellow hair was even more striking than his pallor. Su Yi could scarcely believe that the revered Zhao Yi, held in such high esteem by the so-called heroes of the Yingxiong Hui, appeared in this manner. Upon Su Yi's arrival, Zhao Yi stood before a massive green stone tablet. Lost in thought, the tablet was inscribed with numerous names, neatly arranged, totaling around 100. These names appeared either individually or in clusters, with prefixes of numbers ranging between 5,000 and 7,000. A brief glance was all Su Yi needed to comprehend the significance of these numbers. For nearby stood a force measuring device, far larger than the one in the training room. With this device, the units of these numbers became clear. They were undoubtedly in Jin. "We shall compare our strength. Do you see the names on this tablet? Those who can strike with a force of 3 Nyo will have their names inscribed here. Let us add our names as well. The one with the higher ranking shall be deemed the one with greater reason. If I win, you need not repay anything. Just apologize to my brothers. If you win, I, Zhao Baliang, shall grant you a promise." A force of 1 Nyo equated to 2,000 Jin, while 3 Nyo amounted to 6,000 Jin. However, due to the varying strengths of techniques, the term 3 Nyo encompasses different standards. The weaker ones barely exceed 5,000, while the stronger ones approach 7,000. Thus, the numbers on the tablet are situated between 5,000 and 7,000. "I agree. Who will go first?" Su Yi declared decisively. He felt a slight admiration for Zhao Baliang. Though unremarkable in appearance, he was straightforward and forthright, a true man. "Of course, I shall go first. After all, it was my proposition, and I cannot let you suffer any disadvantage," Zhao Baliang said with a generous demeanor, striding towards the force measuring device. Having experienced the battle with Elder Feng, Su Yi understood what Zhao Baoliang meant by not wanting to take advantage of him. It merely implied that to strike with a force of 3 Neo required preparation, drawing on 1's energy and blood. Some even had to endure the pain of reverse meridians. At that time, Elder Feng had executed the silent god fist by cleverly deceiving Su Yi into idle conversation, preparing thoroughly before he managed to unleash 3 Neo of force. Now, Zhao Baoliang's willingness to go first clearly indicated his integrity. As he approached the measuring device, the crowd of the Yingxiong Hui erupted in cheers. Zhao Yi is invincible. Zhao Yi is formidable. With a deep stance, Zhao Baoliang bellowed, his left palm rapidly reddening, his long arm swinging out like a wisp of smoke, crashing heavily upon the measuring device, which instantly displayed numbers that soared wildly. The cheers of the onlookers coalesced into a singular chant. 6,000, 6,001, 6,002, 6,003, 6,004, 6,005, whoosh. 6,005. The arena was filled with uproarious cheers. Zhao Baoliang's punch truly warranted such a claim. However, among the hundreds of names inscribed on the tablet, only one individual had achieved 6,500 Jin, ranking above Zhao Baoliang, with 3 others slightly higher, 2 at 6,600 and 1 at 6,700. In other words, Zhao Baoliang's punch held substantial merit, placing him fourth among the hundreds of super-strong practitioners in the body-tempering realm, a truly impressive stature. If you manage to strike with 6,500 Jin, I, Zhao, shall regard you as the victor, Zhao Baoliang proclaimed with pride. Haha, just him. Zhao Yi is overly flattering. Some scoffed. This fellow certainly possesses strength. After all, he bested Lei Yi. Yet to compare with the might of Zhao Yi is like trying to lift tofu with a rope. Impossible. Can one even speak? Lei Yi cannot compare to this man in the straw hat. He merely caught Lei Yi off guard with a sudden attack. I say, this man wears a hat to hide his face, clearly a sign of guilt. Su Yi paid no heed to the surrounding clamor and stepped forward briskly. Without squatting or lowering his waist, he clenched his right fist and struck the measuring device like a shooting star, resulting in a thunderous crash that seemed to shake the very ground. With that single punch, the noisy scene fell into silence, leaving only a multitude of gasps, akin to a flock of ducks with their necks grasped. Everyone's eyes widened as if they had seen a ghost. Now, shall we resolve our grievances? Chapter 72. A Jest No Need. Su Yi stated, lifting his foot to depart as the tightly packed circle around him suddenly parted, creating a path in his wake, where countless gazes of reverence and disbelief converged upon him. As Su Yi basked in the glow of adoration from the crowd, he suddenly caught a murmur from the northwest, his expression instantly turning serious. He quickened his pace, fleeing as if evading a venomous snake. As Su Yi left, the members of the Yingxiong Hui instinctively moved towards the measuring device, just as a thunderous voice rang out, "How dare you dismantle a measuring device worth 2,000 gold?" The crowd turned towards the sound, a white figure darting towards them like lightning, swiftly approaching. They soon discerned that the newcomer was a portly man, bare-chested and dripping wet, foamy bubbles clinging to him, his snowy flesh marred only by his wrathfully contorted face. "Manager Wang, you misunderstand. It was not our intention to damage it. I was merely grappling with a brother, and he must have exerted too much force, causing a minor malfunction," Zhao Baoliang explained earnestly. This rotund man was none other than the manager of the Eastern District of Guangwuge. The Yingxiong Hui, led by Zhao Baoliang, was essentially a band of street rogues, living at the margins of society, primarily relying on bodyguarding and home protection for their livelihood. Due to limited financial resources, they typically practiced at Guangwuge, thereby establishing a long-term cooperative relationship. "Ah, it's you, Zhao. That makes things a bit better," Manager Wang said, his expression softening slightly. However, the next moment, recalling the 2,000 gold measuring device, his countenance darkened again. "But can you expect me to believe that? Who can I trust? If it wasn't you, then who broke it? Have them step forward. I cannot report this to the owner otherwise." I was just in a bath when I heard the control room announce 6,500 Jin. Knowing someone must have been challenging again, I thought I'd decom and take a look. Little did I know, just as I finished washing, there was a loud crack, and the measuring device went up in smoke. "You expect me to believe it was broken by a punch?" Zhao Baoliang smiled wryly, dispersing the crowd blocking the measuring device. "If you don't believe me, Manager Wang, See for yourself. At the time, that brother struck, and the crystal could not display any numbers. What nonsense! The crystal can record a maximum of 7,000 gene. That is the limit of 3 nyo. How could the measuring device possibly? As he spoke, Manager Wong's mouth fell agape, his gaze finally settling on a deep dent at the center of the massive black iron apparatus. It was a perfect impression of fist, evidently struck by a powerful blow. In the next moment, Manager Wong found himself unconsciously drawn closer to the black iron device. As he neared, he clenched his fist and reached towards the center of the indentation. Suddenly, a loud crack echoed, and he hastily jumped back. In the next instant, the entire black iron apparatus collapsed, revealing a massive brown rock that had secured it, with clear cracks resembling a zigzag pattern visible upon the rock surface. The might of a single punch has reached such astonishing heights. Is this truly the result of a mere fist? Manager Wong, astonished, trembled with his ample flesh, and then turned pale with alarm. Could it be that a master of the Qihai realm has come? Why indeed would such a figure arrive at the Guangwu Pavilion? Zhao Baoliang shook his head and remarked that it was not a master of the Qihai realm. When a true master exerts their power, one can smell the essence of their vitality in the air. That individual must undoubtedly be at the pinnacle of body refinement. This is impossible. How could someone at the pinnacle of body refinement shatter my strength measuring device? This device has stood here for nearly 2 decades, with only a little over 100 individuals capable of producing 3 nyo of force, and the highest among them can barely reach 6,700 gene. Yet today, this person's single punch has caused the device to be destroyed. How could this possibly be the capability of someone at the pinnacle of body refinement? Manager Wong shook his head vigorously, but deep down he believed it, for he could not convince himself otherwise. How could a prominent figure from the Qihai realm come to the Guangwu Pavilion to train and casually break a strength measuring device? Zhao Baoliang stated that regardless of the realm, the damage to the strength measuring device had nothing to do with their heroic society. However, I advise Manager Wong to report such a person's arrival to the authorities without delay. Manager Wong was suddenly jolted awake, repeatedly affirming that if this individual were indeed at the body refinement level, Guangyin would soon face turmoil. He needed to report to the pavilion master immediately. Fortunately, while Zhao Baoliang engaged in conversation with Manager Wong, he had already dashed to the Guangwu Pavilion's trading hall, quickly settled accounts, and rushed out. He had just overheard Manager Wong lamenting about who had damaged the strength measuring device, demanding compensation that would leave him destitute, which frightened him greatly, prompting his rapid departure. It was only after exiting the Guangwu Pavilion that his anxious heart finally found peace. Yet, he did not hurry home. Instead, he turned eastward and soon arrived at the front door of the Alchemy Hall. With a battlefield looming tomorrow, how could he not equip himself with life-saving items? Upon entering, he went straight to the refinement hall. Upon mentioning his appointment with Elder Song, the green-clad attendant became excited, exclaiming that Elder Song had been waiting for him for 2 days and had instructed him to ensure he was present. I have neither slept nor dared to close the door, guarding for 2 days, and finally, I have waited for you. Before he could finish speaking, he pulled Su-Yi toward Elder Song's refining chamber. Half a tea's worth of time later, Su-Yi met Elder Song. What a bold young man you are. Su-Yi hurriedly smiled, stating that he certainly trusted Elder Song. After all, what kind of person was he to doubt Elder Song's integrity? In the following chapter, A Gift of Wealth, Su-Yi casually picked up an item, examining it closely, revealing a blue belt as thin as silk with a simple jade buckle at its center. What is this? Could it be the skin of a long crocodile? Su-Yi's imagination ran wild. He could never have anticipated that the palm-sized piece of black hard skin would instantly transform in a fine blue silk. Had he not retained his rationality, he might have suspected that Elder Song had deceived him with a sleight of hand. Elder Song, with a hint of annoyance, remarked that if it were not the skin he had, what else could it be? Stop staring at me. Wrap it around your waist and try to channel your energy into the blue silk as you envision. Just give it a go. Following Elder Song's instructions, Su-Yi wrapped the blue silk against his skin, envisioning it as armor. The strength coursed through him, and he felt completely enveloped. Yet his outer garments exhibited no reaction whatsoever. Look at the sword. Elder Song called out sharply, his long sword cutting through the air with powerful sword energy, creating ripples in the atmosphere. With a soft hiss, the sword pierced through Su-Yi's clothing, pressing against the leather armor. Su Yi felt no pain, not even a sensation. Elder Song was a master of the Qihai realm. Though this strike was casual, it was not an attack made with bare hands, but rather with a sharp blade, carrying immense power. The fact that Su Yi was not harmed at all filled him with profound astonishment. He hurriedly clasped his fists and expressed his gratitude, saying, "Thank you, Elder, for your generous gift. I am deeply appreciative." Elder Song waved his hand dismissively, stating it was merely a small effort on his part, and there was no need for thanks. Furthermore, he was not offering assistance for free. Su, you should remember to work hard in return. Additionally, although the long crocodile skin armor had been refined, there were still important matters to address. This armor possessed remarkable defensive capabilities, if worn by the long crocodile. It could withstand the full force of a martial artist in the early stages of liquid condensation. However, the process of skinning and crafting armor had deprived it of the nourishing flesh of the long crocodile, and over time, its defensive properties were bound to diminish. Your piece of long crocodile skin is of good quality. Having been skinned less than 100 years ago, its overall performance remains quite intact. After meticulous care by me, it can be considered a top-tier ordinary weapon, hardly inferior to common blood weapons. Unless attacked by a peak Qihai master with full force, with this long crocodile armor, you could traverse this vast world with confidence. Su Yi was overjoyed. He understood the incredible defensive power of the long crocodile skin. He only knew that even a full-strength attack from Gao Junmo could hardly inflict any harm. However, he never expected that this long crocodile armor would provide him with such immense surprise, capable of withstanding attacks from peak Qihai masters within the body refinement stage. He would surely stride with confidence. Elder Song cautioned him, "Do not become overly complacent with your happiness. There are countless extraordinary techniques in this world. Who knows if there are divine weapons capable of shredding this long crocodile armor like paper. Furthermore, attacks like the Heavenly Thunder Pearl are also brutal. This long crocodile armor may not withstand them. I speak these words to remind you not to be blindly arrogant, no matter what realm you reach. Always remember that there are others beyond yourself and higher heavens above." In the future, Sui had heard a saying that those who are willing to lend you money are worth cherishing. In this context, he would rather say that those willing to take the time to offer you guidance deserve your gratitude. Thus, he respectfully clasped his hands together and expressed his thanks for Elder Song's teachings. Elder Song waved his hand, saying it was unnecessary. He did not want Su, having obtained this precious armor, to excessively flaunt his power and provoke stronger opponents who could extinguish him with a mere flick of their wrist. Your demise would be of little consequence, but where would I find another laborer like you? Though Elder Song spoke in this manner, he greatly appreciated Su Yi's humility. Indeed, individuals vary greatly. One's demeanor and behavior can profoundly influence destiny. Having traversed 2 lifetimes, Su Yi's previous life, marked by an information explosion, broadened his horizons immensely. In this life, after years of diligent study, he cultivated a gentle demeanor, embodying the grace of a respectful gentleman. The fusion of these 2 lives created a multifaceted personality within Su Yi. At times, he could jest and laugh freely, exuding warmth, while at other times, he would uphold propriety and respect for his teachers. This duality made it easy for him to garner the goodwill of others, especially the elderly. Such was the case with Master Zhou, the corpulent gentleman, and even the notoriously fiery Elder Song, whose opinion of Su Yi steadily improved. Sui a su Elder Song. Rest assured, as long as I draw breath, I will crawl back to serve you. He then inquired, "By the way, Elder, what is the distinction between an ordinary weapon and a blood weapon?" With a grandiose tone, Elder Song responded, "I am curious to see what treasures you might possess. Don't think you can simply buy the answers. If you offer too much, you might hesitate to part with it, and if you offer too little, you would lose face with me." Elder Song gazed at Su Yi with keen interest, realizing that conversing with this young man was indeed a source of enjoyment. Suddenly, Su Yi removed his hat, revealing his slender face. "Elder, does this count as a treasure?" Elder Song was taken aback, exclaiming, "It's you, Isu." The battle at Shenglong Terrace, witnessed by millions, had made Isu's name resound throughout Guangyan, and the dramatic outcome of the conflict provided ample fodder for discussion. As a result, while walking through the city, Isu even encountered several portraits of himself, utilized by shopkeepers to attract business, boasting that the items he had used in battle were purchased from them. It made him feel akin to a superstar of the future, his fame soaring. Indeed, the moment he revealed his face, Elder Song recognized him. As for why Sui chose not to conceal his identity before Elder Song, it was due to the newfound trust he felt following the involvement of a long crocodile skin. Goodness, what kind of misfortune have I encountered to meet you, young man? What a tremendous loss. Elder Song was momentarily taken aback, then began to slap his thigh vigorously, lamenting loudly. Sui, perplexed, inquired, "What do you mean, Elder?" Elder Song snorted coldly. "You rascal, still pretending to be oblivious? Who in the entirety of Guang'an City is unaware that tomorrow at noon you are to engage in a duel at Shanglong Terrace with that lad from the Heilong Tang, surnamed Wan? Heh, although you are remarkable, you stand no chance against the likes of Wan. Yet you still owe me 3 favors. Ah, had I known you were waiting to compete on stage 7 days hence, I would have never taken this perilous leap." Sui was flabbergasted. He never anticipated that the old man held him in such low regard. However, upon reflection, he understood that Elder Song was unaware of his true capabilities and, like any ordinary person, judged him based on the odds presented by the betting houses. Chapter 74. The Objective Elder. "I offer you wealth and fortune, and yet you bear me such ill will," Sui retorted. "May I inquire, with this dragon crocodile armor upon me, is there any possibility of defeat in this battle?" Elder Song fell silent, realizing that while he had presumed Sui was doomed, he had indeed gifted him a formidable dragon crocodile armor. This lad, capable of preparing such a treasure in secret, surely had other tricks up his sleeve. At this juncture, if Elder Song still failed to grasp the significance of the wealth Sui spoke of, it would be a grave oversight for one of his years. Currently, in all of Guang'an City, aside from Sui himself, only Elder Song recognized that Sui was destined to triumph. With this realization, and considering the astonishing odds from the betting houses, a sum could multiply 5-fold within mere hours. Is there a more lucrative opportunity than this? Elder Song, being a master alchemist, was not short of funds. Yet, in this world, who could claim they were completely free of financial constraints? As an alchemist, Elder Song understood all too well that the profession was a costly endeavor. Though he received a substantial salary and funding each year, it was still insufficient for his unrestrained desires. Often, due to financial limitations, he was forced to substitute higher-grade materials with inferior ones. For every alchemist, the lack of funds was the most significant flaw. At this moment, the fortune Sui presented was akin to a timely downpour for Elder Song. Sui stated, "As I have mentioned, our exchange is equitable. Please enlighten me on what constitutes a blood weapon." With keen insight into human nature, Sui was indeed a master of delivering favors. He presented a grand fortune while merely framing it as an equitable exchange, knowing that the concept of blood weapons was fundamental knowledge. Even if Elder Song remained silent, Sui was already aware of the term and could easily research it. Yet, he chose to frame it as an equitable exchange, flattering Elder Song in a way that warmed his heart immensely. Elder Song chuckled, "You little rascal, haha. Truly a clever one. Had I possessed half your wit in my youth, my master's legacy would not have faltered." After a moment of reflection, Elder Song succinctly explained the nature of blood weapons. Upon entering the Qi realm, the Dantian, known as Huahai, begins to store true energy, transforming strength into true energy that can be released externally, wielding immense power. Concurrently, the requirements for weaponry elevate to a new standard, as ordinary weapons become inadequate for masters of the Qi realm. Consider this. Once one reaches the Qi realm, they can unleash punches from a distance. Possessing the ability for ranged attacks, ordinary weapons become mere sticks. Before one could approach, the force could already strike from afar, rendering multiple weapons a burden. Thus, a new pursuit for weaponry emerged. After countless collisions of genius among martial artists, blood weapons finally came into existence thousands of years ago. As the name suggests, blood weapons are forged using the blood of warriors, imbuing the weapon with the essence of their bloodline. Once crafted, the weapon can channel energy, unleashing powerful strikes. The energy emitted from blood weapons not only carries the original warrior's essence, but often possesses the weapon's own sharpness, resulting in formidable lethality. Moreover, with the evolution of blood weapons, various techniques have emerged, allowing the mastery of blood weapons to far surpass that of bare-handed combat. Such immense power enhancement makes blood weapons exceedingly rare. Typically, a master in the Qi realm lacks the financial means to procure one. Having grasped the essence, Su Yi clasped his hands in gratitude and departed from the alchemy hall, filled with Elder Song's earnest hopes and satisfaction. Delving deeper, Su Yi's meticulous efforts to cultivate a relationship with Elder Song were driven by ulterior motives. The root of his intentions lay in the iron essence he possessed. Currently, this iron essence was akin to a double-edged sword. Although it was exceedingly precious, its utility was limited, and due to its value, Su Yi dared not reveal it, constantly keeping it as a concealed explosive. Thus, he had long harbored intentions to refine the iron essence himself, yet it was too precious to entrust to others. Even with the blood curse as a safeguard, he hesitated to experiment, as the world is rife with strange methods. And who could guarantee that the blood curse could not be unraveled? The iron essence could only be refined by his own hands to ensure peace of mind. With these recent experiences, Su Yi deeply understood how indispensable money was on the path of martial advancement. If one could not engage in combat, then a profession must be sought. Elder Song's earlier demand of 3,000 gold for refining fees left an indelible impression on Su Yi. From that moment forth, the seed of aspiration to become an alchemist was firmly planted in his heart. To achieve this ambition, Elder Song undoubtedly became the linchpin. Thus, Su Yi boldly offered Elder Song a grand fortune today. The clouds overhead were dense, obscuring the faint glow of the waning moon. Were one to stand in the outskirts, the view would be a pitch-black expanse. However, at this moment, Guang'an City sparkled with lights, countless shops aglow, creating an ambience akin to that of a modern metropolis. After exiting the alchemy hall, Su Yi ventured to the betting houses. To avoid drawing attention, he divided his remaining funds of over 2,600 gold into 3 portions, spending 2,500 gold entirely on betting slips, leaving a mere 100 gold for emergencies. As he left the eastern city, the market became more vibrant, the scenery more varied, filled with diverse shops offering an array of daily necessities that dazzled the eyes. Passing by a magnificent pastry shop, Su Yi entered and spent a gold coin to procure a large box of exquisite pastries for Chihuahua. Regrettably, he had not informed the little one before departing, and after such a lengthy absence, he felt compelled to bring back a gift, lest he face the wrath of his family. Strolling leisurely, taking in the sights, and sampling delightful foods, he did not let any opportunity slip by. He walked and savored, enjoying the experience as if he were a tourist newly arrived in the city, rather than a warrior preparing for an imminent life-or-death battle. No matter how long the road, it must eventually end. After satisfying his hunger, Su Yi noticeably quickened his pace. As the night watchman signaled the time, he arrived at his doorstep. To his surprise, 2 men clad in dark garments stood before the door, dressed as constables. The entrance tightly shut, and no sign of light within the courtyard. Chapter 75. Oath of Annihilation. Su Yi paused momentarily at the entrance. The man on the left spoke sternly. "Who are you, and what brings you to this place?" Su Yi lifted his hat and replied, "I am Yi Su, residing here. May I ask why you two are stationed here? You finally appear." The man on the left exclaimed, visibly agitated. The man on the right had already dashed out several paces, shouting, "Zhonglong, you must keep Yi Su here. I will go report to the Lord." Su Yi's heart gradually sank, an inexplicable anxiety creeping in. He refrained from inquiring about the situation and quietly awaited the arrival of Gao Junmo. Gao Junmo arrived swiftly. In less than half a tea's time, a golden eagle descended, carrying him before the door. "In recent days, where have you been? Tomorrow marks the day of reckoning. Do you not understand that if you do not appear tonight, you will be deemed a coward and become the enemy of the people of Guang'an?" Gao Junmo, whose fate is yet to be decided, hastily expressed his concerns. Su Yi, originating from the patrol office, would bring disgrace upon them should he flee, especially since he holds Su Yi in high regard, considering him a pillar of the patrol office. Su Yi's recent disappearance has placed immense pressure upon him, and now, seeing him, he can finally breathe a sigh of relief. "Where have my family gone?" "Family? Are you referring to that old man and the young child?" Since Gao Junmo intends to promote Su Yi to the position of Bai captain, he must investigate Su Yi's background and is aware of his connection to the Mu family. He never expected that Su Yi would regard that old man and child as family. Realizing this, Gao Junmo silently chastised himself for his oversight. Su Yi's willingness to risk everything for that old man and child indicates a deep bond among the three. Had he known sooner that Su Yi was not at home, he should have dispatched personnel for protection to avoid today's mishap. Regret filled Gao Junmo's heart, yet he maintained a calm facade, stating, 3 days ago, your home was attacked by the fire barbarians, resulting in the disappearance of the elderly and the child. All your servants and maids have perished, and your guest is severely injured, currently recuperating at Chunlai Pavilion. I have stationed 2 guards at your door to await your return, confident that you, Su-yi, are a man of honor who would not flee in battle. Indeed, you have not disappointed me. Thank you, Director Gao, for your concern and trust. I appreciate your efforts. Rest assured, I shall be present at Shenglongtai by noon tomorrow. Now, I must go see Yuan Xinghua. Please excuse me. With that, Su-yi turned and left. What a man of character. Gao Junmo silently nodded, and a voice echoed in Su-yi's ear, reminding him to plan carefully and act judiciously. Pondering why the fire barbarians targeted his family, he understood the implications. The moment the words faded, Su-yi's figure had vanished without a trace. Upon arriving at Chunlai Pavilion, Su-yi found Yuan Xinghua being wrapped in a bedsheet, about to be discarded. It turned out that Yuan Xinghua was severely injured, and after being brought to Chunlai Pavilion by the constables under Gao Junmo's orders, no one had come to visit him. Over the course of 3 days, his meager savings had been entirely depleted, and that evening, unable to pay for medicine, he was to be thrown out. Fortunately, Su-yi's arrival halted the farce. Money solves everything. Soon, Yuan Xinghua was given fresh medicine. Su-yi, disregarding costs, spent over 10 gold coins to procure a bowl of nourishing soup and fed it to Yuan Xinghua. Weeping and cursing upon seeing Su-yi, Yuan Xinghua felt as if he had encountered a family member, and his taut nerves immediately relaxed. With the nourishing soup taking effect, he regained his vigor and began to angrily denounce the Black Dragon Hall. How can you be sure it was the Black Dragon Hall? Gao Junmo had suspected them, and Su-yi naturally had his own suspicions. Anyone with sense would come to the same conclusion. However, Su-yi needed confirmation. If it truly was the Black Dragon Hall, it would indicate that Mu Bo and Xiao were temporarily safe, allowing him to release half the burden from his heart. Moreover, if the Black Dragon Hall had indeed acted, they would have left a message, sparing Yuan Xinghua's life. Sure enough, Yuan Xinghua recounted. That dog of a fire barbarian pinned me down and whispered in my ear, instructing me to relay a message to the master. If he wishes for Mu Bo and Xiao to survive, that ring must not appear at Shenglongtai. The master. Could it be that snake ring you seized from Gao Pan that day? I understand now. That despicable creature, the snake ring, surely harbors secrets. They fear the master will use it. Hence they resorted to threatening Mu Bo and Xiao's lives. Yuan Xinghua's outrage erupted as he realized the gravity of the situation. Having come to this conclusion, Yuan Xinghua launched into a tirade. Su-yi patted him on the shoulder, saying, for now, focus on your recovery. I paid all that is due. Feel free to eat and drink as you please. I will return to fetch you tomorrow afternoon. With that, he turned and exited. As Su-yi stepped out, he initiated the Guyuan steps, moving like a gentle breeze. A few swift motions later, he arrived at the banks of the Anha River. The Anha, a tributary of the Lianjiang River, flows through the city, hence its name. The night breeze was cool, and the river water felt icy. Upon reaching the riverside, Su-yi leaped, plunging into the lake, his feet firmly planted at the bottom. Faced with a sudden upheaval, his heart felt disarrayed, craving the gentle caress of the water to soothe his turmoil, as his fury threatened to consume him. He harbored deep hatred against the Black Dragon Hall, and more intensely, against himself. He had once understood that for the powerful and the mighty, there are no absolute rules. Yet, after tasting victory, he had let his guard down, mistakenly believing that the Black Dragon Hall would confront him openly, adhering to some unwritten code of conduct. How laughable that he, who prided himself on studying the 24 histories and mastering strategies, could commit such a fundamental error. Should Mu Bo and Xiao come to harm, he could never forgive himself. Su-yi's anger surged, furious not only at the Black Dragon Hall, but also at himself. After the massacre at Furong Town, Yao Wharf, Mu Bo had already expressed his grievances. He bore no particular hatred for the Black Dragon Hall. Instead, Jiang Shaochuan, having provided both iron, ore, and money, had been polite to the point of making him uncomfortable. Therefore, in the arena, he could not muster the intent to kill Gao Pan, for they had no enmity. One was forced to fight, while the other fought for his master. However, at this moment, his hatred for the entire Black Dragon Hall was absolute. I shall annihilate the Black Dragon Hall. With a resounding crash, the water erupted in countless splashes as Su Yi emerged, vanishing into the boundless night. Chapter 76. The grand stage. Another morning dawned, the air fresh and the weather splendid. As the first light cracked open a narrow seam in the horizon, the city of Guang'an sprang to life. It seemed like any other day, yet today was far from ordinary. Typically, the street vendors selling breakfast would have risen early to light their fires. However, today, as dawn broke, the streets were far more crowded than usual. Before long, a long line of carts formed in the East Market, with countless vendors rushing eastward with their wares. The East City had already begun cooking, with all shops opening an hour earlier than usual. Even before the morning sun cast its rays, the East Market was bustling, and the streets, wide enough for 10 horses to pass side by side, were choked with people. The cause of this change was none other than the grand battle set to unfold at Shanglongtai in East City at noon today, a historic showdown between the enigmatic Captain Yi and Wan Tingyun, one of Guang'an's 10 young masters. The spectacle alone promised to eclipse the previous battle between Su Yi and Gao Pan tenfold. Ever since Su Yi's triumph over Gao Pan, he had become a local celebrity, while Wan Tingyun had been a renowned figure in Guang'an for 3 years, celebrated among the elite. The clash of these two prominent figures, titans among the peak cultivators, was destined to attract immense attention. Over the past 7 days, the entire discourse in Guang'an had revolved around this impending battle, reaching a fever pitch by today. Particularly, Shanglongtai had undergone several expansions, now capable of accommodating 1 million spectators simultaneously. Even in the most illustrious arenas of the past, the capacity rarely exceeded 100,000. Yet, through the ingenuity of skilled craftsmen, the prospect of 1 million spectators gathering was no mere legend. This time, however, the Shanglongtai had deviated from its customary free admission policy. The avaricious Guang'an magistrate had instituted a ticket system, 10 tickets for 1 gold coin. Though the price was modest, the sheer volume of attendees meant that the magistrate would reap a fortune, garnering 10,000 gold coins from this single event. Not only would the Guang'an magistrate profit, but those who had initially purchased tickets had begun reselling them at inflated prices, generating considerable profits for numerous enterprising individuals. With an hour still remaining until noon, the Grand Shanglongtai was already filled to capacity. The most strategically positioned viewing platform on the west side has been transformed into private boxes exclusively for distinguished guests. Whether by design or mere coincidence, with merely half a stick of incense left before the decisive battle, Gao Junmo led 3 of his white-clad captains and Wan Yulong, the leader of the Black Dragon Hall, to converge in the corridor of the Jiazi 2 private room. Shui Changlao, what brings you here? Gao Junmo inquired, astonished. The man at the center, surrounded by Wan Yulong and others, was none other than Shui Changlao, who had previously exchanged a Shun Yuan Dan for iron essence at the Linglong Pavilion auction. Director Gao, what a coincidence. You're here to watch the decisive battle? Oh, I recall, that lad surnamed E is from your capturing division. Naturally, as the director, you must come to show your support. During the last auction, in a bid for the dragon crocodile skin, Gao Junmo had spared Shui Changlao's dignity by withdrawing, thus establishing a bond of goodwill. Indeed, our capturing division rarely produces a talent, so I naturally must come to witness the contest. I wonder, is Shui Changlao here to observe or to cheer for someone? Wan Yulong smugly replied, Director Gao may not know, but my son Tingyun has taken Shui Changlao as his god-grandfather. Naturally, Shui Changlao is here to see Tingyun dominate the arena. By the way, I remember you told me, Director Gao, to hold 3 matches. You're being overly courteous. I fear there may not be a 3rd match. Ma Wensheng schemed to involve the fire barbarians to kidnap Mu Bo and Xiao Hua, intending to threaten Su Yi. However, despite the formidable presence of the Black Dragon Hall, they lacked the weight to challenge the regulations of Guang'an City. After all, although the fire barbarians were involved, at this critical moment, it was clear who had the desire to act against Su Yi. The Black Dragon Hall could not withstand the torrent of public opinion and the ensuing pressure from the capturing division. Therefore, Ma Wensheng devised another plan, urging Wan Yulong to seek alliances among the prominent families in the city. The Black Dragon Hall had fought alone for many years and had reached a development bottleneck. Without the support of a powerful force, progress would remain stunted. After a moment of contemplation, Wan Yulong agreed. The previous loss of 100,000 gold to the gambling den had greatly shaken him. Just imagine if he had the Shui family as a backing. The gambling den would dare not act so arrogantly. The Black Dragon Hall held considerable power in Guangin's underground world, with 30,000 subordinates, far surpassing the available manpower of ordinary families. With the Shui family as support, Wan Yulong felt emboldened. Earlier, when Gao Junmo had sent word to allow only 3 challenges against Su Yi, one had endured in silence. Now, with the backing of the Shui family, Wan Yulong's confidence surged, and he regarded Gao Junmo with disdain, ready to overwhelm him. "May I inquire your age, Hall Master Wan?" Gao Junmo suddenly asked. Wan Yulong replied, "I am 53. Director Gao, you wouldn't be hoping for my demise, would you?" "Haha, unfortunately, I am in my prime, with plenty of vigor left." Previously suppressed by Gao Junmo, Wan Yulong now seized the opportunity to speak with barbed words. "Do you know Shui Chonglau's age?" Gao Junmo asked with a smile. Wan Yulong, confused by Gao Junmo's unexpected line of questioning, hesitated to respond, but with Shui Chonglao present, failing to answer would seem disrespectful. He clenched his jaw, raising his guard. "I truly do not know. Do you?" 49. Gao Junmo exclaimed. "Shui Chonglao is your god-grandson's god-grandfather, which means he is your godfather by generation. How remarkable! A 53-year-old son with a 49-year-old father. A historical oddity. Ha ha ha." The 3 white-clad captains accompanying Gao Junmo erupted in laughter. Just moments ago, one had dared to provoke Gao Junmo, and now, with the opportunity to express their amusement, they laughed heartily. Wan Yulong's face turned a shade of blue then red, his eyes bulging with fury, yet he could not utter a word, for any rebuttal might betray his disrespect toward Shui Chonglao. Enduring such public humiliation, being scolded openly while unable to respond, drove Wan Yulong to the brink of madness. Even the vice leaders and elders of the Black Dragon Hall who accompanied him to flatter Shui Chonglao felt a burning shame, some even questioning the wisdom of aligning with the Shui family. In the past, they had reveled in grievances and triumphs, but now they found themselves devoid of freedom to even laugh or scold. Less than a dog. Chapter 77. Hey, dazzling entrance, Director Gao. Where did you take up the art of repartee? I've heard you've been frequenting the theater lately. Could it be there that you honed your skills? Shui Chonglao finally stepped forward. Recently, Guangin has been tumultuous, with thieves daring to invade homes, causing casualties and kidnapping residents. The capturing division has been overwhelmed with work, leaving no time for leisure. After speaking, Gao Junmo smiled at Wan Yulong. "By the way, Hall Master Wan, your Black Dragon Hall has a sizable force and is well informed. Surely you know who hired those fire barbarians to abduct Su Yi's family? The director is too kind. The Black Dragon Hall lacks such influence. I have not even heard of this matter. Is there someone who dares to defy your authority, Director Gao?" Wan Yulong replied sarcastically. "Damn it. How dare you, Wan? Act like a hero without merit? If you speak disrespectfully to my lord again, I swear I will bring my men to dismantle your Black Dragon Hall tomorrow." Gao Junmo remained silent, but the white-clad Qi Baihan, standing close beside him, was instantly enraged. Su Yi's rented estate was within his jurisdiction, and with such an incident occurring, he had been simmering with anger. Now, witnessing Wan Yulong's audacity towards Gao Junmo, he could no longer restrain himself. "Director Gao, if you do not manage your hounds properly, do not blame Wan for being heartless." Wan Yulong's expression darkened abruptly. "I have only brothers in my ranks, not dogs. Heartless? What could you possibly do about it? The Rising Dragon platform is right below. Once the younger generation finishes their contest, we can settle this matter ourselves. I wonder if you, Wan, still possess the courage?" Gao Junmo maintained a smile, yet within, he had already begun to contemplate killing Wan Yulong for his repeated provocations. As a formidable figure at the Qi Hai realm, engaging in a life-and-death struggle in public was not something Wan Yulong could afford to do. Although he was also at the mid-Qi Hai stage, he understood the terror that Gao Junmo represented, wielding the 7 absolute sword, unrivaled in Guangin. Despite his pride, he dared not confront Gao Junmo in a battle arena. Gao Junmo laughed heartily. "Shui Chonglao, your godson seems to have emerged from the theater with quite the silver tongue. Director Gao, he is merely a young lad in the body refinement stage. There is no need to let this affect the harmony between our families. How about I mediate between you and Hall Master Wan?" Gao Junmo, as the head of the Guangin capturing division, commanded the entire city's security forces. Although the Shui family was a powerful clan, they too preferred not to rupture relations with Gao Junmo. Gao Junmo replied, It would be most fitting for Shui Changlao to act as the intermediary. Why not let Hall Master Wan surrender the elder and the youth? And I promise there will be no repercussions? The problem lay in the fact that Wan Yulong had dared to employ underhanded tactics, instructing the fire barbarians to assault the Su family, which was tantamount to slapping Gao Junmo in the face. If this matter was not resolved, the reputation of the capturing division would be in tatters. Director Gao, you jest. Hall Master Wan has not kidnapped anyone. How can he surrender them? Shui Changlao was not foolish. Even if he trusted Gao Junmo's integrity and commitment, the current situation was not one to be easily acknowledged. The Yi royal court was rife with corruption, but its thousand-year legacy of power still stood. Shui Changlao was too astute to hand over any incriminating evidence to Gao Junmo. Gao Junmo silently cursed the old fox and said, "Since Shui Changlao does not trust me, so be it. I believe that upon seeing the coffin, some individuals will shed tears. Shui Changlao, shall we not meet by chance, but rather watch the battle together?" Oh, Director Gao is that confident that Su Yi will triumph over my god-grandson? I have always had faith in my subordinate. Let us not speak further. Let us watch the battle together. With that, Gao Junmo strode towards the private room, hoping that Su Yi's skills matched his bravado. Shui Zhanglao, since Gao Silang has extended the invitation, let us acquiesce to his wishes. I am curious to see who will ultimately encounter the coffin. Having spoken, Wan Yulong smiled and nodded, and amidst the throng, they entered the Jiaqiu room reserved by Gao Junmo. At this moment, it was merely noon, and the viewing platform was already filled to capacity. As Su Yi ascended from the underground lift, his eyes were nearly dazzled by the myriad of colors that filled the sky. The azure heavens and the warm sun created an atmosphere that stirred the applause from the audience into a veritable tsunami. However, Su Yi's countenance was as cold as iron, his eyes obscured by a flickering flame, and a sense of desolation welled within him, with only thoughts of violence in his heart. Just as Su Yi steadied himself in the arena, Wan Tingyun made his entrance. It seemed that Wan Gongzi truly was an exceptional figure, born to stand above others. In contrast to the rather mundane entrances of Gao Pan and Su Yi, Wan Gongzi, one of the top 10 young masters of Guang'an City, dazzled all with his magnificent arrival. He descended upon a colossal white crane, soaring through the air, with golden sunlight illuminating his white feathers like clouds, casting a radiant glow upon his jade-like visage, rendering even the sun above envious of his brilliance. Draped in golden robes that shimmered under the warmth of the sun, he appeared as if encircled by a halo, resembling a celestial being descended to the mortal realm. The moment Wan Gongzi appeared, he eclipsed all of Su Yi's prominence, and the applause from the audience diminished momentarily before erupting once more with fervor akin to a landslide. Compared to the newcomer Su Yi, the illustrious reputation of Wan Tingyun, cultivated over many years, far surpassed that of his rival. With the adoration of the crowd, Wan Gongzi's spirits soared, filling him with a sense of grandeur, as if he were the emperor of the human realm, governing the emotions of all present. In a moment of exuberance, he chose not to land immediately, instead circling the high platform atop his crane, where applause and cheers cascaded like a tidal wave, flowers raining down around him. After completing 3 circuits, he finally descended gracefully onto the martial arts stage, releasing the crane and locking his gaze upon Su. With his sword angled and a light smile gracing his handsome face, he inquired, "You are Isu? I must express my gratitude. I never anticipated that the experience of this contest at the Shenglongtai would be so delightful. Therefore, in light of this, I shall be swift in my actions, severing your neck with a single stroke, so that your demise may be more comfortable." Su Yi, unperturbed, advanced slowly towards Wan Gongzi, who stood a considerable distance away. The bell had yet to toll. It was not yet time for battle. Wan Gongzi, remaining still, coldly remarked, "Indeed, you are the legendary groundhog, acting with such stealth. Are you not relying on your superior agility to approach me stealthily, hoping to launch a sudden strike? Alas, I'm not the foolish Gao Pan. Today, I shall show you that in the face of absolute power, any scheming is futile." Chapter 78. Swift victory. As his words fell, a pair of wings, no longer than a foot, emerged from behind Wan Gongzi, glistening like jade and shimmering in the sunlight. Is it not a contest of speed? This time, I shall demonstrate to you what true swiftness entails. Wan Tingyun held his head high, barely deigning to glance at Su Yi, and suddenly felt a pang of nostalgia. Lamenting that he had not brought a jade flute, for at such a moment, with all eyes upon him, a gentle note would stir the tides of the azure sea, enchanting countless maidens. Su Yi remained silent, akin to a desiccated tree stubbornly extending its last roots. Upon reaching a distance of approximately 10 zhang in front of Wan Tingyun, Su Yi finally halted, adhering to the duel's stipulated minimum distance. At that moment, the wings behind Wan Tingyun had just unfurled, causing both Shui Zhonglao and Gao Junmo within the Jaichiho suite to rise from their seats in unison. Rushing to the window for a clearer view of the crystalline core at the base of those translucent wings, which was the size of a fingernail. The Jaichiho was a super suite, affording the best visual experience. Not far from the window stood a massive projection wall, which magnified the events of the martial arts stage with clarity and perfection. Though the crystal core was small, it still appeared distinctly on the projection wall. What is that? Could it be a spirit stone? Shui Zhonglao stuttered, unsure if he was directing his question towards Gao Junmo or Wan Yulong, whose head was raised high. Gao Junmo murmured, could it truly be that object? I have seen images before, and its shape is indeed that of a spirit stone. Wan Yulong declared loudly, what? How could you possess such a divine object? Quickly hand it over. I am willing to exchange a substantial sum for it. Shui Zhonglao, as if invigorated, darted forward, grasping Wan Yulong's collar with urgency. The elder misunderstood. While it is indeed a fragment of a spirit stone within that core, it is merely a composite of shards, possessing only a fraction of the true spirit stone's power. Thus utilized as an auxiliary object, Ma Wensheng interjected anxiously. Upon hearing this, Shui Zhonglao released his grip, turning back to the window, and, after a moment, remarked, so, it is. I wondered why the patterns were so peculiar. It turns out to be a composite of waste stones. Yet even as such, it is still a rare treasure. You are quite ingenious in your efforts to ensure victory for my grandson. If it were a spirit stone, it would be a celestial treasure, one that Shui Zhonglao would be determined to acquire. But now, realizing it to be merely a composite of worthless stones, he naturally lost interest. Wan Yulong, smiling as he responded to Shui Zhonglao, teased Gao Sailang, at this moment, who do you think will witness the coffin? As it happened, after parting ways in front of Su's residence the previous night, Su Yi had sought him out again in the dead of night, entrusting Gao Junmo with a task, exuding confidence about his impending victory in today's battle. This had buoyed Gao Junmo's spirits considerably, giving him a newfound resolve in his confrontation with Wan Yulong. However, at this moment, Wan Tingyun had revealed a pair of wings crafted from fragments of spirit stones, clearly intended to counter Su Yi's advantage in speed. More critically, with these wings, Wan Tingyun's mobility would be vastly superior, placing Su Yi in a position of passive defense. Thus, Gao Junmo saw no glimmer of hope for Su Yi's victory. Instantly, a wave of applause surged from the audience, challenging the limits of everyone's eardrums. Just as the cheers reached a crescendo, Gao Junmo suddenly heard a piercing scream, followed by a chorus of cries emanating from within the suite, particularly that shrill scream unmistakably belonging to Wan Yulong. As events unfolded, Gao Junmo's thoughts raced as he lifted his head, only to witness an unforeseen spectacle. Yi, resembling a rough butcher, had seized Wan Tingyun by his golden, glimmering leg, lifting him and mercilessly slamming him on the ground, tossing him in every direction as if he were a rag doll, utterly defenseless against Su Yi's ferocious onslaught. This scene captured countless gazes, halting the applause mid-echo. Everyone stared, dumbstruck, at the frail scholar, now brutally overpowering the golden-armored celestial being. How had this transpired? Why had it occurred in such a manner? Very few could comprehend the reality. Was it not agreed that the one surnamed he would merely engage with Gao Pan, and even if victorious, it would be through underhanded tactics? Had he not just coughed up blood before taking the stage? How had he suddenly transformed into such a formidable force? Had it not been established that Wan Tingyun was one of the most distinguished young masters of Guang'an, with remarkable martial prowess and equipped with the resources of the Black Dragon Hall, poised to dominate the constables? Why now was Wan Gongzi utterly powerless, reduced to mere sack? The reality had fundamentally reversed the preconceived narrative in countless minds, leaving many utterly confounded. As the tolling of the bell echoed, Wan Gongzi raised his sword high, a flash of light sweeping across the arena. In an instant, Isu was pressed against Wang Gongzi, and in the next moment, Wang Gongzi lost his balance, his left ankle caught in Su Yi's grasp, commencing an absurd spectacle of brutality. The reasons behind this turn of events remained a mystery to countless onlookers. Yet, within the battlefield, Isu paid no heed to the spectators. His mind was filled solely with the visage and laughter of Chihuahua, while his hands wielded the iron claws of the ox-headed and horse-faced specters. With a thunderous crash, Wan Tianyun was sent soaring as if swept away by a tempest, and within mere moments, the golden armor adorning him shattered into countless golden shards, scattering into the air. Isu continued his assault. With a resounding impact, Wan Tianyun's flesh was ruthlessly slammed against the unforgiving ground, accompanied by a piercing scream as a torrent of blood erupted from his mouth. The game was over. Isu ceased his onslaught, firmly planting his foot upon Wan Tianyun's head. "How did you accomplish this?" Wan Tianyun gasped, his words punctuated by a fit of coughing. At that moment, his internal organs felt like they had been violently displaced by Isu's final strike. Even the slightest exertion left him in excruciating discomfort, making speech nearly impossible. Yet, grinding his teeth, he managed to voice his inquiry, for without it, he felt he would die with his eyes forever closed. Chapter 79, Urgency. Prior to this moment, Wan Tianyun had been utterly confident in his invincibility, especially after acquiring his wings, believing he could escape even from formidable foes. After obtaining those wings, he had tested them. Merely summoning their power allowed him to move with the swiftness of light, reaching speeds so tremendous that his own shadow became indistinguishable. Bolstered by this newfound ability, Wan Tianyun possessed unwavering confidence. Yet, he was defeated without a shadow of doubt and utterly powerless to retaliate. If he had been caught off guard, it would be excusable, but he had indeed activated his wings, only to be intercepted by Isu. Such skill seemed almost otherworldly. "Rest assured, you shall not perish. There is no need for you to close your eyes," Isu proclaimed, his voice resonating like the clash of metals. Among the multitude of 100,000, only Isu understood where Wan Tianyun had faltered. In truth, the moment the bell tolled and Wan Tianyun felt a surge of arrogance, it was already too late. As Isu drew within 10 zhang, the outcome of the battle was sealed. 10 zhang in radius, within that circle. A mere thought could transform the expanse into a mere inch. This was the revelation Isu had gleaned upon mastering the Gui Yuanbu. It meant that within a radius of 10 zhang, as long as the Gui Yuanbu was activated, a flicker of thought could bring him to his opponent's side in an instant. The Gui Yuanbu was a technique devised by the wisest of sages after exhausting the mysteries of circles, allowing for the transformation of a 10 zhang radius into a mere thought span. In other words, as long as Isu approached within 10 zhang, a mere flicker of thought would allow him to appear before his adversary. It was not that Wan Tianyun's speed, propelled by his wings, was inferior to Isu's. Rather, once Isu breached the 10 zhang threshold, any notion of competing in speed became futile, for no speed could surpass thought. At the precise moment Wan Tianyun activated his wings, Isu closed the distance. Caught off guard, Wan Tianyun had no time to react before Isu seized his calf and slammed him mercilessly to the ground. Ordinarily, Wan Tianyun's golden armor would have shielded him from harm, but as he had previously been unable to breach the lower-grade golden armor of Gaopan, today, as Isu, having perfected the first level of the Bali Ju, possessed strength surpassing 3 bulls. Grasping Wan Tianyun's substantial form, he swung him about like a tempest, leaving Wan Tianyun, a peak body refinement practitioner, utterly disoriented. In essence, Wan Tianyun found himself trapped within a high-speed accelerator, his thoughts scattered, unable to react. 7 days prior, Isu had failed to penetrate Wan Tianyun's inferior golden armor after delivering over 100 strikes. Yet today, within a mere half a cup of tea's time of relentless slamming, without even utilizing his fists for direct attack, that armor was utterly obliterated. Without the protection of his golden armor, Wan Tianyun stood before Isu as nothing more than a heap of flesh. However, after uttering a single phrase, Isu refrained from further assaulting Wan Tianyun or signaling to the officiating platform for his victory. Instead, he raised a finger high into the air. At that moment, within the Jiaoqiu room, the fervent and bloodthirsty Gao Junmo understood the signal. "Master Wan, do not despair. I believe it is time for us to have a discussion. Look, Isu is signaling to me." From a moment Wan Tianyun was apprehended by Isu, Wan Yulong's mental defenses crumbled. Upon witnessing Isu shatter Wan Tingyun's protective armor and blood spurt from his mouth, he could no longer contain himself. Wan Tingyun was his heart's desire, his very life. To see him tormented was akin to enduring 1,000 tortures. Had it not been for Elder Shui's intervention, he would have hurled himself from the window in a fit of rage. At that moment, Isu ceased his assault, his eyes brimming with unshed tears. Just then, Ma Wensheng burst through the door, urgently exclaiming, reporting to the master, "A brother has conveyed news that down below, a faction has located the fire barbarians wreaking havoc in the city. After a fierce battle, they have eradicated all the fire barbarians, and the old man has been rescued." Wan Yulong paused, casting a complex glance at Ma Wensheng, then turned to Gao Junmo, saying, "Fortune seems to favor us. Those damned fire barbarians have finally been vanquished." "Indeed, I always knew Master Wan's luck would not falter," Gao Junmo replied with a cold smirk, his gaze heavily scrutinizing Ma Wensheng. He could not help but admire the man's quick wit. Were it not for his insight, Wan Yulong would have likely revealed his hand in that moment of vulnerability. Instead, this individual had quietly discerned the truth, slipped away, and returned at the opportune moment to deliver his words, sealing all possible loopholes. It seemed the Heilong Tang was truly blessed with fortuitous luck. At this critical juncture in saving Wan Tingyun's life, they had encountered the fire barbarians and fought fiercely. Retrieving the hostage, Gao Junmo silently cursed his misfortune but could not afford to waste words. He urgently addressed Wan Yulong. "Then I ask Master Wan to bring the person here." "Wait, my Yunar's life? Do you still have the standing to negotiate terms?" Wan Yulong exclaimed angrily. "If it comes to it, I will fight to the death. That old man is just as vital to Isu. Otherwise, why would he signal you at this critical moment? He must have had prior arrangements with you." Wan Yulong's guess was indeed correct. Last night, Isu had met with Gao Junmo to instruct him on the hostage exchange and had agreed upon a signal. "Very well, I Gao shall take it upon myself to spare Wan Tingyun's life. However, you, Wan, must not attempt any treachery. Why is it that only the old man remains?" Gao Junmo declared sternly. Wan Yulong's anger flared, and he nearly retorted that they had only captured the old man, but Ma Wensheng interjected just in time. "Director Gao, according to reports, we indeed only captured the old man. Perhaps the younger one escaped amidst the chaos. In any case, since we have promised to hand over the person, there is no reason to leave anyone behind, especially given the current circumstances. What use is there in retaining one?" Gao Junmo pondered this reasoning, aware that upon Isu and the old man's reunion, the truth would be revealed. Fearing Isu might grow impatient, he clapped his hands decisively. "I hope you can bear the consequences of deceit." Thus, the negotiations reached a conclusion, and both parties proceeded to the public decision area to relay their messages. Meanwhile, the clash occurring atop the Sheng Long platform, officially termed a public decision, was fundamentally a private duel. Aside from the matter of life and death, another legal principle existed, which allowed the dueling parties to determine whether or not to engage in combat. When Gao Junmo and Wan Yulong, each representing Isu and Wan Tingyun respectively, submitted a request to the adjudication office for a half-hour suspension of the duel, a resounding metallic voice soon echoed from above the martial arts arena. Given that both parties agreed to the pause, the adjudication office granted the request, and the duel would resume in half an hour. Chapter 80. Chihuahua, a thrilling contest. Abruptly interrupted midway, had never occurred in the extensive history of duels in Guang'an City. However, as the metallic voice resonated, the stands did not erupt into a cacophony of cheers and jeers. The majority of the audience supported Wan Tingyun, and if the duel had not been paused, he would undoubtedly have lost, rendering their bets worthless. This suspension, however, might bring forth a miracle. So he had no time to consider the spectators' sentiments. Under the guidance of the staff, he retreated into the corridor, where he encountered the waiting Gao Junmo. "Magnificent, Yeong. After this battle, you shall be renowned throughout Guang'an," Gao Junmo exclaimed, patting him on the shoulder with fervor. The unexpected and exhilarating victory had ignited Gao Junmo's passion, completely overshadowing the arrogant Wan Yulong. In his opinion of Su, he had undergone a significant transformation, now viewing him as the future backbone of the patrol office. "Thank you, Gao Si. I wonder where Chihuahua and Mu Bo are now. Are they well?" Su Yi was too preoccupied with concern to engage in pleasantries with Gao Junmo. Understanding that this was not the moment for idle chatter, Gao Junmo pointed towards the large red enameled door on the left. The elder is just beyond that door. If there are any issues, you should inquire directly with him. Time is of the essence. I must head to the adjudication office. Regardless of the circumstances, you must secure a complete victory in this battle, leaving no chance for a comeback. Before he could finish, Su Yi shot out like an arrow, bursting through the door. Upon entering, he immediately spotted Mu Bo standing by the window. In a whirlwind of emotion, he approached and grasped the elder's shoulders, his eyes reddening as he said, "Mu Bo, I have caused you distress." Faced with dire changes, Mu Bo's expression was grim, though he appeared physically well, aside from a slightly swollen face, showing no signs of injury. Seeing Su Yi, Mu Bo's demeanor became animated, and with his withered hands resting on Su Yi's shoulders, he did not speak, but tears began to fall. The sight of Mu Bo in tears struck Su Yi with a profound shock. Though their time together had been brief, he recognized that this old fisherman was a true hero, a stalwart man of honor. The tears of a hero signified great upheaval. Gao Junmo had previously mentioned the absence of Chiu Hua, and Mu Bo's demeanor had already weighed heavily on Su Yi's heart. Now, witnessing Mu Bo's state, Su Yi felt a wave of despair wash over him, his voice trembling as he asked, Chiu Hua, even with a heart of unyielding strength. Su Yi could not withstand such overwhelming sorrow. In just a few days, he had genuinely come to care for Mu Bo and Chiu Hua. Especially Chiu Hua, with her innocence and vivacity, had become dear to him, and the thought of her facing misfortune felt like the very sky above him would collapse. Chiu Hua is still alive, Mu Bo said with a heavy heart, tears streaming down his weathered face. What? Mu Bo cast a deep glance at him, then suddenly withdrew his hands, opened his garment, and carefully unfolded a handkerchief, revealing a purple wooden carving, a figure with thick hair, a round head, limbs intact, and distinct facial features. In a hoarse voice, he said, "This is Chiu Hua." A thunderous realization struck Su Yi, as if a bolt of lightning had entered his mind, shaking him to his core. This cannot be. His eyes glazed over. Initially, he had not planned to involve himself with her, wishing only to escape far away. Yet upon hearing her cries, he could not bear to leave her, a mere child, and chose to save her. Once on shore, he attempted to send her back, but she refused to leave, following him home, transforming into the girl he now knew as Chiu Hua. Subsequently, she became his granddaughter, accompanying him through 3 years of life. These years had been the most fulfilling of his life, for one must always have hope. Each day, as he set out to fish, he envisioned catching more fish, exchanging them for money to buy Chiu Hua some candy or a new garment, and seeing her joy made all his efforts worthwhile. Regrettably, he was old, and Chiu Hua's fortunes were thin. Having followed him, she had not enjoyed many days of happiness, but had instead expended her vitality to save him. Without Chiu Hua, he would have long since passed away. Fearing his own demise and leaving her alone in this world, he had allowed her to supplement his life force regularly. Su Yi stood transfixed as he absorbed this narrative. His thoughts raced, and he fully believed that the wooden doll before him was indeed Chiu Hua. He recalled that at the auction, the first item presented was a ginseng doll, and this wooden carving, aside from its thicker hair and larger size, was a veritable replica of that ginseng doll. He remembered the auctioneer mentioning that the 500-year-old ginseng doll had not yet reached its potential and had been harvested prematurely. Had it waited another 500 years, it might have transformed. It followed that ginseng dolls of a certain age could indeed take on human form. Initially, Mu Bo had been beset by a group of thugs at the Yueying dock in Furong Town. Despite being an aging man, Mu Bo had bravely fought back, sustaining severe injuries. Yet after a few doses of medicine, he began to recover. At that time, Su Yi had assumed it was either Mu Bo's robust constitution or the efficacy of the medicine. Now, reflecting back, he realized that during those 2 days, Chiu Hua had appeared with dark circles under her eyes and a wan complexion. Sleeping excessively, she had been transferring her life force to Mu Bo, leading to her own weakness. Moreover, since arriving in Guang'an City, the little girl had ceased her studies. Su Yi had casually suggested finding her a school, to which she had initially expressed interest but ultimately declined, insisting on staying with her grandfather. In hindsight, it was likely Mu Bo's concern that in a city filled with extraordinary individuals, Chiu Hua would be at risk if she ventured out. Chapter 81. Wounds and Loss. At the time, Su Yi had not thought deeply about it, attributing her words to the innocent musings of a child. Now, He realized that Chiu-Hua had been making a promise to herself. Previously, he had believed her affection was merely childlike fondness. But now he suspected she had been quietly offering her life force to heal him. In retrospect, there were numerous inconsistencies. Yet, before the truth was revealed, he could never have imagined that the lively and adorable Chiu-Hua was, in fact, a sentient ginseng doll. Whether a spirit or a human, she remained the same Chiu-Hua. Su-Yi clenched his teeth, carefully taking the doll from Mu Bo's hands, gently caressing its body. Suddenly, the doll's closed eyes opened a narrow slit before firmly shutting again. Mu Bo's heart sank as he witnessed this, and tears streamed down his face. When the fire barbarian broke into our home, Chiu-Hua could have burrowed into the ground to escape, but instead, she transformed into a blade of grass and hid in my clothing. At my age, I have lived long enough, yet this child with her stubborn heart insisted on saving me, resulting in her current plight. With that, he loosened his inner garment, revealing a horrific wound, as though pierced by a spear. It turned out that Mu Bo had been captured and had resigned himself to death. However, with Su-Yi's unwavering sincerity, he no longer feared for Chiu-Hua. 3 days prior, taking advantage of a moment when his captors were asleep, Mu Bo had suddenly rebelled, seizing a long knife and injuring one of the fire barbarians. But weakened by age, he had failed to take the barbarian's life. In a fit of rage, the fire barbarian had retaliated, piercing Mu Bo through the chest. As Mu Bo slumped against the wall, ready to close his eyes in death, Chiu-Hua, who had been hiding for so long, finally made her move. Sacrificing her own life to transfer her vitality to Mu Bofiai was not dead. The horrifying wound on his body healed instantaneously. However, Chiu-Hua, having expended an immense amount of vitality, could no longer maintain her transformed form and reverted to a wooden doll. Upon seeing the wooden doll, Mu Bo understood everything at once, feeling an overwhelming sense of heartbreak. Yet, he dared not take his own life and instead concealed the wooden figure close to his flesh. Although Mu Bo had survived, the fire barbarians were slightly astonished, and in their fear, they did not delve deeper into the matter. They recognized that the old man was of extraordinary importance to them. Had he truly been slain by one of their arrows, the other fire barbarians would have certainly exacted their vengeance on the shooter. Thus, Mu Bo quietly hid the wooden figure until this moment, when Su-Yi grasped Wan Tingyun and exchanged it. Su-Yi, noticing the gruesome wound on Mu Bo's chest, gritted his teeth in frustration, wishing he could obliterate the Heilong Hall. There was no need to be angry at the old man. It was not worth it. Mu Bo adjusted his clothes and reached out to take Chiu-Hua from Su-Yi's hands, cradling her in his embrace. I have not eaten for several days and am famished. Please help me procure some food. I wish to converse with Chiu-Hua for a while longer. Su-Yi smacked his forehead, cursing his own oversight. Mu Bo, please wait. He hurriedly rushed out. Mu Bo glanced at Su-Yi's anxious retreating figure and gently stroked Chiu-Hua, murmuring, "What a wonderful person. Only such a person can my grandfather trust to hand you over to him. Heaven has not been unkind to my grandfather. In his old age, he has you to accompany him. As he nears his end, the heavens have sent your Uncle Huzi to take care of you." Mu Bo's murky old eyes were fixed on Chiu-Hua in his arms, filled with love and reluctance. "Chiu-Hua, grandfather must leave now. I cannot burden you any longer. Only when I depart will my Chiu-Hua be well and grow up healthy." At this moment, Chiu-Hua suddenly began to struggle violently in Mu Bo's grasp. However, her strength was waning, and she could not free herself. "Chiu-Hua, be obedient. Grandfather is old and will eventually leave. Even though my body may be gone, my spirit will always watch over you, observing your growth and happiness. Do not be sad nor grieve. Grandfather will always be watching you from above. Remember to listen to your Uncle Huzi's words. Though I am gone, he will care for you. Your Uncle Huzi is the most remarkable hero I have ever known, and he will surely look after you as you grow." As these words left his lips, Mu Bo tightened his grip on the struggling Chiu-Hua with one hand, while the other stealthily produced a sharp iron awl. With all his might, he plunged it into his chest, the sound of piercing flesh echoing. Just then, Su-Yi burst through the door, calling urgently, "Mu Bo, I have brought food. Time is of the essence. I only found a few meat pies." Before he could finish speaking, he was struck by the scene before him, his soul nearly fleeing his body. The meat pies flew from his hands as he darted forward, embracing Mu Bo tightly, tears streaming down his face. "Mu Bo, what are you doing? What are you doing? With me here, Why would you go to such lengths? He struck his own head in desperation, regretting to the utmost. How could he have doubted Mu Bo's hunger? With such fortitude, it was inconceivable that Mu Bo would openly declare his hunger. Had he harbored even a hint of suspicion, even while fetching food for Mu Bo, he would have sensed the urgency and remained. Su-yi despised himself deeply, clinging to Mu Bo as tears poured forth. Feeling utterly helpless, suddenly, his gaze fell upon Xiaohua, who was wildly thrashing in Mu Bo's hand. He hurriedly scooped her up. In that instant, Xiaohua began to rise, teetering precariously as she flew towards Mu Bo's lips, her dried and tangled hair brushing against them. Yet Mu Bo resolutely kept his lips sealed. Struggling, he raised a trembling hand to stroke her head, then pointed towards Su-yi. Suddenly, his eyelids drooped, and his withered hand fell heavily. Xiaohua let out a faint sound, a single crystalline tear escaping her half-closed eyes, falling to the ground, where Su-yi caught her in his arms. Immortality. Unable to shed another tear. The sunlight streaming through the window was warm, yet it could not penetrate the icy depths of his heart. The lights stretched their shadows long against the massive wall before them, as Mu Bo wore a loving and contented smile, seemingly drifting into a deep slumber. Chapter 82. Fighting side by side. Time passed unknowingly, and Gao Junmo entered the room. Isu, what time is it? This old man. His gaze landed on Mu Bo, and he was taken aback, never expecting that the old man had ultimately not survived despite being rescued. Mu Bo has passed. Director Gao, please convey to the Heilong Hall that from today onwards, there will be no more of this signboard in Guang'an City. With that, Su-yi carried Mu Bo and strode purposefully out. Gao Junmo felt a pang of despair but could not dissuade him. Knowing Su-yi's temperament, he could not help but feel a surge of murderous intent. As Su-yi moved further away, he called out, "I, Gao, promise when you long to spare Wan Tingyun's life." Warriors value their promises, especially the prominent ones. Since Gao Junmo had agreed with Su-yi to negotiate the exchange of hostages with Wan Yulong, he was effectively vouching for Wan Tingyun's life with his own reputation. At this moment, witnessing Su-yi's rising fury, he feared that in his wrath, Su-yi might annihilate Wan Tingyun and retaliate against him. Rest assured, Director Gao. Su-yi's voice was as cold as ice. Half a tea time later, Su-yi ascended the Shenglong platform once more, and the surrounding stands erupted in a cacophony of cheers. Su-yi bore an elderly figure upon his back, a sleeping elder. In Guang'an City, duels have been prevalent for nearly a century, with millions of battles fought, yet never had anyone fought while burdened by a fallen comrade. The tumultuous uproar did not reach Su-yi's ears. He stood tall, feeling Xiaohua in his embrace, looking skyward and murmuring, "Mu Bo, Xiaohua, this time we shall live and die together, fighting side by side." At that moment, Wan Tingyun also ascended the platform, donned in a new set of golden armor, his spirit and vigor incomparable to before. His gaze towards Su-yi was now laced with caution, devoid of the earlier despondency. Indeed, while Su-yi faced life and death, Wan Tingyun was focused on healing and replenishing his equipment. Now, upon seeing Su-yi again, he felt no contempt, nor did he harbor fear. His injuries had been completely healed by the miraculous medicine provided by Elder Shui. The golden armor he wore was also a mid-grade garment bestowed by Elder Shui, its defensive power far superior to that of a low-grade one. Additionally, with Elder Shui and other strong figures analyzing the battlefield and establishing strategies, Wan Tingyun's confidence surged, and the last remnants of fear dissipated. He held his sword at an angle, cautiously maintaining a distance of over 30 paces from Su-yi, and coldly declared, "Previously, it was due to my lack of preparation that allowed you to take advantage of the situation. Now, I, Wan, shall engage you in a fair battle. If you are afraid, I shall spare your life. You may leave the stage." To mask his earlier defeat, Wan Tingyun no longer cared for his dignity. Even the cheers from his stands for his return quickly faded due to his shameless words. His handsome face flushed with embarrassment as he fell silent, holding his breath in concentration. Suddenly, the bell rang, and Wan Tingyun activated his wings, darting forward like a flash of light, wielding his sword with precision to strike at Su-yi's vital points. With one successful strike, he swiftly retreated, only to return in an instant, unleashing over 100 sword strikes in rapid succession, filling the arena with a dazzling display of sword light that seemed capable of shattering the sun itself. Occasionally, he launched a series of sonic speed throwing knives that struck Su-yi, resonating with a thunderous clang. To all present, Wan Tingyun's relentless assault resembled a torrent, its might reaching for the heavens, as if to shake the very foundations of the world. Good. In a private box, Wan Yulong let out a roar, with Ma Wensheng and others following suit in applause. Wan Tingyun fought brilliantly, embodying the collective wisdom of all present. The strategy devised earlier had emphasized utilizing the high mobility of his wings and employing the Zhuji sword for hit-and-run attacks. Strike, then vanish, only to attack once more. One cannot help but acknowledge the brilliance of such a strategy. Although Su Yi's return to origin step is truly marvelous, it relies heavily on the subtleties of thought. In terms of pure speed, he is undeniably outmatched by Wan Tingyun, whose wings are propelled by shards of spirit stones. As over 100 swords were thrust forth by Wan Tingyun, Su Yi's attire bore numerous gashes, fluttering in the heavenly winds, his demeanor exuding an aura of chilling solitude. However, while Wan Tingyun initially reveled in the beauty of his assault, his pride swiftly dissipated after the flurry of strikes, as he fully realized that the individual before him was not one he could easily overcome. Beyond his extraordinary mobility, Su Yi possessed formidable defensive armor. Wan Tingyun's Zhuji sword, wielded with all his might, could effortlessly shatter gold and iron, yet despite the barrage of over 100 strikes, not only did he fail to breach Su Yi's defenses, but even the old man behind him remained unscathed. Occasionally, the sound-speed flying daggers were unleashed, creating a formidable offense, yet yielding no tangible results. Your shell is remarkably tough. I shall cease my attacks now. Since you cannot strike me either, shall we declare this battle a draw? Wan Tingyun felt a chill of dread, uncertain of the hidden trump cards Su Yi might possess, and his desire for peace intensified. If you can land even one more strike on me, I shall concede. Unwavering, he had endured over 100 blows. It was clear he had a purpose. Wan Tingyun, elated, summoned all his strength, his voice echoing across the arena. You declared it yourself. If you can hit me again, I will accept defeat. I hope you can keep your word like a man. What a disastrous ploy. Inside the Jiacho box, Gao Junmo's face turned ashen, struggling to believe his ears. Earlier, as Wan Tingyun unleashed a tempest of sword strikes, he had thought Su Yi was destined to lose. However, upon witnessing Su Yi's possession of an extraordinary treasure and unparalleled defense, he remained calm, anticipating Wan Tingyun's energy to wane and his efforts to fall short. Little did he know that at this critical juncture, Su Yi would utter such reckless words. Gao Zijiang, Su Yi is one of your patrol officers. Surely, you won't stand idly by while your subordinate breaks his word. Wan Yulong interjected urgently. Su Yi's ferocity had shattered his understanding. He no longer hoped for Wan Tingyun to triumph, but merely wished for him to survive the match. At this moment, Su Yi's boastful proclamation seemed to toss victory back into Wan's grasp. I am not you. Gao Junmo fixed his gaze intently on the scene below. Suddenly, Su Yi closed his eyes, releasing all perception, as an overwhelming awareness enveloped him like a tide. As Wan Tingyun launched his attack, Su Yi's left hand reached out towards the northwest, and, as if they had agreed upon this exchange, Su Yi extended his hand first, allowing Wan Tingyun to place his wrist within Su Yi's grasp. Seizing Wan Tingyun's hand, adorned with the Tianqin fist wraps, Su Yi unleashed a powerful punch, sending shockwaves through the air with a resounding boom. Wan Tingyun was propelled into the air, and before he could reach the peak of his ascent, Su Yi yanked him back down. Another thunderous punch sent Wan Tingyun soaring once more, and with yet another strike. The mid-grade robe he wore was shattered by Su Yi's brutal force. Chapter 83. Counterattack. This spectacle left the Jiacho box in shock, as countless heads stood on end. The might of 3 punches was truly astounding. Gao Junmo's eyes narrowed sharply, fixating on Su Yi as if he were gazing upon an unparalleled treasure. The mid-grade rope in the alchemy hall had never been breached by a master of the body refinement realm. Even Gao Junmo himself would require his 7 absolute sword to accomplish such a feat, relying solely on fists. Even if he succeeded, it would not match Su Yi's ferocity. Mubo, Chiuhua, watch as I avenge you. Su Yi shook his wrist violently, causing Wan Tingyun to crash heavily to the ground. Stepping forward, Su Yi crushed Wan Tingyun's left ankle, blood gushing forth. Ah! Wan Tingyun screamed in agony. Wan Yulong's heart ached in despair. Su Yi, still unsatisfied, stomped on Wan Tingyun's right ankle, and before he could utter a sound, delivered 2 resounding slaps that left Wang Tingyun dazed, his teeth shattered, his handsome face swollen like that of a pig. Rest assured, I will not take your life. I promised your father I would uphold my word. But while death is avoidable, living punishment is inescapable. You shall bow before Mu Bo 300 times. Do not blame me. Blame your wretched father. Su Yi's voice was as cold as if it had emerged from a frozen abyss. You shall begin bowing when you are ready. Only then will my foot cease its movement. No sooner had he spoken than his foot descended once more, obliterating Wang Tingyun's calf into a pulp. Wang Tingyun, engulfed in excruciating pain, lost all semblance of dignity and composure, collapsing with a thud as his head struck the ground. Gao Junmo Yu, I will fight you to the end. In the Jiacho box, Wan Yulong, his face contorted with rage, suddenly bellowed and drew a pair of rings, prepared to retaliate. Enough! Do you not feel ashamed? Whoever dares to cause trouble here shall face my wrath. Elder Shui's voice rang out coldly, his gaze piercing through Wang Tingyun, quelling the chaos. He had never anticipated such an outcome. His newly acquired grandson had been swiftly defeated, and he had even lost a mid-grade robe, leaving him in a state of deep frustration. Gao Junmo smirked disdainfully. What do you intend to fight me with? Who was it that flaunted their prowess here just moments ago? Wan Yolong's eyes were ablaze with fury. It was you, Gao, who assured me of my son's safety. Yet, your words are as empty as wind. Was Wan Tingyun dead? Gao Junmo's words cut through the air, leaving Wan Yulong speechless, his heart sinking into despair. He understood now that while Wang Tingyun's life was not in danger, the punishment he faced was unavoidable. Before Wang Tingyun could complete his 300 bows, he succumbed to the pain and fainted. Su Yi, devoid of any compassion, crushed his other leg's calf, reviving Wang Tingyun from his stupor. In a state of utter despair, he began to bow obediently, accepting his fate. Any notions of martial dignity or heroism evaporated in that moment. Indeed, how many scions of esteemed families possessed the courage to confront bloodshed directly? Su Yi had lost interest in further humiliating the now-mangled Wang Tingyun, as he embraced Mu Bo's form and raised his arm. Shortly thereafter, staff members entered the arena to escort them off. Though the bell announcing the conclusion had yet to toll, all present understood that the outcome had been decided, the triumph and defeat firmly established. This earth-shattering duel drew to a close with such a theatrical denouement. Inside the Jiacho box, Wan Yolong's eyes burned with anger, fixated on Gao Junmo. If I do not avenge this grudge, I am not worthy to be called a man. Gao, tell Su Yi that I, Wan Yulong, will not rest until he is torn to shreds. Let him live in fear, never daring to step foot in Guang'an City again. With that, he strode towards the exit. At that moment, the bell tolled, reverberating through the arena. The metallic clang echoed once more as the official announcement declared, in this round, the patrol officer Su Yi emerges victorious. As Wan Yulong gripped the door handle, the subsequent announcement echoed through the venue. Ladies and gentlemen, please remain seated, for there may be more thrilling battles to unfold. The official committee has received a unilateral request from Su Yi. He intends to challenge the Hei Long Tang. Now, the official committee extends an inquiry to Hei Long Tang. Will they accept the challenge? Please respond within the time it takes to burn a stick of incense. Should Hei Long Tang accept, they must send someone to battle immediately. If they choose not to engage, all members of Hei Long Tang must vacate Guang'an City within the day. Boom! The arena erupted as if 100,000 thunderous bolts had struck, leaving all in attendance stunned by this shocking news, unable to believe their ears. As the announcement echoed, Wan Yulong snapped the solid copper handrail, clearing his ears in disbelief. His gaze swept across the crowd, encountering eyes filled with incredulity. Even Gao Junmo stood frozen, utterly astounded. He suddenly recalled that before Su Yi left with Mu Bo's lifeless body, he had uttered a phrase, from today onwards, there shall be no more Hei Long Tang in Guang'an City. At that time, he believed Su Yi was merely expressing his resentment, a mere outburst of anger. It was only now that he realized the extent of Su Yi's dark and terrifying intentions that had been brewing in the depths of his mind since that moment. To confront a formidable force single-handedly was an act of unparalleled audacity, unprecedented in the century-long history of the Guang'an arena. General, does Su Yi possess the authority to do so? After a brief moment of shock, Qi Baihan suddenly inquired in a hushed tone. Director Gao was taken aback and replied, I'm not entirely clear about the rules of the arena. You would have to ask Zhongshu, as he has had considerable dealings with a public decision-making body. Indeed, throughout history, the challenge party in the arena had always been at a disadvantage. A duel between two individuals was manageable. Victory or defeat would conclude the matter. However, when a powerful faction sought to destroy a formidable adversary, they typically initiated a challenge against that individual as a collective. Just as in this instance where the conflict between Su Yi and Jiang Shaochuan escalated, when Jiang Shaochuan reported the matter to the He Long Tang headquarters, intending to challenge Su Yi in his personal capacity. The headquarters perceived it as an opportune moment to eliminate the negative repercussions of their disastrous defeat in Furong Town and to amplify the reputation of He Long Tang. They took it upon themselves to assume control and formally issued a challenge to Su Yi in the name of He Long Tang. The outcome of a confrontation between a powerful faction and a lone warrior was almost predetermined. While an individual might manage to win one or two bouts, it was nearly impossible to endure a drawn-out conflict, leading to inevitable exhaustion and demise. Chapter 84. A chasm it had never been heard of that a lone warrior, having secured a victory, would dare to provoke a powerful faction. Over time, nearly everyone had forgotten the existence of a certain dual rule. For any regulation to endure, it must possess vitality, which is often underpinned by fairness, or at least a semblance of it. The public decision-making process mandated that the challenged must accept the challenge, while also affording the challenged the right to retaliate. Otherwise, it would create immense injustice. Su Yi had always been a cautious individual, and since he had opted to engage in the public decision-making process, how could he not thoroughly examine the relevant regulations? Initially, he had intended to maintain a long-term engagement with He Long Tang to reap some benefits. However, the death of Mu Bo and the severe injury of Chiu Hua had deeply wounded his psyche. I did not kill Bo Run, yet Bo Rin perished because of me. Such a tragic event had burdened Su Yi with profound guilt and a sense of wrongdoing. This guilt, this unresolved burden, coalesced into a fierce anger directed entirely at He Long Tang. Fight! What fear is there in life and death? Fight! Only to repay blood debts with blood. Fight! Mubo Chiuhua, can you see me? Within the private box of the Jiacho number, Wan Yulong gazed out the window and beheld Su one-handedly cradling the lifeless old man, stepping once more onto the battleground. He was convinced that what he had just witnessed was no illusion, but a stark reality. Instinctively erupting in overwhelming excitement, this little rascal had gone mad and was seeking death. Wan Yulong bellowed, when Sheng, fire the arrow of piercing clouds, and swiftly summon all peak practitioners of the body refinement stage. Open the armory and allow them to select their gear. I must crush that Su Yi to pieces. His beloved son was on the verge of being turned into mincemeat. All the glory and dignity of He Long Tang rested upon his son's repeatedly battered head, dissipating like clouds and smoke. Wan Yulong's hatred for Su Yi had reached celestial heights, and at this moment, all he desired was Su Yi's death. What was there left to hold back? With matters having escalated to this point, there was no retreat. Ma Wensheng responded affirmatively. Dividing their forces, one team would head to the public decision-making body to engage in battle, while the other would rapidly mobilize He Long Tang's communication troops to summon all peak practitioners of the body refinement stage to this location. He Long Tang had dominated Guangin for numerous years, not without its unique strengths. Within no more than half a T's worth of time after the rallying signal was sent, over 10 peak practitioners of the body refinement stage, scattered across various locations, had gathered in the Jiacho number box. Wan Yulong pointed at Su Yi, who stood in the arena, and proclaimed passionately, "This thief, Su Yi, first slaughtered my brothers in Furong Town, then harmed my esteemed colleagues below the stage. Now my son, Tung Yun, is gravely injured, his reputation shattered, and the illustrious name of He Long Tang has been reduced to dust by the hands of this brigand. Yet this scoundrel dares to single-handedly challenge our He Long Tang. Though I, Wan Yulong, founded He Long Tang, you all have risen and thrived because of it. Should He Long Tang be destroyed, where will your lives and fortunes be secured?" Pausing the trivialities, he declared, "Those willing to fight for the benefactor of He Long Tang. The armory is completely open. If victorious, there shall be a generous reward from the Vice Hall Master." Wan Yulong anticipated that the crowd would erupt in fervent enthusiasm, each person eager to be the first to step forward. However, to his astonishment, The 10 or so individuals present kept their heads bowed, eyes averted, not daring to utter a sound or even meet his gaze. What a farce! Did Wan Yulong really believe that a few words of encouragement could render them foolish? They had all just witnessed the events unfold before their eyes. Wan Tingyun could not withstand a single blow against Su Yi. To step forward would be akin to seeking death. Not to mention Su Yi, even when compared to Wan Tingyun, whose name resounded throughout Guang'an, and whose martial prowess was extraordinary. He was superior to them all. In terms of equipment, as the young master, Wan Tingyun was adorned from head to toe, and while Wan Yulong claimed to open the armory, could there possibly be gear more valuable than that which Wan Tingyun possessed? A mere thought would suffice to answer that. With martial skills inferior to Wan Tingyun's and equipment lacking in comparison, stepping onto the stage now would be no different from committing suicide. Suddenly, Wan Yulong recognized the gravity of the situation. Unbeknownst to him, Su Yi had instilled such fear into his subordinates that it could lead to a disastrous outcome where no one would dare to engage in battle. Just as Wan Yulong was engulfed in a surge of anger and anxiety, Ma Wansheng hurriedly entered, urging, "Have the combatants been selected? The public decision-making body is pressing for a response. If there is no engagement, it will be deemed as avoidance of battle." Before he could finish, Ma Wansheng noticed something amiss. Being an astute individual, he quickly grasped the crux of the issue and coldly stated, "As members of Hei Long Tang, you should exert yourselves at this moment. Though Su Yi below may be formidable, he is not necessarily invincible. Are you all so terrified of the enemy that you do not fear the strict regulations of Hei Long Tang?" The crowd collectively shuddered. Ma Wansheng, being the intellectual backbone of Hei Long Tang, had struck a chord. His words were like a steel blade pressed against their backs. Indeed, facing Su Yi was terrifying, but incurring the wrath of the Grand Master was far more dreadful. Offending Su Yi might lead to personal demise, yet angering the Grand Master could endanger one's family. Wan Yulong was quite pleased with Ma Wansheng's timely reinforcement and declared harshly, "Su Yi is not invincible, and I do not require you to engage him forcefully. Simply wear him down on the stage. If you can escape, then do so. If you cannot win, admit defeat on the spot. I shall not hold it against you." These were Wan Yulong's heartfelt words. He had already devised a plan to overwhelm Su Yi with sheer numbers. At this juncture, the peak practitioners of Hei Long Tang understood that if they did not step forward, their fate would be dire. Thus, they unanimously agreed to take action. A series of battles commenced. However, what exceeded everyone's expectations was the astonishing speed at which the curtain opened and closed. It was so rapid that Wan Yulong had to slap himself to believe the scenes unfolding before him. Within mere moments, the 10 or so peak practitioners of Hei Long Tang, coerced by Wan Yulong to enter the battlefield, lay scattered across the ground, some alive, some dead, some on their knees. What had happened to the plan to exhaust Su Yi's stamina? What had happened to the strategy of overwhelming him with numbers? Everything before him was utterly laughable. The participants were not poorly equipped. Their martial skills were not lacking. Yet under Su Yi's hand, not a single one could withstand even 10 breaths. Even more terrifying was the fact that throughout the entire confrontation, Su Yi had employed only one hand, while the other arm cradled the lifeless old man. As fellow peak practitioners of the body refinement stage, none could have anticipated such a vast chasm in their capabilities. Chapter 85. Breaking through. Su Yi remained unyielding and efficient. As soon as an individual ascends the stage, regardless of whether they approach with aggression or retreat, the simultaneous activation of the Guiyuan step and the Bollywood technique guarantees that within mere breaths, that individuals shall find themselves sprawled upon the ground. No form of movement can evade the grasp of the Guiyuan step within the confines of circular space, as it is impossible to escape within 3 breaths. Under the overwhelming force of the Bollywood technique, even mid-grade protective garments cannot withstand 3 strikes. Anyone facing it is rendered utterly powerless, collapsing without resistance. Throughout a series of battles, Su Yi expertly navigated the skirmishes without causing any loss of life. In his eyes, the essence of the trial lay in a singular query: kneel and offer 300 bows to Mu Bo. In the fleeting moments, as dozens lay on the ground, Su Yi would utter this phrase. Those who had been thoroughly defeated complied without hesitation. Those who fancied themselves heroes, unable to bear the humiliation, wished to utter defiant words to bolster their image. However, they found themselves silenced forever before they could even speak. Those who bowed lived, while those who resisted met their demise. With Mu Bo now deceased, Su Yi mourned deeply, left with naught but the ability to bestow upon Mu Bo a grand funeral before a multitude. The Heilong Tang would serve as the finest offering at this ceremony. The resounding echoes of 300 bows from the pinnacle of body refinement would constitute the most profound lament. While Mu Bo remained unremarkable in life, his name reverberated throughout Guang'an after his passing. Even the governor of Guang'an, upon hearing the news, could not help but express his admiration, pondering how many, aside from unfilial descendants, would willingly bow in reverence, realizing that he was far surpassed by the fishermen in this regard. This is a tale for another time, and shall not be dwelled upon further. As Su Yi dispatched the last contender with a swift motion, the 13th bell tolled, followed by the metallic resonance that echoed 13 times, declaring that in this duel, Su Yi emerged victorious. Below, he challenged the Heilong Tang, demanding their immediate response, granting them the time of a single incense stick with the stipulation that failure to respond would result in a verdict of avoidance of battle. The spacious private room of the Jia Cho number did not appear constricted by the arrival of numerous newly arrived peak body refinement experts from the Heilong Tang. The atmosphere within the room was peculiar, imbued with solemnity, sorrow, fury, entanglement, and even joy. The solemnity was embodied by the newly arrived masters, who had witnessed the tragedies unfold on the martial arts stage, many having caught glimpses of live broadcasts, leaving them chilled and apprehensive. None dared to conceive of victory. Rather, they were entangled in the dilemma of whether they would kneel when their turn arrived. The sorrowful were the leadership of the Heilong Tang. With the exception of Ma Wansheng, all were formidable figures who had entered the Qixi realm. They had never encountered matters that could confound them within Guang'an. Yet this scene now presented an insurmountable quandary. Should they continue to falter, the Heilong Tang would indeed face annihilation. Among the furious was the esteemed leader, Wan Zongtong. At this moment, Wan Zongtong appeared quite peculiar, his large head tilted against the soft chair's back, limbs sprawled comfortably as if in a state of leisurely respite. Strangely, rather than contemplating solutions to the predicament at hand, his thoughts drifted to the pier at Furong Town, envisioning that if thoughts could manifest, Wan Yulong would surely transform into the sharpest spear, piercing the accursed youth in black before he could set foot on the dock. The one caught in turmoil was Elder Shui. Though experienced, he found the sight of the blue-robed scholar on the martial arts stage profoundly shocking. Had the opponent not been the Heilong Tang, he might have regarded the situation with admiration. The crux of the matter was that Elder Shui had just taken the Heilong Tang under his wing, only to have someone named Yi disrupt their efforts. Much to his dismay, though displeased, he found himself lacking a viable solution. In contrast, the one harboring joy was Gao Junmo. Su Yi, like a meteor streaking across the sky, illuminated the room. Silence enveloped the gathering, each individual lost in their own thoughts. After a heavy sigh, Ma Wansheng shattered the stillness, asserting that only Elder Shui could resolve the situation. If we do not rely on Elder Shui, who else can we depend on? Receiving this cue, Wan Yulong finally felt a flicker of anger. A large group of individuals, led by Wan Yulong, surged toward Elder Shui. At this juncture, Wan Yulong could no longer afford to consider dignity. Should Su Yi decisively defeat all the peak body refinement experts of the Heilong Tang, and should they fail to send anyone to contend, Su Yi would automatically be declared the victor. The consequence of victory would mean that the Heilong Tang would fall under Su Yi's dominion. Conversely, if they refrained from sending forth challengers, they would be judged as avoiding battle, leading to their expulsion from Guang'an. Without the foundation of Guang'an, could the Heilong Tang still be the Heilong Tang? Regardless of the outcome, neither possibility was acceptable to Wan Yulong. In a moment of life and death, what dignity or face mattered to one who rose from the streets as a tyrant? Yet, as Wan Yulong knelt, all followed suit. As he wept, so too did the others. Enough with the tears. Can a mere junior in body refinement evoke such theatrics from you all? Elder Shui scoffed, casting a disdainful glance at Gao Junmo. Director Gao, killing is merely a matter of striking the head to the ground. Let compassion prevail. Elder Shui laughed heartily toward the heavens, realizing that Director Gao was unwilling to yield. Very well, then I shall take matters into my own hands. With that declaration, Elder Shui strode to the window, unleashing a powerful howl, channeling his energy into a wave that resonated throughout the venue, drowning out the cacophony of voices. He proclaimed, Su Yi, Young one, I am Elder Shui of the Shui family, an intermediary for the modern Heilong Tang. Will you cease hostilities and refrain from further entanglements? Gao Junmo furrowed his brow and replied, Elder Shui, this is not reasonable. Forcibly interrupting the duel would not look good in front of the governor. Elder Shui retorted coldly, the Shui family acts as it sees fit. We need not heed the expressions of others. I shall speak with the governor myself. Having said this, Elder Shui reiterated, Young ones, there is no need for prolonged deliberation. Respond swiftly. Elder Shui was brimming with confidence, given the prestige of the Shui family. Who would dare oppose them in Guangin? After his declaration, Su Yi remained unresponsive. Elder Shui's anger flared. Do you doubt my words, young one? Su Yi continued to remain silent, leading Elder Shui to speculate that Su Yi must be internally grappling with indecision. After a brief interval, Elder Shui had posed his demands 7 or 8 times, all laden with grandiose assertions. Not good. This little thief is cunning. He is deliberately stalling for time. Ma Wensheng suddenly exclaimed. In an instant, everyone understood the gravity of the situation. The public decree allowed only the time of an incense stick. Once it had elapsed without a challenger, the Heilong Tang would be deemed to be avoiding battle. Elder Shui's fury escalated, and he bellowed, Ignorant youth, you dare deceive me? Are you seeking death? Su Yi was well aware of who Elder Shui was, having witnessed his might at the auction in Linglong Pavilion. However, in the current situation, not even Elder Shui or his ancestors rising from their graves would compel Su Yi to yield. If one cannot protect what is worth protecting, then let us honor what is deserving of tribute. Gods block, gods are slain. Buddhas block, Buddhas are vanquished. It must be noted that while language may create barriers due to regional differences, the essence remains the same, and expressions manifest universally. A gesture of embrace signifies welcome, while a raised finger implies silence, a truth common across all cultures. The gesture Su Yi presented, though novel, was unmistakably insulting to those with even a modicum of understanding. The Shui family had dominated Guangin for countless years, so long that their genealogy required an entire box for storage. And their influence was such that even the governor of Guangin would treat them with deference. Elder Shui, extending a hand of reconciliation, was already a grand gesture for the youth, who failed to appreciate this and dared to insult him. Elder Shui was beside himself with rage, wishing he could descend upon Su Yi and tear him apart. Gao Junmo, I must kill this child. What will you do? Elder Shui's hair stood on end, as if propelled by an unseen wind. Gao Junmo replied coldly, in the water's reflection, if you possess the ability. First help your godson overcome this immediate challenge. In that moment, Elder Shui felt a sharp pain in his jaw, caught between a rock and a hard place. He could neither intimidate nor defeat Su Yi, leaving him with no alternative but to concede. Very well, we shall avoid battle, Elder Shui declared decisively. What? Wan Yulong sprang to his feet, staring incredulously at Elder Shui, unable to believe his ears. Is this truly the Shui family, renowned for 1,000 years in Guangin? They cannot even subdue a junior in body refinement. The individual appears to have lost their senses, contemplating an alliance with the Shui family. How can my son harbor such reluctance? Elder Shui's eyes narrowed slightly. When Su Yi brazenly raised his middle finger before a multitude, Elder Shui felt a deep-seated disgust, a desire to end his life. At this moment, Wan Yulong, oblivious to the danger, dared to question him, provoking Elder Shui's murderous intent. Imagine if he could send someone to eliminate the thief Su. He would no longer need to listen to the son of the Wan family. However, the formidable prowess exhibited by Su was truly terrifying. Even the most gifted descendants of the Shui family would undoubtedly meet a bitter end in such a confrontation. How could a mere Heilong Hall possibly rival the illustrious lineage of the Shui family? Only a fool would sacrifice the family's elite for the sake of that dead fisherman. Before Wan Yulong could interject, Ma Wensheng hastily spoke, expressing his willingness to heed the elder's instructions. As he spoke, he pulled Wan Yulong slightly, declaring in a resonant voice that the hall master must rally. Years ago, our Heilong Hall rose from obscurity to gain renown in Guangin. Today, though we face minor setbacks, are they not trivial compared to our past trials? Furthermore, the actions of Su have sullied the reputation of Heilong Hall. Remaining in Guangin would only render us a laughingstock. It would be wiser to retreat temporarily and plan for the future, just as the hallmaster stated. For I do not believe the surname Su will remain in the city for long. Wan Yulong sighed heavily, falling silent. At that moment, a metallic voice rang out again, urging Heilong Hall to dispatch warriors swiftly. After repeated urgings and warnings, the metallic voice declared that Heilong Hall's avoidance of battle would be treated as cowardice, mandating that all members must vacate Guang'an City today. Such resolute words fell on deaf ears. All present were fixated on one matter. Su Yi, with his singular strength, had toppled Heilong Hall, creating an undeniable legend in Guang'an's battle history. As Su Yi descended with the remains of Mu Bo in his arms, everyone rose to their feet, applauding fervently, their gazes converging on Su Yi, as though that slender figure bathed in golden sunlight was a miracle. As the sun set over the Ninjiang River, the evening breeze stirred the waters. Su Yi navigated a small boat downstream, cradling a ceramic urn, occasionally scattering a handful of white ash into the river. Indeed, the ashes belonged to Mu Bo throughout his life. Mu Bo had drifted along the Ninjiang River, spending more time fishing here than at home. In essence, this was his true homeland. As the last handful of ashes fell into the river, Su Yi murmured, "Mu Bo, your life-saving grace will forever be remembered by Su Yi. Your deep-seated enmity shall be avenged. As for Chiu Hua, rest assured, I will traverse the world to save her, ensuring she grows up healthy and happy." After his prayer, he respectfully bowed 3 times in the boat before propelling himself towards the shore. As night fell, Su Yi slipped into a modest dwelling not far from Zhou Fuji's residence. Upon entering, Yuan Xinghua, who had been seated anxiously for some time, sprang up, lit the oil lamp on the table, and quickly shut the door, an expression of worry and excitement illuminating his face. Once Su Yi settled at the table, he opened his satchel and pulled out a thick stack of gold notes, eyes wide with disbelief as he exclaimed, "I've struck it rich. This is an amount I've never seen in my lifetime. No, not even in several lifetimes." 2 days had passed since the climactic battle. With Su Yi's generous expenditure, Yuan Xinghua's injuries were healing rapidly. Due to Su Yi's newfound fame, their old residence was no longer suitable, prompting Su Yi to instruct Yuan Xinghua to rent a room in the Iron Cat-Ear Alley, close to Zhou Fuji, as their new refuge. During these 2 days, Su Yi and Yuan Xinghua split their efforts. Su Yi searched for precious medicines to heal Chiu Hua, while Yuan Xinghua focused on financial matters. The historic battle that shook Guang'an had concluded, and Su Yi's gains were exceptionally bountiful. In addition to substantial profits from betting, he also acquired numerous pieces of equipment. Just from Wantingyan alone, he received a golden helmet, gloves, battle boots, wings, supersonic daggers, and the Zijixian sword. Furthermore, there were over 10 peak body refining experts, all clad in heavy armor. Except for the battle armor that Su Yi shattered, all their equipment remained intact on the battlefield. A veritable treasure trove. It took Yuan Xinghua 2 full days of diligent effort to liquidate all the items. At this moment, he awaited Su Yi for the financial settlement. In the 87th chapter, the windfall was revealed. The betting ticket, with a principal of 2,500 gold, yielded a return of 12,500 gold. The sale of various treasures totaled 15,500 gold, culminating in a grand total of 28,000 gold. As you requested, aside from the remainder, I have exchanged it for 1,000 gold notes, which you may count. Yuan Xinghua laboriously pushed the substantial stack of gold notes towards Su Yi. "Is that all?" Su Yi inquired, taking the notes and brushing them off. "You have quite a few pieces of equipment, totaling around 30 or 40. Yuan Xinghua replied, "Master, there are indeed many items, but the valuable ones are all kept by you. That set of supersonic daggers, if you're willing to sell, would fetch at least 1,000 gold, and those battle boots would not go for less than 800 gold. As for the wings, the manager at Linglong Pavilion directly told me that if you were willing to part with them, they would pay 8,000 gold. While the rest of the equipment is decent, they do not compare to the finest. They're only worth the same as that silver spear from Gaopan, and the price I quoted was the result of comparing with other sellers." As Su Yi's employee, Yuan Xinghua had gained notoriety for selling equipment, becoming well known not only among the managers of Linglong Pavilion, but also among the major equipment brokers in Guang'an. This time, Su Yi had amassed countless pieces of equipment. Aside from the wings, the supersonic daggers, and the battle boots from Wantingyun, he intended to sell everything else in the market. "I merely asked. I had no other intentions. After all the effort you've put in these days, take this money to buy some nutritional supplements. Su Yi offered 100 gold note. Yuan Xinghua swallowed hard, visibly moved, but raised his hand to refuse. Master pays me a salary. It is only right that I serve you without additional compensation. Furthermore, regarding Mu Bo and Xiao Hua's misfortunes, I share the blame. You have not reproached me, yet you spend lavishly on my recovery. How could I dare accept such a reward without merit? Stop with the nonsense. Whether you want it or not, if you refuse, I will set it ablaze. Don't be pretentious. Su Yi thrust the gold note into his embrace, continuing, from tomorrow onward, go to Linglong Pavilion and procure precious medicines for me, regardless of cost. Procure as many as needed. Yuan Xinghua, overwhelmed with emotion, choked out a response. All right, no more theatrics. If there's nothing else, hurry and leave. There's still one matter. What is it? Suddenly, Yuan Xinghua's expression shifted, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Numerous shopkeepers have approached me repeatedly, asking me to convey messages, hoping you will visit their stores. They promised generous compensation if you merely say a few words about having purchased something from them previously or praising their products. Especially Mama Song from Jinyuzi, who showed great sincerity, stating that if you visit Jinyuzi and say a word about their rouge, they would offer 1,000 gold. Master, you won't need to fight to survive anymore. Just show your face and you'll thrive. Su Yi stood in stunned silence for a moment, then suddenly exclaimed, "Get out," as he seized Yuan Xinghua and hurled him out of the window, closing the doors and windows. Su Yi exerted considerable effort to dispel the enchanting words that had infiltrated his mind. Over the past 2 days, he had donned a conical hat and traversed the city. How could he be unaware of his newfound fame? His image adorned every corner, and discussions about him echoed throughout Guang'an, a level of popularity comparable to that of a superstar in his past life. He too yearned to emulate those stars, effortlessly earning money through mere appearances. Yet, as a martial artist, his dignity sometimes outweighed his very life. In truth, Su Yi did not perceive face value as more important than wealth. However, given the prevailing circumstances, he had no choice but to adopt such a perspective. Imagine if he were to dare to engage in face recognition for profit. Could Gao Junmo still regard him as the shining star of the Subu Sea? Would Elder Song still dare to draw him closer? Even if Zhou Fuji were to learn of this, he might very well pour the wine he purchased directly into the gutter. Originally, with an itching heart, Yuan Xinghua dared to provoke him. Who else could he throw aside? Setting the soup basin firmly on the table, she stirred it repeatedly with bamboo chopsticks to assist in cooling. And as the steam in the basin diminished, Su Yi retrieved a delicate jade box from his bosom. Any connoisseur would recognize this as exquisite Longtian jade, which is warm in winter and cool in summer, exceedingly pleasant to behold. Merely the jade piece of this box, of such size, would be worth 100 gold, not to mention the intricate craftsmanship of the jade box itself, which would not be easily obtained for less than 150 gold. Yet, this exquisitely crafted jade box had been marred by the 2 eye-like holes at the top. Any discerning individual could see that these holes were crudely drilled out with a hard object, lacking any artistry, truly grotesque. Should a jade enthusiast behold this, they would undoubtedly weep bitterly, exclaiming it a gross misappropriation of treasure. These 2 holes, of course, were made by Su Yi himself, and the reason was simple: to facilitate airflow within the box. Upon opening the jade box, a wooden carving lay quietly in the center, the interior lined with brocade and a thin silk cover gently draped over the wooden figure. Removing the cover, Su Yi carefully cradled the wooden carving, gently caressing it, and softly spoke, "Chowa, dear one, it is time to eat. After we finish our meal, we shall sleep." With that, he gently placed the wooden carving into the soup basin. Within the basin, besides the brown liquid, there were 3 black, block-like substances. Had Yuan Xinghua been present, she would have surely leapt with excitement. These 3 medicinal materials were clearly Hishou Wu, on the verge of taking on human form. Alongside a jima adorned with a silver crown and a jinbian tong huahua, each was a precious medicinal herb. Even one could fetch 100 gold at Linglong Pavilion. Yet, Su Yi recklessly stewed these precious herbs in a single pot, solely to nourish the wooden carving. As the wooden carving submerged into the basin, the brown liquid quickly diminished, only to increase again, this cycle repeating until before long. The liquid in the basin was as clear as water, and the 3 precious herbs had turned to powder. Su Yi retrieved the wooden carving, carefully wiped it clean, and held it in his palms, gazing at it for a long while before releasing a heavy sigh. Compared to the day he received Xiao Hua from Mu Bo, her condition had not improved significantly. Even after 3 consecutive days of procuring precious herbs to provide nourishment, it merely maintained the wooden carving from withering, lacking any signs of vitality. Not to mention, she had yet to open her eyes. Rest assured, Uncle Huzi will surely heal you. The night deepened. The crescent moon hung like a hook, unable to capture Su Yi's ever-fleeting thoughts. After a restless night, Su Yi donned his white official attire and arrived at the Su Bu Si Yamen, though he was already in his official uniform and badge. Today marked his first day of work. Chapter 88. In the presence of others, the Su Bu Si was the governing office of the highest police force in Guang'an City. Situated in the heart of the inner city, where all significant governmental offices congregated. Clad in black, Gao Junmo sat at the center, flanked by over 10 benches on either side, with all but the second seat on his right fully occupied. The attire of the attendees was also orderly. Besides Gao Junmo in black, Qi Baihan, Song Pailan, and Li Zhongshu were dressed in white, while the others wore blue. The hall was silent and imposing, seemingly awaiting his arrival. Indeed, as he stepped into the grand hall, all gazes converged upon him. Gao Junmo rose abruptly, descending from the central hall to greet him from afar, placing a hand on his shoulder and exclaiming, "Who is this esteemed guest? Surely, some among you are aware of his identity, and it would be remiss not to acknowledge his illustrious name, which resonates like thunder. Haha." After a hearty laugh, he continued, "This brother, Yi Su, whose true name is Su Yi, has single-handedly expelled the malignant force of the Heilung Tang that plagued our Guang'an city, restoring the dignity of our Su Bu Si, a true hero to our 10,000 constables. I hereby officially appoint Su Yi as the head of the 2nd Law Enforcement Division, overseeing the 1st, 5th, and 9th squads." It turned out that after the battle against the Heilung Tang, Gao Junmo had come to greet him, and Su Yi had revealed his true name to him. Previously, he had used a pseudonym merely as a precaution against Ling Ch. Now, with his likeness plastered across Guang'an, how could Zhou Daoqian's offspring remain uninformed, merely biding their time for the opportune moment? Since concealment was no longer possible, there was no need to hide. Gao Junmo, aware of his alias, took no offense. In the tumultuous world of martial artists, many heroes were compelled to conceal their identities, which was perfectly normal. Yet, after Gao Junmo's speech, the hall erupted into applause, though the atmosphere was far from jubilant. Su Yi understood this well and coldly remarked, "It seems someone is not welcoming me. Those who feel this way, please step forward." Having undergone numerous upheavals, his inherently aloof nature had grown to the brink of resentment. Naturally, in a foul mood, he would no longer cater to anyone's sentiments. Feeling irked, he chose to confront them openly. With that exclamation, no one responded, yet many gazes fixated on Su Yi, brimming with provocation. Discontent was palpable, yet no one dared to voice it. No wonder the Su Bu Si in Guang'an had become nearly ornamental. The leadership was comprised of such spineless individuals. Su Yi continued to instigate. He had neither the inclination nor the energy to engage in office politics with this group. Having already made his mark, he decided to confront them directly in front of Gao Junmo to prevent future troubles. Such insulting words ignited a firestorm in the hall, with shouts of anger rising, especially as Gao Junmo had suddenly elevated Su Yi to a high position. Unbeknownst to him, he had likely shattered countless bottles of vinegar. Had Su Yi entered with humility, merely exchanging pleasantries, the discontent would have remained submerged, quietly fermenting. Yet he foolishly chose to burst the abscess, and it immediately erupted. Apart from Qi Baihan and Song Pailan, who remained seated, all others, starting from Li Zhongshu, stood up. "Li Captain, since you too harbor discontent towards me, I would like to hear your reasons, surely. Before the esteemed Gao Si, you wouldn't hesitate to speak, would you?" Su Yi had no interest in sparring words with the blue-clad individuals. He sought the one who led the opposition first, Li Zhongshu. This man left a deep impression on Su Yi. At that time, as he prepared to battle Gao Pan, he was invited by Gao Junmo to meet, and the 3 white-clad companions accompanying him were precisely Qi, Song, and Li. Gao Junmo had boldly promised that should he survive 3 bouts, Su Yi would don the white attire. The trio had vocally opposed this, with Li being the most vehement, even resorting to insults. Who would have thought that today, this very individual would lead the opposition against Su Yi? Thus, when Su Yi spoke, Li Zhongshu snorted coldly. raising his chin defiantly. "If you wish for me to speak, then I shall express my thoughts candidly. I hope the general will take heed." With that, he cupped his fist towards Gao Junmo. Gao Junmo waved his hand, indicating it was permissible. Li Zhongshu continued, "I dare not deceive the general. We all harbor doubts regarding your sudden elevation of Su Yi. As you mentioned, Su Yi indeed possesses remarkable martial skills. But how can expelling the Heilung Tang be deemed an achievement? Though the Heilung Tang has been defeated, the Shui family remains as a shield, and they have not truly departed from Guang'an City. They have merely shifted from daylight to darkness, continuing their misdeeds. Hence, one cannot simply declare the expulsion of the Heilung Tang as a merit. Furthermore, with Su Yi's arrival, you have appointed him to lead the law enforcement team to oversee the entire city of Guang'an, even drawing upon the 1st, 5th, and 9th, the 3 most formidable squads, to serve under him. It is indeed difficult for a subordinate like me to accept this. While Su Yi possesses exceptional martial skills, does he possess knowledge of the law? Has he any experience in leading a team? With all these uncertainties, how can we trust him to head the law enforcement division? I implore the general to think it over." Li Zhongshu's voice boomed with authority, his rhetoric sharp and unyielding. His statement echoed through the hall, prompting even Qi Baihan and Song Pailan, who had remained seated, to rise in agreement. Indeed, Gao Junmo had elevated Su Yi to such heights that it incited envy. Had he merely bestowed a white garment upon Su Yi and conferred the title of captain, it would not have sparked public outrage. The crux of the matter lay in Gao Junmo transferring the 2nd Law Enforcement Division to Su Yi, along with the 1st, 5th, and 9th squads under his command. It is essential to note that the entirety of Guang'an City is divided into 3 major districts: Qi, Song, and Li, each responsible for its own area, while the law enforcement team oversees the entire city and possesses the authority to inspect the other 3 major districts. Initially, the patrol office had only 1 law enforcement department, directly led by Gao Junmo, with the enforcement division under its command. However, ever since that day, when Gao Junmo promised Su Yi a white robe, there have been calls within the patrol office to establish a 2nd enforcement department. Qi Song and Li all presumed that the new position was created due to the addition of Su Yi as a new captain, believing that Gao Sir was merely accommodating by adding a seat. Their ambitions were inadvertently ignited, as they set their sights on the coveted position of head of the 2nd Enforcement Department. None of them considered that this position was reserved for Su Yi, thinking that even if Su Yi were exceptionally capable, merely replacing one of them in the patrol office would be an impressive feat. Thus, in recent days, the 3 have been engaged in intense competition for the position of head of the 2nd Enforcement Department. Little did they expect that today's revelation would nearly blind them with shock. What was even more unacceptable to the 3 was the fact that the team for the 2nd Enforcement Department would be formed by drawing personnel from each of their respective divisions. As it turned out, the patrol office's security forces comprised the Enforcement Division, the Security Division, and 12 major brigades, the first 2 of which were directly controlled by Gao Junmo, representing the absolute mainstay of Guang'an City as security forces. The 12 brigades were divided among Qi, Song, and Li, each patrolling their respective major districts. Qi Pailan commanded the 1st to 4th brigades, Song Pailan led the 5th to 8th brigades, and Li Zhongshu oversaw the 9th to 12th brigades. Each commanded the most esteemed brigades under their leadership. Now, not only had the 3 failed to secure the position of head of the 2nd Enforcement Department, but they also had a portion of their forces taken away, specifically the most substantial portion. It is no wonder that, despite the risk of provoking Gao Junmo's wrath, the 3 were stirred into a commotion. As the crowd clamored for Gao Junmo to reconsider, he shook his head with a wry smile, stating that all he heard was jealousy. When the noise rose, Gao Junmo raised his hand to silence them, advising them not to rush to rebuttal. He expressed his long-held belief that capable individuals are not bound by limitations, while they, lacking in talent, fail to recognize genius. He proposed a wager. He bet that Su would drive the Heilung Tang out of Guang'an within 7 days. If Su failed, he would owe them 1,000 gold coins. If Su succeeded, they would owe him a sincere apology. Would they dare to accept the wager? Without hesitation, they all agreed. As for the gold wager, few were concerned, for the multitude present meant that each would gain little. Their thoughts were focused more on the various positions within the 2nd Enforcement Department. Although Gao Sir only mentioned the penalty of 1,000 gold coins for losing the bet, It was evident that if Su failed to complete the task, he would not be able to remain in the position of head of the Second Enforcement Department with any semblance of dignity. After reaching an agreement, Gao Junmo dispersed the crowd, smiling at the expressionless Su Yi, asking if he was dissatisfied with being thrust into this situation without prior notice. Su Yi replied that his enmity with the Hei Long Tang ran deep, and even without Gao Sir's words, he would not let them go. Gao Junmo acknowledged this reasoning and apologized, noting that he had no choice. With limited authority, various sects and families were rampant. If the patrol office remained ineffective, it would surely become a laughingstock. In all of the patrol office, only Su could contend with the Hei Long Tang, and he believed in Su's capability. He would not allow Gao Sir to be disappointed. That is good. Time is of the essence, so I will not assign you any other tasks. You may head directly to the 9th courtyard, which serves as the office area for the 2nd Enforcement Department. Su Yi cupped his fist in salute to Gao Junmo and proceeded to the 9th courtyard. Along the way, Su Yi's thoughts were tumultuous as he contemplated Gao Junmo's intricate political maneuvering. He understood that while it appeared he had risen swiftly within the patrol office due to Gao Junmo's unwavering support, the reality was that it was part of Gao Junmo's power balance. Furthermore, it was not beyond Gao Junmo's intention for Su to act as a catalyst to stir the stagnant waters of the patrol office. After a moment of reflection, Su Yi set aside these convoluted thoughts. As a person in a position of power, engaging in political machinations was only natural, and he felt no aversion to it. The only concern was that Gao Junmo had allotted only 7 days, which felt somewhat rushed. At present, he had no clear leads. With a mind full of thoughts, Su Yi entered the 9th courtyard, where over 100 officials from the 2nd Enforcement Department, having received the news, awaited him. Su Yi introduced himself briefly, exchanged a few pleasantries, and sent the crowd away. Under the guidance of a middle-aged man with a long beard, he arrived at his office. It was an elegantly decorated study, with a purple sandalwood couch by the window that was quite intriguing. Bookshelves lined both sides, and a low table reminiscent of a Japanese tea room was placed in the center. Su Yi took a seat on the couch and instructed, "Chief Xing, I require all files regarding the Hei Long Tang, as well as all records of major homicide cases that have occurred in Guang'an City this year. Please have them compiled and brought to me immediately." Chief Xing, an experienced veteran of the Enforcement Division, was appointed as Su Yi's aide in this newly established 2nd Enforcement Department. After receiving Su Yi's orders, Chief Xing hurriedly exited. As a new official, Su Yi's initial endeavors had not yet taken shape, and Chief Xing, wary of incurring his displeasure, acted with great speed. Just as Su Yi finished his tea, Chief Xing returned, leading 2 clerks who carried a large stack of documents. After directing the clerks to place the documents securely on the couch, Chief Xing reported, "Sir, these are the files you requested." The taller stack on the left contains details of this year's crimes involving the Hei Long Tang, while the shorter stack on the right contains details of major cases throughout Guang'an this year. Su Yi nodded, dismissed the 3, and immediately began to sift through the stack related to the Hei Long Tang. His mental acuity was exceptional, allowing him to retain information with ease, and his speed of reading was remarkable. Within an hour, he had thoroughly examined the entire stack of documents. He felt a tinge of disappointment. The pages were filled with accounts of evil, and upon reviewing the final judgments, it was clear that the Hei Long Tang had faced punishment. In other words, there were no unresolved cases, as each incident had someone to take the blame. His examination of the Hei Long Tang's files was aimed at uncovering clues, ideally to unearth a major case that would decisively bring down the Hei Long Tang. This was the only swift method he could conceive to dismantle the Hei Long Tang in the short term. Regrettably, the crimes committed by the Hei Long Tang in Guang'an City were countless, yet each case had been resolved neatly, leaving no room for him to find fault. Suppressing his frustration, he turned to the stack of local major cases and began to review it. After a brief half-hour, Su Yi set down the book, feeling a sense of vexation. Upon reviewing several volumes, he realized that this stack of documents had been meticulously categorized. Organized by region, Su Yi's target became clear, and he specifically sought out the files pertaining to Tianshui County. Upon completing his review, he found himself at a loss as to whether to feel pleased or worried. The reason Su Yi focused on Tianshui County was that Zhou family village fell under its jurisdiction. His concern lay not elsewhere, but specifically with the massacre of the Zhou family. After all, Times had changed. He was now renowned in Guang'an. And if the massacre of the Zhou family were to be scrutinized, the likelihood of it leading back to him was substantial. Many guests from the Zhou family had witnessed his true identity, not to mention that Zhou Daoqian's offspring had personally confronted him. Strangely, after thoroughly examining Tian Shui County's criminal files, not only was there no record of the Zhou family massacre, but even the name of Zhou family village was absent from the documentation. It is perfectly understandable that Su Yi was perplexed, but as a constable with limited experience, he was still influenced by the perspectives of his previous life. He was unaware that, in this current world, vendettas and mutual killings were commonplace, and unless someone reported to the authorities, the government would remain indifferent. Furthermore, as martial artists, they held great regard for their reputations and were seldom willing to involve the authorities. The Zhou family, which Su Yi had eradicated, was the family of Zhou Daoqian, a super-strong individual in the Linglong Pavilion. If the Zhou family had encountered misfortune and reported it, it would have become one of the greatest jokes in Guang'an City as history. Regarding the demise of Wu Zhixian, Zhou Shirong fled to Lingxiage, losing all traces, and no one dared to inquire about Zhou Shirong at Lingxiage. Consequently, the matter was deemed a case of disappearance. Thus, apart from Zhou Shirong's silent observation of a certain Su, this significant case remained entirely obscured from the public eye. Although Su Yi was initially perplexed, he quickly dismissed the matter, his resilient spirit assuring him that he would face whatever came, as one would confront soldiers with fortitude or contend with floods by raising earthworks. Once he regained his composure, Su Yi patiently continued his perusal, with only a few volumes left to explore, which would not take long. For him, delving into such criminal archives was the finest means to comprehend the darker facets of Guang'an City. As he turned to a particular page in the final book, a spark ignited in Su Yi's eyes, his dark pupils shining like the radiant moon in the sky. This last volume contained a collection of unresolved cases from recent years, and within it, Su Yi discovered a particularly intriguing major case. Upon re-examining it, a flash of inspiration surged through him, lifting the heavy burden that had weighed upon his shoulders. He sprang to his feet and hurried towards the red tower where Gao Junmo resided. The weather was dreary, with fierce winds howling and stirring up clouds of dust, casting a gloomy pall over the already murky sky. Wan Yulong, clad in armor, stood gazing out of the window for a long while, sighing, 30 years of struggle, all gone in a day. Wan Yu rose from the fields, battling for half a lifetime to establish the Black Dragon Hall. Who could have known that achievements are hard to gather and easy to scatter? That success and failure can turn a knot? How bitter this is! Turning around, he surveyed the assembly and declared, "Are you all content to remain here, forever like turtles retreating into their shells, sheltered under my adoptive father's wings? Unwilling. We are unwilling, but upon a command from the Hall Master, we shall, even at the cost of our lives, annihilate the thief Yi." The room erupted with a chorus of agreement as over a dozen individuals rose in unison. Only one young gentleman in white, calm and composed, elegantly waved his folding fan and remarked, "Brother Wan Yu, your morale is commendable. The young master is overly modest. It is entirely due to our adoptive father's strong support." Unexpectedly, as Wan Yulong's words fell, the hall fell into a profound silence. It turned out that 5 days had passed since the Battle of Shenglongtai. The Black Dragon Hall had avoided conflict and was mandated to exit Guang'an by the ruling of the public court. Yet, the Black Dragon Hall, with its vast enterprise, could not simply withdraw at a whim. Coupled with the fact that Elder Shui had been humiliated at Su Yi's hands and was eager for a confrontation with the patrol department, under Wan Yulong's desperate pleas, he ultimately took over the Black Dragon Hall entirely. A vast estate was carved out from the Shui family's extensive holdings, serving as temporary refuge for the high-ranking leaders of the Black Dragon Hall. The young gentleman in white was the second-generation scion of the Shui family, responsible for accommodating Wan Yulong and his entourage. However, Elder Shui's forceful protection of Wan Yulong and the others was merely an act of defiance against the patrol department. As days passed and his anger subsided, he realized that this situation was untenable. While the patrol department, indeed, feared to apprehend anyone at the Shui family's residence, the members of the Black Dragon Hall could not show their faces in Guang'an City. Consequently, maintaining Wan Yulong and others would only lead to a meaningless existence. Thus, Elder Shui began to consider relocating the Black Dragon Hall to another area for development. After all, with tens of thousands of followers and an intact organizational structure, moving elsewhere would certainly allow for a swift resurgence. The Shui family had never contemplated abandoning such a lucrative piece of territory. Wang Yulong, having accepted the reality of their retreat from Guangyin, still found it hard to let go of the thief Yi. However, he believed that dealing with Yi did not require excessive manpower and hence acquiesced to the Shui family suggestion. At this moment, Wang Yulong gathered the Vice Hall masters, elders, and leaders of various branches to establish the policy for their relocation. However, upon his declaration, no one responded. While they dared not contradict Wang Yulong, they also found no fear of Ma Wensheng and were frustrated that their esteemed strategist, known for his cunning, had repeatedly failed against Su Yi, leading to the Black Dragon Hall's downfall. The halo of prestige that once surrounded him had long since dissipated, causing all resentment to be directed toward Ma Wensheng. Enough! Wang Yulong shouted, silencing the commotion with a cold gaze. If you harbor grievances, direct them toward me. What wrong has Master Ma committed? Reflect honestly. Has he erred in his strategies? This defeat is not due to poor planning, but rather the exceptional prowess of the thief Yi. I understand your hearts. It is simply that our large enterprise is hard to set aside. Therefore, those unwilling to leave may report to me, and I shall not force anyone. Let us part amicably. Upon hearing these words, a chill swept through the room, raising the hairs on many people's necks. In numerous hearts, a name surged forth simultaneously, Jiang Shaochuan. The Hall Master has overthought. We have followed him for many years, united in purpose, undeterred by death. This is merely a minor setback. Why express such words that sow discord among us? The Vice Hall Master, known for his monkey-like face, spoke first. Our reluctance to leave stems from an inability to swallow this indignation. We have stood together under the Hall Master's command for 30 years, sweeping all before us. Now, to be defeated by a treacherous little thief, this indignity cannot go unavenged. If we leave Guangyin without eliminating the thief Yi, we will become a laughingstock for generations to come. The Vice Hall Master's words incited a wave of agreement from all corners, regardless of whether they were genuinely unable to endure the indignity or simply loath to part with their wealth. Very well, since you are unwilling today, apart from the thief Yi, I shall leave Guangyin with abandon. Let chaos reign in this city, Wang Yulong declared with unbridled bravado. Unexpectedly, as his words echoed, a loud crash reverberated through the room, the door bursting open with a resounding bang. A slender figure clad in white strode forth, the gust of wind swirling around him, causing his garments to flutter gracefully. What audacity, old one! How had I not noticed your audacious demeanor before? It's Isu. Fifi, what gall! Ah, I shall cleave you in two. The newcomer was none other than Su Yi, who had kicked the door open, causing an uproar in the hall. Even the thunder and lightning could not match the shock of Su Yi's sudden entrance. In an instant, no one issued commands, and 20 to 30 individuals shouted and surged forward, encircling Su Yi completely. Yet, for some inexplicable reason, no one dared to be the first strike. Wang Yulong stood bewildered, his mind momentarily blank. As chaos threatened to erupt, the young gentleman in white shouted, "Everyone, stand down. This is the Shui family estate, not the Black Dragon Hall." Su Yi's name resonated throughout Guangyin, and the white-clad gentleman recognized him. Aware that this individual had gained favor with Gao Junmo after 2 confrontations with the Black Dragon Hall, rapidly ascending to the rank of white-clad captain in the patrol department. Given Su Yi's infamous gesture towards Elder Shui in front of 1 million spectators at Shenglongtai, which had become the most popular gesture in Guangyin that year, the white-clad gentleman could not harbor positive feelings towards him. However, Su Yi was no longer the same as before. Should he meet his end in the Shui family estate, the entire Shui family would face the full brunt of the patrol department and the Guangyin magistrate's ire. Everyone disperse. Wang Yulong finally regained his composure and bellowed. Fixing his gaze upon Su, "You, Yi, dare to break into the Shui family's private residence? Do you believe that, backed by the patrol department, you can disregard the esteemed families?" Wang Yulong, unlike the others who shouted with rage upon seeing Su Yi, felt a chill creep up his spine, his earlier bravado evaporating. Indeed, Wang Yulong had summoned the courage to act alone, but Su Yi's initiative to confront him inexplicably chilled his resolve. Whether it was due to the ever-cunning Ma Wensheng, who remained lost in thought, or the fact that he had never held the upper hand against Su Yi. Wan Yulong was certain that Yi's arrival, much like a night owl entering a home, heralded significant events ahead. Su Yi coldly remarked, "When did the infamous Lao Wan begin to speak of the Yu's laws? It is evident that some individuals are akin to dogs. Without discipline, they remain unrepentant, even after punishment, if it serves a purpose. It indicates that this vicious dog is still worth training." Boldly, the white-clad scholar, fearful of Wan Yulong's wrath, attempted to interrupt Su Yi. Yet, before he could finish his words, Su Yi cut him off, saying, "I forgot to inform you that Su is merely a pseudonym. My true identity is Su Yi. Do not confuse the two." The white-clad scholar coughed, retorting coldly, "Regardless of whether your surname is Su or Su, we are within the private residence of the Shui family. Even if you're merely a lowly constable, it would be unthinkable for you to speak so freely." Before he could finish his statement, Su Yi swiftly approached and delivered a resounding slap, sending the white-clad scholar soaring through the air, his teeth scattering like broken stars, blood raining down in a crimson cascade. This single blow, striking the white-clad scholar's face, resonated painfully in the hearts of the onlookers. Despite having witnessed Su Yi's arrogance before, none anticipated that he would be this audacious. What it means to dominate with the ferocity of a tiger. This is it. Here, within the private estate of the Shui family, a renowned clan, it was one thing for Su Yi to kick down the door, but to brazenly enter the Shui residence and slap the face of a second-generation heir was beyond all comprehension. Moreover, the venue was teeming with formidable Qi-Hai realm experts. This was a clear indication of utter disregard for those present. What kind of audacity must one possess? "Damn it, someone kill him," shouted the white-clad scholar, seething with pain and anger, his sense of humiliation skyrocketing. He no longer cared about the broader implications, roaring to unleash his fury upon Su Yi. Yet, none dared to act, not even Wan Yulong and his associates. Su Yi, however, was unrelenting. He moved once more, delivering another sharp slap. The white-clad scholar, who managed a vast estate and was a peak body refinement expert among the Shui heirs, found himself utterly powerless before Su Yi. Tears streamed from his eyes as the overwhelming humiliation faded. Faced with such a powerhouse, submission was inevitable. After toppling the white-clad scholar, Su Yi declared, "It appears that the laws of the Yu have been ineffectual in Guangyin for many years, leading you wealthy families to be utterly ignorant of the authority of the law. First, Lao Wan and your ilk disregarded the public ruling and remained in Guangyin. Then, a young man with the surname Shui brazenly sheltered the fugitives. When the former shouted and threatened, the latter resorted to insults, truly believing that the laws of the DU royal court could not take lives. So, spare me your rhetoric. Reveal your backup plan." Wan Yulong, aware of Su Yi's past in Furong Town, found this kind of provocation particularly vexing. At this moment, having received a hint from Ma Wansheng, he calculated that Su Yi was prepared and eager to see Su Yi's backup plan to respond appropriately. "What backup plan?" "The officials will capture the thieves. Do you still dare to resist?" Su Yi retorted, pointing diagonally as an arrow shot into the sky with a sharp whistle. In an instant, everyone held their breath, listening intently as footsteps spread like a swarm of ants around them. Wan Yulong rushed to the window, straining his vision. He saw that the estate was surrounded by black-clad constables, all armed with heavy crossbows, indicating they were well prepared. He snorted disdainfully, raising his head to declare, "Do you think these pathetic fools can capture me, Wan?" What a delusional thought! As a mid-Qi-Hai realm expert, ordinary crossbows posed no threat to him, especially with nearly 10 subordinates in the early Qi-Hai realm and nearly 20 at the peak of body refinement. In contrast, the encirclement comprised mere lowly body refinement minions. Even if they were multiplied tenfold, they could never hinder him. "Hey, when did Lao Wan become so bold? If you can kill your way out, Su, we'll respect you." Su Yi shot a sidelong glance at Wan Yulong. Chapter 92. Into the trap. Do not fall into the trap, master. This little thief is cunning. Ma Wenxing urgently cautioned. The thief is employing a tactic of provocation, intending to incite the master to fight. Do remember, disobeying the public ruling merely results in daily fines, 100 gold per person. If the master truly kills someone, it would be a crime of injury and arrest. If this were outside the city, it would be one thing, but inside the city, Any bloodshed would lead to the encirclement of the patrol division with over 100,000 men. It would be a moment of mutual destruction. Upon hearing Ma Wenxing's analysis, everyone gasped in horror, realizing the little thief's cunning nature. It was fortunate they had not acted hastily, for had they done so, they would have solidified their guilt. No wonder the thief had been so brazen. He had intentionally provoked them. Such deep scheming. Amid their relief, expressions of gratitude filled their faces, as if they had escaped a calamity. What deep-seated grudge could you possibly have against my Black Dragon Hall to warrant your relentless scheming against us? Wan Yulong exclaimed, filled with rage. Strangely, facing this young man, the overwhelming advantage of his martial prowess had lost its effect, leaving him feeling manipulated and on the brink of collapse. Su Yi paid no heed to Wan Yulong, glaring fiercely at Ma Wenxing, seemingly displeased that his scheme had been exposed. He coldly stated, I, Su, disdain such underhanded tactics. You have violated the regulations of the public ruling, so come along with me. As he spoke, he released another arrow, and, soon, a contingent of about 100 black-clad constables burst through the door, pairing up with binding ropes, standing in neat formation, awaiting Su Yi's command to apprehend the individuals. Upon sighting the binding ropes, Ma Wenxing felt a chill run down his spine. Su, you merely want us to accompany you to the public ruling office. Why bring out the binding ropes? We are prepared to pay the fines. The binding ropes were specifically designed for dealing with serious criminals, known for their extraordinary resilience, often utilized by deep-sea fishermen to capture enormous whales. It was clear that if ensnared by these ropes, no matter how high one's cultivation, escape would be impossible. Su Yi replied coldly, At this point, can I allow you to evade? Did you ever consider complying with the regulations of the public ruling while hiding here? Did you ever think about paying the fines voluntarily? Now you remember? It's too late. Even if you wish to go, I shall bind you. I'll fight you to the death, shouted the thin-faced vice master, furious, leaping towards Su Yi. Indeed, before the vice master could reach him, Wan Yulong moved, intercepting him mid-air and delivering a heavy blow to his shoulder, causing him to spit blood. I am still alive. Do you all dare to rebel? Wan Yulong's face darkened, scanning the members of the Black Dragon Hall, none daring to meet his gaze. After surveying the room, his eyes settled on Su Yi. Su, I shall play along with you until the end. Is it not merely about showing off? Today, I will let you flaunt to your heart's content. As he spoke, he extended his hands, ready to bind them. Come on. Wan Yulong had never imagined that one day he would harbor such intense hatred for someone that even merely thinking of the person's name would cause him pain. Despite the rage, he remained rational. Today, as events were as Ma Wenxing had said, he was completely at the mercy of Su Yi. Refusing to bow would lead to a deadlock, unless both sides were willing to perish together. Fortunately, he had bowed before Su Yi once. Bowing again would not be so unbearable. In secret, he resolved that after navigating this challenge, he would take the immense risk to locate Su Yi's residence, avenging himself with 1,000 cuts and ripping out his heart and lungs. Master, think twice. Ma Wenxing interjected, his brow twitching. The appearance of the binding ropes filled him with an instinctual sense of danger, though he could not articulate the source of this feeling. Wan Yulong scoffed, what? Can Su truly overpower us? I genuinely hope he dares to take action against me. He believed it was merely a matter of fines. Su Yi's provocation would yield no result, and Wan Yulong was confident that Su Yi had exhausted his options. Ma Wenxing had an unsettling feeling that matters would not be so straightforward, an instinct honed through his dealings with Su Yi. On the surface, the schemes of the individual surnamed Su have been uncovered. Nevertheless, Ma Wenxing remains uneasy, convinced that Su has a hidden agenda, yet he finds no trace of evidence. Despite the downfall of the Hei Long Tang, my adoptive father remains unharmed. Should Su dare to engage in treachery against me, the prominent families of Guang'an will not let him off lightly. Wan Yulong, brimming with confidence, extended his hand and coldly regarded Su Yi, challenging him to act decisively. At Su Yi's command, over 100 individuals sprang into action, with Wan Yulong leading the charge. None from the Hei Long Tang dared to resist. They were all bound tightly, forced to stand awkwardly, unable even to walk. Is this all you are capable of, grandson? Wan Yulong mocked, laughing heartily. The members of the Hei Long Tang joined in the laughter, feeling an exhilarating sense of triumph for the first time in their confrontation with Su Yi. Only Ma Wenxing furrowed his brow, urgently instructing the fallen gentleman in white to urgently relay a message to Elder Shui. As his words fell, Su-Yi gestured for the captors to pair up and escort the members of the Hei Long Tang away with swift strides. Once he saw Su-Yi escape, the gentleman in white dared to rise, examining his injuries in a mirror. With a loud crack, he shattered the glass in frustration and hurried towards the apothecary. As for Ma Wenxing's instruction to seek Elder Shui, he had no time for that. He would rather see the members of the Hei Long Tang suffer further at the hands of Su-Yi. After all, when he had called for action, these fellows had been overly restrained, and when he himself was attacked, they had all witnessed it. As the saying goes, it is better to share joy than to suffer alone. At this moment, however, Shui Gongzi thought that it was better to suffer together than to face humiliation alone. To inform Elder Shui to rescue the foolish members of the Hei Long Tang? Not a chance. Meanwhile, Su-Yi had bound Wan Yulong and his associates and swaggered out of Shui's family estate, regrouping with the main force before reloading them. Instead of using 2 captors for each individual, they now employed a prison cart fitted with a cross, loading each captive inside in succession. This treatment incited unrelenting curses from the members of the Hei Long Tang. Yet, as the saying goes, humans are the knife, and I am the fish. At Su-Yi's command, he dispatched the least skilled captors, who slapped Wan Yulong and his cohorts until their faces burned with humiliation, yet they dared not retaliate. This immense disgrace drove Wan Yulong to the brink of madness, regretting not heeding Ma Wenxing's advice, which had led him to such a predicament. Chapter 93. Humiliation. It should be noted that Wan Yulong was not a person of thin skin. He had committed many disgraceful acts publicly, but in his eyes, Elder Shui was a significant figure with a higher martial realm than his own. At that moment, however, it was a mere ant who was slapping him, and even with thick skin, he could hardly bear it. Su-Yi, as a fellow martial artist, why such humiliation? You, as an enforcer, how dare you break the law? We merely sought to pay fines at the public adjudication. Why must we endure such disgrace? Ma Wenxing realized that shouting proved ineffective and thus attempted to reason with Su-Yi. Pay fines? Who said I intended for you to pay fines? Your crimes are grave and abundant. No amount of punishment could redeem you, and you dare talk to me about disgrace? In my eyes, you all deserve death. Su-Yi declared angrily, gesturing for the captives' mouths to be sealed tightly. He mounted his steed and galloped away. Before long, Su-Yi led the procession to the North City Market Square. As the massive group of captors entered, half the city was stirred. Such a grand spectacle had not been seen in years. The last time was when the magistrate of Guang'an executed the notorious flower thief Yang Chunfeng. No one knew who would be executed this time. Once some onlookers recognized the bound individuals, the news spread like wildfire, sending half of North City into a frenzy. It was unprecedented. The leader of the Hei Long Tang, along with 9 Shi-Hai realm experts and 19 peak forging body realm experts, were set to be executed. This was not only a record for Guang'an City, but perhaps for the entire Yu royal court. However, due to the gathering of such powerful figures, capturing them alive was nearly impossible. Yet here, every one of them had been bound without injury. Upon entering the market square, Wan Yulong and his associates realized what was about to transpire, their shock nearly shattering their minds. Despite their best efforts, they could not fathom Su-Yi's audacity to execute for minor offenses in front of half the city's populace. Was he mad? Even Ma Wenxing, the most cunning among them, was left speechless. Although he felt uneasy, he never anticipated Su-Yi would act so recklessly. Did this man not understand that such unwarranted killings would instill terror in all the noble families? If the noble families were terrified, even a magistrate of Guang'an would be helpless. Was Su-Yi truly willing to sacrifice everything for personal vengeance? No, that could not be. If it were personal, Su-Yi could not possibly have summoned such a formidable force. Just as Ma Wenxing wrestled with these thoughts, a chill crept across his neck, and then, with a sudden release, his head fell to the ground, landing next to the familiar head of Wan Yulong. Su-Yi would not allow anyone to intervene. As soon as the captives were secured, and before the audience had fully assembled, he waved his hand, issuing the order for execution. The yellow-turbaned warriors raised their golden blades, and with swift precision, they struck down Wan Yulong and his companions. Their mouths were sealed, leaving them no chance to scream, silenced in a brutal manner. Nearly 30 heads fell, and suddenly, the air thickened with the scent of blood, almost coalescing into a mist. In particular, Wan Yolong's blood pooled on the ground, causing the earth to bubble with heat. As the blood mist began to form, Su Yi felt a surge of warmth. Witnessing the ghostly figures of Wan Yulong and the other Qi realm experts emerge from a mist, their forms twisted and clawing at him with vengeful eyes, as if they sought to burn through him with their glares. Foolish souls, if you seek death, I shall ensure your complete annihilation, Su Yi declared, casually gesturing toward the nearby fire pit. The flames roared to life, igniting 3 sticks of red incense, and a faint blue smoke wafted upward. Instantly, the ghosts of Wan Yulong and the others, who had rushed toward him, emitted a soul-shattering wail, unable to maintain their form. With a gentle breath, Su Yi dispelled their essences into nothingness. The green incense was none other than the infamous San Hun Xiang, commonly employed at execution grounds, particularly effective against Qi realm warriors. Knowing the strength of Wan Yulong and his peers, Su Yi understood that their souls could linger even after death, and he would not allow their essences to persist in this world. After executing Wan Yulong and the others, Su Yi knelt in his white robe, gazing towards the western sky in silent prayer. Mu Bo, the Hei Long Tang has been vanquished. You must see this from the heavens. The dense clouds that had lingered dispersed, and the long-awaited sun emerged, casting warm rays upon the windows of the reception room in the No. 3 precinct to the patrol office. Yet, this light did little to alleviate the somber atmosphere within. Qi Baihan, Song Pailin, and Li Zhongshu, 3 prominent figures of the patrol office, sat together, each wearing a grim expression and glaring at one another. This gathering could be deemed spontaneous. First, Song Pailin sought out Qi Baihan, followed by Li Zhongshu, and thus the 3 converged. Moreover, both Song and Li had approached Qi Baihan for the same matter, the issue of the leadership of the 2nd Enforcement Division. Logically, the position of head of the 2nd Enforcement Division had already been assigned to Su Yi, and there was no reason for Song and Li to covet it. However, on the day Su Yi reported, Gao Junmo had publicly vowed in front of everyone that within 7 days, he would completely eradicate the Hei Long Tang. 2 days had passed, yet there was no sign of Su Yi's movement. Apart from acquiring the useless, malicious documents from the Hei Long Tang, he seemed to be brooding in silence. Early this morning, he gathered over 1,000 members from the 2nd Law Enforcement Division to conduct some array training. Clearly, Su had exhausted his options and could no longer complete his tasks. Although Gao Junmo merely stated that Su would pay a heavy price for failing to complete his duties without explicitly mentioning punishment, anyone with a modicum of sense would recognize that Su's position as the head of the 2nd Law Enforcement Division was precarious. This understanding was shared by Song Pailin, Li Zhongshu, and Qi Baihan alike. The reason Song and Li sought Qi Baihan was simply to gain his support. Among the 3, Qi Baihan had been with Gao Junmo the longest and was the eldest, having long since relinquished his ambitions for fame. With merely 3 years until retirement, he could no longer contend with Song and Li for the position of head of the 2nd Law Enforcement Division. Naturally, both Song and Li simultaneously thought to enlist Qi Baihan as their ally. However, had they approached him separately, it might have been manageable. Instead, they collided in their endeavors. Whichever of the 2 young ladies Qi Baihan chose to marry would inevitably offend the other. When Qi Baihan's attempts at mediation failed, an argument erupted, and it was only when he slammed his hand on the table that the quarrel subsided, though the atmosphere remained tense. Chapter 94. Distrust after a prolonged silence. Qi Baihan sighed. As generals under the same command, we ought to unite our efforts and work together. To quarrel over trifling gains to the point of bloodshed is nothing but a joke for those who follow us. Since both of you have come to seek my assistance, I shall act as an intermediary and render my judgment. If you agree, proceed accordingly. If not, leave and do not disturb me here. In my view, our disdain for Su Yi is not merely personal animosity, but stems from his lack of qualifications to lead a team. If we were to judge based on qualifications, then let us compare. Li Zhongshu has served under the general for 12 years, while Baihan has 10. If Baihan is slightly less qualified, then the position should rightfully belong to Zhongshu. However, it would be unjust for Zhongshu to reap all the benefits alone. I believe even if Su Yi loses his position, the general will not abandon him entirely. Should Zhongshu fill Su Yi's role, it is highly likely that Su Yi would take over Zhongshu's position. Instead, let Zhongshu relinquish the captaincy of the 10th team. I find Song Han to be quite capable. Let him take that position. What do you both think of this arrangement? Qi Baihan, seasoned and astute, swiftly untangled this chaotic matter. Li Zhongshu was pleased with the outcome, and Qi Baihan also stood to gain. After all, Song Han was his biological younger brother, and a captaincy carried significant weight. Once the three reached an agreement, Qi Baihan brewed a pot of fine tea, and they were about to toast to their alliance when chaos erupted outside. It was as if a great fire had broken out. People were running about, shouting in confusion. With a swift motion, Qi Baihan flung open the door, revealing a throng gathered in the courtyard, surrounding a burly man in black clothing who was agitatedly gesturing and shouting. The man's face was flushed, as if intoxicated, and in his haste, he was incoherent, but it was clear that a momentous event had transpired. Qi Baihan barked at the crowd to disperse and called the man in black over, demanding to know the situation. The man flailed his arms, his brows dancing with excitement, nearly hollering, "Great news! Great news! A monumental event! From this day forth, our patrol division shall be renowned throughout Guang'an, instilling fear in all corners." Enough! After listening for some time, Qi Baihan, feeling exasperated by the man's rambling, struck him across the face. "Get to the point. If you prattle on, I swear I will make you pay." The man in black spun halfway around from the force of the slap, the pain finally extinguishing his fervor. He then remembered who stood before him and stammered, Su, he executed Wan Yulong at the vegetable market. Wasn't Su leading the training this morning? How could he be killing someone at the market? Li Zhongshu was perplexed, unable to grasp who Wan Yulong was in his haste. Meanwhile, Song Pailan was taken aback and seized the man by the collar, lifting him off the ground. "Repeat that. Who did Su kill?" "Wan Yulong, the head of the Hei Long Tang, along with his advisor, several deputy leaders, elders, and heads of various branches. All were slain by Su with a single strike at the vegetable market." After the shock, the man in black regained his wits and recounted the events in a rush. "What? Nonsense! You must have been dreaming." The three sprang to their feet in disbelief. Wan Yulong was a formidable figure, a mid-stage Qi expert, and though Su was impressive in martial prowess, he was simply not in the same league. How could he possibly kill Wan Yulong? Even more absurdly, the word was spreading that Su had not only killed Wan Yulong, but had decimated the entire upper echelon of the Hei Long Tang. Was this not sheer lunacy? Even if Su led a large contingent from the 2nd Law Enforcement Division, those mere body cultivators could not even restrain Wan Yulong and his associates, let alone capture them. The entire situation made little sense. Battle? There was no battle. The executioner simply struck, and heads rolled. It's as simple as that. The man in black looked bewildered. Then who was the executioner? Did he not say it was Su? Li Zhongshu's mind was spinning with the jumbled and alarming news. Wishing he could silence the man in black, his grip tightening around the man's neck. At that moment, a tremendous cheer erupted throughout the courtyard. The cries of Su Yi's glorious victory, ringing in their ears. No one dared to doubt the veracity of the man's claim. With a face ashen with disbelief, Li Zhongshu released his grip, and the man in black scurried away in terror. The three men exchanged glances, each wearing expressions of incredulity and embarrassment. Moments ago, they had conspired in secrecy to take over Su Yi's position, yet in a blink, he had toppled the Hei Long Tang, completing the task in a mere 2 days. Could it truly be that a capable individual was capable of anything? They all recalled Gao Junmo's words praising Su Yi, which had seemed laughable at the time, but now gnawed at their hearts. How had he accomplished this? Wan Yulong, a Qi expert, had met his demise at the hands of an executioner, a death so disgraceful it was beyond comprehension. Song Pailan, his eyes vacant, questioned, how could this be? Qi Baihan pondered for a long while before stating, one thing is certain. Wan Yulong and his men must have been deceived into being killed by Su. They certainly did not resist. If Su had indeed possessed extraordinary abilities, it would have been impossible for him to capture the entire upper echelon of the Hei Long Tang in one fell swoop. Li Zhongshu suddenly leaped to his feet, realization dawning upon him. I understand now. Su must have meticulously discovered the hiding places of Wan Yulong and his associates, leading a large force to encircle them. Under the pretense of their defiance against the law, he captured them. After all, Su made a grand entrance with over 1,000 men, and being in the city, he held the law in his hands. Even if Wan Yulong and his men were audacious, they would not dare act recklessly. Remaining in the city, the penalties were severe, yet the crimes were not grave. Wan Yulong and his men, weighing the risks, naturally chose not to resist, which is how Su Yi managed to capture them. As he spoke, his eyes sparkled with excitement. Brilliant! Su Yi dared to enact personal vengeance by executing a Qi expert. This heinous act will surely provoke a fierce backlash from all the families in Guang'an. Not only will our patrol division be affected, but even the magistrate of Guang'an will find it difficult to manage the aftermath. What a ruthless character Su Yi is, willing to disregard everything for personal vendetta. I have always said that those who disrupt our patrol division must be dealt with. Chapter 95. Domineering one must commend Li Zhongshu for his keen intellect, for he had deduced nearly the entire sequence of events. However, as soon as he finished speaking, Song Pailan shouted, "This is bad. Su Yi is trying to escape." With that, he propelled himself forward. 3 individuals hurried into the courtyard, and Gao Junmo, clad entirely in black, entered with a beaming expression. Upon seeing the trio, he called out from a distance, "Bai Han, Pei Lin, Zhongshu, you all are hiding here. I found you easily." As soon as they spotted Gao Junmo, the 3 rushed towards him, with Li Zhongshu appearing particularly anxious. He exclaimed urgently, "General, trouble is brewing. Su Yi intends to flee. You must not delay. Quickly issue a command to close the city gates. We cannot allow Su Yi to escape. We cannot explain this to the governor." Qi Baihan also urged him to act swiftly, fully endorsing Li Zhongshu's assessment. He was well aware of Su Yi's character. This man, who valued loyalty and righteousness, had fought fiercely on Shenglong Tai, demonstrating both his nature and his deep-seated resentment towards the Black Dragon Hall. Such a reckless act from him was certainly plausible. Regardless of the fate of Wan Yulong and others, the ensuing chaos would fall squarely on the shoulders of the patrol office and the governor of Guang'an. If Su Yi were to escape, the heavy burden of blame would undoubtedly be placed upon the patrol office. Escape? Who is escaping? What are you talking about? Gao Junmo replied, bewildered. "General, Su Yi has unjustly slain Wan Yulong." "Unjustly slain? Who claims it is unjust? That scoundrel deserved to die." Upon hearing Gao Junmo's words, the 3 stood there dumbfounded. After a moment, Qi Baihan spoke, "General, do you not realize that Wan Yulong is no ordinary individual? To recklessly kill him would provoke reactions from all sides. Can our patrol office withstand that? You must remember, the Shui family stands firmly behind him, and Shui Zhongjing has always been fiercely protective." Gao Junmo chuckled. "The Shui family? Protective? Huh. By now, Su Yi has likely already made his move." With a thud, Li Zhongshu fell to the ground. Shui Shisan has gone mad. As the chief steward of the Shui family's West City estate, despite only possessing mid-level body refinement cultivation, he had commanded respect in Guang'an City for years. Even when facing powerful figures at the Qi realm, his lineage would earn him a measure of regard. Typically, he would not associate with mere peak body refinement cultivators. Proudly navigating Guang'an City for so long, Shui Shisan found himself humbled, truly and undeniably slapped in the face. If the one striking him had been a significant figure, it would have been acceptable. Instead, it was merely a late-stage body refinement soldier, someone he would normally not even deign to acknowledge in passing. Yet, this time, upon calling out loudly, he was confronted by a familiar-looking scholar in white, who signaled for a burly man to rush out and deliver 2 resounding slaps across his face. Dazed and seeing stars, Shui Shisan found himself at a loss. Normally, he would have numerous guards at his disposal, as the Shui family had stationed many personnel and protectors at their inner-city estate. Under ordinary circumstances, anyone daring to make a commotion at the Shui estate would be swiftly dealt with by the formidable Shui family warriors, imparting a lesson they would never forget. However, today, despite having 300 of his family's warriors gathered nearby, Shui Shisan was still struck twice, while none of the warriors dared to intervene. This was due to the fact that the entire Shui estate had been encircled by over 1,000 black-clothed patrolmen. Any movement might provoke the wild and reckless soldiers into committing unspeakable acts. Where could Shui Zhongjing possibly be? Could it be that he, aware of his grave sins, has fled in fear? Su Yi sat astride the towering Qi Shui Longju, speaking gently, dressed in white that gleamed brilliantly under the sun. The reason he did not target the Shui family ancestral home, but rather this location, was that he had discerned it to be the exclusive domain of Elder Shui. He had hoped to catch them off guard, but had not anticipated such a failure, though the steward was filled with anger and fear. Upon hearing Su Yi call out Elder Shui's name, he instinctively shouted, You dare to call out the master's name so boldly?" Before he could finish his sentence, a resounding slap landed on his face, delivered by the furious soldier, who bellowed, "Old Coffin Wood, if you dare speak to my master like that again, I'll beat the life out of you." As he spoke, he brandished his massive fist threateningly. In just a single day, he had managed to completely win over the entire 2nd Law Enforcement Division. The furious execution of the Black Dragon Hall's leader at Kai Shirko and the overwhelming presence of soldiers at the Shui estate had turned the tide. In the eyes of these patrol soldiers, if the Black Dragon Hall was the tyrant of Guangyin, then the Shui family was a mythic existence. Both sides were figures they typically looked up to with reverence. Yet today, under Su Yi's leadership, they had trampled their foes beneath their feet. Victory is indeed the finest catalyst for morale. Two dreamlike and overwhelming triumphs had elevated Su Yi's prestige to soaring heights. Above, in the western skies, a giant white crane glided down, with Elder Shui standing tall, descending upon it like an immortal, his flowing robes billowing. Had it not been for the fury etched upon his face, he would have truly resembled a celestial being. The crane arrived swiftly, and without waiting for it to land, Elder Shui leapt into the air, unleashing a powerful punch that split the air, aimed directly at the black-clad patrolman. Su Yi sensed the impending danger and, in a flash, positioned himself in front of the soldier, barely able to raise a hand before the punch's force struck him with a dull thud on his chest, sending him staggering back several steps before coming to a halt. A sharp pain echoed in his chest, and his heart raced with fear. With the dragon crocodile armor protecting him, he had thought himself impervious to any assault, yet he had not anticipated the sheer might of Elder Shui's punch, which surpassed even that of Elder Song's sword strike, leaving him astonished. The dragon crocodile armor had failed to completely dissipate the force of that blow. Su Yi pondered how he would fare against a blade or sword from this individual. Just as he was caught off guard by this revelation, Elder Shui himself was equally astonished. His punch, fueled by resentment and tremendous power, would have shattered even a mid-grade magical garment. To his disbelief, Su Yi had effortlessly defended against it. Having witnessed Su Yi's prowess on Shenglongtai, he was aware of the treasures the young man possessed that granted him remarkable defense. However, he had not anticipated it to be to such an extraordinary extent. Apart from his astonishing defensive capabilities, what truly astounded Elder Shui was Su Yi's ethereal agility. As he descended from the air, his speed was akin to thunder. The struck black-clad patrolman had yet to react when Su Yi had already positioned himself in front of him. Such agility was unheard of, almost akin to the legendary ability to traverse great distances in the blink of an eye. While Elder Shui concealed his shock, the onlookers, both black-clad patrolmen and Shui, family warriors alike, gasped in awe. Elder Shui was a near-legendary figure in Guangyin City, and the fact that a peak body refinement cultivator could withstand his cataclysmic strike was indeed terrifying. The massive patrolman who found himself in Su Yi's path was so moved that tears welled in his eyes. Shui Zhongjing, in broad daylight, under the open sky. "Do you dare to ambush an official of the court? Do you seek rebellion?" Su Yi's voice boomed like thunder, resonating throughout the area. The audacity of a mere body refinement junior calling out names so boldly infuriated Elder Shui, who rolled his eyes in exasperation. Were it not for Su Yi's preceding words about rebellion still echoing in his ears, he would have undoubtedly disregarded everything else and attacked the young man on the spot. Moreover, he was consumed with rage and confusion, needing Su Yi to clarify matters. He forced himself to suppress his anger and coldly stated, "You Su Yi, have you slain Wan Yulong and the others? Do you not know what crimes they committed that warranted their execution in the street? Speak clearly, and I shall allow you to leave. If you cannot explain, I, Shui, shall have no choice but to assist Gao Junmo in cleaning up the mess." Elder Shui had just returned from Kai Shirko, having rushed back in haste due to the gravity of the situation. Normally, he would not indulge in such high-handed methods of travel, but this time urgency dictated otherwise. Upon hearing of Wan Yulong and the others being executed by Su Yi at Kai Shirko, he had exerted considerable effort to witness the matter with his own eyes. By the time he arrived at Kai Shirko, the blood of Wan Yulong and the others had dried, and the executioners were busy collecting the severed heads that littered the ground. At that moment, Elder Shui was nearly driven to the brink of explosion with rage. The Heilong Tang was a newly consolidated force under his command, poised for significant endeavors, and now it had been annihilated in the blink of an eye. The loss of personnel was trivial. However, the slap to his Shui family's reputation was painfully stinging. If he did not subdue the one named He, how could the Shui family avoid becoming a laughingstock throughout the entirety of Guang'an? While he was fuming at the execution ground, a message from the specially trained Qingyao of the Shui family arrived, informing him that Su Yi had surrounded his private estate with a large army. At this moment, his fury towards Su Yi had escalated to a level reminiscent of one Yulong's final moments. His gaze fixed intensely upon Su Yi, awaiting a justification for his actions. He was prepared to confront the magistrate of Guang'an, determined to eliminate this threat. Moreover, if Su Yi could not provide a clear reason, the major families would undoubtedly erupt in outrage. After all, if the Guang'an magistrate indiscriminately executed individuals, who could guarantee that they would not be next? This time, the patrol department had incurred the wrath of many by luring a powerful Qi realm expert to execution. Absent a satisfactory explanation, it was not beyond possibility for the Guang'an magistrate's position to be reassigned. Su Yi, with an air of confidence, declared, "This is an official matter of Su, and I am unaware of any role that Zhongjing plays in my patrol department to question me." Zhongjing? Elder Shui nearly bit his tongue. Even his own mother would never have addressed him in such a manner. "Youngster, if you dare to provoke me further with your tongue, I shall teach you a lesson." Elder Shui's expression was grim, and his wide robe seemed to move of its own accord. Why should Elder Shui be so fixated on a mere title? Such trivial matters could hardly disturb his composure. It was no wonder that his cultivation had stagnated for so long. Su Yi, resembling an enlightened monk, urged the obstinate Elder Shui to relinquish his fixation. Elder Shui, consumed by fury, bellowed, causing all within a 10-meter radius to fall prostrate. Even Su Yi felt his eardrums throb painfully, his insides churning. He mused that, despite being in the Qi realm, the old man was likely 10 times more formidable than Wan Yulong. As Elder Shui was on the verge of a violent outburst, Su Yi hastily interjected, "I come here on official business, yet your household's servants obstruct me. I am merely acting in accordance with duty, imposing a light punishment." He was willing to play with fire, but did not wish to be burned himself. Elder Shui, in a fit of anger, waved his sleeve and retorted, "Do not prattle with me. What is your official business?" Su Yi replied, "I have heard that Elder Shui possesses a piece of iron essence. Is this rumor true?" Elder Shui's eyes narrowed sharply, akin to a venomous snake fixated on Su Yi, his voice frosty. "And if it is true, what then? If not, what then?" Su Yi chuckled coldly, recognizing that Elder Shui had instinctively developed a sense of trepidation towards him. How had it come to pass that he, Shui, would ever find himself intimidated by a mere youth of the body-tempering stage? Yet this young man had delivered him too much shock, causing him to subconsciously avoid a straightforward response, instead resorting to ambiguous language. This trepidation, if Su Yi did not clarify directly, would not compel Elder Shui to probe further. However, provoked by Su Yi's taunts, Elder Shui's heart was immediately filled with humiliation, and he snapped, "I do possess a piece of iron essence, obtained from the Linglong Pavilion. This matter is well known among the martial artists of Guang'an. Why must you weave such mysteries? Since it was indeed in Elder Shui's possession, this matter could be resolved. Then, I kindly ask Elder Shui to hand over this illicit item." Su Yi's slender face bore a smile, yet his words struck like thunder. Elder Shui's brows nearly shot up in disbelief. "Illicit item? Are you suggesting that the iron essence is stolen?" "Indeed. I request Elder Shui's cooperation with the patrol department's investigation." Su Yi asserted with righteous fervor. "What audacity!" Su Yi clapped his hands. "I hope that after hearing the particulars of the case, Elder Shui retains such confidence." In early May of this year, merely 3 months prior, the Guang'an magistrate's tribute caravan for the royal court was ambushed over 100 miles outside the city at Ingqiu Gorge, resulting in complete annihilation and the total plundering of all tribute items, including a piece of iron essence. Elder Shui's complexion shifted dramatically. He was well aware of the incident involving the tribute caravan's ambush, which had been the largest case in recent years, prompting the royal court to issue the highest wanted notices, causing a stir throughout Guang'an. However, he had never anticipated that a piece of iron essence was among the tribute items. Despite his usual arrogance, Elder Shui would not be foolish enough to resist, stubbornly claiming, "Even if there was iron essence, how could you prove that my piece is the one from the ambush? Moreover, this item was acquired through auction. How does that relate to any robbery?" Su Yi replied, "Elder Shui, do not be so quick to disavow your connections. What I have revealed is only half of the case. The latter half is that the robbery has been traced back to Jiang Shaochuan, the head of the Baima sub-hall of the Hei Long Tang, who orchestrated this scheme." Chapter 97. The Truth What? Elder Shui's eyes widened in disbelief. At this moment, he grasped the full context. He understood precisely why Su Yi had dared to kill Wang Yulong. Such a monumental case tied to the Hei Long Tang meant that even 10 heads of the Wan family would not suffice to atone for the crime. Yet, it was lamentable that Wang Yulong had met such a disgraceful end. Even faced with the incident, he could have fled to another land. Nearly 10 Shi-Hai realm experts had been executed by a mere executioner, becoming a laughingstock for the world. It all boiled down to this youth's cunning and ruthlessness, having employed treachery to provoke Wang Yulong's demise. Elder Shui's deductions were not entirely off. Wang Yulong and his companions had indeed perished due to the robbery. However, until their last breaths, they remained oblivious to the fact that the robbery had ever occurred, believing instead that Su Yi had kidnapped them to extract a ransom. Little did they know that while Su Yi had sought vengeance, he had directly led them to the guillotine. Su Yi's ability to uncover the robbery was a stroke of fortune, yet also inevitable. On that day, he had examined the crimes of the Hei Long Tang and the major cases in recent years in Guangyin, seeking evidence of the former to exploit, while also keeping track of his own actions to remain aware of his standing. Unexpectedly, while he was on the verge of giving up, he stumbled upon this sensational robbery case that had once shocked Guangyin. At that time, his eye caught the list of lost treasures from the robbery, which included the iron essence, and Su Yi recognized that an opportunity had arisen. In discussing unresolved cases, the difficulty of resolution typically lay in the lack of clues and knowing where to begin. Without understanding the reasons, how could one pursue resolutions? Yet for Su Yi, having seen through the truth, it was simple to reverse engineer the cause from the effect. Iron essence was an extraordinarily precious item. At the auction, Elder Shui had been willing to exchange a divine origin pill for a piece, which attested to its value. Such a rare and precious item. How could the young man in black, or rather Jiang Shaochuan, have acquired it? Fixating on Jiang Shaochuan allowed Su Yi to make significant moves. Ultimately, he captured the upper echelon of the Hei Long Tang Inn by Ma County within half a day. During this time, Jiang Shaochuan had nearly exhausted all capable personnel from the Bai Ma sub-hall for this robbery. Such a significant case, if contained within a small circle, would likely go unpunished out of fear of the law's severity. No one would dare to confess. However, given the multitude of individuals involved, it was not difficult to find a soft-hearted person, apply some persuasion, and open a breakthrough. Once the breakthrough was achieved, the entire interrogation process flowed smoothly. Countless testimonies and statements solidified the case. Fearing leaks, Su Yi reported to Gao Junmo, and with his support, the investigation proceeded secretly, with no outsiders permitted to hear a word. After closing the case, Gao Junmo utilized confidential channels to swiftly notify the authorities, who soon issued directives for arrests, declaring that life or death was of no consequence. Tragically, Wang Yulong and his companions would remain unaware of the reasons behind their fate until their last moments. They were consumed by Jiang Shaochuan, and the bomb Jiang had planted was ultimately detonated through Su Yi, leading to their demise. The cause and effect bore a semblance to a predetermined destiny. Elder Shui, with the Hei Long Tang's malevolence and audacity in robbing the royal tribute caravan, stood guilty beyond redemption. As for your ties to the Hei Long Tang, well, need I elaborate? The headmaster is your adopted son. The deputy head is your grandson. While the Hei Long Tang faces public condemnation and expulsion, you, Elder Shui, have concealed its members within the Shui family estate. With these numerous pieces of evidence, surely you cannot still claim to have no connection to the Hei Long Tang? With the preliminary theatrics concluded, the dagger gleamed ominously. Even for someone as seasoned as Elder Shui, an involuntary chill ran down his spine. The individual before me is truly venomous, surpassing even the most poisonous of serpents by a significant margin. The formidable force of the HILNGT Ing, so vast. was brought low simply for having bullied an old fisherman and a mere child, leading to a series of humiliations that culminated in their total annihilation. Such ruthless individuals are a rarity. Even in my extensive years navigating Going In, I have yet to encounter one of their ilk. Presently, it appears this young man intends to drag the Shu family into this calamitous affair, tearing them apart with fervor. At this thought, Elder Shu could not help but shudder, coldly remarking, "Do not weave your wild tales." My acceptance of W.N.T. as my adopted grandson was merely a recent development. This, you High Director can attest to. As for my harboring of HILNGT, that is sheer nonsense. It was merely a matter of WNYL and others temporarily renting my estate. If you dare to seek personal vengeance, do you not believe I'll go directly to the governor of Going In and strip you of your official robes? I truly do not believe you possess the capability. Shu ZHNGJing. XY cast a sidelong glance at him, stating that these feeble explanations would be better reserved for the court. In my view, the HILNGT S ambush of HDNSH occurred prior to the treasures being bestowed upon you. And even if you claim that this iron essence was acquired at LNGLNGG, how can it not be a mere sleight of hand? A trick of passing from left hand to right? The wisdom garnered over 2 lifetimes endowed XY with exceptional analytical prowess. Even if a lie were to be shouted in broad daylight, it would remain tightly bound by logic. Each word of his cut like a dagger, piercing directly into Elder Shu's heart, causing the over 1,000 onlookers to nod in acknowledgement. Elder Shu felt his anger clouding his judgment, realizing he had been ensnared in a quagmire by XY, from which he could not extricate himself. Enough of your shameless arguments. Leave at once. Should you dare to obstruct me again, do not blame me for being uncivil. Elder Shu waved his hand violently, wishing he could swallow XY whole. His intent was clear. He would not yield the iron essence. I shall repeat myself. The iron essence was won by me at auction. If you wish to investigate, feel free to do so at LNGLNGG. It was exchanged for a divine essence pill, and not even the governor of Going In could pry from my grasp. Elder Shu, I ask you once more, will you surrender the iron essence? Only over my dead body. Elder Shu spat defiantly. Without further ado, XY mounted his horse, issuing a command that swiftly organized the encircling force of constables. With a tug on the reins, he turned the horse around, lightly kicking its flanks, and soon disappeared into the distance. The constables, like a dragon winding through the streets, swiftly dispersed. The Lord's might is formidable. All lesser beings shall retreat, shouted Shu SHSN, who had approached unnoticed. At his call, the surrounding guards were about to respond when Elder Shu, lost in deep thought, suddenly struck out, sending Shu SHSN flying into the courtyard wall. Chapter 98. Unmasked as XY departed. Logically, Elder Shu should have felt elated, yet he found no joy, for his heart was heavy with worry, akin to dark clouds gathering ominously on the horizon. Just as he prepared to enter, a small azure bird swooped through the air, landing on Elder Shu's palm and surprisingly uttering human speech in an aged voice. Once the bird ceased, Elder Shu let out a bellow, striking forth with a palm that shattered the grand estate's entrance, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. Upon stepping inside, he was met with a barrage of attention. As he made his way, the applause and cheers rang out incessantly. Following this encounter, the lower ranks of the constabulary had fully embraced him. Upon seeing him, four individuals rose simultaneously. GOJNM approached, linking arms and declaring, "Those with talent can accomplish anything. Do you all believe my words? I am in awe of XZHSH's capabilities," exclaimed SNGMN. To have single-handedly taken down HILNGT, such a feat is unparalleled. It is evident now that the general has an eye for talent, and XY is most deserving of the position as head of the enforcement division. QBIHN and SNPIL and both clasped their fists in respect. Zhongshu, it seems you have something to say? GOJNM glanced at the sullen-faced LZHNGSH. Indeed, the merits of XGSH are worthy of commendation, yet I harbor concerns that I must express. At this moment, LZHNGSH's heart was tumultuous. While XY's defeat of HILNGT was indeed a monumental achievement, the impact it had on him was profound. The cooked duck had flown away, and he was left to witness XY flaunting his triumph. A bitter resentment boiling within him. XY shot him a glance and thought, "The first day I met you, you attempted to undermine me, opposing GOS's promotion of me. When GOS appointed me as head of the enforcement division, you plotted against me behind my back. Even now, you refuse to relent. What grievance could possibly warrant such relentless animosity?" GOJNM urged, "Speak plainly. Your convoluted reasoning is quite uncomfortable." LZHNGSH clasped his hands and continued, "While the eradication of HILNGT is undoubtedly a commendable act, I cannot condone the method employed by XZHSH. If you had captured WN, YL, and others, why execute them publicly? Had you enacted the law judiciously, there would have been fewer repercussions. Now, the entire city buzzes with tales of XZHSH as a public execution of WN, YL, yet who knows how the noble families discuss the constabulary, placing all blame upon XZHSH alone? Is this truly a wise course of action? Was XZHSH motivated by personal vendetta? Enough. GOJNM interjected sharply. XZHSH's actions were reported to me in advance. The members of HILNGT committed heinous crimes, and WNYL and his ilk were particularly ruthless. Any delay could have resulted in dire consequences had Shuzich NGJ and others arrived. Henceforth, this matter is not to be mentioned again. At that time, GOJNM had informed the 3 individuals about the HILNGT incident, also mentioning XY's request for the iron essence from Elder Shu. XY smiled knowingly. At this juncture, XY's expression changed, realizing he had attracted the attention of a venomous serpent. "Oh, I wonder how Zhongshu discerned this." GOJNM was intrigued. At Zidash and GSH replied. The reasoning is simple, akin to how XZH lured WNYL to his demise. It is merely a case of deceiving the heavens while passing the knife. Consider XZHSH's usual approach, which is to eradicate threats completely. This time, with the illustrious name of Sword King F behind him. If he does not eliminate Shuzit NGJ entirely, he would not be satisfied. Though their acquaintance had been brief, he viewed XY as an adversary, having studied him and grasping his operational methods. His conjecture was astute. XY's pressure on Elder Shu was merely a ruse, seeking to exploit Elder Shu's strengths. Indeed, while the iron essence was a tribute to the DU court, its primary beneficiary was none other than Sword King XF. Given that the divine intent sword in XF's possession was forged from iron essence, he would not let such an opportunity slip. With the reputation of the 3 great martial kings of the DU court, should he desire the iron essence, the court would find it difficult to refuse. Thus, when GOJNM relayed the news of the successful resolution of the HDNSH incident, he hinted at the whereabouts of the iron essence. When the court issued the capture order, it also carried XF's message, demanding the safety of the iron essence, as he would send his most trusted disciple to retrieve it. XY sought the essence, but Elder Shu refused to yield. The subsequent events would be left to Sword King XF. No matter how formidable the Shu family might be, they would likely struggle against XF's fearsome reputation. The clash between the Shu family and Sword King XF was precisely XY's design. Unexpectedly, it was all seen through by LZHNGSH. GOJNM furrowed his brow, then relaxed with a smile, saying, his penchant for swift vengeance is not particularly noteworthy. Here's what we shall do. Zhongshu, you will visit the Shu family and clarify matters with them. If they still refuse to surrender the iron essence, the fate of the Shu family will be of no concern to our constabulary. LZHNGSH's assessment was accurate. GOJNM did not wish to entirely alienate the prominent families of Guing Yin. The reason for tolerating XY's execution of WNYL and others was primarily due to GOJNM's genuine concern that the Shu family might intervene, potentially sabotaging their efforts. Moreover, it was also an attempt to sell Su Yi a personal favor, as Gao Junmo was unaware of Su Yi's profound hatred toward the Heilong Tang due to the death of the fisherman. Furthermore, since this matter was entirely orchestrated by Su Yi himself, in order not to cool Su Yi's ardor, he tacitly approved the scheme for a covert assassination. Ultimately, however, it stemmed from the fact that the strength of the Heilong Tang was rather feeble. The Sun Bu Si, wielding a sense of righteousness, could easily eliminate them. In contrast, the Shui family was not comparable to the Heilong Tang. Should Su Yi truly be permitted to annihilate the Shui family through the hand of Feng Jianwang, it would undoubtedly cause a collective upheaval among the aristocratic families in Guang'an City. Such a splendid situation would inevitably collapse, a sight Gao Junmo would be most unwilling to witness. It appeared that Shui Zhongjing had received a signal, which was fortuitous, as it spared the need for the Zhongshu to make another trip. As he spoke, Gao Junmo opened the square box and retrieved a spherical iron ball, as white as snow and as clear as jade, the size of a chicken egg. This was precisely the iron essence that Elder Shui had acquired at the auction. While holding the iron essence, Gao Junmo activated his palm force, causing the iron essence to change shape, sometimes round, sometimes flat, sometimes sharp, sometimes thick, sometimes long, and sometimes short, exhibiting an array of transformations. Noticing Gao Junmo's enthusiasm, Su Yi unconsciously reached into his bosom, feeling the smoothness of the iron essence. As he exerted force, an astonishing warmth surged forth, prompting him to immediately release his grip. Suddenly recalling something, he inquired, "This iron essence is exceedingly precious, and having been forcibly obtained from Shui Zhongjing, how can we ensure that he does not harbor ulterior motives? Not to mention the countless hidden figures lurking in the shadows. What advice do you all have regarding the protection of this iron essence?" Upon hearing this question, everyone instinctively recoiled. Chi Pailan straightforwardly suggested, "This item is of great value and should be personally safeguarded by the general. With the general's illustrious reputation, ignorant mice would surely retreat at the mere sound of it." Gao Junmo cast an unsatisfied glance at Chi Pailan, stating, "I have recently been delving into profound skills and am at a crucial juncture. Thus I fear I lack the energy to guard this item. Which of you three would be willing to shoulder this heavy responsibility?" Li Zhongshu remarked, "Is there even a need to say this? Aside from the general, the reputation of Su Zhushi is also far-reaching. With his exceptional abilities, he is renowned throughout Guang'an. If Su Zhushi were to oversee it, the iron essence would undoubtedly remain secure. Since you insist on playing, let us proceed." Su Yi gritted his teeth internally, yet said, "I am naturally willing to serve the director. However, this matter is of great significance, and I cannot bear it alone. After all, I am not made of iron and cannot remain vigilant day and night without rest. This arrangement is most excellent, fair, and reasonable, ensuring no one is at a disadvantage. With all four of you providing simultaneous protection, I can rest easy." "It is settled then," Gao Junmo declared decisively. Li Zhongshu was about to speak again, but was halted by a wave of Gao Junmo's hand. "Since Feng Jianwang values the iron essence, he will likely arrive swiftly. I anticipate you four will not be burdened for too long. How about it, Zhongshu? Would you not be willing to bear this slight hardship for me?" Gao Junmo's tone grew weighty, subtly expressing his dissatisfaction with Li Zhongshu's self-serving tendencies that seemed to obstruct Su Yi. "I dare not. I am willing to serve the general." Li Zhongshu knelt on one knee, fully aware of Gao Junmo's displeasure and refraining from further protest. After assigning the tasks, Gao Junmo took his leave, leaving Su Yi and the others to harbor their own schemes in silence. After a moment of contemplation, Li Zhongshu suggested, "There is no need for all four of us to remain here. Let's take turns. Su Zhushi can take the first watch, while the three of us can rest in nearby rooms. At the first sign of commotion, if Su Zhushi calls out, we can respond instantly. After 2 hours, I will take over from Su Zhushi, followed by Pailan, and finally, Brother Baihan will take the rear, cycling through in this manner." Su Yi's thoughts were consumed with the intense warmth he felt when he touched the iron essence earlier, pondering its origin, especially since Gao Junmo had also mentioned sensing its heat. Eager to uncover the truth, he readily accepted Li Zhongshu's suggestion to take the lead. Su Yi had no objections to this role, and neither did Chi Baihan or Song Pailan. As dusk approached, the fading sunlight cast a rosy hue upon the green rooftops. At this moment, the sky had not yet darkened, and with Li Zhongshu and the others just dispersing, their vigilance remained unyielding, unbeknownst to how many individuals were covertly observing them. Su Yi would not be foolish enough to test the waters at this juncture, however, to appear natural. He still needed to handle the iron essence. Otherwise, it would seem overly deliberate. After all, it is human nature to succumb to the temptation of treasures nearby. His spiritual strength was formidable, rendering him unafraid of the night. Lighting a lamp would only serve to make this place a target. After a while, the night had fully settled in, the timing impeccable, with even the moon discreetly hiding itself. Sui once again opened the square box, grasping the chicken egg-sized iron essence in one hand while holding the duck egg-sized iron essence in his bosom with the other, simultaneously activating his palm force. Instantly, a powerful surge of heat flowed between his palms, and soon, the iron essence in his bosom grew increasingly warm, while the one in the box became progressively cooler. It seemed as if energy was transferring between the two. Fixating his gaze on the iron essence within the box, Sui finally discerned subtle changes. It was evident that the iron essence in the box had diminished slightly. This diminutive change was so minuscule that had he not been closely observing the entire process, he would have been utterly oblivious upon a hasty comparison. Sui hastily released his grip, astonished beyond measure. During the auction, the auctioneer had showcased the iron essence before all, personally activating his palm force to manipulate it. At that time, Sui's piece of iron essence remained undisturbed within his waist pouch. Had it not been for this fortuitous coincidence, he and Gao Junmo simultaneously activating their palm forces, he would have remained ignorant of the intriguing attraction between the two pieces of iron essence. At this moment, he conducted another experiment and discovered that the iron essence in his bosom had an attraction toward the one in the box. Not merely attraction, but rather a devouring force. Entering the chamber, he continued to ponder, yet remained perplexed. Chapter 100. The Night Watch. It is worth noting that Sui's inability to comprehend the reasons behind this was entirely normal, as it is unlikely anyone in the world could elucidate the intricacies involved. This iron essence, having fallen from the heavens, was birthed over millions of years in a place of fortuitous circumstances, making it exceedingly rare. Who in the world could possibly gather two pieces of iron essence simultaneously? Thus, no one could encounter the situation Sui faced at this moment. In reality, this iron essence was refined from meteorite iron, absorbing the essence of the sun and moon and gathering the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, originating from the same source, the purest essence of iron. Naturally, similar entities attract each other, with the strong absorbing the weak. However, the prerequisite was a powerful force to activate and establish a communication bridge between the two. The iron essence in Sui's possession, being larger and stronger than that in the box, when he simultaneously activated both. The two pieces of iron essence sensed each other's existence, akin to two solitary children joyfully rushing towards one another. The iron essence in Sui's possession, being large and potent, naturally absorbed the smaller and weaker one in the box. Yet, Sui, being responsible and not daring to steal, promptly interrupted the absorption. Ui, having contemplated for a long time, still could not unravel the intricacies involved. As time passed, his curiosity about the iron essence in the box dwindled, and his covetous thoughts gradually faded. The iron essence was indeed a rare treasure, and although he did not entirely grasp its mysteries, the fact that Shui Zhongjing was willing to exchange a divine essence pill for it indicated its extraordinary value. In Sui's mind, all treasures in the world ought to be connected to him. Why should he yield to those with greater strength? He had already resolved to forge a divine weapon from the iron essence in his possession, yet the size of that piece was insufficient to yield anything remarkable. Now, with the addition of the piece in the box, Sui could not convince himself to let it go. Through the thin window, he could clearly see the lights already glowing in the hall, where Li Zhongshu was thoroughly engrossed in playing with the iron essence. Such treasures are universally adored. This is the nature of humanity. Sui took out the iron essence from his bosom, caressed it, yet did not dare to activate it. After playing with it for a moment, he returned it to his bosom. Summoning a servant, he requested a basin of soup water. Soaking 3 precious herbs he carried with him in the water. He placed the wooden carving into the basin and, after settling Xiaohua, Sui sat cross-legged on the bed, calming his mind and spirit. It is unclear how much time passed, but soon a series of knocks echoed from outside. Sui understood that it was time for him to take over the watch. Upon entering the hall, Qi Baihan, who was on duty, wore an expression of fatigue as he remarked, "This iron essence is indeed lethal. I initially believed it to be something extraordinary, but after testing it for a while, it proved to be nothing more than a capricious trinket with exceedingly limited lethality. Yet, this trivial object has become a coveted treasure. And because Feng Jianwang has taken an interest in it, we brothers must toil and sweat to guard it. What sort of situation is this? Well, you're taking over now, so I can finally enjoy a few hours of proper sleep. With that, he verified the authenticity of the iron essence with Su Yi and then exited. The guard duty commenced at dusk, and after one shift, it was already midnight. The night was dark, and the clouds were thick, rendering the surroundings eerily silent, with a howling wind echoing through the hall. Upon stepping inside, Su Yi reached into his robe, his hand brushing against the iron essence, perhaps due to the unwavering intent emanating from the iron essence within the box. He unconsciously summoned his palm energy, and astonishing warmth radiated from the essence in his possession. This revelation was nothing short of extraordinary. His earlier analysis concluded that the iron essence required simultaneous activation by palm energy to transmit energy, yet at this moment, he had only activated the essence in his possession. How could there be an exchange of energy? Su Yi, filled with curiosity, swiftly opened the box but refrained from touching it with his hands. Instead, he continuously summoned his palm energy, and indeed, he observed the iron essence within the box diminishing at an almost imperceptible rate. He hastily ceased his actions, moved slightly away, and resumed channeling energy into the essence in his possession, which once again emitted a searing heat. This discovery filled Su Yi with exuberance. He was deep in thought, contemplating how to discreetly absorb this iron essence when fate intervened. These two pieces of iron essence were inherently linked, akin to two interconnected reservoirs. His earlier simultaneous activation of palm energy had effectively opened a conduit between the two, facilitating energy exchange. Although the palm energy had ceased, this invisible channel had already formed. What remained was the energy to initiate the flow. At this moment, Su Yi activated the iron essence in his possession once more, providing that very energy, and the exchange resumed. While this conclusion was speculative, it was not without merit. With this remarkable revelation, Su Yi felt a surge of joy bubbling within him, almost prompting a laugh. Yet, he understood that this was not the time for celebration. Despite the tempest of emotions within, he maintained a serene demeanor, settling onto the rocking chair beside the box, closing it, clearing his mind, and entering a state of meditation. Selfless and devoid of fear, he lost track of time. Just as Su Yi was enveloped in tranquility, a loud crash startled him as Li Zhongshu barged in. Su Zhu, your calm demeanor truly impresses me. Are you on guard duty or meditating? Do you genuinely fear losing this item, or do you believe yourself invincible, untouchable? Li Zhongshu exclaimed, swaggering and kicking the already ajar copper door, seemingly intent on provoking the bothersome Su Zhu. Having seen through Su Yi's tactics against Elder Shui, Li Zhongshu's former apprehensions had dissipated. In terms of martial prowess, even with his arrogance, he would not claim superiority over Su Yi. However, within the ranks of the patrol division, they were colleagues, and there was no need for enmity. Regardless of one's martial skills, it ultimately boiled down to cunning. In terms of bureaucratic maneuvering, Li Zhongshu was confident he could easily outmaneuver the newcomer Su Yi. Su Yi stood tall, lifted the box, and placed it before Li Zhongshu, urging, "Old song, verify it." He dismissed Li Zhongshu's ramblings entirely. What is the rush? Dawn is still a while away. Why not engage in a conversation with me? Li Zhongshu glanced at the iron essence, took the box, and closed it. No time for that. Su Yi turned and exited. Li Zhongshu watched Su Yi's hurried retreat, a wave of exhilaration surging within him. What difficulty, what annoyance. Encountering someone like Song, it seemed only natural to flee. Like Qi Baihan and Song Pailan, the initial novelty of the iron essence had faded for him, and during the first shift, he had already grown weary of it. Now, it was merely a source of boredom. Holding it in hand, he found it uninteresting. Chapter 101. A bite back. Having stood guard all night, without even a bird flitting by, he could no longer maintain the unwavering vigilance of the first shift. He remained seated, yet his mind was restless, calculating how he might outmaneuver Su Yi. Director Gao was overly indulgent towards this young man. Qi Baihan's thoughts were consumed with a smooth retirement, while Song Pailan, though irritating, aligned with his interests to some extent, potentially serving as an ally. As Li Zhongshu's thoughts wandered, envisioning alliances within the patrol division to trample Su Yi beneath his feet, a smile began to form on his lips when suddenly The voice of Gao Junmo pierced through his reverie. Look at our Li Zhu, finding joy in a night watch. What thoughts occupy your mind? May I inquire? Li Zhongshu lifted his gaze to find Gao Junmo standing at the entrance, with Su Yi, Qi Baihan, and Song Pailan by his side, surrounded by a row of attendants holding trays laden with an array of sumptuous breakfasts. Su Yi and the others indulged heartily, savoring their meal. Li Zhongshu quickly sat up, presenting a box as he approached. General, I assure you I am not lost in idle thoughts. Rather, I was both calming my mind and remaining vigilant while pondering unresolved martial mysteries. I recently had a breakthrough, which caused me to smile unintentionally, and I beg your pardon. With that, he handed the box to Gao Junmo and hastened to the tray, feeling quite famished after the long night. He seized a large meat bun and exclaimed, Old Song, take it easy. I arrived late and hope you save some for me. What kind of brother is this? Before he could finish his sentence, Gao Junmo bellowed, Li Zhongshu, come here. The voice was as cold as tempered steel, sending chills through the entire hall. Everyone halted their actions, turning their gazes toward Gao Junmo. Li Zhongshu had never heard Gao Junmo address him by his full name. This call made his heart skip a beat, and he rushed to stand before Gao Junmo, ready to inquire, only to see Gao Junmo holding the box upright, its opening directed at his eyes, revealing its emptiness. Impossible. Li Zhongshu let out a piercing wail, startling a lark flying overhead, causing it to falter mid-flight. This cannot be. General, it is utterly impossible. I have been guarding this box, and it has shown no signs of disturbance. You can ask Qi Zhu and the others. Moreover, there's a large contingent of soldiers on high alert surrounding us. If there had been a theft, we would have heard something. Gao Junmo's face darkened with fury. If there has been no theft, then where has the iron essence gone? Indeed, if it could not have been stolen, then where could the iron essence possibly be? It is an inanimate object. It cannot sprout legs and walk away. Where could it have gone? Li Zhongshu's mind raced, and he instinctively wanted to blurt out Su Yi's name, but then he reconsidered. That was absolutely impossible. Although he had been near Su Yi during the shift change, he had personally inspected it, confirming its authenticity. Even after Su Yi entered his room, Li Zhongshu had handled the iron essence himself. Its extraordinary nature made it impossible to counterfeit. Furthermore, Su Yi's room was adjacent to those of Qi Baihan and Song Pailan. Even if he had intended to steal the iron essence, he could not have slipped away unnoticed past the two. Not to mention, he had been stationed right beside the iron essence. Despite his distraction, it would be impossible for even a deity to steal it without his awareness. It could not have been Su Yi, nor could it have been Qi Baihan or Song Pailan. In other words, it was utterly inconceivable that the iron essence had been stolen from the hall. Could it have been the general? Oh, how careless of me. When I handed over the iron essence, I failed to open and inspect it, rushing straight to the food. Such negligence. Despite its size resembling a chicken egg, the iron essence was remarkably lightweight. When placed in the box, it was nearly impossible to discern its weight without focused attention. At that moment, Gao Junmo called out with urgency, and Li Zhongshu quickly tucked the square box under his arm and hurriedly approached Gao Junmo, handing it over without a moment's hesitation. Eager to commence the meal, lacking the emotional bandwidth to inspect the contents. However, after a thorough and meticulous process of reasoning, Li Zhongshu, despite his reluctance, subtly directed his suspicions towards Gao Junmo. This fleeting thought, though lengthy in its implications, was quickly dismissed as Gao Junmo's sharp inquiry caused Li Zhongshu to change color abruptly. With a peculiar glance at Gao Junmo, he knelt and said, General, this case is exceedingly strange. I implore you to allow the governor of Guang'an to dispatch personnel to investigate and uncover the truth. Since he had concluded that Gao Junmo had taken advantage of his momentary lapse to act deceitfully, Li Zhongshu naturally dared not entrust his life into Gao Junmo's hands. Although Li Zhongshu had served under him for many years, the value of the iron essence, akin to a divine elixir, was far too great to risk losing an old subordinate over. Li Zhongshu was pragmatic, and in his pragmatism, he contemplated Gao Junmo with a wary eye. Zhongshu, how foolish you are! Qi Baihan exclaimed angrily. No one was a fool here. Li Zhongshu's words clearly indicated his intention to sever ties with Gao Junmo. Originally, the patrol division was responsible for apprehending thieves, and now, faced with a theft, they sought assistance from the governor of Guang'an, which was akin to slapping themselves in the face. Furthermore, family scandals should not be aired publicly. rather than finding a way to resolve the matter internally. Li Zhongshu had chosen to escalate the issue, revealing his true intentions in the process. Very well, Li Zhongshu. Today I, Gao Junmo, finally see you for who you are. It is lamentable that I have been blind all this time. Gao Junmo trembled with rage. Upon opening the square box, Gao Junmo, upon finding the iron essence missing, was furious and hastily questioned Li Zhongshu. Yet, he did not immediately suspect Li Zhongshu. After all, committing such a foolish act as guarding and then stealing was not something an intelligent person like Li Zhongshu would do. In fact, Gao Junmo was still contemplating how he could exonerate Li Zhongshu and help him navigate through this crisis. Little did he know that Li Zhongshu would preemptively provide him with an answer, directing the blame squarely at him, suspecting that he had secretly absconded with the iron essence at the moment of handover. Such a treacherous and venomous individual truly infuriated Gao Junmo, yet due to his status, he could not resort to the drastic measure of disrobing to prove his innocence. Upon hearing Gao Junmo's furious denunciation, Li Zhongshu chose silence, having torn the facade. He could only endure the confrontation. Retorting would only exacerbate the situation, and he refrained from doing so, opting instead to wait for the governor's investigators. Given that the matter had escalated beyond concealment, it was inevitable that personnel from the governor's office would arrive for an investigation, and at that time, Li Zhongshu saw an opportunity to clear his name. Chapter 102. The Verdict. Qi Baihan, equally anxious and furious, nonetheless considered their years of camaraderie and continued to berate Li Zhongshu, demanding that he apologize to Gao Junmo. Li Zhongshu remained silent, still kneeling with a face full of grief and indignation. At this juncture, Gao Junmo realized that he could no longer contain the situation. With a heavy heart, he decided to notify the governor of Guang'an. Upon receiving the report, the governor acted swiftly, dispatching an investigative team led by the chief historian of Guang'an to the patrol division. After a thorough investigation, Chief Historian Shui found himself in a quandary. Based on testimonies and the on-site examination, the theft of the iron essence was shrouded in mystery. To preserve the integrity of the crime scene, Gao Junmo and the others had not moved anything until Shui arrived. Holding the esteemed insignia of the Guang'an governor, Shui conducted searches on several individuals present but found nothing. Furthermore, he called in a substantial search team that turned the patrol division upside down, yet still to no avail. It turned out that Su Yi had anticipated the iron essence would be meticulously sought after, and the night prior, he had hollowed out a rock within a decorative mountain, concealing the iron essence inside. This artificial mountain was vast, littered with rocks, and encompassed the patrol division's expansive grounds. A small piece of iron essence could easily be hidden, unless a massive force were summoned to dismantle the patrol division, shattering every item to dust and draining the water from the courtyard ponds, digging up every inch of mud. Otherwise, where could one hope to find the iron essence? In truth, the governor's office was aware that the search was merely a formality, intended to appease the public, especially to account for the esteemed Feng Jianwang. If indeed the theft had occurred within the patrol division, how could outsiders ever uncover the truth? As expected, what seemed to be a complicated and thorough search concluded after 3 days, leaving the whereabouts of the iron essence unknown, rendering the case a mystery. However, the outcome of this unresolved case was unacceptable to the Guang'an governor, considering the iron essence was a prized possession of Feng Jianwang. The fallout was so significant that the governor could hardly bear it. In desperation, the responsibility was collectively shifted onto the Shui family, asserting that what they delivered was merely a replica, which, upon the passage of time, disintegrated into nothingness. As for how such a theory was conceived, aside from Su Yi, who had been obsessively focused on the Black Water Elder for 2 decades, who else could have imagined it? Although the reasoning was tenuous, it served a vital purpose. At this juncture, the Guang'an governor could no longer afford to ponder the plausibility of this explanation, nor the potential backlash from the Shui family. Ultimately, under the strong recommendation of Chief Historian Shui, the case was resolved in this manner. The final scapegoat became the Shui family, specifically Shui Zhongjing. Thus, the Guang'an governor engaged in a protracted and vigorous battle of blame with the Shui family, and until the arrival of Feng Jianwang's esteemed disciple, no resolution was reached. This is a tale for another time, and I shall refrain from further elaboration. However, the immediate result of the unresolved case regarding the iron essence had 2 significant outcomes. Firstly, Li Zhongshu departed from the patrol division, and rather than facing a decline in his reputation, he was elevated by the Guangin governor to serve as an officer in the chief historian's office. Secondly, the lengthy task of guarding the iron essence came to an early conclusion. Given Su Yi's commitments to Elder Song of the Alchemy Hall, he sought leave from Gao Junmo. As he was now a prominent figure within the patrol division, Gao Junmo had no reason to refuse, even permitting him to report back as he saw fit. Indeed, the patrol division was not lacking in capable individuals. Rather, it required a figurehead, someone to command respect and authority. Previously, Gao Junmo alone was the figurehead of the patrol division, but now, with Su Yi, they had a second. Su Yi merely needed to fulfill this role with diligence. After bidding farewell to the patrol division, Su Yi donned a conical hat and made his way home. Upon arrival, he found Yuan Qinghua already there. Seeing Yuan Qinghua, Su Yi inquired about the procurement of precious medicines. Yuan Qinghua, with a bitter expression, replied that the situation was not promising. These precious medicines were inherently rare and always in high demand, and what the master sought were top-quality goods. Such materials were typically available only at auctions, and once at auction, their costs would undoubtedly increase significantly. While purchasing one or two could be managed, large-scale acquisitions would certainly result in considerable losses. Indeed, even prominent families could not withstand such extensive bidding. He wondered what the master intended to do with such a large quantity of precious medicines, as they were scarcely needed during the body refining stage. Kiwawa, being a plant spirit, was exceedingly peculiar, and Su Yi feared that the revelation of her identity might attract unwarranted attention. Therefore, he had not disclosed this to Yuan Qinghua, preferring to employ a rudimentary method gleaned from books to prolong Kiwawa's life before gradually formulating a plan. Little did he expect that even the supply of precious medicines would become a challenge, filling him with distress. Noticing Su Yi's low spirits, Yuan Qinghua quickly shifted his thoughts and suggested, "Master, do not worry. We need not exclusively rely on store purchases. Leveraging your esteemed name, I, Yuan, have some notoriety in Guangin City. I could explore the black market. There may be valuable items there as well." Su Yi patted his shoulder and handed him a stack of gold tickets worth approximately 5,000 gold. "Acquire all that is of good quality. And for those beyond our means, place a reservation. I will find a way." Ever since the battle concluded, his worth had skyrocketed to 28,000 gold. But in recent days, his attempt to sustain Kiwawa's life had consumed nearly 2,000 gold. Even cash flow could not keep pace with such expenses. In truth, even a ginseng doll of significant value would hardly equate to this amount. Yet, in his quest to save Kiwawa, Su Yi had never considered the cost. Yuan Qinghua was taken aback, astonished by the extent of her master's madness. Just as she was about to inquire further, she recalled that her master might harbor unspoken difficulties, and thus she redirected her words, stating that such measures were unnecessary. Given her master's current reputation in Guangin, a mere message would suffice. Furthermore, her martial prowess was limited, and carrying such gold notes posed a substantial risk. Su Yi was about to persuade her when a sudden series of beeping sounds emanated from his waist. He swiftly remarked that she should first seek information, and upon receiving news, she should contact him at the Alchemy Hall, as he might be there for several days. Having said this, he hastily exited. The sounds were produced by a communication device from the Alchemy Hall. According to an agreement with Elder Song, he was to enter the Alchemy Hall 5 days prior, the day after the contest, to assist Elder Song. After their discussion, he was given a jade piece the size of a button, instructed to tie it around his waist, with the understanding that when the jade sounded, he was to return to the Alchemy Hall. Before long, Su Yi arrived at the Alchemy Hall, where a servant clad in green awaited him outside, handing him a jade token of passage, which was said to have been passed on by Elder Song. With this token, he could directly enter the refining chamber. Upon entering, he found Elder Song already present, looking quite vibrant and rosy-cheeked. Upon seeing Su Yi, he exclaimed, "I truly did not foresee that you would emerge like a fierce beast, uprooting the expansive Hei Long Hall." With a chuckle, Elder Song added, "In my many years across several states, I have never encountered someone as formidable as you." Su Yi removed his hat and replied with a smile, "Do not change the subject, Elder. You promised I could come back in 7 days, yet here I am, and you're nowhere to be found. You left me with a jade token, instructing me to wait for your summons. How do you explain this? I distinctly remember you saying that should I be late, there would be consequences. Now, It seems you have gone back on your word. What will you say about this? Elder Song, aware that Su-Yi was cleverly deflecting attention, felt a flush of embarrassment as he struggled to find a suitable response. He ultimately resorted to shamelessness, saying, "Who told you to let me place bets alongside you, earning me over 10,000 gold? With my temperament, how could I sit idly with money in hand?" Upon hearing that Tianshui City had received a shipment of fine goods, I rushed over, fearing I would miss out. Besides, did I not leave you a note? I did not leave you empty-handed. Su-Yi felt a surge of frustration, contemplating that one should not draw too close to others. Earlier, he had perceived Elder Song as a figure of superiority, but upon slightly bridging the gap, the elder's shamelessness became apparent. "You are right. It is my fault for speaking too much. I came here today to fulfill my promise, but I am unaware of when we shall commence." Su-Yi abruptly disentangled himself from the argument, smiling as he spoke. Elder Song found himself at a loss for words, his planned shameless retorts caught in his throat. "Is there truly nothing to do today?" Su-Yi inquired. "Oh, no, how could there be nothing?" Elder Song, feeling the pressure build inside, decided to introduce the task for the day. This time, he intended to continue experimenting with the method of forging blood weapons, hoping that with Su-Yi's steady supply of fire, he could forge a medium-grade blood-drinking blade. Since Su-Yi was here to fulfill his promise, he would follow Elder Song's instructions without question. Elder Song first placed a piece of black iron the size of a boulder into the furnace, igniting the ground fire and instructing Su-Yi to begin pulling the box. Half an hour later, Elder Song added 4 or 5 different materials to the furnace, causing various colored fumes to swirl, illuminating the entire room with a kaleidoscope of colors. After another incense stick had burned, Elder Song produced a cloth bag from somewhere, instructing Su-Yi to take a brief rest. He opened a concealed door on the side of the furnace and poured a crimson liquid into it. Su-Yi was taken aback. This bag contained blood, human blood. The scent of blood was all too familiar to him now, as the blood filled the furnace within mere moments. Elder Song ceased the ground fire and smiled, saying, "The blood-drinking blade I am forging this time has been in the works for quite some time. All the materials are of medium quality, and the key factor will be your supply of fire. Rest well. We do not yet know how much blood these stubborn stones will require to become fine jade." Elder Song's intention to forge the blood-drinking blade was not solely reliant on metal. Various materials were necessary, which Su-Yi noted were not merely iron or gold. Is it possible that the art of forging also involves the principles of the 5 elements? Since Su-Yi had come specifically for the purpose of forging, he was eager not to miss this opportunity for on-site instruction. Elder Song raised a thumb in approval, saying, "I knew you were no ordinary individual. Your comprehension is surprisingly high. Indeed, forging is akin to alchemy. It is a synthesis process that must adhere to the natural order." What is the natural order? It is the cycle of the 5 elements and the harmony of yin and yang. The finest divine weapons and elixirs must maintain a balance of the 5 elements and harmony of yin and yang. Take this blood-drinking blade, for instance. If I were to forge a hoe for tilling, a knife for cutting vegetables, or a tool for chopping wood, it would be simple. However, the blood-drinking blade is a blood weapon. It must not only be extremely sharp and sturdy, but also able to contain true energy. The intricacies involved are numerous, and the requirements are exceedingly high. If the 5 elements are unbalanced, it is challenging to achieve sharpness and sturdiness. If yin and yang are not in harmony, the patterns will not solidify, and true energy cannot flow. Even if one were to forcefully forge it, what use would it be? Su-Yi nodded in understanding, intending to ask further, when a light sound from Elder Song's waist interrupted him. The elder checked the furnace's status and advised Su-Yi to rest assured, hastily exiting the refining room. Indeed, this was unexpected. Su-Yi did not anticipate Elder Song's sudden interest in the matter. "What? You all do not know who has acquired such a rare treasure?" Elder Song's face turned crimson, agitatedly pacing, muttering incessantly, "Had I known that Linglong Pavilion was auctioning iron essence, I would have sold everything to acquire it. How could I allow that surnamed Shui to get it?" Alas, Elder Song's lamentation was akin to being struck by lightning while buried deep underground, his vexation palpable. Su-Yi's thoughts stirred. Could it be that someone has just informed Elder about the theft of the iron essence? Is it not so? To think that your patrol officers are merely loafers, allowing a mere iron lump to be stolen despite so many guards. If it fell into the hands of someone named Feng, that would be one thing, but now it is uncertain whose possession it lies in, leaving me restless. Elder Song was agitated, unable to find peace, tossing and turning. It is merely a piece of iron essence. It is not that significant. To be honest, while I was on guard last night, I too had the chance to handle the item. Aside from its ability to change shape, it is nothing extraordinary. Oh, and I heard that iron essence is an excellent material for forging, but there are many suitable materials for forging weapons. It is not just iron essence. Therefore, I believe there is no need for Elder to be overly concerned. This statement, though seemingly comforting, was actually provocative. Had it not been for the extraordinary experience of the previous night, Sui might have thought of iron essence merely as a fitting material for forging divine weapons. However, that experience had profoundly revealed its remarkable qualities, deepening his intrigue. Observing Elder Song's disheartened demeanor, Sui thought that when it came to understanding materials, none could rival Elder Song's expertise. He wished to elicit further insights from him. Elder Song sighed, hesitated, and ultimately waved his hand, saying, "You are not one of this field's practitioners. You cannot discern its subtleties. Speaking further is of no benefit. Go and refine the fire." At that moment, the colors within the furnace had completely dimmed. Elder Song ignited the ground fire, and the true refining process began. Just as before, Sui manipulated the wind box, while Elder Song murmured incantations, occasionally gesturing towards the furnace to stimulate the energy flow. Sui originally believed that this tempering would take no longer than the previous occasion. With his current mastery of the first layer of Bali Ju, possessing the strength of 3 bulls, manipulating this wind box would be a breeze. However, he was unaware that this endeavor would stretch nearly 3 hours, a relentless cycle of pushing and pulling that left him utterly exhausted and his body aching. After enduring in silence for a while, he could no longer contain his frustration and inquired, "How much longer?" "I cannot hold on much longer." Chapter 104. Heart, and we're almost there, just a bit more. With such limited abilities, how dare you act so arrogantly? Elder Song said this outwardly, but internally he was astounded. The combined strength of 1,000 bulls was akin to the weight of a small mountain, and at this rate, Sui could very well collapse under the strain. If he were in Sui's position, he would have certainly faltered long ago. The endurance and mental fortitude displayed by Sui at such a nascent stage of cultivation were unprecedented. Initially, Elder Song had intended for Sui to alternate with him in operating the wind box, as a blood artifact tempering session requires an extended duration and cannot be completed by a single individual. Based on what he had observed previously, he had estimated that Sui would last no more than an hour. Yet, to his surprise, Sui's efforts extended to 3 hours, bringing the entire tempering process to a near conclusion. Elder Song genuinely sought to test Sui's limits, and thus provoked him intentionally. Enough. A true man stands by his word. Sui's arms were nearly numb, his strength all but depleted,